Chapter 1, The System Came Early. Yesterday, Qingshui City was hit by a sudden Category 9 typhoon, and it is suspected that king-level magical beasts are on the prowl, so please pay attention to the citizens in the vicinity. Genius girl Jiang Shui, on the eve of the college entrance exam, contracted a rainbow-level magical beast egg. She'll be sent directly to Tiangong University. Professor of Spiritual Arts Shen Mo invented a brand new spiritual art. The Imperial Beast Master may enter a brand new era. National Pact Day kicks off today, and all seniors will be signing up for their own gobbler at random this day. Qingshui First High School, school playground. Looking at the news on his phone, Ming was finally sure. This is crossing over for myself. Traveling to a world of imperial beasts. 500 years ago, the planet called Blue Star was attracted by the gravitational pull of a special planet. The two world fusions were not shattered, but were miraculously set together. Countless magical beasts rushed into the human world. Overnight, 80% of humanity was lost. Even nuclear weapons had no effect on those king-level magical beasts. Just when people were despairing, a special profession awakened. The Beast Master. It was the Imperial Beast Masters who defended the last dignity of mankind. Along with 500 years of development, mankind had already mastered a mature professional system of Imperial Beast Masters. And today, it's National Compact Day. On this day, countless seniors. All will contract their own magical beasts. Gu Changsheng. Contract the mortal grade green grade magical beast blood-chasing spectral wolf. Inside the playground, the slightly wavering voice of the invigilator rang out. Hearing this voice, the surrounding students immediately burst into a burst of gasps. Eyes flicked to the boy in the center of the playground with sword brows and a smile at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, a wolf-shaped magical beast that was half a man tall was standing beside him. Slender limbs with smooth muscle lines. Dark purple fur, like a ghost in the night. Especially those scarlet and sharp eyes. Looking at the surrounding students' hearts stopped for a brief moment. After the fear, there were cheers and murmurs throughout the school. My goodness! Gu Xiao has actually contracted a green-ranked demonic creature? I'm afraid the first-class Imperial Beasts University is secure this time, isn't it? More than stable. With young Gu's family lineage, impacting the four major academies of the East Forest, South Li, West River, and North Fault is not a problem. Handsome, rich, and so talented. And so affectionate. I'm really envious of Sister Chu Yunyan. The two of her are simply a match made in heaven. Compared to the two of them, that licking dog. TSK that follows behind Chu's senior sister, how does he still have the face to continue to stay? As they spoke, the crowd's eyes suddenly shifted to the third class next door. Just see the crowd of the third class of seniors. A young girl with clear eyebrows and a beautiful appearance. At this moment, he was waving his hand towards Gu Changsheng, who had just contracted the blood-chasing specter wolf. Behind the young girl, a tall and well-built teenager with a jade-like face was standing behind the young girl with a dumbfounded look on her face. The man looks, at the moment, a little nerdy. Well, the lickspill in the crowd's mouth was no one else. It was Ming. To be more precise, it was the original owner before he crossed over. Thinking about it, Ming came to be angry. This Piang's late intention to put the white young thin at home not to go after. Favorite tea? Or is it that blend of black, white, green, and black tea essences? It's a good thing he took the fall for him instead. Only to see that Gu Changsheng in the midst of a group of people's exclamations. He walked straight to Chu Yunyan's heel. In front of the whole school, he launched a love charge against Chu Yunyan. Chu Yunyan, are you willing to impact the four great academies with me? Hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Chu Yunyan immediately blushed. Then a slightly reserved nod. Then, he saw her turn around and smile sweetly at Ming. Student, I've always treated you as a friend. From now on, I'll be Gu Changsheng's girlfriend, so have some sense of propriety. It's better for us to meet less often in the future. Of course, I'll always think of you as a friend. Looking at the teary girl in front of him, Ming rolled his eyes furiously in his mind. There was no need to guess how teasingly the eyes of the people around him were looking at him at the moment. Before he could speak, Gu Changsheng stopped Chu Yunyan with one hand. Before she left, she didn't forget to lean in and whisper in Ming's ear. Brother, a pauper is a pauper, how can you fight with me? If you are smart enough to get out early, my screw factory still lacks a screwdriver. Do you want to stop taking the college entrance exams and go directly to my house to work? Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's words, Ming's eyes but steeply lit up. I'm familiar with this pretentious face-punching bridge. What's a fictional protagonist supposed to do at this point? Right. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Surname Gu, you don't play the big-tail wolf. My brother could have contracted a green-level magical beast. Dog-eyed thing. Go old Lu, don't talk too much nonsense with this pair of dogs. Eh? That's my word, huh? Turning his head, he saw a fat man, menacingly standing in front of him. A brain that shakes clean what he, the protagonist, has to say. No bro, you're the lead and I'm the lead? Please don't add to the drama, okay? This fat man he had an impression of, the original owner's good brother Lu Yi. As for Gu Changsheng, after hearing Lu Ye's words, he only revealed a disdainful sneer. In the envious gazes of the schoolboys, he took Chu Yunyan's shoulders. Before leaving, he didn't forget to stimulate Lu Ming a bit. The arm pressed down a few points, hidden to the waist. That smug look is like saying, "See boiling goat? The car you can't afford to drive, I'm about to step on the gas and smoke it." Horse. Dog fighting thing. Old Lu, let's go. When we get to our class, let's give him a green level, no, rainbow level magical beast to look at. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming then laughed and rolled his eyes. How easy is it to open a rainbow-ranked magical beast? In this world, the ranks of magical beasts were the 9 ranks of mortal, soldier, general, handsome, king, emperor, saint, mythical, and undying. Each level has 10 levels each. All magical beasts, when they are first born, are all of 1 star of the mortal level. What pulled them apart was the bloodline within them. The bloodline levels are 10 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, rainbow, ancient level, and mythic level. The better the bloodline talent of a magical beast, the faster it would improve. Powerful magical beasts are even able to directly feed back to their masters. Passively boosts the strength of the imperial beast master. Every teenager has fantasized about acquiring a powerful imperial beast. Just a shame. More than 99% of the entire school opened with the lowest quality red-ranked magical beasts. Looking at the many magical beast eggs on the playground, Lu Ming finally chose a magical beast egg that was made of a material like metal. A drop of his own blood and a flash of light. The next moment, the eggshell shattered. A rat-like magical beast that was merely the size of Lu Ming's palm burrowed out of the huge eggshell. With just a glance, the invigilator's emotionless voice rang out. Lu Ming, mortal rank red rank magical beast gold devouring mouse, next. The students on the sidelines had long since looked over to Lu Ming's side. After learning that he had only contracted a red-ranked magical beast. At that moment, the people who had just dared to only mock him secretly became louder at that moment. Oh, a mountain chicken is a mountain chicken, and you want to match a phoenix? A little pauper, you also want to open a green-grade magical beast? No, do you have the qualifications? Even if it's contracted, so what? The important thing for a beast master is resources, and without them a green-level magical beast given to him would be in vain. What's it called? A licking dog shall not die. What warm man? Sit at the table with the dog. You, why is he still standing there? It can't be that he's really stupid, right? Facing the mockery of the people around him, Lu Ming's expression was staggered. It seems to have taken quite a beating. But only he knows that. Just the moment he contracted the magical beast. Ding! A special mechanical electronic tone rang in his ears. In front of his own eyes, a blue transparent light screen suddenly appeared. When you were 18 years old, you contracted a red-level magical beast, the gold-devouring rat. Your family gritted their teeth and took out a loan of 600,000 gold coins to secure resources for you, and with extraordinary hard work and a little bit of chance, you ended up enrolling in the third-rate Imperial Beasts University. 28 years old, become a 3-star Imperial Beast Master. You, just about to propose to his girlfriend, found that he could not afford to drive the car, has been 18-handed classic car, disheartened you, decided to throw in the towel to join the Imperial Beast Army. 30 years old, you were put in small shoes by your boss, Shangwan Jun, and forced to join the Daredevil Squad. During a mission, you were attacked by a general-level magical beast, the broken gold iron-toothed tiger, and your gold-eating mouse had its internal organs bitten to pieces in order to save you, and because you couldn't afford the treatment, you had to replace it with an artificial internal organ, and your potential dropped drastically. 35 years old, your physical strength is not what it used to be. The military looks at you in pity and gives you a loan to buy the qualification of the mortal green level magical beast, the Phantom King Serpent, minus the years of military service, a loan of 4.2 million gold coins. 38 years old, 10 years of military career, you not only did not seek a breakthrough opportunity, the body also bear large and small countless dark injuries. Your general class orange level gold eating rat to protect you unfortunately suffered serious injuries, dying. In this year, the magical beasts invaded Qingshui City. Your caravan with a loan of $1,650,000 hadn't yet repaid the loan, the car was destroyed, the house collapsed, and all of your loved ones were sacrificed. Your imperial beast, the underworld king snake, died in the beast tide before it had the chance to develop, leaving only the gold-devouring mouse, whose internal organs were broken, whose potential was exhausted, whose limbs were broken, and who was about to die of old age, to snuggle up to your side. Amidst the ruins of the city, you look helplessly at the scene before you and silently light a cigarette. Host, Lu Ming, middle-aged imperial beast reversal system loaded. Do you have the courage to start your retrograde life? Chapter 2, Who Doesn't Have a Plum? Looking at the text on the panel, Lu Ming fell into a long silence. What, 38 years old? He's obviously only 18. Fogweed. Is the system early? As for the last line on the panel, without any hesitation, Lu Ming directly clicked yes. Middle-aged reverse system loaded. Host, Lu Ming, age 38. You have failed in life and are standing at the crossroads of your life, remembering your youthful Qingmei, who is now the director of the National Institute for the Cure of Imperial Beasts and a key target of protection at the national level. The two of you are disparate in status, but she is the only hope of being able to cure the gold-devouring rats. Mission, recovering the green plum. Reconnecting with Summer. Quest reward, 1 clue to advance the bloodline of the gold-devouring mouse. Seeing the system's prompt, Lu Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. Immediately, the original owner's childhood friend, Summer, came to mind. Thinking of that Qingmei gave Lu Ming a headache. Because the original owner, that brain-dead contraption, went after the green tea spirit. It's as if the brain is under a compulsion. Not only did he not listen in the face of Summer's dissuasion, but he cursed. Threatened that the two would break off their relationship and die of old age. The bullets shot randomly by the young are now taking shots at themselves, the travelers. This beaver? That said, Summer seems to be in the 4th class, right? Isn't it time for her to get on the deed? Just as Lu Ming was pondering. On the playground, there was once again a gasp of surprise. Then the invigilator's otherwise emotionless voice. The moment also became agitated. Summer contracted the mortal rank blue rank plant-based magical beast zygote golden lotus. Blue level? In an instant, the whole school shook. Even the principal and a few other school leaders were barely able to jump up and down in excitement at this moment. Seeds. Definitely the seeds of the 4 great academies. If an orange level magic beast was 1 in 100, then a blue level was 1 in 100,000. Before the entrance exams, there was great hope of impacting the soldier level with a war pet. Last year, the scoreline for the 4 major academies was 2 stars for the Imperial Beast rank soldier grade. Even if he couldn't go to the 4 great schools, the first-class Imperial Beast University was basically a sure thing. At this moment, Summer was holding a lotus-type magical beast that was only the size of her palm. The main body looks like a lotus flower in full bloom, and every now and then a wisp of purple, dreamy smoke erupts from its lotus seed. Just getting close enough to smell it couldn't help but shake one's spirit. Obviously the plant is stylized. But this Zimu golden lotus was able to swim in the air like a jellyfish. In the next second, the zimmering golden lotus came to rest on Summer's head, like a specially shaped beret. With her 5'5" head, she looked adorable. Even Gu Changsheng, who had just contracted the blood-chasing specter wolf. It was all caught up in the playground for the moment. After seeing that Summer had contracted a blue-level magical beast. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Showing a decent smile, he smiled and walked over to Summer, who was still looking confused at the moment. Mr. Summer, I wonder if you're willing to team up with us for the Imperial Beast exam? With my family lineage and your talent, it's completely fine for us to work hard to impact the 4 great academies. Hearing Gu Changxing's words, the surrounding students immediately cast envious gazes. If they had joined Gu Xiao's team, they would have been able to go to at least a 3rd-rate Imperial Beast University in the college entrance exam. Moreover, joining Gu Changxing's team was the same as having the resources of the Gu family. As long as it's not a cutie. All know what to choose. just when everyone thought that Summer would agree without hesitation. Who knows? Instead, Summer just shook her head. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, he walked to Lu Ming with some delight. Holding her lettered golden lotus in her hands, her expression flushed slightly. Brother Lu, I've contracted a blue-level magical beast, I'll take you flying in the college entrance exam. Ah? Seeing that the Summer good rich handsome not to choose, go to choose Lu Ming this poor bastard. No, what's so special about Lu Ming? Let you spoil him so much. This one saved the blue star in a previous life, I think. At that moment, Lu Ming, who had just been ridiculed by the crowd as a dog licker. This moment directly transformed into a werewolf. Good lord, did this Lu Ming turn out to have licked more than just one girl? More than that. I knew at first glance that there was something to this one. You can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Damn it. No. Is he even a man? Just so content to be a soft touch? Is it you eat? Eat. Why don't you eat? Looking at the delighted little carrot head in front of him, Lu Ming was first stunned. Then with a slight smile, he rubbed her neat, silky fur into a cocktail of hair. Don't, it's only right that I take you if you want to fly. Ding. Mission complete, rewarding the gold-devouring mouse with a clue to advancement. 2,000 kilograms of E-class energy metal, 200 kilograms of D-class energy metal, 20 kilograms of C-class energy metal, and 2 kilograms of B-class energy metal. Seeing this advancement condition, Lu Ming's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder it was rare to hear of a gold-devouring mouse being able to advance. The Gold Eater is cost-effective upfront and can be upgraded by swallowing large amounts of metal. At low levels, you can just swallow normally rank alloys. All the way up to the general level, it would require nothing more than a C-grade energy metal. But at the handsome level, the B-grade energy metal needed is a bit meaty. Even officers above the rank of colonel may not be able to withstand it. So the gold-devouring mouse is often just a transitional battle pet for Imperial Beast Masters in the early stages. Once you reach the general level, you will have more options to choose a magical beast with a higher bloodline level to contract. This also led to a number of people not realizing the potential of the Gold Eater. Right now, a well-trodden path was directly in front of Lu Ming. How could he not be excited? As long as he gathered enough materials, his gold-devouring mouse would at least be able to advance to the yellow level. The surrounding students, hearing Lu Ming actually shamelessly say that he would take Summer to fly. One by one, they all rolled their eyes. Dude, would it kill you not to blow? Instead, it was Summer who revealed a big smile after hearing Lu Ming's words. Nodding vigorously, he was convinced of Lu Ming's words. At that moment, all of the guys, one by one, were all shocked. No, how does soft food hard food do that? Brother, please start a class, we'll listen on our knees. Gu Changsheng, who stood at the side and turned into a background plate, was directly shocked to see the two spreading dog food. Looking at Lu Ming, he looked at himself again. I'm wearing a brand. Benelux. How does this beggar compare to me? This Summer is afraid of not being a psychopath, right? Looking at the teasing, sympathetic gazes cast by the people around him, Gu Changsheng's cheeks quickly turned red. A cold grunt followed by a self-professed disdainful gaze. Straight away, he left the playground in a huff. Along with that, he also held a grudge against the dog couple, Summer and Lu Ming. It was also at the same time that Gu Changsheng left. It seemed that they couldn't stand to see Lu Ming and Summer's dog food behavior. The next moment, the system, which had just released the reward, popped up again to make a demon. If you have not seen your childhood friend for a long time, and you are already a little bit rusty when you meet again, in order to ease the relationship, please send a gift that will make your childhood friend like you, and in the face of your future childhood friend who is in a high position and has a harsh vision, please try to win her heart. Mandate, selection. Give Summer a gift she recognizes. Quest reward, Pupil of Judgment, 2 million gold coins, gain weak favorability of character, Summer. Hua. So many rewards? That task refers to how hard it is. Blinking, Lu Ming looked at the little carrot head beside himself. At this moment, she was puffing up and fiddling with her ruffled hair. When she saw Lu Ming's gaze, her eyes immediately became fluttering again. This little carrot head doesn't seem to be very picky. That. Summer, in order to celebrate our contracted magical beasts, I'll treat you to a pig's foot meal at noon, right? Hooray! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer, who had just been puffed up. There was an instant smile. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewarded, Pupil of Judgment, 2 million gold coins. Lu Ming? This little girl is too well satisfied, isn't she? A bowl of pig's feet and rice for a man's romance. Before Lu Ming could react, his pupils then turned into a dark golden reverse cross shape, looking towards the gold-devouring rat in his hand. At once, all the attributes of the rat and mouse, all displayed in their eyes. Chapter 3, Pupil of Judgment, a technique from the future. Race, gold-devouring mouse. Level, mortal grade 1 star. Bloodline, red level. Talent, iron-eating, iron stomach. Attributes, gold. Loyalty, 60. Weakness, gluttony, your feeding costs are 30% more than an unusual gold eater. Skills, gold breaking, earth digging, metal seeking. Evolutionary route known, treasure hunting mouse. Equipment, none. Sin value, 0. Ordinary can't be more ordinary information about war pets, many of which are already publicized intelligence on the market. But there are quite a few unusual things. Especially the last item, sin value. Not sure what this sin value does though. But Lu Ming had a hunch that this was definitely related to the ability of the Eye of Judgment. Just as Lu Ming wanted to study its effects in detail. The class teacher, Lao Su, had already greeted the class and returned to the classroom. When he returned to the squad leader, he saw his old class with a bitter face. When they had just contracted, all 3 of their classmates had contracted red-ranked magical beasts. The students who were able to get into the Imperial Beast University today were afraid that less than 10% of them would be able to do so. This made old Su's mood almost sink to the bottom. After becoming a teacher, he had little else to pursue. Just want to be a gold medal lecturer. Originally, he had expected the day of the contraction day to go against the grain and produce a few students who had contracted high-level bloodline magical beasts. As a result, his life was as miserable as the students in his class. Good luck never seemed to come his way. Sighing slightly, he then spoke breathlessly. Don't be sad if you haven't contracted an excellent magical beast. Wanting to get into the Imperial Beasts University doesn't just depend on the luck of your contracted magical beasts. With so many students in the country, there have been cases of contracted red-ranked magical beasts getting into first-class Imperial Beast universities in previous years. Speaking here, Su Jijun silently added a sentence in his heart. Then get into a third-rate Imperial Beast university, graduate, and go to war as cannon fodder. Many students, especially those with average family backgrounds. From the moment of contracting a magical beast, fate is set. They weren't like the children of those rich families who were able to spend money to find high-level Imperial Beast masters to breed magical beasts. Or spend huge amounts of money to find spiritual treasures that help the bloodline of battle pets evolve. But he couldn't say those words, lest he strike a blow to the class now. It was only after Su Jijun coughed gently that he said, "The Imperial Beast Examination exam looks at the cultivation of your Imperial Beasts and your own psychic energy value. The amount of psychic energy you have is related to your ability to dominate the Imperial Beasts, as well as the use of psychic arts. In previous years, if the psychic energy value exceeded 500 points, that is, a 1-star 5th level Imperial Beast Master, you would be able to enroll in the third-rate Imperial Beast University. Or just train your Imperial Beasts to 5 stars of the mortal grade." Speaking of this, a cultivation technique suddenly appeared in old Su's hand. This pamphlet is the basic meditation book issued by the Imperial Beast Association. Students who don't have confidence in cultivating battle pets can work hard on cultivating spiritual energy, and majoring in spiritual arts will likewise allow them to get into the Imperial Beasts University. Of course, the Imperial Beast ultimately depends on the potential of your battle pet, so don't put the cart before the horse. Yes. The legendary Kung Fu for practicing psychic energy is just around the corner. At once, a flash of longing flashed in the eyes of all the students. Lu Ming was naturally no exception. But just the moment Lu Ming received the basic meditation manual, the next moment, his system actually rang again. When you are in your middle age, your gold-devouring rat has been in crisis many times to save you, now it has exhausted its potential and its body is about to run out of gas. Find a way to find a cure for it, so that your gold-devouring rat's body can regenerate its vitality and get through the life crisis at hand. Mission, Pet Crisis. Repairing the body of the gold-eating rat and revitalizing its appetite. Mission Reward, Advanced and Improved Meditation, 6th edition. Seeing this mission, Lu Ming couldn't help but cock his own head in confusion. Look again at the gold-eating rat underneath yourself. only to see that it was sneakily nibbling on the leg of his metal desk. Seeing the gaze cast by his master, Mouse immediately put on an aggrieved expression. Opened his mouth as if to say, "Lord Silver, I'm hungry." "Lu Ming? Is this the look of a loss of appetite? I'm not well read, so don't lie to me." Just as Lu Ming froze, the class teacher Old Su's voice sounded again. 3 days later, the school will organize a secret adventure. Students who want to go will pay 5,000 gold coins and the class president will collect them tomorrow. Ah! Hearing the class teacher's words, the surrounding students immediately let out another burst of wails. $5,000, almost an average adult's salary for the month of January. For these students from ordinary families who had only contracted red-level magical beasts. Getting into Imperial Beasts University is almost delusional. Many are already preparing to go the GCE route. Not everyone wants to pay that entry fee. Regarding the performance of the class, as a person who had been there, Su Jijun naturally knew exactly what they were thinking. Still, he advised bitterly. I understand what you guys are thinking, but if you still want to take the Imperial Beast University, it's best to pay these 5,000 gold coins. When the time comes, there will be professional instructors to guide you in wilderness survival and battle skills against magical beasts. Also, secret treasures occasionally appear in the secret world. The materials you get are also yours to keep. Those with outstanding talent will only earn more by entering the secret realm. Anyway, think for yourselves. After that, Old Su stopped talking and directly announced the dismissal of the class. Only a group of students were left behind, whispering in the class. These students who were still in high school naturally didn't understand the significance of going down to the secret realm. 5,000 gold coins requires a normal adult's salary for the month of January. Sounds pricey. But Lu Ming knew. It's helping students strive for the opportunity to see the world. It was just like the English that had tortured Lu Ming to death in his previous life. Once English is abolished, many children will never again have the opportunity to see the world with their eyes open. The more the mediocre oppose it, not realizing that what they are depriving their children and grandchildren of is the only opportunity they may have to advance in future generations. So this secret realm, one must go. While tapping on the Amoy Beast app, he searched for the advancement materials that Mouse wanted. Also, don't forget to look on Beastly for information on newbie secret areas. Just as Lu Ming was trying to do his rundown, Lu Yi came up to him at some point. Old Lu, are you going to sign up for the secret world the day after tomorrow? Then definitely enroll. I'm aiming for the top academies of heavenly stems and earthly branches, so of course I'm going to enroll. Ha! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi instantly rolled his eyes. It's hard enough to go to the 4 top schools, and you want to go to the 2 top schools? I wouldn't dare blow like that in the summer. But looking at Lu Ming's determined eyes, Lu Yi, however, somehow felt that old Lu seemed to be telling the truth this time. After getting the answer he wanted, he immediately hemmed and hawed. Coincidentally, I'm going to try to enroll in the University of the Imperial Beasts as well. My family bought me psychic supplements, and I'm thinking of going the psychic route. Why don't we form a team together the day after tomorrow? When we return to the dormitory, let's study how to cultivate this meditation method together. The one he had contracted was a red-ranked beast-type magical beast, the venomous salamander. Ability is average, so I want to go the psychic route. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming didn't refuse. With a nod, the two of them headed in the direction of the dormitory building. Only this just reached the dormitory when he saw a group of boys gathered around the dormitory entrance. Out of the main entrance, a beastly Lala van appeared in front of the dormitory. Tethered in front of them were actually 2 tall and majestic soldier great horse-type magical beasts. Seeing these 2 magical beasts, a hint of envy and indignation appeared on Lu Ye's face. Holy crap! A soldier-class magical beast is in charge of hauling cargo? If the whole school can be so loaded, I guess Gu Chanxing is the only one. You think you're great just because you're rich? Have the guts to V me 50 to see the strength. As they were talking, the two saw it not far away. Gu Chanxing really stood in a conspicuous position and signed for his delivery in front of the surrounding students. See students around the room asking what's inside. He waved his hand in mock disinterest and laughed. It's nothing, my family helped me find someone to ask about the characteristics of the blood-chasing phantom wolf, which needs to be constantly fed with the blood of higher magical beasts so that it can improve quickly. No, just get me $500,000 of fresh beast blood, harm. It's not worth mentioning, it's not worth mentioning. Hiss. hearing that Gu Changxing's family casually took out $500,000. And just to replenish the blood-chasing ghost wolf. The boys all showed envious glances. Only Lu Ming and Lu Yi saw the true thoughts of this strong brother. Bah! Pretend you horse. You don't want to show off that you can't go home and sign for it, do you? It's not even worth mentioning, vomit. Disgusting. Don't look at the old Lu, look at this, I am sick. Is it a big deal to be rich? When I have money, let's not talk about Beast Lala, I'm going to use Beast Sunda. I want to use a Beast Sunda to haul my goods. Was saying. In the sky, there was suddenly a violent wind pressure and roar. Immediately afterward, a huge general-level flying magical beast directly descended from the sky. A 3-star royal beast master courier actually flew straight to Lu Ming. The expression is respectful. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Ming Lu? The Beast Sunda Express you purchased online has arrived. Lu? Chapter 4 Advancement, Treasure Hunting Mouse. The sudden arrival of a general-level magical beast. It directly scared the surrounding Paragon Beast Masters silly. It took half a day for everyone to react to the fact that someone had actually purchased the Beast Sunda service. Wait, who was that guy talking about? Lu Ming? Then the crowd saw that the Imperial Beast Master made his battle pet. A bunch of materials were sent into Lu Ming's dormitory. Everyone immediately showed disbelief. No? Then Lu Ming is just an ordinary family, right? How can he afford the Beast Sunda service? I remember that the Beast Sunda service requires a minimum purchase of 1 million items, right? Just the expedited delivery alone costs 20,000 gold coins each time. Why else? It must be a soft meal. Summer contracted a blue-level magical beast, so there must be a lot of scholarships. Hiss. Lu, please share some experience. I'll listen on my knees. Don't say, the general-level magical beast is to say, compared to it, Gushao's beast Lara well, or almost mean. That's how people are. When you see a Lamborghini on the road. Who cares about a Mercedes GLC parked on the side of the road? Hear the conversations of the people around you. Gu Changsheng, who just now looked like a person as light as a chrysanthemum. The smile on his face froze. The eyes that looked at Lu Ming again were almost ready to spit fire. Horses. It's Lu Ming again, the rising eastern sun. Why is he everywhere? Seeing that the gazes of the people around him were attracted to Lu Ming, Gu Changsheng directly snorted coldly and returned to his dormitory. Lu Ming, what can he do if he eats more as a soft eater? The Imperial Beastmaster looks at the talent of the battle pet still. The one he had contracted was a green-level magical beast, and it was Summer's loss if she didn't choose him. By then, she would definitely be dragged down by Lu Ming. Not to mention the 4 great academies, the ordinary first-class Imperial Beast University was bad enough. Just as Gu Changsheng secretly despised Lu Ming's behavior of eating soft food. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had returned to the dormitory, looking at the room full of energy metal ingots. His eyes glazed over just like the rats around him. Never seen a ratty rat with so much metal. In the eyes that looked at Lu Ming, only worship remained at the moment. Oh, my mama in heaven. I was born in the right place. Just as Mouse was about to charge the metal ingot. Who knows the next second? The back of its fateful head was directly pinched by Lu Ming. Sigma. He saw Lu Ming looking at his own rat with a guilty expression, and took out a grade B energy metal ingot in his hand. I'm sorry, Mouse, but because of the emergency situation, the normal way of eating may not work well, so I'll have to mainly swallow. When he finished, he didn't wait for Mouse to understand what swallowing meant. He saw Lu Ming take out a metal ingot that was the length and width of a rat's body. Without saying a word, it was shoved directly into the mouth of the rat. Here come the little flying sticks. Mouse. Gulp. Mouse's tiny body turned directly into the shape of a metal ingot. Is this rat ingot? In the next moment, terrifying energy swept into its entire body. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, Advanced and Improved Meditation, 6th edition. Got it. Taking out the basic meditation thoughts that old Su had sent, he compared it with the advanced meditation thoughts that he had just obtained. Lu Ming realized that the textbook for basic meditation is only in its 5th edition. Compared to the basic version now in the hands of students. Not only are there 12 more spirit points opened in the advancement meditation thoughts than in the 36 spirit points in the older version. The efficiency of absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy was more than double. Cultivating with the advancement meditation thoughts, the natural cultivation efficiency could be twice as fast as other students. That meant that he had a higher chance of getting into the Imperial Beasts University. In the meantime, Mouse Rat, who had already quietly advanced to the mortal grade 2 star. It was also at least a size larger than it had just been. As Lu Ming's battle pet, the energy remaining after its advancement would directly feed back into Lu Ming's body, accompanied by a large influx of spiritual energy. Soon, the 12 spirit points in his body were filled. However, after filling it up, the absorption of spiritual energy gradually slowed down again. Looking aside at Mouse, who was slacking off, Lu Ming immediately narrowed his eyes. Picking up Mousy, who was already the size of 2 of his own palms, he grinned. "Don't stop, Mouse, there's still 2,221 pounds of metal to eat. We're going to eat about 740 more metal a day. How can we eat so slowly?" When he finished speaking, he took out a finger-thin metal ingot, pressed directly into the mouth of the mouse. "Mouse, you do not come over our JPG. Lu Ming, resistance is ineffective, catch your master's forced love. Ton 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 ton." Accompanied by a large number of metal ingots being stuffed into the mouths of the rats by Lu Ming. Mouse's originally stagnant level grew once again. Every time he upgraded, the spiritual energy that fed back would make Lu Ming even stronger. Without realizing it, 3 days passed by in a flash. Along with 1 person and 1 rat constantly cultivating, Mouse's size, too, was getting fatter at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, it had grown to the height of Lu Ming's calf. The grade also started out as a mortal level 2 star. It directly skyrocketed to 6 stars at the mortal grade. At the same time when Lu Ming's last spirit point was directly filled. In the next moment, the 48 spirit points directly formed a huge vortex of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the surroundings began to madly pour into his body. Lu Ming's spiritual energy, too, had started out at a 1-star level. It skyrocketed to 1 star and 3 levels. Host, Lu Ming. Grade, 1 star, 3 levels. Physical strength, 8.15 for a normal adult male. Acumen, 8.3. Insight, 7.9. Spiritual energy, 304. Spiritual arts, none. And Mouse, the moment he ate the last metal ingot, a bright luster also erupted from within its body. This is evolved. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming clearly realized. The information about Mouse's body has changed drastically. Race, treasure hunting rats. Grade, mortal grade 6 stars. Bloodline, green level. Talents, treasure hunting, treasure eating, treasure chests. Attributes, gold, earth. Loyalty, 65. Weakness, greedy, your battle pet is at risk of taking what it wants, and has a chance of defecting in battle when you can't satisfy it. Skills, secret treasure space, treasure hunting radar, ground drilling, metal manipulation. Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, none. Sin value, 0. Green ranked magical beast treasure hunting mouse. The evolved treasure hunter mouse has the size of a kitten. It looks like a fleshy golden snowball. The 2 erect ears are like horns receiving an antenna. The eyes then become radar similar to an insect's compound eyes. The sense of smell is even more enhanced. For digging holes and finding treasure, it is even better at this. Many Imperial Beastmasters who ventured out into the wilderness like to bring along a treasure hunting mouse to dig for metals and treasures. Seeing the brand new information of the treasure hunting mouse, a dazzling golden light immediately flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In just 1 evolution, his own gold devouring mouse had jumped 3 bloodlines in a row from its original red level. For the Imperial Beast examination next month, he already had the confidence to hit the first-class Imperial Beast University. But it's not enough. He already had the system, if he couldn't even attend the 2 top academies. Wouldn't that Earth be a wasted trip? Looking at the mouse rat in front of him whose fur was as silky as golden silk, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth suddenly rose. The system seemed to be happy for his achievement. In the next moment, a new task was enacted for the delighted Lu Ming. With Qingmei's help, your gold-devouring mouse has successfully recovered its potential and advanced to a treasure-hunting mouse. For Qingmei who helped you, you don't want to miss it this time around, but unfortunately things have changed. The goodwill from when you were young is slowly passing with time. In order to be able to stay, you need to complete the summer's quests to gain her goodwill. Mission: the test of Aomame. Completing the tasks set by Summer to help the Zimmerman's Golden Lotus improve. Quest reward: Secret Treasure Xianxia beads, 1 advancement clue of treasure hunting mouse. Oh. I can't believe we're on another mission? Just as Lu Ming was about to check out the quest, suddenly, the door to his dormitory was knocked on by Lu Yi from outside. Outside the door, came Lu's urgent shouts. Old Lu, what's your situation? The bus to the secret realm is already here, still sleeping? Chapter 5, Very Moist. Lu's knock was heard at the door. Lu Ming was then shocked to realize that it was the day to go to the secret realm. Immediately, he put the treasure hunting mouse into his shirt pocket. Followed Lu Yi together to the school entrance. After 3 days of rest and relaxation, the students also have their own rewards. Even Lu Yi had already become an official 1-star level 1 Imperial Beast Master. Lu Yi's family had bought him many supplements to replenish his spiritual energy, and the price of 1 bottle was 5,000 gold coins. To fill all 36 spirit points, at least 18 bottles would be needed. A full 90,000 gold coins were needed just to be promoted to a full-fledged Imperial Beast Master. Basically emptying a family of most of their disposable cash. And there are many more students like Lu. For example, Lu Ming and his 3rd class. Lu Ming then saw a dozen or so students participating in this secret adventure. These were all families that had a little bit of money at home, and all of them were like Lu Yi, who had prepared spiritual energy supplements for them. Qingshui No. 1 Middle School is just an ordinary public middle school. In the whole school, there was only one person like Gu Changxing whose family was rich. For that matter, Gu Changxing's family has opened a few seafood processing plants. Not exactly the top rich 2nd generation in Qingshui City. Having only just arrived at the playground, Lu Ming and Lu Yi saw Gu Changxing's side. At some point a small group had formed. Gu Changxing's blood-chasing specter wolf had been fed by him over the past few days. It has arrived at 3 stars on the mortal level. A touch of red blood faintly permeated the purple fur. The body had grown to the height of a full-grown man by now, compared to the waist-high height it had started out at. His eyes looked disdainfully at the surrounding battle pets, not putting them in the least bit in his eyes. It was like a king style. Battle pets come in 2 forms. The daily form, which is designed to reduce consumption. It will turn into a normal-sized form similar to a pet. Only when fighting does it turn into a combat form that consumes psychic energy. Gu Changxing, on the other hand, was like a child who had just acquired a new toy. Constantly showing off his treasures towards those around him. Looking at Lu Ming, he frequently glanced sideways. Dude, aren't you a lightweight? How long has it been since you couldn't resist the urge to play hard to get? A group of students around them who had contracted to orange-ranked magical beasts. At the moment, he was fawningly holding Gu Changxing's stinky feet. Apparently, Gu Changxing had contracted the entire school to students of advanced bloodline magical beasts. All caged together. Except for Chu Yunyan. She was the only one in that group who had contracted a red-ranked magical beast. Standing in a small group at the moment, his expression wasn't very good. Lu Ming noticed that Gu Changxing's coterie. There's a spunky-looking dark-skinned athletic girl. Followed by an orange-ranked stalking shadow leopard. Standing beside Gu Changxing, he deliberately acted very intimate with him. From time to time, it was to glance at the somewhat embarrassed Chu Yunyan on the side. Unable to help it, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth rose. This is green tea bumping into black tea? TSK. Without guessing, Lu Ming knew that Chu Yunyan was afraid that her days were not so good during this period of time. Regardless of the world, it is not a good thing for a woman to have beauty without power. A vase too beautiful to touch. It can only become an exhibit that the rich keep in their collection cabinets. Gu Changxing also seemed to have the intention of showing his power and authority to the crowd. Especially when he saw Lu Ming, he deliberately did so in front of everyone. One embraced Chu Yunyan's slender waist that was filled with a handful of hair. Smiling coldly, he opened his mouth towards Lu Ming and spat out 2 words. If Lu Ming had seen it right, those 2 words should be very moist. This luscious scene made the surrounding students gulp furiously. More stunning than the Mona Lisa. It's the burning Mona Lisa. Watching the school's top girl fall to earth and become a plaything. Many of the boys looked at Lu Ming's Chu Yunyan with teasing, sarcasm, and excitement. But no one would come forward to help her. Being held tightly by Gu Changsheng, Chu Yunyan couldn't help but gently bite her own shell teeth. Then her body froze, seeing Lu Ming not far away. In the face of Chu Yunyan's dilemma, Lu Ming did not have much of an expression. There was neither excitement nor fallout. The path was chosen by the other side. Now that you've chosen, don't regret it. 18 years old and an adult, it's time to take responsibility for your own behavior. At this moment, Chu Yunyan seemed to have seen Lu Ming in the crowd as well. Seeing Lu Ming skimming his head, Chu Yunyan instantly lowered her head, a hint of crystal flashing in her eyes. Had she ever thought that she would be in such a mess? Trying to escape, he was unable to move as Gu Changsheng pinched his wrist to death. He is like the master who pinches the canary's wings. No more forbidding your pet to be free. Unable to help it, Chu Yunyan lowered her head, and a flash of humiliation flashed in her eyes. Perhaps, from the moment she contracted a red-ranked magical beast. The end is predetermined. In addition to climbing Gu Changsheng, he wanted to get into the Imperial Beasts University. She didn't have many paths to choose from. Lu Ming didn't care too much about Gu Changsheng and Chu Yunyan's small actions. Instead, he was looking for Summer in the crowd. 3 days had already passed, and it was unknown how well Summer had cultivated. Having just searched a bunch of them, he hadn't even seen any sign of Summer. Knowing what he knew about that Cymbeline, the one seemed faintly socialized. At this time of year, it should be hiding in some sort of inconspicuous corner. Sure enough, it was only a matter of moments. Lu Ming then found Summer, who was wearing a huge sun hat, under the shade of a shady tree. The Zimu golden lotus was being held in her hands, looking slightly weakened. Quietly, she walked up behind the other woman and gently tapped her on the other shoulder. Straight away, the little girl was shocked. However, after seeing that it was Lu Ming, a hint of slight intoxication immediately appeared on Summer's slightly freckled little face on the bridge of her nose. Lu, what brings you here? Without answering Summer's question, Lu Ming just frowned at the little carrot head in front of him. Through the pupil of judgment, he was able to clearly see the condition of the Zimu golden lotus. Race, Zimu Jinlian. Level, Mortal Grade 1 star. Bloodline, Blue Grade. Talents, Split, Juxtaposition, Drawing. Attributes, Water, Wood. Loyalty. Weakness, Thirst for water. Prolonged absence from an environment with water will gradually reduce the attribute by up to 30%. Skills, Juxtaposed Lotus Flower, Water Curtain, Split Z Lotus, Powerful Absorption, Healing. Evolutionary Route, None. 3 days had passed, and Summer's sublime golden lotus was actually still a star at the mortal grade. It almost amounts to little growth. Unable to help himself, he frowned slightly. Take out a bottle of mineral water from your backpack. Without saying a word, he collapsed directly onto the somewhat wilted Zimmerman's golden lotus. After obtaining the replenishment of the water source, the Zimu golden lotus immediately showed a flash of pleasure on its face. Summer, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. Couldn't understand how he knew her war pet was short of water. Just before Summer could speak, Lu Ming looked over with a serious gaze. What's wrong with you? Why haven't you improved in 3 days? What do you think a college entrance exam is? A child's play? Or do you think you're so talented with your battle pet that you can get into the Imperial Beasts University even if you just hang around? The reason why the Imperial Beast examination is given a month is to cultivate it for us. Look at yourself, the Zimu golden lotus is with you and I feel sorry for it. Hearing Lu Ming's slightly harsh words, Summer's eyes immediately became watery. Pursing his lips and not daring to speak, he just looked down. Seeing her expression, Lu Ming had a guess in his heart. With a slight sigh, he said no more. Summer's family lives in the slums, just like her. Frugal and accustomed to it, even if he was lucky enough to contract a blue-ranked magical beast. But mindsets, they don't shift overnight. Eyes on the little carrot head, he was about to cry out. Lu Ming directly pressed her head. When this secret realm is over, immediately apply for a royal beast loan. You've contracted a blue-level magical beast, you can at least loan 2 million out. Think of ways to improve yourself, or you're bound to be left far behind. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer's head, which was already lowered, suddenly lowered even deeper. With a slight sigh, Lu Ming said no more. But the more this happened, the easier it would be to complete the system tasks by himself. The big deal was that he would just help Summer get more supplies to upgrade his battle pet when the time came. Just as the two spoke, On the square, an instructor in camouflage uniform with a hideous scar on his face walked right up to the crowd. Behind him, followed by a giant red-scaled python with a body length of over 20 meters. The strength radiating from the giant python had vaguely reached the peak of the general level. Facing this group of noisy students, the man frowned slightly and directly yelled in impatience. "Shut up, all of you!" Instantly, a silence fell over the entire square. Everyone looked at the instructor in unison. "My name is Zhuang Dust, I'm your instructor, and this time, I'm not taking you on an excursion, but a secret realm." Even the secret realm for newbie Imperial Beast Masters had a mortality rate of over 10% every year. If you are not accompanied by an instructor, for every 10 of you that go in there, 1 of you will die, do you hear me? Hearing Instructor Zhuang Duan's words, the crowd immediately bowed their heads, not daring to say anything more. Seeing that the students were all quiet, Zhuang Duan then nodded in satisfaction. A qualified Imperial Beast Master must not only be able to breed your Imperial Beasts, but also possess the most basic wilderness survival and combat skills. The school called me over here to give you little chickens a hard tutelage, so that you can learn life-saving skills. To be clear in advance, your school has given me a death quota that allows the number of deaths to be limited to 3. So, the pricks among you had better come out quickly, so that I can use my own indicators sooner. Hearing Zhuang Chen's words, the crowd only felt a chill in their hearts. No one dared to speak again. Wait until Zhuang Duan had stunned the group of students in front of him. He sneered at this. Slapped the door of the bus hard enough to rattle the whole thing. "You've got 1 minute to get on the bus. The guys who didn't get on the buses just got the hell out." Chapter 6: Treasure and the Reverse Beast Society. The group of people quickly got into the car after being terrorized by Zhuang Duan. Perhaps he was frightened by Instructor Zhuang's death indicator. On the way, the atmosphere in the car was unusually harmonious and quiet. The crowd watched as the bus drove towards the secret realm of newcomers on the outskirts of Qingshui City. The bus stopped and the group finally arrived at the secret gate. As an artificial secret place. The huge secret realm, which covered an area of 200,000 acres, was surrounded by a huge concrete fence that was 10 meters thick and 60 meters high. Above the fence, there were also countless military people, holding loaded guns and constantly patrolling. Every now and then, the crowd could hear the popping sound of bullets being fired. Before even entering the secret realm, he already felt a considerable amount of pressure. Seeing the stiff bodies and tense expressions of the crowd, the corners of Zhuang Dust's mouth contained a smile, accentuating his already hideous scars and revealing them to be even more gruesome. "Good, keep that tension up and remember, this isn't an outing. You have one mission, and that is to kill at least one magical beast." This kind of newcomer secret realm would often only artificially place 3 to 5 types of magical beasts, with the highest level not exceeding 5 stars at the mortal level. You will be able to find a way to escape even if you can't beat them if you come across them, according to what I have taught you. After saying that, Zhuang Duan was in front of the crowd. Straight-up wilderness survival techniques were explained. This includes, but is not limited to, methods of tent setting, direction recognition, finding edible plants, recognizing the level of danger of magical beasts by their feces, camouflage, and combat. For half a day, Zhuang Duan spoke in a very mixed manner. But it's almost like the content is blended together. Everyone picked up their notes and listened carefully to Zhuang Duan's explanation. Because the instructor just said so. After entering the secret realm, unless your life is in danger. Otherwise he would never have made a move. A minor injury, such as a broken arm or leg, is not worth his time. If you accidentally broke a bone while entering or exiting the secret realm, you would basically be saying goodbye to the Imperial Beast examination. Only after the field knowledge had been explained more or less, did Zhuang Dust pause for a moment and said. In addition, besides relying on the Imperial Beasts, the Imperial Beast Masters also have a certain fighting ability yourselves. Trying to master a spirit art will be of great help in future battles. Having said that, Zhuang Dust said no more. Because he knew that wanted to learn spiritual arts. Only after college can this part of the information be made public. The only way for the average person to learn before that point is to get a private tutor. And the price of private tutoring is high. It's simply not something that the average student can afford to tutor. Nodding his head, he then continued to speak. In addition, the school has created a treasure map in order for you to realize what hard work pays off. There are 10 places in all, from scholarships to secret treasures, at the 10 points marked on the map. Finding it is yours, with the caveat that the stuff is tempting. Learn what I've taught you thoroughly, and you'll be able to find the 10 hidden treasures with ease. Treasure? Hearing Instructor Zhuang's words, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. What could it be that could make even an instructor feel tantalized? Just as everyone was whispering. On Zhuang Duan's side, he suddenly looked up at the warriors on the city wall. After nodding imperceptibly towards the other. Next moment. To the amazement of his classmates, the D-grade energy metal gate, which weighed 100 tons, was slowly opened. Before everyone could figure out the situation, they heard the iron hooves of magical beasts trampling inside all of a sudden. The officer in charge of the watch on the wall let out a fierce roar. Fire! Day! Smoke spilled in all directions, interspersed with intense fire, and the wailing of magical beasts. Before they even entered, the students of the first school smelled a suffocating stench of blood. A group of warriors soon came down, dragging pile after pile of wraith corpses, gathered together in front of everyone. The bodies were almost piled up in a small mountain. The strong smell of blood made a few timid students blush vaguely. Ming was able to feel that Summer, who was beside him, had subconsciously pushed a few points harder in the small hand that grabbed his arm. Reality taught everyone a lesson before they even entered the secret world. A number of people had even entertained the idea of leaving. And Zhuang Duan, it seemed, had guessed those people's intentions. Unbidden, his teasing voice rang out behind everyone. It's not too late to quit, but the 5,000 enrollment fee paid is non-refundable. Now, everyone's last way back was locked up. A group of students who had beaten a retreat could not help but cry and line up at the door. Arranged by the defending soldiers, one by one, they prepared to enter the secret realm. Just as Ming was preparing to enter, suddenly, a violent alarm went off in his system. This is... Refresh the mission? When you were searching for the truth about the invasion of Qingshui City by the magical beasts, you accidentally discovered an organization called the Anti-Beast Society. As early as 20 years ago, they have already begun to lay out the invasion of the magical beasts in Qingshui City, and they are inextricably linked to them. In order to avenge the death of your family, you decided to look for all the clues about the Anti-Beast Society. Mission, trail finding. The reward for finding people related to the Reverse Beast Society will depend on the number of people you find and their positions. Mission reward, Spiritual Arts Grade EB, Potential Points 15, Secret Treasure EB. Seeing this message, Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. The Reverse Beasts? And that they had already made a move in QSW as far back as 20 years ago? Wouldn't the system, 20 years ago, have been today? When he thought of this, Ming's expression as he looked around immediately became wary. Ming wouldn't associate an organization that could attack a city with goodness. Inwardly, he looked around nervously. Various conspiracy theories he had read in the past came to mind. Terrorist organizations assassinating undeveloped geniuses? Or simply trafficked and trained to be killers? At this moment, Ming felt that there was danger everywhere around him. Even the instructors, they don't look like good people. There are, aren't there? Stories where the instructor is the villain or something? At this moment, Zhuang just didn't know that he had already been suspected. Looking at the crowd lined up, he ordered the soldiers to come over carrying a huge box while he did so, while shouting towards the group. All of you, before you go, pick out a weapon you can use and a flare gun for distress, and remember to live within your means. After that, the box opened. It was full of weapons like daggers, short swords, axes, and bows. Ming casually picked out a dagger as a weapon. Daggers have many functions and are not only capable of combat. It is also far more useful in wilderness survival than any other weapon. On Luya's side, because he wanted to save his life, a large shield was chosen directly. As for Summer, Ming had set her up with a repeating short crossbow. The three of them had already agreed to team up together after entering the secret realm. Just as the weapons were chosen. Beside him, however, came an ill-timed voice. Yo! Isn't this our genius Summer? How come after so many days have passed, your magical beasts are still mortal grade 1 star? Oh, you don't give all your resources to that little white boy beside you, do you? TSK, Ming, are you good enough to use a woman's money to boost your strength? 3 days or 1 star at the mortal level. I'm looking at the blue level magical beasts afraid of being wasted. Our Gushao's blood-chasing specter wolf is already almost 4 stars at the mortal level. What are you guys comparing it to? Just watch, with our 7 most powerful masters in the whole school united together, 10 pieces of treasure will be as easy as picking up a bag for us. Hee hee, the two of you don't want to be unable to even attend a third-rate Imperial Beast University by then, that would be hilarious. Hearing the words of the crowd, Ming couldn't help but turn his head to look. As a result, just moments after he touched the gang, his system, all of a sudden, reacted. Ding! Detected Li Qing, a senior member of the Reverse Beast Society, rewarded with a book of D-rank spiritual arts, potential points 1, and an E-rank secret treasure, is it settled? Ding! Detected core member of the Reverse Beast Society, Guan Hong, rewards merged, rewarded with a book of C-rank spiritual arts, potential points 2, and a D-rank secret treasure, is it settled? Ding! Detected Fong Qian, core member of the Reverse Beast Society, rewards merged, rewarded with a book of C-grade spiritual arts, potential points 4, and a C-grade secret treasure, is it settled? Ding! Detected the minister of the Qingshui City branch of the Reverse Beast Association, Chu Yunyan, the rewards are merged, rewarding 1B grade spiritual art. Potential points 5. 1B grade secret treasure, is it settled? Ming? Chapter 7, My classmates, each one of them is talented. Looking at the small group around Gu Changsheng in front of him. Just 7 people in total, and they actually crumbled out of 4 Antipodeans? Not only that, this woman Chu Yunyan, her future position is not low. It's true, upwardly mobile women mix well everywhere. Ming was never expecting that the future Chu Yunyan would actually be so fierce. The mission rewards to the max in one fell swoop. Then look at the black-skinned girl beside Gu Changshen. If Ming remembers correctly, her name was Fong Qian. At that moment, Ming looked at Gu Changsheng with some hidden sympathy in his eyes. What kind of sins did Lao Gu commit in his previous life that allowed him to gather so many crouching dragons and phoenix chicks around him? Entering the secret realm with this group of people, Ming was afraid that he would be sold out and count their money for them. It was just that I didn't know if these 4 people had joined the Reverse Beast Society at this moment. But fortunately, with the system's hints, Ming was at least no longer blind. At this moment, he only wanted to stay as far away from Gu Changsheng's group as he could. The way he looked at him was as if he was looking at something dirty. Gu Changsheng? No, what the hell kind of reaction is that? Looking at Summer beside Ming, he took a deep breath, still holding back the displeasure in his heart, and said, Summer, you have no future at all with Ming, why don't you join us? Of course, as long as Ming is willing to carry our luggage, I can likewise allow him to join our team. It's no problem to take him through the mission, but the treasure we find has nothing to do with him, and we're just about to be short of a bag-carrying minion. After saying that, Gu Changsheng looked at Ming in a slightly smug manner. Ever since he contracted the green-level magical beast, the whole thing just became more and more complacent. Especially enjoying the thrill of other boys watching them ravage their goddess. After saying that, he also hinted that he had to look at Chu Yunyan in the body pang. Gu Changsheng had looked out to come, trying to get Summer on board. The best way is still on Ming. As for Chu Yunyan, it was nothing more than a plaything he had enjoyed. She, who had only contracted a red-ranked magical beast, was destined to be in 2 worlds with herself in the future. Compared to Chu Yunyan's potential to struggle to even get into a third-rate Imperial Beast University, Gu Changsheng's first choice is still the newly talented Summer. Seeing the look in Gu Changsheng's eyes, Chu Yunyan beside her immediately pinched her onion fingers. But still, he forced a smile towards Ming. Mr. Ming, why don't you join our squad? With Xiao Gu's blood-chasing phantom wolf looking out for you, you'll definitely complete your mission quickly. Otherwise, with your squad's rank, it's easy to get into an accident. You saw the bloody scene at the entrance just now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Summer's future, right? Ming. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Not bad for a tea master, stealing beams, concepts, and spiritual pua hand-holding. No wonder the original can be charmed into a dog. With a sneer, he pointed at Lu Yi on the side again. Then Gu Shao, I still have a brother here, don't I? When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at the fat man beside him. Hearing Ming's words, Lu Yi's face couldn't help but flash with a flash of hope. As for Gu Changsheng, a flash of hesitation flashed across his face at once. Only this time, before Gu Changsheng could speak, the few people beside him couldn't help but retort. Ming, don't go too far. It's not even if you're a softie alone, how can you have a group? That's. Gu Shao looks up to you and brings you, a loser, to complete the mission. Why don't you call over your family's 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts? It's already tiresome to take you, a loser who has only contracted a red-ranked magical beast, so get out of the way if you cause any more trouble. Where does a little white boy get off asking for so much? Hearing the words of the crowd's commanding presence, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth rose. As for Lu Yi, his face suddenly turned white, and a flash of gloom flashed across his face. Just as he was about to make a grim exit, suddenly, a strong hand pressed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Ming with some consternation. The fat man's expression was instantly a little sour, but he still forced himself to pinch his head and harden his heart. "Old Lu, you go with them, don't mind me." Upon hearing the fatty's words, Lu Ming however slapped him on his rolled and moist head. "Where's all this bull coming from? What's the point of making yourself uncomfortable with this bunch of grifters? Have the confidence to take all the treasures on the treasure map, don't leave any chance for them." Ha! Is Lu giving up his chance to join Gu Changxing's team for himself? Not bad for my good buddy. I knew he wouldn't leave me behind. At once, Lu Ye's expression once again regained its original bravado. Looking across at Gu Changxing's small group, he directly zero-framed up his hand and raised his middle finger. Cut. What am I afraid of if you're not afraid of a bunch of grifters? I'm an official beast master. I'll take 2 of these grifters on my ass. Worry you DJ. After saying that, Lu Ming revealed a cold smile towards the crowd of people. Squeak. It seemed to sense the owner's emotions. The treasure-hunting mouse violently burst out of Lu Ming's pocket, letting out a sharp squeak. In the next moment, the treasure hunter mouse transformed into its combat form. The aura of a mortal grade 6 star was unmistakable. Even Gu Changxing's blood-chasing specter wolf subconsciously took 2 steps back. Wary, he looked across the room at the treasure-hunting rat that had swelled to a man's height. Golden fur, turquoise eyes. The body exuded the pressure of a high-level magical beast bloodline. Doing his best to make the blood-chasing spectral wolf, which was also a green rank, become wary. At that instant, the blood-chasing specter wolf's cold hair stood up and hissed continuously at the treasure-seeking mouse. Fear of a sudden attack from the other side. Seeing this scene, a flash of shock immediately flashed across Gu Changxing's eyes. Feeling the pressure of the treasure-hunting mouse, his pupils abruptly shrunk. It's not a gold-eating mouse. Gold-eating rats are brown. Your magical beast evolved? What answered him was Lu Ming's raised finger. Master won't tell you. Kid, wait for the dust. Summer. After saying that, Lu Ming shouted towards Summer, who was on the side. The little girl trotted up to him. Being grabbed by Lu Ming, the 2 of them sat directly on Mouse Rat. Lu Yi, who was on the side, almost didn't drool when he looked at the robust treasure-hunting mouse in front of him. At that moment, he laughed and quickly climbed onto Mouse Rat as well. Mouse. Should I say no, this fat guy is a bit heavy. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd at the bottom, Lu Yi immediately raised 2 fingers. Foolish son thief. Eat your grandpa's big chicken steak. Bull heaven's pride. When the time comes and you don't get a single treasure, I'll see you guys still act like you stink. When he finished speaking, he only saw Lu Ming and Lu Yi laugh out loud, patting Mouse on the head. The 3 of them left at once. Only a few people, Gu Changxing, were left behind, their gazes dead on the backs of Lu Ming's trio as they left. To this moment, he still couldn't believe it. Lu Ming's gold-devouring mouse had actually really advanced. Chu Yunyan, who was beside him, saw Lu Ming's battle pet evolve. His face went white. Especially when Feng Qian's few people unapologetically said that contracting a red-ranked magical beast was a waste. Her fists were even more white as she saved them. After Lu Ming and the others had left, she however immediately returned to her previous innocence and sweetness. It was as if she hadn't heard what the few people had just said at all. In his heart, however, he had already gritted his steel teeth and kept this matter firmly in his mind. It was not long after a group of students entered the freshman's secret realm in batches. A military jeep that slowly drove into the army's supply depot. Down came a man in camouflage who was now smiling and carrying supplies. Seeing the supplies he had sent, 2 soldiers immediately approached him. Trouble brother, a little lip-syncing and you're in. Who knows, hearing the words of the 2 guardsmen. The soldier's face, however, showed a flash of surprise. Slogan? Seeing that the other side doesn't know the slogan. The 2 soldiers who had just looked enthusiastic immediately pulled the safety on their guns and looked at the soldiers in front of them with a wary face. Catchphrase. Or there's which military district you're from. The man's face showed no panic in the face of 2 loaded guns. The next moment, he took a coin out of his hand. It was laid out before the 2 men. Just a moment, my credentials are right here. After saying that, he lightly tossed the gold coin and it spun towards the air. Although they knew it was the other side's blindfold, the 2 guardsmen somehow. The eyes just unconsciously looked towards the gold coin spinning in the sky. In the next second, a flash of shock abruptly appeared in the eyes of the 2. Covering his sliced neck. Filled with disbelief, they looked at each other. In the opposite man's hand, a blood-stained Joker card had appeared at some point. Looking at the 2 fallen bodies, he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. When he finished speaking, 2 more photos appeared in his hands. A man and a woman. It was Gu Changsheng and Summer respectively. After a moment's hesitation, he simply dropped the picture of Summer. The eyes went to Gu Changsheng. Him then, I hate his smiling face with the rotten stench of a rich man, jia jia. Chapter 8 The Spiritual Treasure Bamboo Shoot Spirit. Not long after Lu Ming and the 3 of them entered the secret realm. He then immediately took out the treasure map that the instructor had sent down. There were 10 caches in total, hidden in 5 different areas. On the treasure map, there was even an affectionate marking of the magic beast forces distributed around. Red-ranked magical beast horned rabbit, red-ranked magical beast poison arrow frog, red-ranked magical beast newspaper crow. There was also the red-ranked magic beast green jade bamboo shoot as well as the red-ranked magic beast swamp salamander. Throughout the entire secret realm, most of the areas were distributed with magical beasts like the horned hare that did not have a large danger factor. Even if a fight does break out with the students, it's also hard to kill the trainee in the first place. After all, red-level mortal-level magical beasts are synonymous with weakest. And Instructor Zhuang has spoken. As long as they didn't enter the territory of those magical beasts, they basically wouldn't encounter any danger. Opening the map, Lu Ming directly ordered Mouse Rat to run towards the territory of the green jade shoots. Seeing that Lu Ming had sacrificed his proximity, Lu Ye's face could not help but show a hint of curiosity. Pointing to the map just a short distance ahead of the horned rabbit's territory, he said with some disbelief, "Old Lu, are you going the wrong way? Obviously the horned rabbit's territory is closer to us. What if Gu Changsheng and the others get the treasure?" In response, Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a disdainful sneer on his face. "If they want it, give it to them. We're aiming for all the rest." Ha! At once, Lu Ye's brain was directly overloaded. It was Summer beside him who seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Tennessee's horse race. Give them the inferior horses and we'll go after the good ones. Everyone will surely look for the nearest treasure first, and we'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to take the distant treasure away." Yoo-hoo! Pretty smart. Hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at her one more time. I didn't realize that this little carrot head actually had a brain. Nodding, he directly ordered Mouse to speed up his pace. Mouse Rat, who had already arrived at the mortal grade 6 star, was naturally not slow on his feet. Even with the 3 Lu Ming people on its back, it was still as light as a swallow. Wherever it passes. Even if a magical beast had discovered their trail, all it takes is for the treasure hunter mouse to exude its aura. The surrounding magical beasts would then immediately lay down and retreat to the back. Seeing that the treasure hunting rats were so powerful, Lu couldn't believe his eyes. While grabbing the fur of the treasure hunting mouse, he looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. "Old Lu, your gold devouring mouse has really advanced? What bloodline level is it at now? You guess? To be able to scare the surrounding magical beasts like this, it must be at least yellow rank, right?" What answered him was Lu Ming's deep smile. Unable to help it, Lu Yi shivered violently and couldn't help but roar with excitement. "Fogweed. There's no way it's green level, right? Good lord, wouldn't that be the same as Gu Changsheng's blood-chasing spectral wolf?" By luck, it directly triggered the evolution of the gold-devouring mouse's bloodline, and I don't know how it evolved into a green-grade treasure-hunting mouse. Boy, the luck. It's simply anticlimactic. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's eyes widened. This brother of his luck couldn't be better. And looking at the size of the treasure-seeking mouse, Lu Yi judged. Its rank definitely exceeded Gu Changsheng's blood-chasing specter wolf as well. Otherwise, the reaction of the blood-chasing specter wolf just now definitely wouldn't have been to back off, but rather it should have shown its teeth. His good brother, actually catching up with Gu Changsheng without saying a word? Awesome. But for a moment. The crowd had come to the intersection of a bamboo forest. In the front row, lush bamboo lined up. Here, it was one of the marked spots on the map of the treasure map. It was only because of the vague relationship between the directions marked on the treasure map that people were not sure of the exact location of the treasure. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask the treasure-hunting mouse to let them down to look for them. Who knows the next second? Mouse's ears, like antennae, snapped up. All around, something seemed to have captured its attention. This is treasure hunt, gift activated. Treasure hunting, prioritize the search for the most valuable items in the vicinity. In the next moment, Mouse's movements steeply accelerated. The huge body directly crashed through a row of fragile bamboo forest in front of it. Taking Lu Ming and the three of them, he pushed flat out all the way and came directly to a lush bamboo shoot. It was said to be a bamboo shoot, but this bamboo shoot was like a glazed glass, glittering with a 7-colored light. Seeing the appearance of this bamboo shoot, Lu Ming couldn't help but be confused. Is this shoot afraid of eating poisonous fungus? That said, is this stuff edible? And Summer, after seeing this bamboo shoot, a flash of surprise could not help but appear on his small face. Is this a bamboo shoot sperm? What shooter? Hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi revealed confused expressions in unison. Two schoolchildren who have no idea what a shooter is. A bamboo shoot essence is a naturally formed spiritual treasure, and spiritual treasures can be used to enhance the combat power of a battle pet. Even high-level spirit treasures could help pet bloodlines evolve. On the market, it's as priced as a secret treasure. Ha! After hearing Summer's description, Lu Yi was instantly delighted. About the same price as a secret treasure? Wouldn't that sell for at least a few 100,000 gold coins? Thinking of this, without saying a word, Lu Yi directly got down from the rat. Saw that he was going to dig up that piece of shooten sperm. Summer's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly spoke out to stop it. No way! The book also says that all spiritual treasures must be guarded by magical beasts. Because not only is it useful for battle pets, but magical beasts can also consume it, so... Bang, bang, bang. Before Summer could finish her sentence. The next moment, Lu Yi was near the ground where he was. Countless turquoise jade shoots sprang up steeply. Green jade bamboo shoots, with a texture like jade and an outer layer of bamboo shoots, are as sharp as a blade. The moment these green jade shoots popped out, the surrounding area emitted a sword roar like a sharp blade coming out of the body. It was the skill of the green jade bamboo shoot's normal form bold tip. Lu Yi was careless and the soles of his feet were directly pierced through by an emerging green jade shoot. Ah! At once, miserable screams erupted from Lu Yi's mouth. Snot mixed with tears flowed straight down together. Those green jade shoots on the ground seemed to sense that someone was trying to rob them of their spiritual treasures. The body grows rapidly with the naked eye. Almost instantly, it grew into a 3-meter-tall bamboo. This was precisely the battle form of the green jade bamboo shoot green jade bamboo. After turning into green jade bamboo, their aggressiveness was obviously much higher than just now. The bamboo body shook violently, and the swaying bamboo leaves were like dancing swords, emitting bursts of sword sounds. Second skill breaking formation. Miso. In an instant, with the green jade bamboo as the center. Within a 3-meter radius, a section of green jade shoot tips emerged. With the sharp tips of the shoots, if a person stood in them, they would definitely be directly stabbed into a hornet's nest. As he watched the tips of the shoots emerge from the ground section by section, Lu Ming's face immediately flashed with a flash of gravity. Without saying a word, he grabbed Fatty and Summer and called out to Mouse to burst backward. Watch Lu wail as he clutches his right foot. Summer immediately had his Zimu Golden Lotus cast a healing skill on Lu Yi. Only when the Zimu Golden Lotus slowly flickered, a few petals floated out from its body. It ended up wrapped around Lu's feet. The magic happens. Lu was originally impaled on the bare foot. The flesh and blood on it actually re-glued together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with the internal ganglia, meridians and muscles, all of them were restored. It was worthy of being a blue-ranked magical beast. Even if it was only 1 star at the mortal grade, it had already revealed the extraordinary nature of its potential. However, when the Zimmer-made Golden Lotus finished healing Lu Yi, its petals also fell into a state of wilting. Obviously, with its spiritual energy, it wasn't enough to support him in releasing his skills multiple times. But it was enough. Mousy, use dig. Internal sabotage. Squeak. Upon hearing Lu Ming's order, Mouse Rat immediately frantically plowed the ground with his forehand. The large body quickly burrowed into the ground. Skilled digging holes. It was best suited to deal with these plant-like magical beasts that grew in the ground. Accompanied by his sharp-pointed claws stabbing at the roots of the underground green jade bamboo. Snap. The hard bamboo body was directly pinched off by the sharp claws of the rat's sharp claws. Bark, bark. Not only that, but the rat who cut down the green jade bamboo. Simply, he directly picked up a green jade bamboo and nibbled on it. One crunchy bite, and those who don't know it think it's nibbling on sugarcane. But for a moment. The green jade bamboo, which had just flaunted its power, was directly smashed into pieces by the rat. Within the broken body, several pieces of green jade-colored crystals fell out. Seeing these crystals, there was no need for Summer to explain. Lu Ming also knew what it was. It's just that he didn't expect to ship right out of this first fight. This is a Would attribute spirit energy crystal? Chapter 9, Double Upgrade. All magical beasts have a chance to condense spiritual energy crystals with corresponding attributes in their bodies. Spiritual energy crystals are used as a material for both cultivation, recovery, and prop making. All have a role in reuse. However, this kind of spiritual energy crystals usually only appeared in magical beasts above the soldier level. Mortal level magical beasts could rarely condense spiritual energy crystals. But once it's condensed, even the lowest quality psychic energy crystals, all of them are worth more than 5,000 gold coins on the market. Sure enough, it was just as the class teacher, Lao Su, had said. Not only would a strong man not lose anything by entering the secret realm, the gains would far outweigh the money he paid for the ticket. It's more than that. At least 3 or 4 pieces of spiritual energy crystals had fallen from the dozen or so green jade bamboos that Mouse Rat had killed. This burst rate is far beyond the ultra-low burst rate stated in the textbook. Even soldier-grade magical beasts didn't necessarily have such a high burst rate. Then the reason why these green jade bamboos were able to condense spiritual energy crystals? The answer is already obvious. It's because of the piece of shoots that they're surrounded by. At this moment, having just finished treating Lu Yi, the zimmering golden lotus who appeared a little shriveled. After smelling the bamboo shoot extract, it actually blossomed again. Just take a whiff. The plant-type magical beasts then recovered most of their psychic energy. After absorbing it for years and years, there was indeed a high chance of breaking through one's original bloodline. Seeing this piece of shoot essence, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Summer, and then at the Zimu golden lotus. Isn't this the perfect prop to help you accomplish your mission? So Lu Ming didn't even think about it and directly said, since bamboo shoot essence is useful to plant-type magical beasts, then Summer, you should let the Zimu golden lotus absorb it quickly. What? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer's little face immediately revealed a flash of surprise. Hurriedly, he shook his head into a rattle. Can't. This bamboo shoot essence is actually more helpful to bamboo-type magical beasts, and finding the right corresponding buyer can sell it for at least 800,000 gold coins. How can I? Cut the crap, since I asked Mouse Rat to kill them, the right to distribute them is in my hands. Fatty, you don't have a problem with letting the Zimu golden lotus absorb the bamboo shoot essence, do you? Hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Lu Yi immediately shook his head. Joke. If it wasn't for the Zimu golden lotus just now, he was afraid that he would have been eliminated from the game early. Who dares to have a problem with that? So without waiting for Summer to respond, Lu Ming then directly ordered Mouse Rat to strip out the bamboo shoot spirit. Taking the fine bamboo shoot essence, he handed it directly to Summer. He was just about to open his mouth to let the zimmering golden lotus swallow the bamboo shoot essence and take it. Who knew that when he saw the bamboo shoots in his hand, he was instantly enraged. Mouse. What the hell? Can you explain what's going on with such large teeth marks on the shoots? Just see, on the originally intact shoots of sperm. At the moment there were actually 2 extra huge teeth marks. Contrast that with the 2 large front teeth of the rat. At once, Detective Lu solved the case straight away. Definitely rat's greed weakness unleashed. How dare it take kickbacks? Laughing and cursing, Lu Ming directly kicked Mouse's fat ass. No, you're a beast-type magical beast, what's the point of eating a plant-type magical beast's spiritual treasure? What answered him was Mouse's innocent little look. I don't make a Lord Silver. When I came back to my senses, this bamboo shoot essence was in my mouth, it smells so good hee. In the next moment, a powerful aura steeply erupted from Mouse's body. A huge amount of spiritual energy surged directly into Lu Ming's body. This is... Mouse actually upgraded again. 7 stars on the mortal level. Lu Ming immediately thought of mouse rats, treasure devouring, talent. So the other attributes of the spiritual treasure also have a nourishing effect on it? Hey! After all the precautions, I ended up in the hands of a house thief. Looking at the bamboo shoot spirit in his hand, which had been bitten and still had half of it left, Lu Ming couldn't help but be speechless. Darkly, somewhat embarrassed, he brought it to Summer. I was going to give the Zimmering Golden Lotus a whole one, but now it's good, only half of it is left, it's still working, right? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer didn't refuse this time. On the contrary, her slightly reddened little face actually revealed a smirk. It can be, as long as it's a spirit treasure, all the body parts are treasures. When she finished, she spread her hands wide. Deliver the Zimmering Golden Lotus to the shooting spirit. The moment the Zimmering Golden Lotus touched the shooting spirit, its petals immediately stretched out and wrapped around the shoot spirit in front of it. The original hard texture of the shoot essence, the moment it touched the Zimmering Golden Lotus, it actually directly turned into a drop of golden liquid and flowed into the body of the Zimu Golden Lotus. In the next moment, the grade of the sub-mother Golden Lotus actually went directly from the original mortal grade 1 star. Broke through to the mortal grade 2 star. Not only that, but the momentum of its breakthrough has not only not slowed down. Instead, the momentum was overwhelming. Mortal grade 3 stars. Mortal grade 4 stars. Along with Summer herself. It also feeds on the upgraded feeds of the Zimmerman's Golden Lotus. It was a direct impact to become a full-fledged Imperial Beast Master. Open your eyes and feel the feedback of your body getting stronger. A flash of excitement immediately appeared in Summer's eyes. Brother Lu, I've finally become an official Imperial Beast Master. Looking at the little girl's satisfied expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh slightly. Then, couldn't resist kicking Ratty in the ass. If it hadn't nibbled on half a piece of the bamboo shoot essence. At this moment, the Zimu Golden Lotus might have evolved to the 5 stars of the mortal grade. The weakness of greed is a real problem once in a while. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward: Secret Treasure Xianxia Beads, 1 advancement clue of treasure hunting mouse. Xianxia Beads, increase the power of the skills of metallic beasts by 30%. Stage 1, 1 of each of the 5 secret treasures. Stage 2, 1 of each of the 5 spirit treasures. Stage 3, 1 metallic imperial level magical beast spirit energy crystal. Seeing his 2 new rewards, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. It's not worth all it's done. It could be considered a mission for the summer. A brand new evolutionary route for mouse has finally emerged. The difficulty of progression has gone up quite a bit though. But the greater the difficulty, the greater the potential for future evolution of the rat. The path he took at age 38 was completed at age 18. Compared to the original owner's previous life, this life was many times more exciting. Picking up the 4 spiritual energy crystals, Lu Ming directly stuffed them into the mouth of Mouse Rat. After evolving into a treasure hunter mouse, the mouse had an additional 100 treasure chest talent in addition to the treasure hunting and treasure eating talents. An extra space the size of 2 cubits appeared in the mouth. Lu Ming's luggage for them was now obediently lying in the mouth of the rat. Less than 2 hours into the secret world, their squad alone had already harvested a spiritual treasure and 4 spiritual energy crystals. This is an efficiency that can be described as unbelievable. Just as Lu Ming was about to arrange for Mouse to depart, who knew that in the next second, the nose of the mouse, which had just been upgraded, became seemingly more sensitive. He was seen sniffing his nose slightly towards the air. The treasure hunting talent is activated again. Immediately, Mouse Rat carried Lu Ming's trio and immediately rushed towards another bamboo forest in front of them. Then, in a pile of jade shoots, the crowd found a treasure chest labeled with the logo of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. This caused Lu Ming to be stunned. Could it be that the hall they just had wasn't actually placed by the school? Never in a million years would I have thought that there would be a surprise in this quest. Mouse makes a big deal out of it. Immediately, Lu Ming ordered Mouse Rat to quickly rush in the direction of the treasure chest. With the momentum of a horizontal thrust, it directly crashed through a pile of green jade bamboos. When he reappeared, Lu Ming already had an antique treasure chest in his hand. It is one of the rewards for this secret quest. Lu Ming immediately rubbed his hands together impatiently and opened the treasure chest. Let's see, what kind of goodies does the school have in store for them prospective candidates? Chapter 10 Convergence and Contestation. Opening the treasure chest, it actually held 4 water attribute spiritual energy crystals. Lu Ming couldn't help but skim his lips. It's worth about $20,000. As it happens, Lu just got nothing. The water attribute spiritual energy crystals were just right for his highly poisonous salamander. Immediately, he threw the 4 spiritual energy crystals to Lu Yi, who was about to drool at the side. I'm going to old Lu. This bit of spiritual energy crystals costs at least $20,000, did you really give it to me? Look at you. Don't forget, we're an ace squad that just came in and made 800,000 gold coins. How can you not get anything? Take it. Otherwise I'll get angry with you. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face as well. He knew that if he followed old Lu, his own brother would not let him suffer. Immediately afterward, the 3 searched the area for a while longer. With the treasure hunting talent of the treasure hunting rats, they were simply like a godsend in this aspect of finding treasure. It is not natural that the school arranges for the treasure to be deciphered by the students. Getting them to fight to acquire or live the abilities taught by their instructors is the key to unlocking the treasure. That's why the school has placed all the treasure chests in very prominent locations. In just half an hour's work, Lu Ming and the others had found all the remaining treasure chests in this area. After doing everything, Lu Ming smiled again and placed the treasure chest in its place. Seeing Lu Ming's movements, Lu Yi couldn't help but get curious. Old Lu, you're not keeping this box? What's the point of keeping this? Leave it untouched, I'm going to keep it as a surprise for those who come after me. When he finished, he patted Mouse's ratty head. Explore over towards the next area of hidden treasure. It was also less than half an hour after they left. Gu Changxing's group of people finally arrived at the location of the treasure chest in a windy manner. Look, Gu Xiao. The treasure chest is right there. It's guarded by a bunch of green jade shoots. Seeing the treasure chest, a flash of light immediately flashed in Gu Changxing's eyes. Good. Li Qing, Guan Hong, the 2 of you lure away the green jade bamboo, and I'll have the blood-chasing phantom wolf bring the treasure chest. Hearing Gu Changxing's order. After Li Cheng and Guan Hong looked at each other. Immediately arranging his battle pets to attract away the attention of the surrounding green jade shoots. By the time the green jade shoots turned into green jade bamboos, all the attention was on the Li Cheng duo. The blood-chasing phantom wolf made a dash and transformed into a blood mist. In one smooth motion, the treasure chest was articulated in his mouth. With a light leap, his body was as light as a feather again and he jumped to Gu Changxing's heels. Patting the blood-chasing specter wolf's forehead, Gu Changxing immediately opened the treasure chest with excitement. Who knows the next second? The expected treasure did not appear. Inside the empty treasure chest, a note slowly floated out. It says, Silly-eyed child thieves. Your dear daddy Lu Ming stays. Lu Ming. Seeing the note in his hand, Gu Changxing directly crumpled it in one hand. Bearish anger flashed in his eyes. He swore that he would tear Lu Ming that man to pieces. The surrounding people, after seeing the note left by Lu Ming, all had indignant expressions on their faces. Horse. It's that softy guy again. Why are they everywhere? Not good. They must have left before us, then the treasure chest behind. When I find them both, I'm going to break them into pieces. Gu Xiao, let's hurry over there, or else the other treasure chests will be stolen by the 2 of them. Fang Qian, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask Gu Changxing with concern. Brother Gu, what should we do next? Hearing Fang Qian's words, he looked at the note in his hand again. Gu Changxing's face changed and changed. Then, as if he had thought of something, he let out a cold snort. Pointing to the farthest treasure site on the map, he let out a cold snort. We'll go straight to the last treasure site and guard Lu Ming and the others. When the time comes, directly snatch their treasures, and if they don't give it, I will chase blood to make him look good. Ow. Feeling the burning anger in his master's heart. The blood-chasing phantom wolf's already scarlet eyes suddenly became even more gloomy. Just as Gu Changxing and the others were freaking out. After leaving the territory of the green jade shoots, the road after Lu Ming's trio was a smooth one. It took little effort to get all the treasure chests on the treasure map. The items opened inside the treasure chest are worth anywhere from 20,000 to 50,000 gold coins. You can't expect a public school like Greenwater one to come up with anything good. It is rare for a school to make it this far. Just looking at the props inside the treasure chest. After the initial onslaught of spiritual treasure shoots, everyone's appetites aren't so easily satisfied anymore. Unable to help it, Lu Yi, who was grasping Mouse's tail, couldn't help but sigh. Old Lu, I remember Instructor Zhuang said before that there are secret treasures in the treasure chest, right? This chest is already mostly open, why haven't we seen it yet? Hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Ming looked at the treasure map in his hand while he did so. A smile replied. Then naturally, all the good stuff is left at the end. There is one last treasure chest to go, the territory of the Morning Crows on top of the mountain. The treasure map specifically labeled that the leader, the Morning Crow, had a strength of 5 stars at the mortal level. It should have been made more difficult on purpose by the school, but it was just the right level of difficulty for us. After saying that, Lu Ming directly put away the map in his hand. Patting Mouse's head, he directly ordered Mouse to run towards the man-made peak at the top. It was also at the same time that the three of them arrived halfway up the mountain. Behind him, a familiar roar suddenly came. Lu Ming! I gone you Simone! Hearing Gu Changxing's angry roar behind him, the three men turned their heads at once. Then he saw Gu Changxing and his group, struggling to climb the mountain. Apparently, they were also heading for the final treasure. It was just that the strength of several of their battle pets was obviously not good. It couldn't be like the treasure-hunting mouse, which directly led Lu Ming to climb towards the peak of the mountain. In the middle, there were quite a few morning crows blocking the way, making them miserable along the way. Even Chu Yunyan, who usually paid attention to her image at all times, had a few more black feathers on top of her head at this moment. It looks so bad. Right now, seeing that Lu Ming was actually going to rush to the top of the mountain ahead of them, Gu Changxing's eyes were almost ready to spit fire. Seeing old Gu's appearance, Lu Ming burst out laughing. Good little thief, forget I'm your father? So you want to your grandmother, if you have the guts, do it. After saying that, he directly raised a middle finger towards Gu Changxing. Lu Yi, who was behind him, was also looking at the several wretched so-called celestial pride behind him with an excited expression. Eat your master Lu's farts. Just like you guys, you can't even eat in time to get it hot. Upon hearing Lu Ye's broken-lipped mockery, Gu Changxing instantly reddened his face. He was actually taunted again by these two lowly paupers. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Chase the blood. Spit out the name of the blood-chasing spectral wolf with all your might. In the next moment, the blood-chasing phantom wolf directly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Embracing Gu Changxing, he rushed in the direction of the mountaintop. However, in a few moments, the other party's speed was actually vaguely biting at Mouse Rat's back. Carrying 3 large living people on his back, even Mouse was already a bit out of breath. Seeing the mist of blood behind him, and Gu Changxing's crazy eyes, Lu Ming instantly frowned. Mousey faster, if the treasure chest is really a secret treasure, I'll just feed it to you. Squeak. Hearing his master's promise, a flash of hope immediately flashed across Mouse's face. Immediately, it picked up speed again. The blood-chasing specter wolf behind him was likewise not the least bit weak. After hissing, he deadpanned on the back of Mouse's ass. Both sides, the men and horses, arrived at the hilltop position almost simultaneously. Looking at the treasure chest on top of the mountain, the two of them roared almost simultaneously. Mine. Too. Only in the next second, an ill-timed sound came from beside the duo. Sorry guys, I seem to have gotten to the top of this mountain first. Chapter 11, The Enemy of Chaos. A sudden voice. It caused both Lu Ming and Gu Changxing to be stunned in unison. Turning his head, he saw the treasure chest next to the one he had just seen. At some point there was suddenly an extra soldier in camouflage uniform. At the moment, the other party is looking at them with a smile on his face, playing a game of throw and catch in his hands. The 3 spring-loaded balls were constantly thrown up and spun around by him, his movements as skillful as those of a magician in a circus. And underneath him was sitting a long-dead leader of the Morning Crows. Only the eyeballs were gone from the sockets of this alpha's eyes. If you look closely you will see it. The spring-loaded ball in the hand of the man opposite you is its eyeball. Bloody and weird. For a while, the two people who were originally still at war Surprisingly, they stopped their hands in unison, their gazes unconsciously looking at each other. The man had a popular face, and the first glance past him was unimpressive. But the stiff smile on his face, the icy look in his eyes. But it sent a subconscious shiver down one's spine. Seeing the soldier, Gu Changsheng frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. "This soldier, brother, what are you doing here? I remember that the secret realm stipulates that military personnel cannot enter at will, right?" Hearing Gu Changsheng's question, the soldier first froze. But soon, the stiff smile on his face would return. Smiling wryly, he stepped down from the corpse of the morning crow. In front of everyone, a hard slap towards the three eyeballs. Pa! Only, the bloody scene that should have appeared did not. Instead, the three eyeballs actually disappeared into his hands. Lu Ming and Gu Changsheng, on the other hand, suddenly felt a chill on the back of their necks. Subconsciously, the two touched the back of their necks. Ah! A pussy chirping scream was heard from Gu Changsheng. Because in his hand, at some point, a scarlet and sticky eyeball had appeared. He. See your own masterpiece. The soldier on the other side laughed involuntarily. He was seen straightening his military cap, the same stiff, odd smile still on his face. Just one step at a time, he approached towards the two. Look at that uncomfortable smirk on his face. The two actually took 2 steps back unconsciously. Lu Ming noted. The other party's eyes seemed to sweep towards Gu Changsheng and Summer's faces from time to time. The smile, which had already been a little stiff, smiled even more. Almost on the verge of grinning from ear to ear. By order of my superiors, the leader of the Morning Crows in this place has just undergone a mutation that exceeds the secret level. That's why I was specially sent to remove the obstacles. Do you want this treasure chest? Just take it away. After saying that, in this soldier's hand, a treasure chest appeared at some point. See the treasure chest. Greed immediately appeared on the faces of the crowd. Lu Ming, on the other hand, seemed to have discovered something. The face was steeped in shock. The next moment, before the crowd could react, he pulled violently on the treasure-seeking mouse beneath him. Mouse! Go! Squeak! Upon hearing Lu Ming's order, the treasure-hunting mouse just froze. But soon he reacted. Immediately, he brought Lu Ming and the three of them to run towards the bottom of the mountain at great speed. Seeing Lu Ming's sudden retreat, Gu Changsheng and the others were just stunned. Fang Qian and the others, who were on the side, immediately showed a mocking look on their faces when they saw Lu Ming leave. Brother Gu, that Lu Ming actually ran away in fear. A pauper is a pauper, even if he suddenly becomes rich at first sight, it won't change his inferior nature of being a coward like a rat, huh? Yeah. But why do I get the feeling he's actually smart? Who? Hearing someone refute herself, Fang Qian instantly became upset. Only the next moment, she was horrified. His own companions, who were looking behind him. In horror. Above her head, a large, broad hand pressed down dead center, keeping her in place. Eyes squinting, Fang Qian realized with horror. A face appeared next to hers at some point. At the moment, it was licking its cheeks with a tongue like a snake's letter. The flesh on the cheeks of that mass-faced soldier just now suddenly melted slowly. Underneath the masked human skin was actually a clown face covered in colorful paint. Seeing the bizarre scene in front of them, a flash of panic flashed through the hearts of the crowd. It seemed to sense danger. The blood-chasing specter wolf immediately let out a hiss. Just about to launch an attack on the clown in front of him. Who knew that in the next second, a terrifying spiritual pressure violently attacked. Everyone, even their spirit pets, were instantly crushed by this terrifying spirit energy. A couple of flops. Everyone fell straight to their knees. Panicked, he looked at the clown man in front of him. Simply releasing psychic energy could bring them to their knees. So how strong does he have to be in person? Just as a few people were panicking. In his ear, suddenly came the playful voice of the clown man. Come on, play a game where your life is at stake. Let me think. Blood, crows, paupers, and cuties, using these 4 words, tell me a simple story, and if you can get my applause, I will grant you supreme power. If it fails... After saying that, the clown man's palm gently stroked Fang Qian's head. It looked like a gentle caress, but the crowd could hear the click of bones moving. There's also Fang Qian's kind of face that crumbles in terror from too much fear. Just as Joker Man was immersed in the game. Bang! There was a loud bang. In the sky, a green-colored flame bloomed violently. This is flare. Each cadet was issued a flare before arriving in case they encountered something untoward. As soon as the flare goes off, the instructor will come immediately. Seeing this scene, the faces of Gu Changxing's few people were instantly delighted. But not before their smiles bloomed. In his ears, the voice that sounded like a demon actually came again. Yeah, looks like there's not enough time, so let's just change the game. After saying that, he grabbed Fang Qian's head and pulled hard. Tear. A piercing sound, accompanied by the twisting sound of skin and flesh separating. Fang Qian's head, along with his spine, was directly pulled down hard by him. At once, a few students were directly scared to pee by this shocking scene. He actually killed someone? Wow, said a few of the less willed ones. Directly on his knees, he vomited frantically. The clown man, on the other hand, just smirked and looked at a few people. I'll give you 30 seconds, only one of you can live, if more than two live, you all die. Hearing that the clown man wasn't joking, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. Surrounded by their friends, how could they possibly get down? As for Gu Changxing, after hearing the clown man's words, the first thing that was certain was that the other side was definitely not bluffing. If you don't listen to him, everyone in the room will die. A flash of fear flashed in his eyes as he subconsciously tried to unleash the blood-chasing specter wolf to kill everyone around him. Just before Gu Changxing action. Put. A tailed needle with a highly poisonous poison stuck directly into his neck. This is the poisonous needle of the red-level magic beast killer bee. How can? Feel the body rapidly cooling. A flash of panic flashed in Gu Changxing's eyes. The end of the end. He suddenly saw Chu Yunyan, who had always been by his side and acted softly. At the moment, it was holding a dagger and frantically swinging it towards the few remaining people. Before the several people on the opposite side could react, her dagger had already stabbed into the other's chest. It was at this moment that Gu Changxing realized Chu Yunyan was not a white lotus at all. Instead, it's a black widow with a highly toxic poison. The 30 seconds ended quickly. Of the original small team of 7, only 3 were still alive at this moment. Chu Yunyan, who had made the first move, was currently covering the wound in her abdomen that was pierced by the dagger while doing so. While gritting his teeth, he looked at the opposite duo. The death of his companion galvanized the bloodlust of the remaining 2. The 2 of them subconsciously chose to embrace the group, deciding to kill Chu Yunyan before deciding the winner. At this moment, the 2 men's magical beasts were constantly hissing towards Chu Yunyan's killer bees. Just as the 2 sides were drawing their swords and preparing to make a move. Pa! The clown's crisp slap exploded in everyone's ears. Sorry, time's up, according to the rules, you all have to die. As soon as the words fell, the heads of the 2 people in front of Chu Yunyan instantly exploded. A look of despair appeared on Chu Yunyan's face. Just as she thought she was bound to die. Who knew that the clown man was already standing in front of her, slightly bending over with a gentlemanly smile. But you're doing what I like, and this attitude of doing whatever it takes to survive is just perfect for our organization. This young lady of vile character, would you like to join the reverse beasts? Can I survive by joining the reverse beasts? Of course. Not only that, but I grant you the key to greatness. I'm in. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, the smile on the clown man's face grew even wider. A gold coin suddenly appeared in his hand at some point. With a light toss, the gold coin suddenly transformed into a viper. In Chu Yunyan's surprised gaze, the viper bit down hard on her neck. Eventually a tattoo of a clown coalesced. The intense pain instantly spread throughout Chu Yunyan's entire body. The pretty face immediately became twisted in pain. A special memory came into her mind. Great as spiritual art beast devouring decree. Before she could even scrutinize the contents. The next moment, intense pain hit like a wave. Chu Yunyan's dark green silk directly turned into white hair. In the midst of the pain, 2 figures flashed violently in her eyes. As if it were a vicious beast, with a hissing sound of unknown significance coming from its mouth. Gu Changxing. Lu Ming. Summer ah. He. Ah. Die. All must die. Oh. He. Ah. Chapter 12 The Hunt from the 9-Star Imperial Beast Master. The pain comes and goes quickly. It was only a minute before the pain receded like a tidal wave. At this moment, Chu Yunyan was as if she had been immersed in water. The big breaths were accompanied by occasional gasps. Wait until she comes back to her senses. There was an immediate shine of excitement in his eyes. In the end, it turned into a strong sense of malice and resentment. The pain she had just experienced was so intense that she never wanted to feel it a second time in her life. In pain, her mind was filled with Lu Ming in Summer. That pair of dogs. On what grounds, Summer was lucky enough to be able to contract a blue-level magical beast? And yet he himself could only contract red-ranked magical beasts? And on what grounds, Lu Ming was able to get Summer's devotion straight away? And one has to be condescending to Gu Changsheng? A strong reluctance sustained her from hell. At once, her sinister, sharp eyes deadened on the clown. But the next moment, she reverted back to the white lotus flower she was at first. Combined with her flowery white hair and blood-stained dress, it looked strangely eerie and demonic. Blinking, Chu Yunyan immediately walked respectfully to the clown. My lord, among the few who just escaped, one of them is our school's 4 great academic seeds, contracted with a blue-level magical beast. If we let her go so easily, she will definitely find trouble with our organization in the future, so why don't we invite her to join the organization together? Even if we don't take them in, we definitely can't let them go. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, the smile on the clown's face grew even wider. One hand hooked under the other's chin, looking into the other man's eyes that hid madness underneath their calmness. The clown immediately broke into a satisfied smile. You're smart and greedy, and I like your eyes, so let that head of Zimmerman's golden lotus be your first sacrifice. Hearing the clown's words, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Chu Yunyan's eyes. The spirit art she had just acquired was the core technique of the Reverse Beast Society. A beast master could forcibly devour a magical beast for every major rank he ascended. Not only can they enhance the spiritual energy of the Imperial Beast Master, but sometimes they can even awaken unknown spiritual arts. The stronger the level of the magical beast's bloodline, the higher the chance of awakening a special spiritual art. If he could make the Zimu Golden Lotus the first magical beast he devoured, there is no limit to what she can accomplish in the future. Immediately, she lowered her head with a face full of deference. The eyes were filled with the thrill and madness of revenge. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yi looked at the commanding Lu Ming in front of him with a confused expression. I don't understand why Lu Ming suddenly fled when he was fine. And having only just escaped to the foot of the mountain, he couldn't wait to release the flare. What's wrong with you, Lu? Did you recognize that man just now? Can't say exactly, but he's definitely not nice. Hurry up and find the instructor and get back to the bus. The reason why Lu Ming would suddenly escape. Simply because just moments ago there was contact with that creepy man. The system in his head actually issued a strong red warning. During your search for the Counter Beast Association, you were inadvertently targeted by the Counter Beast Association's protector, the 9-star Beast Master Joker, who is a madman who takes pleasure in bullying the weak and the small, so please run away quickly under the cover of summer. Warning! The gap between the two sides is too wide. Escape immediately. Mission, escape. Escaping from the pursuit of the 9-star Beast Master Joker. Mission reward, SSS Grade Spiritual Arts Royal Spirit Atlas Remnants 1. Terrific rewards for a near impossible task. That strange smiling man just now was actually a future 9-star Imperial Beast Master. Even if this is data from 20 years later, hell knows how strong he is now. If you don't run it this time, do you want to wait for people to pop up at your grave next year? So after running to the bottom of the hill, there was no hesitation. Lu Ming fired the flare directly. At the same time, a flash of intense excitement was born violently in his heart. SSS ranked Spiritual Art Remnants reward. If you can get it yourself. Definitely capable of flying high. The opponent wasn't really a 9-star Imperial Beast Master, there was still hope for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but urge Mouse Rat to flee a few more points faster. Seeing that his group was getting farther and farther away from the mountain range, Lu Ming's face couldn't help but flash with a touch of joy. But the next second, boom! There was a loud bang. In the sky, something seemed to fall violently from the air. The earth was cracked. The ground shattered into chunks of tofu. The air ripples that were set off directly sent the treasure-hunting mouse flying. Not waiting for Lu Ming's trio to return to their senses, A man's low, magical voice with a hint of madness suddenly came to his ears.
Excuse me guys, you might have something I need on you, can I borrow it?
The dust cleared. A man in a red suit who dressed himself as a clown. At the moment, he was holding a girl in a white dress, slowly walking towards Lu Ming and the others.
Look again at the maiden in his arms. Misty grass. Isn't this Chu Yunyan?
At once, there was a gasp of surprise from Lu beside him. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked warily at the clown in front of him.
Carefully asked. This lord, may I ask what you need? That blue-ranked magic beast is nice, can I borrow it? Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming's heart sank.
Sure enough, the other party had come for the shimmering golden lotus. Summer, who was behind him, heard the clown's words and his body abruptly stiffened. The shimmering golden lotus in her arms seemed to sense her master's fear. Immediately shrinking into Summer's arms and shivering. Facing the threat of death on the other side. Lu Ming then gently protected Summer behind himself.
As for letting Summer pat her own run as per the system? Sorry, he can't do it.
With his eyes dead set on the other party, Lu Ming endeavored to put on a look of fear. But the eyes were constantly turning chaotic, contemplating a way to break the situation. With the strength of the other party who didn't even die from jumping off the mountain.
You definitely can't beat them head on by yourself.
The only way at the moment seemed to be to wait for the instructor to come over to have a chance of survival. Chu Yunyan, who was standing beside the clown, was currently looking at Lu Ming and Summer with a face full of resentment.
Resentment is followed by a thrill full of vengeance.
This pair of dogs, let's see how you die this time. Right now, she was no longer in a hurry to devour the Zimu golden lotus. Instead, he expected Lu Ming to resist. She wanted to watch Lu Ming get stomped on by the clown. Then when he was in the most pain, he ended Summer himself.
Just thinking about it, Chu Yunyan's body couldn't help but tremble.
A strange blush flashed across her face.
Only, what made Chu Yunyan not expect was.
After hearing the clown's words, Lu Ming, however, just shook his head.
My lord, let's talk about it, how about a different request?
The fat man next to me is not bad, it's definitely worth it to exchange him for the shimmering golden lotus.
Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's eyes widened. Misty grass.
Old Lu doesn't treat you like this.
Summer's body is delicate, do you want her to be taken by the bad guys? You're just going to let me get taken? Aren't we good buddies? Goddamn good brother. Is that what your good buddy is for sale?
Looking at the two people who suddenly imploded in front of him, the clown suddenly revealed a look of interest. Chu Yunyan, on the other hand, looked down at the duo with a cold smile. Expect them to kill each other with infighting as well.
Just the next second.
The Lu Ming duo who just looked like they were about to make a move. Surprisingly, they stopped arguing at the same time. This was because just now, Lu Ming had already quietly placed the B-grade secret treasure reward that he had just obtained.
Throw it directly into the rat's mouth while it's still in disarray. Devouring treasure, talent activated.
Strong spiritual energy instantly swept towards the treasure hunter mouse's entire body.
The excess terrifying spiritual energy instantly fed back into Lu Ming's body. He, who was already 1 star in 3 levels, instantly broke through.
1 star, 4 levels.
1 star and 5 levels.
1 star, 6 levels. At the same time, a surge of inexplicable memories surged within his mind.
This is Spiritual Art Golden Mantle. Chapter 13, Adding Points.
Golden Mantle increases the power of the Battle Pet's metallic skill. The skill has the effect of sharp golden aura, with a 3% chance of causing the enemy to go blind. The effect can be stacked up to 5 times, lasts for 1 minute. Seeing the spirit art he had just awakened, Lu Ming could not help but be stunned.
Is this the spiritual magic the homeroom teacher was talking about? It can actually awaken on its own?
No, he had just started to feed Mouse a piece of B-rank secret treasure worth $10 million.
Just awaken this for me? Mouse, can you afford me? Looking down at Mouse. At this moment, the treasure-hunting mouse was glowing with a piercing golden aura all over its body.
From time to time, a layer of white light flickered on its body's surface.
This is a precursor to the impending advancement.
A B-grade secret treasure directly elevated it to the peak of the mortal grade. Seeing that the other party was about to evolve, Lu Ming had to slap its head and roar loudly.
Mouse! Run!
The clown behind him, after hearing Lu Ming's words. A wicked smile could not help but flash across his face. Is that your choice? It's really disappointing. In the next moment, the clown's body swelled violently. The height directly from the beginning of 1.76 m jumped up to 2.5 m towards the top. 1 foot out the door. The ground was immediately stomped out with a huge deep crater. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance as they fled, the clown showed a teasing face at the same time. In the next moment, he gazed evilly at Chu Yunyan and suddenly asked, "Beautiful lady, I wonder if I could borrow something from you?" Hearing his words, Chu Yunyan's body involuntarily trembled. She didn't ask why. Because she knew that the strong didn't need to explain themselves to the weak. All the weak have to do is obey. An honor. Wise choice. The next moment, the clown violently opened his bloody mouth. One bite caught Chu Yunyan's arm. There was a rush of blood. And clowns. Instead, he gently dipped his finger into the blood flowing from Chu Yunyan, drawing 3 pairs of beards on his face. After doing so, a mirror had appeared in his hand at some point. While looking in the mirror, she asked towards Chu Yunyan, "Well, do I look like a cat?" Like. Learning that the other guy bit through his arm to do just that, Chu Yunyan immediately gritted her teeth and nodded. The mind already understands. The clown in front of him is a madman. But because he's so powerful, he's a madman capable of doing whatever he wants. Only an exaggerated catcall was heard from the clown. In the next moment, his body was like a spring tightened to the extreme. Before Chu Yunyan could react, the clown had already disappeared in place, chasing after the direction the treasure-seeking mouse had fled. At once, the game of cat and mouse in the secret realm began to play out. Just as Lu Ming and the others kept escaping. The secret world is not far away. A red-scaled python that was tens of meters tall was slowly crawling in the direction of the man-made mountain range at this moment. Sitting on the python's forehead, Zhuang boredly observed the direction from which the flare had just come. In his opinion, what danger could there be in the freshman's secret realm? As for the leader of the Morning Crows, his strength was just average. Small injuries such as broken bones can be healed within a day with the treatment of a healing battle pet. Just as he was wondering which squad had come to the mountain range so quickly, suddenly, his green sky bull python emitted a violent shaking. Feeling the tension coming from the imperial beast, Zhuang immediately realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? The eyes blinked lightly. Zhuang's pupils instantly turned into golden snake pupils. Spiritual arts vision sharing. At once, the scene in front of him changed abruptly. Everything within the forest was in full view. At the same time, a huge silhouette with a body emitting intense heat. This is... With another blink, the pupils changed back to human. The moment he saw the huge figure, Zhuang Chen's body instantly tightened. Killer Joker, number 261 on the Dark Beast World Killer list? Damn it! How did he get here? Without saying a word, he directly took out his walkie-talkie and yelled at the garrison. All men! Notify the regiment immediately. The Dark Beast Realm's Imperial Beastmasters have infiltrated the newborn secret realm. The opponent is the Joker who caused multiple murders, robberies, kidnappings, and smuggling. Immediately send out the armored Imperial Beast troop to suppress it. As he was saying this, Zhuang Duan's face abruptly changed. Because he found out. The clown's target was actually the students of Qingshui First Middle School. And it was also the seat of the 4 major academies that the school authorities had explicitly told him to protect. Damn it! I've committed a serious breach of duty. Seeing the clown rapidly approaching to Summer's heel, casserole-sized fist slammed into the 3 students. Zhuang Duan could already imagine the tragic situation of the 3 students' bodies blowing up. At that moment, Zhuang Dust's eyes widened in anger, and he frantically roared toward the distance. Joker! How dare you! Seeing the huge fist that came face to face, Lu Yi and Summer's eyes were filled with despair. Only a flash of determination appeared on Summer's face. As if she had made some kind of choice, she threw herself down hard on Lu Ming's heels. Her eyes looked tenderly at Lu Ming, and she suddenly hated her own cowardice. If only I could have told my heart to Lu earlier. Is yourself. Thinking of this, Summer fiercely held Lu Ming in her arms and shouted with a firm voice. Lu, I like you. And live well. Aha. Lu Yi, who was beside him, similarly hugged Lu Ming at this moment. Except he didn't think about it as much as Summer did. He just felt that Master Fatty was afraid to send it this time. Terror erupted directly from his body. At once, his wailing directly overshadowed Summer's voice. Summer. Not. You. As for Lu Ming himself. A beautiful person in his arms, not to mention that at this moment he actually felt a little charming. Of course, it would have been better if the fat man hadn't been around. A slight smile, during the stick-up with Summer. He could clearly feel the trembling and heartbeat of the young girl in his arms. In this moment, his world was surprisingly calm. A scene from his life's experience came back to him like a walk in the park. But the next moment, a powerful outburst of force erupted from his body. It's not over. The eyes looked to his system panel. Lu Ming suddenly realized that there was something extra different inside. Host, Lu Ming. Level, 1*6. Stamina, 11.1. Sharp, 11.3. Insight, 10.9. Spiritual energy, 604. Spiritual arts, Golden Mantle Beginner Plus. Potential points, 5. Behind the golden aura of spiritual arts that had just been acquired, there was an additional plus at the moment. Originally, one was not sure what the potential points gained from the previous quests were for. And now, he finally knew what the golden on did. In that case, system. Plus points. Ding. You have consumed 2 potential points, Golden Mantle level up. Ding. You have consumed 3 potential points, Golden Mantle level up. The original beginner skipped right past the first glimpse of the doorway to the dengue. Just moments before Joker's fist was about to hit himself. Lu Ming violently let out a roar. Mousy. In the next moment, the treasure-hunting mouse underneath him fiercely scurried out. The golden fur shimmered with a dazzling golden light. This is the breath of sharp gold. Chapter 14 Armored Imperial Beasts. The 2 types of golden light superimposed on each other, and the treasure hunter mouse's body immediately turned into a giant light bulb. The blinding luster caused the people present to subconsciously choose to close their eyes. Zhuang Dust, who was in the distance, was covered by a golden aura at the same time. The brain was also down for a while. What was the light that had just erupted in Lu Ming's hands? Could it be spiritualism? 3 days into the pact, and you've mastered the spirit arts? At that moment, Zhuang Dust violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes filled with shock. Without systematic learning, what Lu Ming had just sent out could only be a naturally awakened primal spirit art. So he was actually a spiritual arts genius. With such a qualification, even if his talent in cultivation was lacking, it was also enough to enroll in the major Imperial Beast military schools in the Dragon Kingdom. This kind of good seedling should never be obtained by the Reverse Beast Society. At the same time, the treasure-hunting mouse that had obtained the golden mango buff, its body violently erupted with a violent burst of spiritual energy. Under the pull of the metal manipulation skill, the stones on the ground began to tremble vaguely. In the next moment, the entire earth vein suddenly seeped out countless iron sands. It turned into a cloud of black wind and coalesced around the treasure-seeking mouse. The cohesive and unbreakable metal sand directly transformed into a drill in the air. Swiftly, he stabbed towards the Joker's body. The Joker, at the moment, had just awakened from his blinding state. Watching the huge metal drill stabbing towards him, only to be blocked by his red suit. The 2 forces crossed each other and actually erupted into brilliant sparks. Only the suit of the Joker gave a faint wail. Is this actually a magical beast? Facing the treasure hunter mouse's offense, the clown's face remained devoid of any fear. Instead, there was a deep sneer on his face. Red-ranked magical beasts can't pierce my defense, I advise you. Who says I can only send out 1 spirit art? Golden Mantle. Golden Mang. Golden Mantle. In the next moment, multiple consecutive spirit arts struck mouse. In an instant, the iron sand drill that was still only in its shape. It immediately coalesced and turned into a truly massive drill. Click. Not waiting for the clown to finish his sentence, he was suddenly surprised. His own suit was actually pierced right through by the drill that the treasure hunter mouse had condensed. Not far away was Chu Yunyan. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw a scene that made her wonder. Only the iron sand drill incarnated by the treasure hunter mouse was seen in the distance. It actually pierced right through Joker's defense. And the blow knocked the Joker a few meters away. At that moment, Chu Yunyan felt violently wide-eyed. How can it be? Looking at Lu Ming's gold-devouring mouse, the jealousy on Chu Yunyan's face increased. Damn! Isn't it a red-ranked magical beast? How can it be that strong? What method was used? Even the experts of the Reverse Beast Association are no match for him? Wouldn't that make me look ridiculous? Unwillingly, he looked at the teenager who stood behind the treasure-seeking mouse with a calm face. Even against someone as strong as the Joker, his first thought was not to grovel, but to respond positively. Compared to him, his own choices seemed so ridiculous, so despicable. I'm right. Lu Ming deserves to die. He will definitely not be able to survive after pissing off that kind of powerhouse. My choice is the optimal choice. On her lips, she said this, but Chu Yunyan's heart was already shaken. At the same time, he looked towards Summer, who was hiding behind Lu Ming. In his heart, the emotion called jealousy was growing. Once upon a time, she also had a chance to be the one to stand behind the teenager. But it was too late. Why, the whole world is against me. Lu Ming, can't you be a good boy and die? Looking at the clown who was knocked away not far away, a flicker of hope flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Is the other guy dead? Just as he was secretly watching. Ahem. A mouthful of blood spewed out steeply from the clown's mouth. Blood covered his torn and muddy suit. Somewhat woefully, he got up from the floor and looked at his chest. Only his left chest was visible, and within a large, broken hole, one could vaguely see the flesh and blood within it. A broken heart that seemed like it was going to stop beating the next second. A flash of surprise flashed through the Joker's eyes at the sight of his wounds. But in the next moment, a flash of madness steeply appeared on his face. To the astonishment of all, he actually yanked off his broken heart with one hand. At once, his face turned purple with flesh. He was seen trembling as he took out a red handkerchief. Cover your heart and give it a gentle tug. Dang! It's like magic. The heart, which had just been necrotic, miraculously recovered again. He was seen pressing his heart back into place again, and then spared a glance at Lu Ming there. Seeing the clown's terrifying recovery ability, Lu Ming's heart sank violently. But what he didn't expect was this. The clown on the opposite side of the room did not continue his attack. Instead, he looked at himself with an excited face. The blazing eyes made his hips subconsciously tighten. The clown was seen pointing at his rat and asking in an excited and frenzied tone. The fact that I didn't receive your information at all means that the magical beast you contracted at the time wasn't even orange ranked. But just now your battle pet was able to injure me, and it's not a red ranked magical beast. It's... Speaking of which, Joker eyed Mouse suspiciously. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. A loud laugh of maniacal excitement erupted violently. Green-ranked magical beast treasure hunting mouse. You actually bred a red-ranked magical beast into a green-ranked one. Good, good, good. Qingshui City has really produced an unbelievably good talent. Such a talent should be used by my Reverse Beast Society. Zhuang Dust, who was in the distance, was violently stunned upon hearing the clown's maniacal laughter. Then, as if he had only just reacted, his gaze snapped to Lu Ming. Another look to the treasure-seeking mouse beside him. Muttering under his breath. The treasure hunter mouse is actually the treasure hunter mouse. He had read all the student profiles before he came. The one that Lu Ming had contracted was clearly a red-level magical beast, the gold-devouring mouse. It's only been 3 days and he's bred the gold-devouring mouse into a treasure-hunting mouse? It would be fine if Lu Ming was one of those noble school students. However, the students in Qingshui First High School are basically from ordinary families. Some are even from poor families. It was simply impossible to afford an expensive breeder to help level up a battle pet. Then, gold-eating mouse advances to treasure-hunting mouse. It was completely groped out by Lu Ming alone. At this moment, only 2 words remained in Zhuang Dust's mind. Awesome. Is this really the kind of student that can be taught in Qingshui First Middle School? I'm afraid that those geniuses in the imperial capital are no better. Moreover, Lu Ming was also a genius in spiritual arts. When the two were combined, even Zhuang Dust had the idea of tying up Lu Ming and sending him to the military department for further study right now. With Lu Ming's talent, let alone a first-class Imperial Beast University, the 4 great schools were also able to take his pick. Instantly, the eyes of both of them changed as they looked at Lu Ming. This Lu Ming, I'll take him. 2. In the next moment, the two of them, Zhuang Duan and the clown. Silently, they looked at each other. Eyes flashed with a flash of intense wariness. They all knew that if they wanted to obtain Lu Ming, they had to go through the other side first. The already solemn atmosphere became more tense for a moment. The strong spiritual pressure shook the surrounding trees and bent them. Just at the moment when the duo's aura was about to reach its peak, the sound of a propeller turning suddenly came from the sky. A large number of large air forces were rapidly making their way towards the new life mystic realm. It was only when he looked up that the 3 Lu Ming realized. What was in the air wasn't a helicopter at all. Lu Ye's eyes looked into the sky with more than a hint of admiration and yearning. Old Lu, look. It's an armored Imperial Beast unit. I've heard that all the magical beasts are produced by the secret realm of Mechanical Maze, which is unique to the Dragon Kingdom. Nice guy. I actually saw it in reality today. I'm going to take the Green Dragon Military Academy in the future and join the armored Imperial Beast unit. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but look to the sky. Above the sky, countless armored helicopters rapidly approached this way. The ground of the secret realm suddenly began to shake violently. Countless low-priced magical beasts quickly fled towards the outside. Some were simply scared by these mechanical magical beasts and prostrated themselves in place. However, in a few moments, an army of dozens of mechanical devil beasts rushed directly behind Zhuang Duan. Click, click, click. The intensive sound of gears rattled. These mechanical magical beasts on the ground actually directly turned into various humanoid and beast forms. Countless gun barrels and gun muzzles made the eyes of Lu Ming and Lu Yi glow. No man can resist the lure of armor. If so, 2 units. Looking at the domineering mechanical beast in front of him, Lu Ming was even more unable to resist, secretly swearing. One day, he must get one for his own contracted battle pet. Just as Lu Ming and the others looked at the scene in front of them in shock, Instructor Zhuang Dust's voice suddenly rang out. Prioritize student protection. And clown, you are surrounded by us. Surrender immediately. Everyone listen. If the other party dares to resist, kill them on the spot. After saying that, Zhuang Dust's finger fiercely pointed to the sky. Before Lu Ming could figure out the situation, above the sky, there was a violent burst of sound. This is the sound of something breaking the sound barrier. When he looked up, he saw a black warplane rapidly coming towards Zhuang Duan. The moment it was about to approach Zhuang Duan, the black fighter violently morphed in the air. It actually ended up going straight to misty grass. Old Lu, look. Mecha. It's a mech. I've seen this on TV. The core squad of the Armored Sentinel Force, a sentinel only available to the Titan Squad. Enlistment comes with a blue-rated mechanical Wraith War Titan. Instructor Zhuang, he was actually a member of the Titan Squad. Grass, grass, grass. At this moment, the fat man's face was red from too much excitement. Even Lu Ming, the moment he saw the fighter turn into a mech, the brain was also confused for a moment. In the next moment, he had silently made a decision. A real man has to drive the mecha Wraith. I'm not only going to fly mechs, I'm going to fly carriers. Fly a spaceship. Looking at the mech that was as black as ink and tens of meters tall, both of their breaths subconsciously became rapid. Sitting in the cockpit, Zhuang Dust directly took in the expressions of Lu Ming and the others underneath. If I hadn't discovered Lu Ming as a good seed. To be honest, he didn't want to be so high profile. He's all out of his own war titan. You can't take it, can you? Then he heard. Speaking of which, Instructor Zhuang is an elite member of the Titan Squad, why would he still come to teach us? Hey! Just look at him like that, it must have taken out a lot of loans to feed these magical beasts, and the War Titan, right? Hiss. Elite Squad so poor? Do they have to come out for private work too? This beast. This quality. Looks like it could easily set someone back tens of millions of dollars in loans. Zhuang Duan. I'm telling you guys, I don't kill people for nothing.
You guys actually asked me if my eyes were dry.
At that moment, Zhuang felt that he had been stabbed in the chest.
Can he say that? Really is because he carries too many loans and has to accept the mandatory orders arranged from above? So angry. And can't refute it. The mech in his hands suddenly didn't feel like it smelled good anymore. On the ground, facing dozens of huge mechanical magical beasts.
There was no fear on the Joker's face. Instead, he smiled slightly.
The body shape has once again regained its original well-proportioned shape.
Hands slowly raised, just when everyone thought he was ready to tie his hands.
Suddenly, the clown's hand had a magic cloth for magic at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to set you up for the final show.
Hearing the clown's words, a flash of sternness immediately flashed across Zhuang's eyes.
Attack! Live or die. In the next moment, violent waves of energy coalesced within dozens of mecha devil beasts. It's a full-force blow to the clown at the center. Boom!
The ground instantly erupted with violent energy fluctuations. The sky-rushing energy wave even directly exploded a mushroom cloud. When the smoke cleared, the crowd was shocked to realize the ground that the clown had just been on had directly sunk about 20 meters.
The ground, moreover, was directly vaporized into magma stone by the high temperature.
Looking at the direction where the clown had just been, Lu Ming's few people were in a daze.
Could the old Lu guy be dead? It's hard for me to judge if this doesn't kill me. No, he's not dead. Behind him, suddenly came Zhuang Dust's heavy voice.
Upon hearing Zhuang Duan's words, the three of them, Lu Ming, immediately turned their heads.
Instructor?
Seeing the three's searching gazes, Zhuang Dust on the other hand looked at the scorched earth on the ground with a grave expression on his face.
Shook his head.
There's no basis for it, but I can sense that he should indeed not be dead. None of the Imperial Beastmasters who could make it onto the Dark Beast Realm's killer list were simple.
One is as slippery as a loach.
Upon hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Ming's heart immediately stirred.
The Dark Beast World? The killer list? Again, something you don't know.
Zhuang Dust, on the other hand, was clearly not prepared to say much on the matter.
Only his gaze suddenly looked toward Lu Ming.
The blazing gaze made Lu Ming feel slightly piercing.
Fogweed. What are you doing, Instructor? I'm a serious student.
Just when Lu Ming thought that he was going to have something against Lu Ming, Zhuang Dust patted him on the shoulder as his words revealed admiration.
Lu Ming, you've been spotted by the Joker, he'll never stop easily, why don't you join the Green Dragon Military Academy and let the military department protect you?
With your qualifications, I'll make sure that you join the Armored Imperial Beast Unit directly when you enter your junior year.
Chapter 15, Enrollment Conditions of Top Academic Institutions. Hearing Zhuang Dust's words, Lu Ming and the three of them froze in unison.
He saw Zhuang Dust looking at Lu Ming with a confident expression. He was confident that no one would be able to resist the temptation of joining an Armored Imperial Beast Unit.
Not those battle-hardened soldier kings, let alone a fledgling youngster.
Just when Zhuang Duan thought that he was 10 out of 10. The next moment, Lu Ming's calm voice came out.
I refuse. Very well, you. What? You refuse?
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of dismay flashed across Zhuang Chen's face. Lu Yi, who was on the side, even revealed a pained look. The look, the sigh, the hate that just takes over. Looking at Lu Yi, who was in pain, Lu Ming rolled his eyes.
Dude, acted. What a performance. Old Lu, that's an early special enrollment slot.
The Green Dragon Military Academy is one of the 4 major military schools. And the instructor also said that you can be specially recruited if you agree, and drag me in as well.
Zhuang Duan. Wait a minute.
You little fatty, you're quite good at climbing up the pole, when did I say I'd take you in with me?
He, then instructor look at me, I grew up feeling like I have amazing bones, can you specially enroll me into the Green Dragon Academy as well?
Looking at Zhuang Dust in front of him, who had his arms wrapped around his chest and didn't speak.
Lu Ye's heart went cold.
Zhuang Dust, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to Lu Yi, but instead frowned at Lu Ming.
Can you tell me why you don't want to join the Green Dragon Military Academy?
I can assure you that the resources you'll receive at that time will definitely not be inferior to the 4 major academies. Ordinary students don't have the qualifications to intern with the Mecha Sentinel Force as soon as they graduate, so think about that. Hearing Zhuang Duan's question, Lu Ming only smiled faintly. Eyes burned into each other. At this moment, Lu Ming finally no longer minded exposing his ambition. Coach, my goal is to impact the 2 top academies of heavenly stems and earthly branches. Hiss. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of disbelief flashed across the faces of the crowd. The two of them, Summer and Lu Yi, were even more stunned as they looked at the confident teenager in front of them. In the past, it wasn't that Lu Ming hadn't told them. One has to take these 2 top schools. But it was the first time they had seen Lu Ming answer this question so affirmatively. If it was before, they would have thought that Lu Ming was just joking. But this time, he might actually be able to. Zhuang Chen, who was on the opposite side, was also stunned for a long time after hearing Lu Ming's words. Then he couldn't help but frown slightly. Those 2 top-tier academies aren't for ordinary people to join anymore. Do you know how difficult the requirements for their Imperial Beast examination are? What is there to fear if it is harder? Looking at Lu Ming with a serious look on his face, Zhuang Duan was instantly speechless by his question. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. If it was the 2 top academies, the qualifications of the Green Dragon Military Academy would really not be quite enough. At this moment, looking again at Lu Ming in front of him, it was as if Zhuang Duan had seen himself as a teenager. His talent, however, was far superior to his own. This made Zhuang Dust, who had originally wanted to recruit him, not only not angry. Instead, there was a little more love for talent. Okay, since you want to report on the 2 top academies, I'll reveal some of the bottom to you. Do you know what the requirements of the 2 top academies have been in the past? Oh? Hearing Zhuang Duan's words, Lu Ming and the 3 of them immediately revealed a look of curiosity. Especially Lu Ming. For him who had his heart set on enrolling in the 2 top academies. Everything there was full of curiosity itself. It would naturally be great to know some insider information in advance. Last year, the enrollment standard for the 4 major academies was 2-star level 2, while the enrollment standard for the 2 top academies was 2-star level 5. Isn't it just 3 more levels? It's not much, is it? Hearing Lu Yi's words, Zhuang Duan however glanced at him and let out a cold laugh. After a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, each level up requires a boost of at least 300 points of psychic energy. Moving up to the 3rd level is no less difficult than your promotion from a 1-star to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Do you still think it's easy? At that moment, Lu Yi, who had just shown some disdain. Immediately, he was stunned into silence by the perverted request. Not only that, other Imperial Beast universities only look at one of your cultivation and spiritual arts grades, but the heavenly stems and earthly branches look at your combined grades. 600 on the high school exam, no one under 560 will join. Speaking here, Zhuang Duan's voice suddenly lurched. Then his eyes looked at Lu Ming with some complexity. With his understanding of Lu Ming, in terms of his talent for using out-of-spirit magic for 3 days, the point that was the most difficult for previous candidates had instead become Lu Ming's advantage. As for the war pet breeding, your battle pet's bloodline level is too low, it might drag you down when the time comes. Ha! Hearing Zhuang Dust's words, several people immediately revealed an incredulous expression. Isn't it enough that the treasure hunter mouse has been upgraded to green level? In the entire Qingshui 1, other than Summer's Zimu Golden Lotus, it was his treasure-seeking mouse bloodline that had the highest rank. What answered him was Zhuang Duan's cold smile. Do you know how the children of those great families are bred? After ascending to 2 stars, the Imperial Beast Master was able to contract another battle pet, and at that time, they would contract the magical beast eggs that the clan had helped them arrange long ago. The magical beasts that have been bred by those top families for generations have a minimum bloodline rank of blue or even indigo, and in order to enter the 2 university campuses, your magical beasts will have to reach the blue rank, and that's still the minimum threshold. Ha! Hearing this perverted request, even Lu Ming felt a wave of headache. No wonder it was rare to hear of an ordinary person being able to enroll in the 2 top academies. These 2 academies, from the very beginning of the enrollment requirements. Just not for civilian students. When Zhuang Dust finished speaking, his gaze couldn't help but look at Lu Ming, hoping to see a hint of frustration on his face. In that case, he could make himself available to him again. Teenagers are not short of hot blood, but sometimes they have to recognize reality. How can the talent of one generation be compared to the efforts of several or more generations of those big families? Results. Zhuang Duan didn't see any disappointment on Got's face. Instead, he actually saw the arrogance of getting more and more frustrated.
After all this, you're still prepared to enroll in the two major Imperial Beast universities?
What answered him was Lu Ming's determined look.
Why don't you try it if you have the chance? If I can raise the treasure hunter mouse to the green level, I can raise him to the blue, indigo, or even violet level. The Tao is based on competition. If I don't even fight, how do I know if I can do it? And even if I don't need your recommendation from the instructor, I can also apply for the Green Dragon Military School. And also have the confidence to join the Armored Imperial Beast unit directly after graduation. Punchy and bratty.
However, no one present dared to refute what Lu Ming had said. Looking at Lu Ming's sharp eyes, Zhuang Duan's face was first stunned. Then there was a flash of complexity. You're right, to the extent that I'm a bit anxious. Under the two top-tier academies in your words, you already have the qualifications to be picked at random.
After saying that, Zhuang Dust shook his head inside. He finally understood why those geniuses were not willing to accept solicitations easily. Because of that confidence. Confidence in anything they are willing to believe they can do. Just as Zhuang Dust was preparing to make a gloomy exit.
The arm, however, was given a handful by Lu.
Wait a minute, instructor. Didn't you just say you were going to take me to join the Armored Imperial Beast unit? Showdown? Did I just say that? Chapter 16, Can Brothers Be Raised Too? Said it. Hearing Zhuang Duan's question.
After Lu Ming and Lu Yi looked at each other.
Immediately in unison.
Summer, who was behind her, blushed when she heard the two men's shameless replies. Hanging his head low, he didn't dare to look at Zhuang Duan. Zhuang Dust directly rolled his eyes and looked Lu Yi up and down once before asking.
Lu Yi, right? Wanting to join the Armored Imperial Beast unit is no easy task. What advantages do you think you have? Advantage?
Hearing the instructor's question, Lu Yi instantly scratched his head. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhuang Dust's cold voice came again. Contracted a red-ranked magical beast, spiritual energy just arrived at 100, and there are still more than 20 days to go before the Imperial Beast examination. Like you, not to say a handful of them, at least 95% of the students are.
What makes you think you can stand out from the 95% of students here?
Hearing Zhuang Duan's words, Lu Yi, who had just had an excited look on his face.
His face went white. But instructor, I really want to join. Who doesn't want to join? Is it a person who wants to join and I should say yes? So, Lu Yi, let me see your determination. You want to join the Armored Imperials? Good. I'll give you a chance.
As long as you get into the Green Dragon Military Academy this year, I can promise you all the conditions I just promised Lu Ming.
Can I?
Hearing the instructor's words, Lu Yi's face instantly flashed with a flash of disbelief. As for Zhuang Dust, he just gave him a deep look and didn't say anything more.
Someone who doesn't even believe in himself. How can I get into the Green Dragon Military Academy?
In the next moment, his green sky bull python slowly came before his master. The huge snake's mouth gripped Lu Ming's trio and slowly crawled towards the secret boundary.
Not long after Lu Ming's trio left the secret realm,
the system beep in his head suddenly sounded.
Ding! Mission accomplished. Quest reward, SSS grade spiritual art, the remnants of the Imperial Spirit Atlas Spirit Melting chapter. Hearing the system prompt,
Lu Ming then breathed a deep sigh of relief. Himself had finally eluded the Joker. After seeing the legendary SSS ranked spiritual arts, a flash of imperceptible excitement flashed across his face.
That's an SSS ranked spiritual art. If there hadn't been people around, he couldn't wait to take out the Imperial Spirit Atlas and check it out immediately. Right.
There's also the B-rank spiritual art that was rewarded by the previous quest.
The same needs to be checked out when you get back.
Wait until the crowd returned to leave the secret realm. Beside him, Lu Yi still looked drained. Seeing his expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Unfortunately, your own system only works for you. Otherwise, High and Low would find a way to help Lu Yi to straighten out an evolutionary route for Imperial beasts. Lu was seen hanging his head down, no longer lively.
Lao Lu. Anan. Hearing Lu Yi's call, Lu Ming's gaze looked over.
Lu Yi, on the other hand, pursed his lips hard, a flash of resignation in his eyes.
I'm not willing.
The opportunity is in front of me, and if I don't seize this chance, I may never have a chance in my life.
Want to take the Green Dragon Military Academy? Accompanied by Lu Ye's words. In the next moment, the system that hadn't lit up for a long time actually issued a steep prompt. In your middle age, you meet up with your old friend, whose parents also died in the beast tide, and his only daughter was also killed, leaving his seriously injured and disabled wife, Su Manhwa, to depend on him, and he is unwilling to seek the truth about the beast tide from you. Learn the truth of him, but for himself only 2-star Imperial Beast master this matter, feel deeply powerless, the same end of the world, looking at the former old friend of the whole day to wallow in pain, your heart has already had a new idea. Mission, middle-aged rebels. Help Lu get a boost, at least 3 levels a week. Mission reward, potential points 25, 1 evolutionary route for the highly toxic salamander, Luya's favorability gets a normal boost. Seeing the task panel prompt in front of him. An odd color flashed across Lu Ming's face. Fatty his future. Quite miserable nah. Sure enough, unfortunate families are all alike. But what the hell is a quest reward in the back? What does he need a boy's favor? To the point that the potential point reward is indeed a reward that one desperately needs at the moment. This mission just goes by itself. It just feels weird. Shouldn't this kind of nurturing quest be for one's battle pet or a green plum? Why do brothers get to be raised too? I don't, Sister Lee. Right now, looking at the fat man with a resigned face in front of him. Since he wanted to help him, the first thing was to build up Fatty's confidence. Encouragingly patting Lu Ye's shoulder, Lu Ming instantly patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, don't you still have me? If you follow me and train with me during this period of time, not to mention the Green Dragon Military Academy, we'll be able to try our hand at the 2 top academies as well. When you go back, go to the bank and take out a loan first, but you shouldn't be able to get much of a loan for your red-ranked magical beasts. I still have almost 100,000 gold coins on me, so let's find a way to upgrade to an ordinary 3rd-rate Imperial Beast University first. Aha! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's face was once again energized. In any case, he had to find a way to try. In a person's life, there aren't many chances to change their destiny. And there are some people who don't get to see that opportunity for the rest of their lives. If you have already seen it, then you must fight for it. Than those who don't even have a goal. He was undoubtedly a lot luckier. Summer, who was on the side, looked at the way Lu Ming motivated Lu Yi. Silently, he hung his head down without speaking. Instead, his mind went back to when he was confronted by the Joker asking him to hand over his battle pet. Lu Ming blocked the image in front of himself for the first time. Looking at Lu Ming's straight back. Summer couldn't help but think of images from when she and her mother moved to the slums when she was a child. The memories are due to the fact that the father was killed in the war and the mother and daughter, who had no means of income, were forced to move into the slums. His mother was in tears all day, and he was not cared for, and his days were filled with uncertainty and panic. Even the kids around them would bully themselves from time to time. Just when she was feeling most desperate. A not-so-broad back blocked his heels. The Lu Ming of the beginning was exactly the same as the Lu Ming of the present. No matter what, he subconsciously stood in his own way. Originally, she was also aggravated and scared. Lu Ming seems to have abandoned himself since high school. But Lu Ming's behavior these days made her sure again. Luck is still the same luck, he hasn't changed at all. Thinking of Lu Ming's conversation with Zhuang just earlier, Summer silently clenched her fists. Is Lu's volunteer for the 2 top institutions? I want to go too. Late at night, the bus slowly pulled up to the school. The students were all very depressed. Something that big happened in the secret world. Reality has taught this group of newcomers a good lesson. When the crowd got off the bus, they saw a group of school leaders standing at the entrance of the school with pale faces. Parents of several of the students involved in the accident are standing in front of the school and crying. It was not long after Lu Ming's few people got off the bus. Up ahead, suddenly came the voice of the principal. Come here for a minute, Summer, the teachers want to see you. Chapter 17, Upcoming Practice Exams. Early in the morning, Lu Ming woke up early. All of them came to the playground under the school's arrangement. This year's scholarships are very generous and are available to any student. 2 days later, the school will hold a mock exam, which will be benchmarked against previous Imperial Beasts entrance exams. The top 10 students will be rewarded with great prizes. Also, the top 3 students will receive a ticket to the secret realm worth 100,000 gold coins. The principal's words reached the ears of all the students.
The excitement was written all over everyone's face. However, when Lu Ming and Lu Yi heard this, a flash of disdain flashed across their faces. If it weren't for Gu Changsheng and all those college seeds of theirs dying out, would the school be so kind? I heard that there are only 2 compact orange students left in the school, TSK. This year our first grade is considered completely cool. Who said that? Isn't there still Summer? Yeah, oh. Speaking of which, where did Summer go? How come I haven't seen her? As they spoke, the 2 men's eyes looked to the next class over, only to find no sign of Summer anywhere. It seems like yesterday she was called over by the principal. Haven't seen it since. Frowning slightly, Lu Ming struggled to find Summer's figure in a circle. Even the corners she usually frequented were observed, but nothing was seen. Until after the speech on the principal's side was over and all the students from each class had left. Summer is still missing. A flash of bad feeling flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Just as he was about to approach his summer class to ask for information. Who knew it was only just leaving the playground when he saw Summer waiting for him at the door. Beside her, there stood a girl with short, dry hair. The other man's expression was cold, his eyes calm with depth. When he saw Lu Ming, he wondered if it was his own illusion. Lu Ming always felt that there was some hidden hostility in the other party's eyes as they looked at him. Just by having her look at him, Lu Ming felt like a thorn in his side. Seeing Lu Ming coming over, the girl did not have the slightest intention of avoiding him. Just standing beside Summer's body, it was like a cold and colorful door god. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask who this immovable bright king was. Summer, however, suddenly walked up to him. Lowering his head, he gently pulled on Lu Ming's palm. When he raised his head again, Lu Ming realized that her eyes, at the moment, were like the autumn waves that flooded the shore of a lake on an autumn day. With a gentle blink, the layer of watery mist made a ripple. Brother Lu, the school has arranged for me to receive surprise training from Sister Yi of Nanli University. We probably won't have time to see each other until the entrance exams. Hearing Summer's words, Lu Ming was first silent for a while. Looking at the little girl's sad expression, he just smiled and pinched her delicate cheeks. A good thing. With your talent, it won't be hard to get into the 4 great academies. Let's work together and meet at the top then. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer but reluctantly gave him a hug. Head buried in his chest. Lu Ming immediately felt a moist warmth in his chest. A layer of parting sadness flashed through his heart as well. Waiting until Summer moved away from him reluctantly. At the moment she was red-faced though. But it has stopped crying. Looking at Lu Ming, she said with a serious face. Brother Lu, I'm going to enroll in the Heavenly STEM or Earthly Branches Academy as well. Unable to help it, a flash of consternation flashed across Lu Ming's face. Then smiled again and nodded. I believe you. I must get into the 2 top academies. It's probably because it's so loud. Summer's words directly attracted the attention of the people around her. At once, several gazes sized up that unknowing fellow. But after seeing that the person shouting the slogan was Summer, everyone immediately put on another kind smile. As for Summer, suddenly being seen by so many people, her human attributes suddenly erupted once again. With a red face, after giving Lu Ming one last unwilling glance, she turned straight around and fled the crowd. It's just that although Summer is gone, just stood behind her like a door god Yichuyu. At the moment it is not leaving. Surveying the Lu Ming in front of him, a hint of disdain flared from the corners of his eyes. Summer is the most talented schoolmate I've ever seen, the 4 major schools are just her bottom line, you know what I mean? Hearing the other party seem to have something in his words, Lu Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. So? It's normal for girls to have fantasies in high school, but you have to understand the gap between you and her. You're destined for 2 worlds, and the only reason I let Summer come over was to spare her a thought. But you have to know yourself, understand? Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming instantly narrowed his eyes. Lu Yi, who was beside him, heard Yichou's words and his eyes suddenly protruded out. You the man. Only, before he could speak. In the next moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure directly pressed down on Lu Ming and Lu Yi's bodies. This is 3-star Imperial Beastmaster. At once, Lu Yi was too overwhelmed to speak. Only Yichou's ice-cold voice remained, ringing in the ears of the 2. If I knew either of you 2 dared to meet with Summer in private, it would be more than a small warning. Lu Ming, if you still have any self-knowledge, leave Summer's sight and never show up again.
feeling the spiritual pressure coming from his body. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little out of breath from the other party's intense spiritual energy. However, he still hardened himself against the other party's spiritual pressure and lifted his head with force. This senior sister would be able to meet with Summer if I got into the 2 top academies, right? Although it was a bit surprising that Lu Ming was actually able to carry her spiritual pressure. But the expression on Yi Qiuyu's face remained the same. With your talent, the second-rate Imperial Beast University is your limit. I advise you not to have unrealistic fantasies. Not to mention the top school, as long as you can get into the 4 major schools. I've recently acquired a new magical beast egg. Originally, it was intended to be used for breaking through the 4th rank. If you can enter the Southernly, this magical beast egg will be yours. A gentleman's word. Hearing Lu Ming's excited tone, Yi Qiuyu, however, only tantalizingly glanced at it. In the next moment, her figure flickered. The entire person actually just directly disappeared in front of Lu Ming and Lu Yi, with the spiritual pressure fading like a tidal wave. The two of them then took a big breath. While his heart palpitated, Lu Ye's eyes were filled with indignation. Is that woman sick? Lu Ming, on the other hand, just shook his head without much dissatisfaction in his eyes. Rising, he looked silently at the spot where the other man had disappeared and shook his head. In the end, she's just doing this for Summer's sake. And don't forget, she promised to give me a magical beast egg. Or do you not believe I can win the bet? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's face couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. After the two brothers glanced at each other, they immediately grinned and wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders. Just as they were about to leave. Behind them, however, came an untimely sneer. Yo! What just happened? Our softy guy, he's not getting dumped by your thighs, is he? If you ask me, Mr. Xia is really discerning, but having contracted a red-ranked magical beast, what's the use of investing in this kind of person? TSK Lu Ming, what are you without Summer? See, that's what happens when you have 2 feet in the same boat, you deserve it. Chapter 18 Killing an Old Lover. A few abstract sneers were heard from behind him. Lu Ming and Lu Ye's expressions instantly became odd. Turning his head to look behind him, Lu Ming wanted to see which abstract brothers. I can't believe I dared to get in the way of a Teiyukai. Already in a bad mood, he was just short of a sandbag himself. Then he saw Chu Yunyan leading a group of boys towards him. After seeing the looks of those people, Lu Ming involuntarily smiled. Yo! Lickspittle number 2. Number 3. And 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't blame him for laughing out loud. The truth was that he knew all of these people. When the original owner was chasing Chu Yunyan. Chu Yunyan was the recognized school flower of the school. How could there be only 2 suitors, him and Gu Chongsheng? However, before the contracted battle pet, the original owner just had the best relationship with Chu Yunyan. These people in front of me are just not as good as the original owner. Scum that didn't even have the qualifications to stand behind Chu Yunyan. A quote. Dogs are worse. The ones who had just clamored towards themselves were none other than this group of Chu Yunyan's licking dogs. Looking at Chu Yunyan across the table, Lu Ming couldn't help but be happy. Why say Chu-san, you want to open a dog market? Why do you suddenly want to raise dogs? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the few abstract brothers who had just been arrogant. His face instantly turned red. Lu Ming. Don't be too arrogant. You don't have Summer now, what else do you have? What else are you? That's. Yunyan specifically called you over to join us this time. I advise you not to be ungrateful. With the mock exam in 2 days, we should stick together with each other so that our chances of getting a place are higher. Without Summer, you're just a piece of trash, and it's only because Yunyan is kind-hearted that she thought to call out for you to join us, or else do you think you'd have a chance? Hearing the words of several people, Lu Ming was directly amused by them. Together with Lu Yi, he looked at the 6 abstract gourd girls in front of him, and then looked at the grandfather Chu Yunyan who was standing in the center of them. I don't know if it was Lu Ming's illusion. He always felt that Chu Yunyan had become different. Aside from the fact that her original black hair had turned white, she had an aura about her. It actually made him feel a hint of danger. As for Chu Yunyan, after seeing Lu Ming's gaze, she only smiled sweetly at him. The eyes were like the surface of a calm lake, in which nothing but tenderness was reflected but himself. Lu Ming, I am sincerely inviting you to join our group together. I know you're not happy that summer is gone, if you join me.
When she finished speaking, her face blushed slightly.
Obviously nothing was said.
But then everything seemed to be said in those bright, moving eyes. I have to say, this tea spirit is quite a leprechaun. Even Lu Yi, who was looking at her with great displeasure from the sidelines. After seeing her demeanor, she also subconsciously gulped.
Old Lu. I think she's right. Gudu. Fatty, can you please collect your saliva first?
Breathlessly, he looked aside at Lu.
I'm not sure I can do it, little old me. I can't believe you think of tea essence as your best sister. No wonder you had a rough time later on. Moreover, for this Chu Yunyan, he really couldn't raise any good feelings. Don't forget, he had seen Chu Yunyan's profile when he was doing missions before.
This woman is the future distribution minister of the Reverse Beast Society.
Playing with her, I'm afraid I won't know how to die. Just as Lu Ming was pondering.
Who knew that in the next second, the system's beep actually came to his ears once again. You successfully escaped the clown's pursuit, but also on the list of the wanted list of the Inverted Beast Association. Starting now, Qingshui City, the Inverted Beast Association branch president Chu Yunyan will personally come over to take the head of your neck, but also in order to cut off the humiliation of this once, for her pursuit, has gained a certain strength is to be the choice of. Mission, kill old lover. Defeat Chu Yunyan, including but not limited to defeating, capturing, and killing each other. Reward for the mission, Chu Yunyan's favorability gets slight to medium increase, potential points 3-5.
Lu Ming?
Looking at the task that suddenly appeared in front of him. And then look at the opposite face of a face I see pity, full of sincerity Chu Yunyan.
Ugh. Poisonous woman. No, what the hell was that quest reward again? What do I need her favor? Will you be drinking tea every day? System, you're not right.
After seeing the system's prompt,
Lu Ming's eyes immediately turned odd as he looked at Chu Yunyan.
He subconsciously winced when he looked at Chu Yunyan's clear eyes again.
This woman is not simple.
Lao Gu said he wasn't played by her. Facing Chu Yunyan, and that licking dog squad behind him. Only a cold smile was seen as he directly interrupted the crowd's invitation.
Stop. Stop right there. You call yourselves dog lickers and you really think you're dogs? Wild dogs in packs, fierce beasts alone.
If you want to be dogs yourselves, forget it, don't soil my eyes.
And
speaking of this, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth suddenly rose slightly. After looking at Chu Yunyan and then the group of licking dogs behind him, he suddenly said, Chu Yunyan, when you were with Gu Changsheng, your bike didn't get pedaled by him much, did it? And you guys, I don't think you've really had any good pork.
What? Just like leftovers?
After saying that, he didn't wait for a few people to respond. Lu Ming then pulled the adoring Lu Yi straight away. Only Chu Yunyan and her licking dogs were left behind, staying in place and staring at each other. After a long time, Chu Yunyan, who had reacted, immediately flashed a flash of blush and distortion in her eyes.
What he's talking about? Lu Ming, you pervert. Looking at Chu Yunyan with a pearly appearance. A few lickspittles who were just now doubtful in their minds.
Immediately, concern for her unfolded.
It's just that no one noticed.
Chu Yunyan, who had her eyes lowered, looked at Lu Ming in her eyes. There was more than a hint of coldness. She hummed softly at the thought of her strange encounter.
A flash of distortion and madness in his eyes. Lu Ming, how powerful do you think you are?
I'll make you regret the mock exam in 2 days.
Just as Chu Yunyan was secretly frantic.
Lu Ming and Fatty had already returned to the classroom. With the class teacher's explanation, the two also finally understood the rules of the competition the day after tomorrow. The two subjects of cultivation and spiritual arts are examined respectively.
Breeding is all about looking at the breeding of the war pet. The school will calculate measurements from all aspects of class, strength, speed, and stamina. As for spiritualism, the school has limited resources because of that.
All that is required is for the prospective candidate to take a simple quiz on the psychic ability test stone. At the end of the speech, the homeroom teacher reminded with all the students in a serious tone. Professional cultivation will have to be learned later when you go to the university, and for the college entrance exams, the main focus will still be on the rank of your imperial beasts. Students, if you have the chance, consider improving the strength of your battle pets, but of course the improvement of your own psychic abilities is equally important.
After a couple more brief explanations, Old Ben said no more.
right after he announced that the crowd could go back to practicing. Lu Ming and Lu Ye's side, however, took the initiative to find old Ben. Seeing these two students, a flash of doubt was evident on old Su's face. Lu Ming, on the other hand, grinned as he took the treasure chest from the mouth of Mouse Rat, taking out the rewards they had previously obtained in the secret copy. Except for some of the equipment rewarded by the treasure chest. The treasure chest also contains some scholarship redemption coupons awarded by the school. In one fell swoop, all of these prizes were dumped onto old Ben's desk. Seeing these things, old Ben's face immediately showed a touch of consternation. Good lord, you guys are wrapping up the secret realm? Hey, luck, old Ben, we have no use for these things. Can you see if you can help us find a way to exchange them for cash for us? Fatty and I want to fight for the top 3 places and we need the money badly now. Chapter 19 Spiritual Arts, Spirit Melting. Look at the pile of prizes on the table. Su Zhengjuan's face also involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. I'm so old, it's useless to take it, isn't it? To the extent that there are scholarships in here, I can redeem them for you. Upon hearing old Ben's words, Lu Ming, however, shook his head in the main. Teacher, I'd like to ask you to sell it for us, the stuff is all good, I'm sure you know that. The price can be 20% less than the market price, and our only request is to get the money as soon as possible. Oh? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Zhengjuan's eyes lit up. The prize in front of him was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. If you take it in and dispose of it yourself, you can make a small profit anyhow. It wasn't much, and he was able to eat it. Plus it's a student request. Immediately, old Su nodded without moving. Okay, I'll think of something and give you all the money this afternoon. Hearing the class teacher's words, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's faces then revealed a smirk. When the two of them returned to the dormitory, Lu Ming immediately made a thorough training plan for Lu Yi. He hadn't forgotten that he had a mission to do on Lu. Fatty, you've heard what the homeroom teacher said, the main thing is to upgrade your imperial beasts and raise your spiritual energy. I have another 100,000 gold coins on my side, how much did you borrow from the bank? 50,000, no more. Orange-ranked magical beasts can probably lend 200,000, we've already made a gap with them, so let's set a target this time. That's fighting for second and third. At least get the third place. You go online now and place an order for the psychic energy crystals. It's fine if the price goes up a little bit. Wait until old Ben gets all the money this afternoon, we'll train right away. Right now, there's really nothing else they can do but try to raise as much money as they can. Wait until the afternoon when old Ben brings the money. Lu Ming then immediately urged Lu Yi to cultivate. Large batches of spiritual energy crystals were fed into the belly of the highly poisonous salamander like no money. Along with Lu Ye's training speed, it also increased incrementally like a rocket. As for Lu Ming, there was no more room for him and Mouse to improve their strength for the time being. So for the next 2 days, the only thing he did. It's about eating through the 2 spiritual arts you've just acquired. Wait until he had figured out all of the contents of the spirit melting chapter of the Imperial Spirit Atlas. A flash of shock flashed through his eyes. Traditionally, spiritual arts are for battle pets. But the content of this spirit melting chapter was different from all the spirit arts he had ever read. It actually fused the battle pet and the Imperial Beastmaster with each other, allowing the Imperial Beastmaster to fight with the power of the battle pet. Cultivating to a high depth, when the Beastmaster was able to fuse several magical beasts at the same time. Its power will really show. As for the preliminaries, no matter how powerful a Beastmaster was, there was no way his physical qualities would be better than his battle pet. The role of the spirit melting chapter was, at best, to be used as a means to save one's life at critical moments. Coupled with the fact that it was an SSS-ranked spiritual art, the amount of spiritual energy consumed could be imagined. Lu Ming had tried it once, and the support wasn't even as good as Ultraman's. Very chicken up front. In the later stages, it was not necessarily able to withstand the consumption of multiple battle pets fused together. But even so, Lu Ming felt greatly shocked. It is inconceivable that if all the remaining 4 are learned. And what will he have to show for it? As for the other B-rank spiritual art, that was more interesting. It's called Mirror Mirror. Mirror Flower, after using it, your battle pet will gain an additional mirror doppelganger, but without any attack power, lasts for 1 minute. After 2 days of comprehending, Lu Ming finally finished learning all of the 2 spiritual arts. Looking up, he looked aside at Lu. Beside the highly poisonous salamander, the spiritual energy crystals that were originally as high as a small mountain. At the moment it has been swallowed in its entirety. A round belly and a mouth full of green bubbles.
It looked like it couldn't eat anymore. I don't know if it was Lu Ming's illusion.
He always had the feeling that the poisonous salamander not only didn't get bigger.
On the contrary, it's gotten smaller. As for Lu Yi at this time, he was still practicing the school-issued basic meditation method. Patting Lu Ye's shoulder, he instantly awoke from his cultivation state.
Opening his eyes, he looked around in some confusion. Upon opening his mouth, he realized that his lips were very dry and cracked. Unable to help it, he asked Lu Ming with a somewhat hoarse voice. "How many days has old Lu been here? Today is the practice test." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi had some shock to look at himself. He also didn't expect that he would actually cultivate for 2 whole days. Licking his lips, he touched his somewhat dried-out stomach. The belly was hungry as fire though. Instead, he felt like he had never been in better shape than he was today.
"Old Lu, I feel terribly strong now." "Then lean into it and punch 2 for 3.
Yes." After saying that, the two of them opened the door of the dormitory together. At this moment, there were already countless students like them. Silently, he walked in the direction of the playground.
2 days is not too long to say, and not too short to say.
They're a big lift for those who want them. But there are still more ordinary people around who are doing nothing.
Most people, the idea was still stuck in attending an ordinary third-rate Imperial Beast University.
But Lu Ming could clearly feel it.
A fierce aura was faintly coming from the battle pets of a few students in the surroundings. Apparently, everyone isn't all touching fish and doing nothing either.
Without the Gu Changxing few, everyone felt like they had a chance. A lot of people are practicing hard these days. The competition will only get tougher with this test. Soon, Lu Ming and the rest of them gathered along with the crowd all in the playground. Since it was a mock exam, the school naturally prepared well for it. The former playground appeared densely packed with instruments. There was also a huge psychic energy test stone placed in the center.
The school leaders just nodded tantalizingly as they looked at the vibrant students underneath. There wasn't much elation on his face.
The original seeded players of the Imperial Beast University had all been wiped out. The school side is putting the blame squarely on Summer's shoulders. For those students at the bottom, even if they were the seeds of 2 orange-ranked magical beasts, what could they do? The first school is now only able to turn the tables by getting into the Big Four in the summer. Thinking of this, the principal couldn't help but sigh once again towards Donnelly. The director of instruction on the sidelines saw the principal let out his 70-second sigh of the week after. Immediately, he stepped forward to comfort. "Don't worry, principal, you've seen what happened to Summer's classmates, the little girl knows how to get ahead." Student G also said that she basically passed the exams of the 4 major academies steadily. Hearing the director of instruction's words, Principal Xiang just pinched his beard and sighed helplessly.
What's the use of just one seedling from one of the 4 major schools? In previous years, each school had to have at least 30 who entered the Imperial Beast University, and we have this year. With that said, he once again let out his 73rd sigh. The mind can't help but think. If only the heavens would open their eyes and give their school another seed from the Big Four. No, it doesn't have to be a Big Four school, a seed from a top university will do. That way ICHS is not only not at fault this year, but even credited. Just how in heaven's name can you have such good luck? I just hope the people at the Royal Beasts Education Board don't criticize him too badly this year. Seeing Xiang Dongli's appearance, the director of instruction knew exactly what the leader was thinking. And couldn't help but sigh along with it. Wiggling his lips, he gave an awkward smile. Maybe those 2 students who contracted orange-grade Imperial Beasts are expected to impact the second-rate Imperial Beast University this year? As long as there are 3 of them who enter the second-rate Imperial Beasts University, we will be in the 1st grade. Not waiting for the director of instruction to finish his sentence, Xiang Dongli waved his hand helplessly. How difficult is it to get to a second-rate Imperial Beast University? It wouldn't do to just contract an orange-ranked magical beast. Hard work, luck, and family conditions are all missing. The school, on the other hand, has put all its treasure on Summer. There is no energy left to nurture 2 possible hopes. Even if both of them could go to a second-rate Imperial Beasts University, what about the other one? Who's the top? Who can top that? Looking up at the group of overflowing youthful teenage girls underneath, a flash of intolerance flashed through Xiang Dongli's heart. These people, all of them, became his outcasts. How many of them will be able to get into Imperial Beast's universe? Principal and director, it's Chu Yunyan from our class. She's recognized as a good seedling in our class, and she was the only one who survived among the members of Gu Changxing's group before. The little girl is pretty and smart. Is Chu Yunyan? Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli instantly narrowed his eyes and looked towards Chu Yunyan, who was standing in the crowd. At this moment, Chu Yunyan was actually still channeling spiritual energy into the test stone. Looking at her, it seemed like she was just starting to struggle. A fine bead of sweat flashed across his face. When the psychic energy rose to 460 points, the ascent only then slowed down. Eventually, when the spirit energy stopped at 467, the surrounding students immediately erupted into a gasp of surprise. My God! Chu Yunyan is already almost 1-star level 5? Worthy of being Chu Yunyan, not only is she beautiful, but she's also so talented. Even without Gu Xiao, she's still a spiritual art genius. Good lord, this time the third-rate Imperial Beast University has been stabilized, right? Even impacting the second stream isn't a problem. More than that, a first-class Imperial Beast University may not be impossible. Xiang Dongli on the stage, after seeing Chu Yunyan's spiritual energy count. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face as well. The original worries in his heart had unconsciously disappeared. Looking to the side, Su Jijun couldn't help but nod his head. Xiaosu, you taught well, work hard, and strive to make this student in your class get into a second stream. Well, a first-class Imperial Beast University. I'll privately sponsor you with a class fee afterward, so work hard. Thank you, Principal. Hearing the principal's words, the excitement on Su Jijun's face could no longer be hidden. The surrounding teachers all looked at old Su with envious faces. Although the old Su class was all but wiped out when the deed was done some time ago. But right now, a spiritual energy genius, Chu Yunyan, had actually appeared. This guy, he's really a blind cat who met a dead mouse. On top of that, the guy showed his face in front of the principal. As long as Chu Yunyan can get into the second-rate Imperial Beasts University today, he'll definitely have a piece of next year's title ratings. I've known for a long time that Chu Yunyan can do it, she's my favorite student. If there's anyone in the class who can get into the Imperial Beast University, it's her. Just as old Su was smugly bragging to the other classroom teachers. On the other side, the back of the playground. Watching Chu Yunyan being welcomed down by a group of people in the limelight, Lu couldn't help but skim. These guys, they're pretty likable. Especially the Huckleberry brothers. Standing behind Chu Yunyan at this moment, it was like 6 watchdogs. No, geniuses aren't you guys, so what's the point of pretending? Immediately, he looked around at the people around him with displeasure. Using his slightly larger frame, he squeezed right into the front of the crowd. All the while not forgetting to yell at the others around him in his characteristic loud voice. Make way! Make way! Everyone, what are you doing without testing? Holding someone else's stinking feet, can they share their spiritual energy with you a little bit or what? Crowd! Who is forcing Lai? Hearing Fatty's words, the crowd stared angrily at each other. This fat guy, is which pot, not to mention which pot, do not talk you will die. Then, the crowd saw Lu Yi walk straight to the test stone. Seeing that Lu Yi wanted to test, there were immediately conspiratorial laughter coming from the surroundings. Yoho, Chu Yunyan just finished her test, and someone wants to disgrace herself? This fat guy, he's not trying to attract people's attention this way, is he? Him I know. That's Soft Rice King Lu Ming's brother. Hey! So they're all the same. But I heard that Lu Ming got dumped, right? Oh, Fatty, where's your brother? So anxious to come out, not to lick your brother's ditch, right? Humph. Jumping clown, I'll put it here, if this person's spiritual energy can exceed 300 points, I'll live broadcast upside down and eat Shang. Hearing the jeers of the people around him, Lu Ye's originally arrogant face suddenly froze. Eyes flung to the man who had just spoken loudly. It was only then that he realized that it was the third child of the Gord brothers. Just you. What did you just say, ditchy guy with a big mouth? What's wrong with you that I have over 300 points of spiritual energy? Named by Lu Yi, Sanhua subconsciously shrunk his neck. But seeing the stares around him, he too stiffened his neck and grunted. I said. I'll stand on my head and eat if you have more than 400 points of psychic energy. Crowd? I think he just said 300 points, right? Unable to help it, the group of people looked at that manhwa with somewhat strange gazes. The other party, on the other hand, seemed to not see it and continued to look at Fatty in a high and mighty manner. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Yi, however, only laughed hideously. Tilting his head back, he roared. Brothers, help me as a witness. Someone cheated on his food and drink, but you, Fat Master, have a good heart. Give him a fresh pile after the test. If this grandson dares to run away later, please help me catch him. Looking at the rowdy look on the playground, Xiang Dongli couldn't help but frown. Pointing at Lu, who was yelling at the crowd, he frowned again. What class is this student in again? Su Jijun. Principal, or our third class. Crowd of teachers. At that moment, there was a hint of gloating hidden in the gazes of the crowd as they looked at old Su. Bastard, let you just go wild, now let's see how you'll clean up. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli's eyes were odd. How are his grades? This. Well. Usually get good grades. I was asking about your Imperial Beast score. This. Ahem, that. Ha ha. Looking at the way Su Jijun was looking around, Xiang Dongli already had an answer in his heart. His head slightly, he couldn't help but glance at Su Jijun. Xiaosu Shan, quality education should keep up, don't focus on students who study well, understand? Yes. Hearing the principal's words, Su Jijun's heart, and he managed to cultivate to the third level? It can't be that this fat guy's family is rich, can it? Rich enough to go to a regular class? You'd have gone to rocket class long ago. The surrounding students who were originally laughing at the fat man. After seeing Lu Ye's spiritual energy exceed 300 points, the smile on his face faded. You can laugh at your fat brother's lack of knowledge, but you can't laugh at people's strength. Even Xiang Dongli, after seeing Lu Ye's results, couldn't help but gently eep. This kid's psychic talent looks good too. Ha! Ah yes. This kid Lu Yi usually works hard. The Imperial Beast grades have always been good. Seeing Lu Ye's accomplishments, old Su couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. But it was good that he reacted quickly and picked up on it immediately. And then he saw it. Lu's psychic energy count had exceeded 370 points. Unable to help it, he felt like he had been slammed right in the face with a huge surprise. Do you remember the secret world the other day, headmaster? The prizes at that time were rounded up by 2 students from our class, and he was one of them. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli finally had a bit of an impression. Unable to help himself, he smiled and stroked his beard. It's okay Xiao Su, 2 students with outstanding performance appear in the class, you've worked hard as a teacher. Hey! Hearing encouragement from the principal. A great sense of happiness instantly wrapped around old Su's entire body. The whole person seemed to be floating as if he had eaten candied fruit. Looking behind him to the group of teachers, his 5 senses were about to all squeeze into his head. Did you all see that? This is strength. At the same time, there was suddenly another gasp from the students underneath. It was only because Lu Ye's spiritual energy had actually broken through the 400-point mark. And it's still going up. See Lu's accomplishments. The manhwa, who was just clamoring, instantly changed his face. Quietly, he looked around at the crowd. Only to find that everyone's gazes were all focused on Lu Ye's body at the moment. One by one, all of them held their breath and looked at Lu Yi incredulously. Good guy, just came with Chu Yunyan, and now another genius actually popped up? Just about everyone looked on in amazement. Straight away, Lu Yi violently let out a bellowing cry. Watch it all for your fat master. After saying that, Lu Yi once again brainlessly injected all of his remaining little spiritual energy. On the big screen, another burst of his psychic energy came. 420, 440, 460, 465. With the spiritual energy going up bit by bit. Finally, when spirit energy stopped at 468. The counter on the big screen finally stopped moving. Seeing this scene, everyone present lost their voices in unison. Somewhat frozen, he looked at Lu's accomplishments. The next moment, the entire playground erupted in a violent cry. Misty grass. I didn't see it wrong, did I? That fatty, his spiritual energy actually exceeds Chu Yunyan? It's still true that people can't look at each other. Suddenly I feel that this fat man is also clear-eyed. How fat for? Little brother, want to add a beast letter? My god, did two psychic geniuses actually appear in the school one after another? It wasn't just the students who were incredulous at seeing Lu's accomplishments. Even the teachers and school leaders on the stage similarly revealed a look of disbelief. Old Su, who stood behind the director of instruction, was equally wide-eyed at the moment. The first thought that comes to mind is, could it be that Lu Ming and Lu Yi, both of them, had directly invested all the gold coins from exchanging supplies in Lu Yi? When he thought of this, Old Su couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. How many years has it been since I've seen such a sentimental teenager? But soon, Lao Su didn't have the time to lament Lu Ming's righteousness. At this moment, all the teachers and school leaders, all eyes burning, look at Su Jijun. The few teachers behind him couldn't help but send good-natured digs at Su Jijun. Good old Su, hiding so deep. You're not going to subsidize yourself by teaching two students out of one class, are you? TSK, teaching is still up to you. I doubt your class will have at least two students attending a second-rate Imperial Beast University this year. A double shot, congratulations. Even Xiang Dongli, at this moment, looked at Su Jijun with great satisfaction and said, I did not expect Jijun, you actually so good at teaching, new efforts in the future gold medal lecturer you to be, later I will give you a subsidy in my personal name, work hard. Strive to get these two students, all of them, into a second-rate Imperial Beast University. Yes, Principal. Hearing Principal Xiang's words, Su Jijun was more than excited at the moment. He can't even begin to imagine how lucrative this year's year-end bonus will be. Pointing at Lu Yi on the stage, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. See, this is my favorite protege. Teachers in the crowd? Didn't you just say that Chu Yunyan is your favorite student? That's a quick change of attitude, isn't it? At this moment, the group of students on the stage. Chu Yunyan, who had just been starstruck by the crowd. Looking at the record he had just set, it was actually broken in an instant. And it's still that crucial 1 point. At once, she felt her face burning. It was like being given a slap in the face. Looking again at the smug Lu Yi in front of the test stone, her eyes immediately turned cold. It's this fat guy again. How many times has he and Lu Ming spoiled his good deed? He's everywhere. It's becoming her nightmare. No, can't you guys just get out of my face? Childish. Looking at Lu Yi, who was surrounded by people in the middle of the crowd, Chu Yunyan was gritting her steel teeth. Hatingly glancing at Lu Yi across the room, she simply left without looking back. And a few of the Gord brothers behind him, because they hadn't been tested yet. It was not a good idea to follow Chu Yunyan away at this moment. The back of her lonely departure at this moment was in direct contrast to the scene where she had just been starstruck by everyone. When has Fairy Chu ever suffered such treatment? It was only just out of the playground, and her face became instantly grim. Damn it! I've already swallowed the blood-chasing specter wolf, why am I still no match for him? Meanwhile, the fat man who had just gotten off the test stone. In the face of the crowd's exclamations and compliments, he just looked at them with disdain. It was clear that people had eased up on him, but his foul mouth hadn't changed a bit. Pointing at the group of people in front of him, he cursed even more bluntly. Blind your dog's eyes. You call me powerful? My brother is going to go up there later, and he's going to scare you all to death. Get out of the way. Let my brother make his debut, and then you'll be blinded by your titanium alloy eyes. Crowd. Lu Ming. Though fatty, I know you mean well. But with that look, why do you remind me of a follower of a villain in a novel? Will you stop that? You're making me panic. Chapter 22, The Real Genius. Look around at the unsuspecting stares of the people around you. Lu Ming subconsciously rubbed his nose. This appearance was something he had never expected. And soon, someone recognized his identity. Lu Ming. Isn't he the one who eats soft food? Yeah. I heard he licked several girls at the same time and supported himself off of those girls. It seems like Summer was the reason why he left all the resources to him before, causing himself to not have the time to improve. Damn it! There is actually such a person. I don't care to be in his company. What kind of good person can be with that fat mouth? How come there are even such people in our school? Rights and music are crumbling. People's hearts are not ancient. Wow. How does he deserve to be a beast master? But I have heard that his identity as the Sea King has been discovered and all the females have left him. He has no resources now, he's just an ordinary guy, what can he accomplish? Listen to the whispers of those around you. Lu Ming's facial nerves twitched. No, what asshole made that up? How come I'm the king of the sea? And what's with the soft eating, I'll be damned. I, Lu Ming, have gotten where I am today because of my own efforts. I don't rely on women. The stage is away to the east.
His ears were sharp as he heard the words of the student underneath.
Unable to stop frowning.
Especially when he heard that his precious student, Summer, was actually having an affair with the boy underneath. At once there was a feeling that his own hard-earned cabbages had been arched by pigs. Summer was now the hope of their entire village. There is no room for error. His eyes flashed with a touch of majesty, and he couldn't help but look behind him at the similar senior class teacher.
This Lu Ming, which class is he in again? Su Jijun.
It's just so exciting with all the twists and turns of the day.
God doesn't play with you like that.
Immediately, old Su, who had just been excited, silently stretched out his right hand. The voices were a few degrees lower.
The principal. Or our class. Crowd. In Mr. Su's class, there are really talented people. Schoolgirls, math masters and sea kings, there really is all kinds of talent. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli's face also became odd.
After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh slightly.
It's not easy for you either.
After saying that, he looked at Su Jijun with a somewhat complicated gaze and couldn't help but ask.
This student, what are his grades? Hearing the principal's question, Su Jijun thought of Lu Ye's performance just now.
Unsurprisingly, Lu Ming should have handed over all the rewards.
Though Lu Ming's views on relationships may not work as much as everyone says they do. But that kid is righteous enough. Even if his grades aren't the best, I'm sure he won't let me down. Is that right? Hearing Su Jijun's comment, Xiang Dongli too was slightly stunned. Shook his head, but said no more.
A class with 2 seeds that went to a second-rate Imperial Beast University was lucky enough. What else could he thirst for?
Xiang Dongli only felt that there wouldn't be any more miracles that would make his heart beat faster next either.
After taking a deep look at Lu Ming in the crowd, he was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, Lu Ming had already stood in front of the test stone.
Face the cynicism of the students around you.
His expression, however, looked calm.
Nothing more was said.
No matter how good you are at talking, if you can't show the crowd what you're really made of,
it's just an exercise in futility.
Place your hand gently on the test stone. Soon, the green fluorescence on the test stone slowly flickered.
In just an instant's work, the number on the big screen hit 300 points.
Seeing this number, the group of people who had just been rumor-mongering instantly shut their mouths. One by one, all of them couldn't help but whisper.
It was not understood why Lu Ming's spiritual energy was also so high. The remaining 5 Hulk-bearers, after seeing Lu Ming's score arrive at 300 points.
Not only was there no envy on his face, but he instead showed a sneer of disdain.
What's so unusual about him reaching 300 points?
He's just a softie.
Exactly.
Without Summer, his spiritual energy won't exceed 400 points at most.
Laughing to death, do you really think he's some kind of genius? If you want to say genius, it's also a genius who eats soft rice. How can there be that many geniuses?
He has average qualifications, I think he just wants resources to forcefully pile up.
What the hell, I thought he was so good. Turns out it's just a stoner. Upon hearing the words of the 5 huckleberries, the crowd also reacted instantly.
The eyes that looked at Lu Ming again had already vaguely revealed a hint of disdain and disgust.
Just as the crowd was whispering. Originally emitting a green fluorescent light on the test stone.
A rich green light blossomed violently. The green color intensity of the test stone was just like an elevated level. 300, 350, 400, 450, 500. In just an instant's work, the number on the big screen jumped to 500 points. The 5 Hulk-bearers who had just been saying that Lu Ming was just eating soft food to gain resources.
The moment shut up. Just like every other student around.
Dumbfounded, he stared at the numbers still pulsing on the screen.
A group of teachers on the stage, Su Jijun, after seeing the numbers on the big screen.
A stunned look immediately appeared on his face as well.
Subconsciously, Su Jijun violently shouted towards the back. Principal.
Hearing Su Jijun call out to himself, Xiang Dongli could not help but be slightly stunned. Turning his head, he saw a number that shocked him beyond belief.
600?
This
This. Seeing the numerical value of Lu Ming's spiritual energy, the faces of the group of teachers couldn't help but flash with a touch of shock.
The contract was only 5 days old, and the student's rank had already reached 1-star level 6.
This. Absolutely heavenly. Psychic talent even in Xiang Dongli's 40 years of teaching career. Never seen anything so sick either. How is this? How is this possible?
It already has the qualifications of a third-rate Imperial Beast University.
More than that, principal.
If Mr. Lu Ming can keep it up, the 4 major academies won't be a problem.
What? Then will our school, this year, not have 2 seeds from the 4 great academies? Nice guy. What happened to Feng Shui and Old Su's class? Geniuses abound.
At this moment, Su Jijun, likewise, held his breath.
After watching Lu Ming's spiritual energy value jump to 672 points, it finally stopped jumping. A great sense of joy wrapped right through his entire body. Look at the teenager standing all alone on the stage. The young man is like a jade, and his intentions are magnificent. Looking at Lu Ming on the stage, Su Jijun directly couldn't restrain himself and roared. See no. See no. He's my student. Lu Ming.
He's my favorite close disciple.
Crowd of teachers. No, Old Su, how many of your favorite students do you have? It's been a day and a half, and it's already popped out 3 children, hasn't it? But don't tell me there are more in your class. Do you still let us live? What do you guys know?
Chu Yunyan is my favorite student, Lu Yi is my favorite disciple, and Lu Ming is my closest. He is my favorite closed-door disciple.
Don't you understand?
In my life, it's worth it to teach such a student out.
Chapter 23, The Imperial Beast Test. Look at Lu Ming's ridiculously high scores. The original clamor of the stage was so loud that no one clamored anymore.
After a long time, the bottom of this erupted into a discussion like thunder.
Fogweed. How is it possible? Isn't he a soft eater? How can spiritual energy be so high? With this score, it's almost equivalent to a guaranteed admission to a third-rate Imperial Beast University, right? Good fellow. There's still more than 20 days until the Imperial Beast examination. How can he not make any progress at all? Horse. The end I wanted turned out to be just someone else's starting point? No? How does he cultivate? Does he really rely on women for sustenance? Mr. Lu. Please start a class. Big deal, I'll listen on my knees. In the face of the noisy voices of the crowd underneath, Lu Ming merely glanced tantalizingly below. Turning his head, he disappeared on everyone's heels. Xiang Dongli and his group on the rooftop, after seeing Lu Ming's results. His face couldn't help but let out a flash of amazement.
It took a long time for him to catch his breath.
The joy in my heart couldn't be quelled for a long time. Looking to the side, Su Jijun, who was constantly introducing his favorite great disciple to the crowd. Xiang Dongli then reacted.
Mr. Su, your 3rd class is not to be missed. Next year you can simply go to the rocket class as a gold medal lecturer. The class fee we talked about before doesn't count. I'll give you another bonus privately. Make sure Lu Ming cultivates well. Before the college entrance exam, try to break through to 2 stars.
It's the principal.
Hearing Su Jijun's affirmative reply, Xiang Dongli then nodded in satisfaction. His eyes swept over Lu Ming, who had disappeared below.
Another look of regret couldn't help but show on his face. A student with such good talent is unfortunately held back by his contracted beast. If he was a bit more lucky, he would have contracted even an orange-ranked magical beast. It didn't turn out that way.
The director of instruction on the side saw that Dongli had no intention of leaving. Unable to help himself, he asked while the iron was hot.
So, principal, are you staying to take a look at the cultivation exams that are going to start later? Hearing the words of the director of instruction, Xiang Dongli pondered for a moment before nodding. Originally not much in the mood for him. After seeing the results of Lu Ming, Lu Yi, and Chu Yunyan,
the mood was immediately better for the most part. Even going so far as to pay out of my own pocket to get these 3 students to improve their grades a bit. As long as Lu Ming played normally in the college entrance exam this year, even if he only got into a first-class Imperial Beast University.
The first school is over for the year.
Without worries, he naturally has the mind to focus more on his students. It just so happened that there were 2 other seeds in there, one that had contracted orange-ranked magical beasts in.
Look at those 2 students.
It's not allowed to say that their first high school can have 5 students get into the second-rate Imperial Beasts University this year. Then he, the principal, is afraid that he can wake up laughing in his dreams. With the passing of time bit by bit. Soon, the psychic ability test finally ended. The follow-up test didn't have many surprises. Everyone's psychic abilities basically stayed in the range of 1-star level 2 to 3. Even the students who had broken through the 3rd level could be counted on one hand. This was a bit of a disappointment to the school leaders. But this is the normal level of the students. The Imperial Beast examination, in the end, looked at the potential of the Imperial Beast. If the student has the gift of nurturing, it is not that there have not been cases in the past where the Lord has been favored by the Lord. On his side, the director of instruction also knows that the principal's time is valuable. So it didn't allow staff to have students come up according to the original scheduling. Instead, a few students who had just gotten good grades in psychic ability were ranked one by one. Only 2 students who had contracted an orange-level magical beast were seen coming to the testing apparatus somewhat nervously. Looking at the numerous instruments in front of them, their expressions looked a bit overwhelmed. Later on, have your pets attack the opposite defense stone with all their might. It is a sentinel beast prop that can gauge the general strength of your pets. After that, go back to the normal instruments and test. Turning his head to look around at his classmates, he realized that there was something slightly odd in the way they were looking at him. Lu Yi, who was off stage, why should I split it with someone else? Hey! Good old Shen, you're not a decent person. My students are the seedlings of the 4 major academies. Maybe they'll be that close to having the resources when the time comes. How about you don't snatch it from me this year? How about next year I promise not to snatch it from you? Chapter 24 Breaking the Soldier Grade. Hearing Su Jijun's words, the class teacher named Chen Gong immediately showed a touch of disdain on his face. Old Su, everyone knows that the piece of psychic talent is something that doesn't need to be taught by a teacher, it's all up to the heavens to reward you. Isn't what our class instructor teaches the cultivation of battle pets? To be honest, I'm not convinced by you being a gold medal lecturer. If you have the guts, you can try to help the battle pets of the students in your class to improve one. The senior classroom teachers around the room. After hearing Chen Gong's words, he immediately nodded. Yeah, psychic ability. This depends on talent, teacher help is actually limited. Isn't what a gold medal lecturer is supposed to do, helping students find suitable methods to enhance their battle pets? In the end, Su Jijun is just lucky. I'm not convinced. Me too, why should he get promoted just because he got lucky this year, and what does the effort of all of us count for? Seeing the number of disgruntled people around them grow, Su Jijun's face couldn't help but flash with a touch of anxiety. Looking at the opposite side with a smug expression Chen Gong, his face became more and more gloomy. Good boy, point me out. It's trying to step on me to get to the top. Looking at Principal Xiang on the side again, Su Jijun's heart couldn't help but sink. Only to see a thoughtful expression on Xiang Dongli's face. Obviously, it was a part of Chen Gong's proposal. How could he not be anxious when the duck in his mouth was about to fly? And next, Chu Yunyan and Lu Yi's performance made his heart sink. Lu Yi was alright, his highly poisonous salamander had at least been bred to 3 stars at the mortal level. However, the strength, speed and stamina attributes of the war pet drink. If he cultivates any more talent, is there any justice? How can it be? What kind of invigilator would be wrong about this? It must be the gold-devouring mouse alright. Nice guy. Don't you tell me that the students cultivated this themselves. Something's not right. This spiritual energy fluctuation. This is mortal grade 9 stars? Now, it wasn't just the students on stage who were surprised. All of the senior teachers and school leaders all looked at the stage in shock. Xiang Dongli's expression, which was still unconcerned, became gravely agitated at this moment. Especially just now, the moment Lu Ming cast his spiritual art on the treasure-hunting mouse. Even if it was only for a short moment, he was pretty sure he felt the power of the spirit arts. That Lu Ming actually mastered spiritual energy on his own. How is this possible? 5 days into the contract, the spiritual energy had reached a terrifying 1-star level 6, not to mention that he had even comprehended spiritual arts on his own. His battle pet was even directly bred to the 9th star of the mortal grade. 40 years of teaching career. Not to say there will be no one after, but definitely no one before. Xiang Dongli had never seen a student with such outstanding talent. Subconsciously, to the east away from the mouth muttered. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Today the first school is afraid of a double shot. The Lu Ming in front of him, not to mention the 4 major academies. Even if it was the 2 top academies, Xiang Dongli wanted him to try. What's a heavenly pride? That's the real heavenly pride. The pride of heaven is to think what ordinary people dare not think. Can do what normal people can't. And Lu Ming, he already has this qualification. It was accompanied by an intense metallicity exploding within the treasure hunter mouse's body. In the next moment, the metal gravel on the ground was coalesced into a large drill. It was a fierce stab at the opposite defense stone. Zip, zip, zip. Violent sparks were drilled into the sturdy defense stone. There was a click. The eyes of the invigilator on the side almost didn't stare directly out. What did he see? On a defense stone capable of resisting the full force of a mortal-grade magical beast, there was actually a visible crack. Wouldn't that mean that the attack power of the opposite treasure hunter rats exceeded the soldier level? How is that possible? Looking up, he saw the big screen. The numbers on it began to leap wildly. 100. 500. 1000. 1239. The moment when the numbers are set in stone. Everyone's faces fell back in unison. This treasure hunter mouse had just struck with all its might. It actually did break through the soldier level. How is this possible? The students who had originally reported malicious speculations about Lu Ming, they all fell silent after seeing the results of the treasure hunting rats. When you are better than others, they may be hostile to you. But when that excellence is so high that the other person needs to look up. At this moment, only shock and worship remained in the other party's heart. Who can compete with such a horrible score? Today's Qingshui City, I'm afraid that it's going to break out an extraordinary dark horse. Chapter 25 Tickets to the Secret World. At the moment, the whole school was silent. All the students stared blankly at Lu Ming's results. It just feels like I'm afraid I'm still living in a dream. I'll go. This is the kind of score that a red-ranked magical beast can put up? Teacher, you're sure the defense stone isn't broken, right? No? They're both Imperial Beast Masters, why is he so showy? Is this the kind of score you can get from just eating soft food? Don't be silly. Can't you see it yet? He is the real heavenly pride. An even more awesome existence than Gu Changshan. I've decided. Lu Ming will be my idol from now on. I'm going to become a beast master like him. Looking at the horrible results Lu Ming had put up, the students at the bottom let out a gasp. Old Su on the stage, after seeing Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse. The whole mouth even directly opened into an O shape. That monster that produced monsters, was it really his student Lu Ming? While he was in a daze, Xiang Dongli, who was on the side, suddenly shouted. Teacher Su, how much do you know about Lu Ming's treasure-seeking mouse? Hearing the principal's question, Su Jijun immediately reacted. Then even pretended to be deep. The boy came to me before, and I did help some, to the extent that the rest of the class was equally cared for less. I'm sorry to headmaster, this is all my fault. Who knows? When he heard Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli laughed. Putting his arm around Su Jijun's shoulder, his laughter sounded mid-air. You've done a great job. Being able to cultivate such an outstanding student has already surpassed many people's lifetime achievements. Take care of Lu Ming, and double the resources I promised before. There's no one else for next year's gold medal lecturer, so I'm picking you. From now on, you'll be the gold medal lecturer of rocket class. With a final pat on the back from the principal. At that moment, everyone's eyes became envious as they looked at Su Jijun. Shen Gong, who had just been fooling around with Su Jijun, instantly turned pale. He also never expected that Su Jijun would be so fierce. Teaching a monster of such genius. When he thought about the sarcasm he had just directed at Su Jijun, his face was suddenly green and red. Only Su Jijun was seen looking at the other great lecturers around him majestically as if he was a cockerel fighting for victory. At the moment, it's hard to just yell. Blackie talk. When he looked at Lu Ming under the stage again, he couldn't wait to directly offer up Lu Ming's entire body. Where is this his student? Obviously his living ancestors. Old Su's family's ancestors' graves have gone up in smoke, allowing him to teach such a demonic student. And Lu Ming, amidst the cheers of the entire school, walked right off the test bench.
This only just walked down. Lu Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, directly hooked a hand on his shoulder. See? This is my brother. You scum like you. The end of effortlessness is but the beginning of my brother. Laugh. Laugh your ass off. Where's Sanhwa? I'll eat 2 pounds of durian, 2 bowls of snail noodles, and 2 dozen stinky tofu tonight. I'll give you a big one. Crowd. Lu Ming. The next moment, the students who had just been cheering for Lu Ming. A furious growl erupted. Off. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. True enough. What kind of people with what kind of people? This Lu Ming, his character is just too bad. What's the use of being talented? That fatty, I've been putting up with you for a long time, have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one. At once, Lu Ming and Lu Yi left the playground with a smile on their faces amidst the anger of the crowd. A bunch of dogs. Why didn't you think of this day when you were laughing at us before? Now you know you have to come and lick? It's too late. Lu Ming, on the other hand, just looked at the fat man beside him speechlessly. Fatty, you're quite nice, but it's a shame to open your mouth. I'll have to stay away from you next time, so you don't get struck by lightning one day and I'm involved. Soon enough, all of today's practice exams were over. Principal Xiang, who usually stayed aloof and didn't show up, also made a rare appearance to present awards to the top 10 students in Cultivation and Spiritual Energy. Lu Ming, Lu Yi, and Chu Yunyan, because they were the top 3. It was specially kept by Principal Xiang. Only to see the principal's eyes burning as he stared at Lu Ming in front of him without stopping to look at him. The excitement was overwhelming. Good. Mr. Lu Ming, right? Worthy of being the pride of our first middle school, I didn't expect your talent to be this strong either. Do well in this year's Imperial Beast examination and aim for the 4 major academies. Speak to your teacher if you have any needs, and your teacher will strive to fulfill all your requests. Hearing the principal's assurances, an envious gaze immediately appeared on the face of Chu Yunyan on the side. Originally, she had thought that the honor should be her own. Who had thought that Lu Ming was actually so good? First in both Cultivation and Spiritual Energy. This caused the regret in her heart to sink even deeper. A touch of hysteria flashed vaguely in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ming. And then the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly heard a system beep coming from his ears. Ding! Mission accomplished. Quest reward: since you defeated Chu Yunyan, Chu Yunyan's favorability has been increased by trace potential points 3. Hearing this reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he skimmed his head. Then he saw that Chu Yunyan was staring at himself non-stop. Breathing sounded slightly raspy and her cheeks flushed. Seeing the eyes of this, Lu Ming subconsciously shivered. This woman doesn't have Goldsmith syndrome, does she? Principal Xiang, who was on the side, didn't notice the difference between Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan. Only to see him take out 3 special medal cards from his arms and hand them over to Lu Ming's trio. This is... Accepting the tickets handed by the principal, Lu Ming looked and looked again. It was discovered that it was actually a ticket to the secret world. This is the ticket for the novice secret realm spirit water beast Zephyr. It can support up to a 1-star, 9th level Imperial Beast Master to enter. It's just right for you guys to go in. There's a lot of good stuff in there, I hope you guys don't miss it. It's a reward I've had to ask a lot of people to get. Of course, you guys can sell it if you feel it's useless, and it's worth about 100,000 gold coins. Ha! Out of the gate is the ticket to the secret world. It's time to say no, the principal is really generous. Just as Lu Ming and Lu Yi were about to leave, the Principal Xiang in front of him went on. Wait a minute, speaking of which, there's something else I haven't explained to you. That is, in half a month's time, all of our schools in Qingshui City will jointly organize a mock exam. I'll set a request for you: if any of you can rank in the top 3, I'll privately give you another spiritual treasure. Spirit treasure? Hearing the principal's words, several people's eyes lit up. Lu Yi, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, principal, with old Lu's grades, getting first place isn't simple." Who knows? When he heard Lu Ye's words, Xiang Dongli only smiled and shook his head. It's fine to be proud, but don't be complacent. Qingshui First High School is just an ordinary public high school, like our Qingshui City's Qingshui Private Noble Academy. That's where all the rich kids go to school. The resources in their hands are unimaginable, so it's not unlikely that their family will forcefully pile a genius out with their resources. Ayamizu Private Noble Academy?
Hearing the name of this school, Lu Ming instantly had an impression. The original owner's memory showed that the students who could attend that university were from either rich or noble families. A school that even Gu Changqing couldn't. Oh! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiang Dongli immediately became interested. It's not that you don't want the reward, it's that you're afraid to fight for it. Immediately, he smiled and nodded, looking towards Lu Ming. Okay, tell me what you want, I'll fulfill what I can. Chapter 26 News of the Spiritual Treasure. Qingshui City, originally just a small frontier fishing village in the south of the Dragon Kingdom. But after the fusion of the two worlds, a large number of low-level water magical beasts appeared here. Once a small frontier fishing village, after hundreds of years of development, it has now turned into a secret city popular with junior imperial beast masters. 5 secret realms, large and small, were enough for an ordinary imperial beast master to rise from 1 star to 3 stars. Every year, a lot of imperial beast masters would come here, not to mention tickets to the secret world, too, are hard to come by. In order to prevent the imperial beast masters from exhausting themselves, each time the secret realm opens, only a maximum of 100 copies of the secret world ticket will be given out. At the same time, each secret realm I can see that the principal has really put his money where his mouth is this time. You know, a ticket if it sells, it's enough to cover the expenses of an average family for a year or even 2. As for selling the tickets in your hands or not? Joke. Having tasted the sweetness of the novice secret realm, how could he possibly be willing to sell his tickets? Both the homeroom teacher and instructor Zhuang were admonishing him again and again. A strong imperial beast master would only earn more by entering the secret realm. As for Lu Ming, he was the powerful imperial beast master. So early the next morning, Lu Ming and Lu Yi arrived at the entrance of the secret realm early. This was before we entered, and we saw a group of scalawags standing at the entrance. Seeing the two of them, these scalpers immediately warmly came forward to greet them. Classmate, do you need a secret realm ticket? We can get one now for just 180,000 gold coins. Don't listen to him, I only need 170,000 on my side. High price for the secret realm tickets. Starting at $120,000. All make way, classmate, my side is affordable, want to buy mine? It was hard to squeeze past the bull in front of me. The duo of Lu Ming and Lu Yi were in a daze. What's the situation? I've looked up the spirit water beast Zephyr online, and I haven't seen it so popular. How come the price suddenly went up so much? Hearing Lu Ming's words, an idle big brother on the side suddenly laughed. Little brother, you haven't heard what's going on in there, have you? The last batch of imperial beastmasters who went and spread the news that a spiritual treasure from the spirit water beast Zephyr had matured this month. Now that everyone was running for that spiritual treasure, the price of tickets naturally went up. $100,000 or $200,000 for a chance, who wouldn't? Oh. Hearing the man's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but arch his hand. Skillfully, he took a pack of cigarettes out of his arms and handed one over. May I ask, old brother, what exactly is the spiritual treasure that has caused such an uproar? Seeing Lu Ming's knowledgeable appearance, the man directly smiled and took the cigarette. Lighting it gently, this was said without a hitch. I've heard that it's a grade B spiritual treasure, dragon source crystal, and that if a low-grade magical beast of the water system takes it, its bloodline can be raised by at least 1 level. There's even a rumor that one can obtain a trace of dragon bloodline from it. What? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were instantly shocked. Class B spiritual treasure? Wouldn't that be worth 10 million gold coins? With this kind of benefit, the secret realm ticket would have cost only 100,000 gold coins. 2 is really not expensive either. Even Lu Yi was actually vaguely moved after hearing this price. Lu Ming, on the other hand, frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, it's not right, is it? This is a spiritual treasure worth $10 million, how can the tickets be so cheap? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the middle-aged man then gave him a somewhat surprised look. Then a thumbs up. Little brother has good eyesight, the stuff is naturally good and confirmed by the last batch of masters, but it's not so easy to take it, but it's not so easy to drop. It was said that the one guarding the spiritual treasure was a green-level peak mortal great ice spirit python that was slow to evolve, waiting to take this spiritual treasure when it advanced. That's a green-level magical beast, you think it's simple to deal with? Ordinary imperial beast masters going in there are completely giving away food. Hearing that old brother's words, Lu Ming finally understood the situation.
Risks and opportunities go hand in hand.
Entering doesn't just involve searching, it involves fighting.
And the strength of the ice spirit python was so high that it could evolve if it wasn't careful.
How could an ordinary imperial beast master be his match? Lu Ming was instantly enlightened.
Green-ranked magical beasts were enough to reign supreme in ordinary secret realms. In addition, hearing that voice, Lu Ming pulled a glance at Lu Yi without moving, pretending not to hear it.
As a result, the next second, the voice came again. Says you too. The little good-looking one, and the fat one. Lu. Instantly, Lu Ye's fiery temper directly exploded. I forbid you to insult my brother. He's not fat. Lu Ming. Crowd?
Turning his head, he saw a group of students in expensive uniforms. At the moment was sitting under the tent making tea around the stove.
See the logo on their school uniforms. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed instantly. This is the uniform of Greenwater Private Noble Academy.
A group of students sat around a tea stove, surrounded by 3 or 5 black-clad bodyguards serving them, looking so uncomfortable. The man who had just spoken had a pair of triangular eyes, and his 2 incisors were still slightly protruding forward. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh at once.
Just you little fella, you still have the nerve to talk about us? Brother, have you ever looked in the mirror before you talk about others? What guy with his pants out of his pockets put out a bird like you? Hearing Lu Ye's words,
the companions behind that triangular eye immediately let out a burst of laughter. The eyes of the triangular-eyed male god instantly became even more shadowy.
Horse, don't give a. Do you know who we are? We are the students of Qingshui Private Noble Academy. Be sensible and get over here now. Believe it or not, I can get your whole family killed with a single word? Chapter 27, Middle Childhood Disease and Cat Slaves.
Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ye's face immediately flashed with a touch of disdain.
Just you? My whole family? Do you know who I am? Seeing Lu Ye's arrogant expression, the triangular eyes on the opposite side could not help but be stunned.
I wondered if I'd run into some kind of tough guy. Subconsciously, he frowned and asked,
who are you?
Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yi immediately let out a wild laugh. Without saying a word, he directly grabbed Lu Ming's palm and quickly rushed towards the gate.
Come on, old Lu. He doesn't recognize us. Lu Ming. Triangle eyes. Ling Feng. Stop those two.
Seeing that Lu Ming and Lu Yi were about to escape, Triangle Eye directly summoned his battle pet. At that moment, a white-fronted tuning eye tiger violently rushed to the duo's heels. Roar! A roar accompanied by a harsh gale. Lu Yi, on the other hand, had a treacherous smile on his face. At that moment, he howled and roared at the garrison on the walls. Big brother guard, look at this! Someone is going to make a move towards us at the entrance of the secret realm. We are the students of No. 1 Middle School. The future flowers of the motherland. I'm so scared. Hearing Lu's loud yelling, the sharp gazes of the distant garrison immediately looked this way. Without much ado, the bullets were loaded directly. If anyone really dared to make trouble, their bullets were not unfavorable. The eyes swept the triangle-eyed student sternly. At once, the other's face reddened. At the same time, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. My friend across the street, we are just kidding, please come over here, we have something good to discuss with you, we are here to make friends, not make enemies. After saying that, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's gazes obediently looked towards the direction of the voice on the opposite side. Then they saw a large boss chair slowly turning toward them. A youth was holding a cat-like magical beast with a blue body looking at them. Through the pupil of judgment, the news of that spirit beast was instantly imprinted into Lu Ming's eyes. Race, Red Shin Beast. Grade, Mortal Grade 7 stars. Bloodline, Blue Grade. Talent, water-loving, water-controlling, water-purifying. Attribute, water. Loyalty. Weaknesses, arrogance, chance of disobeying orders when maneuvering for a royal beastmaster of a lower level than himself. Skills, Waterblade Storm, Riptide Impact, Ice Armor Possession, Purifying Water. Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, Xian Shui Zhu. Sin value, 0. It was actually a blue-ranked magical beast. Not only that, but look around at the group of private Noble Academy students. The magical beasts around him actually didn't have a single magical beast with a bloodline rank lower than orange. And every magical beast possessed at least one secret treasure on its body. Obviously, the people next to him were sitting in chairs, but this person in front of him was sitting in a boss chair. It seems to be a deliberate attempt to highlight his position as a leader. Subconsciously, Lu Yi couldn't help but curse lowly. Pretenders. Well, it is indeed pretentious enough. Lu Ming agreed with Lu Yi for once in a rare moment. The other party intentionally mimicked scenes from The Godfather, clearly as old as they were. Lu Ming suspected that this Goods Pure is the movie to see too much, two diseases committed. If he thought about it that way, what was it about the other man that he even felt faintly adorable? Put. Thinking about it, Lu Ming actually laughed out of place. At that moment, Ho Fangji, who had just had a calm face, his eyes instantly became stern. What? Do I look funny? No, I thought of something funny. Lu Yi, on the other hand, looked at his own brother with a shocked expression. Couldn't resist a thumbs up. When facing such a powerful family, he didn't dare to show his hostility too obviously, and only dared to curse quietly. Lu Ming was so good that he let out a sneer in front of the other party. Afraid that people won't know. Brother, you're so brave. At this moment, the treasure-hunting mouse in Lu Ming's pocket seemed to have sensed something. Immediately, he snapped his head out and looked at the red Xian beast on the opposite side. Instantly, Mouse's head jerked up. Subconsciously, he shrunk his head into his pocket again. As for that red Xianin beast, it seemed as if it had sensed some interesting toy. Immediately jumped down from Ho Fangji's body, and kept circling around Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, Ho Fangji, who just now had a bashful face. The expression on his face froze. Then, he looked at his battle pet somewhat anxiously and couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Lightning, what are you doing? Hurry back. Unfortunately, for his orders. The red Xian beast, however, chose to turn a deaf ear and even took the initiative to climb onto Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming. Hu Fangji. Instantly, Ho Fangji turned red and looked at Lu Ming with an indignant expression. What did you do to my lightning? Why is it so close to you? Lu Ming. I don't know. No bro, you're pure bumper sticker. If people can't do it, don't blame the road. Lu Ming guessed that it was probably the arrogant weakness of the red Xian beast in front of him that had been unleashed. Although the other party had allowed the red Xian beast's level to rise, they themselves had not kept up. Causes the war pet to disobey its master. It wasn't like the other party was like himself, able to clearly see the weaknesses of his own battle pet. Looking at the other party's anxious and sweaty face, even vaguely reddening a bit. Lu Ming almost laughed out loud again when he couldn't hold back. It seemed to have sensed the derisive sight that Lu Ming was looking over. Immediately, Ho Fangji forcibly recruited his bodyguard. A delicate bag of chicken jerky was held in his hands. Lightning, come back soon, I have chicken jerky made by a general-level magical beast here, I beg, come back soon. Sure enough. After hearing that there is something delicious. Only then did the red Xian beast called Lightning return to its senses. Turning his head to look at his master, he then rolled his eyes helplessly. Then, as if giving alms, she sat on Ho Fangji's lap and opened her mouth. The opposite party immediately revealed a smile and tore a grain of chicken jerky into small pieces and threw it into the mouth of his battle pet. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was speechless. Who is the master of this man and his favorite? Unable to help it, Lu Ming thought of two words. Cat slaves. Sure enough, cat slaves know no boundaries or status. Even the youngest member of a plutocratic family can't resist the pleasure of jerking off a cat. When the bag of cat food was finished, the red Xian beast began to wriggle again. To prevent what just happened from happening again, Ho Fang immediately grabbed his own battle pet. Roar! In the face of its master's entanglement, an angry roar came out of the red Xian beast's mouth. Tear a few times, in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. The expensive silk clothes on Ho Fangji's body were instantly torn to shreds. This technology. Wound is not at all. There is not a single piece of clothing left. Bull batch. At that moment, the few people present were all dumbfounded. Let alone Lu Ming. Now, even Lu Yi couldn't hold back and let out a direct goose call. Goosey goosey goosey. Not brother, could you be any more outrageous? A loud laugh was heard from Lu Ming and Lu Yi at the same time. Ho Fangji's face immediately showed a saucy red color. The whole thing looks as if it's about to shatter. But this dude, he actually hardened himself against the ridicule of the two. Then pretended not to care. Both of you, my humble servant Hofangji, I called you over to ask for something important. I have a heavy use for the secret realm tickets this time, so I want to acquire them from your side. Compared to the bids out there, as you can see, I'm willing to pay $200,000 apiece for it. I wonder what the two of you intend to do. That what? Don't laugh. But. Brother, reasoning I understand, but. Can you put on some clothes before talking to us? Ah, laughed at you, fat master me. I thought you were going to give me a big one, but I didn't realize you'd made a big one. Chapter 28 Spirit Water Beast Zephyr. At the moment, the Hofangji in front of him had recloaked himself. The face still looks with a slight blush. Facing the stifled smiles on the faces of both Lu Ming and Lu Yi, he pretended not to see them. Crossing his arms, he looked to the two. So, what did you guys think about the offer I just made? Upon hearing the other party's question, Lu Ming, however, did not even think about it and directly shook his head. 200,000 for the tickets. Honestly, that price is more than twice the original price of the ticket. Even if the duo entered the secret territory, the gains would not necessarily be as high. But Lu Ming was different. His treasure-hunting mouse, which possessed the treasure-hunting talent. Great for secret explorations. Even if they didn't consider the dragon source crystal, Lu Ming was confident that they could obtain other treasures. Seeing that Lu Ming did not agree, Hofangji's brows furrowed slightly. A cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Like a boss in a novel, he looked at Lu Ming. It's the first time someone has rejected me like that. Good, classmate, you managed to get my attention. Didn't your battle pet reject you multiple times? You shut up. Fatty, I've been putting up with you for a long time. It's better not to mention that. At the mention of Hofangji's heart, which had already calmed down, once again became agitated. With a grumpy expression, he glanced at the duo in front of him, especially Lu Ming. Finally, he waved his hand in direct annoyance. Off, you guys can go in if you want. But let me remind you that my goal is for the Dragon Source Crystal. If I see you in the middle of a fight, beware of my ruthlessness towards you. There's no surveillance inside the secret realm. If you accidentally die, I'm afraid that there won't even be a whole body left, so you two can think about it. In the face of Hofangji's threat, Lu Ming and his duo's faces changed instantly. Just had a feeling this guy was a bit of fun. But real contact reveals it. This guy is much more ruthless than his amusing behavior. His classmates around him, after hearing Hofangji's words, also slowly stood up. One by one, their eyes all looked icily at Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Brothers, do you guys know about Ho Xiao's family background? I don't want to expose my uncle in the Dragon God army. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. That's right. Our Ho Xiao's uncle is a. Only in the next moment, a flash of imperceptible caution and scorn flashed across his eyes. I am determined to obtain the Dragon Source Crystal. I absolutely cannot make any mistakes. I must collect all the tickets. As for those who are unwilling to hand them over, they must have ulterior motives. Wait again. I'll see who exactly wants to compete with this young man for the Dragon Source Crystal. Yes. Hearing Hofangji's words, that triangular eye was suddenly in awe. Though this one does usually have a jumpy personality. But at critical moments, it always gives a strong sense of oppression. This was the reason why everyone willingly followed Hofangji. And, of course, to wrestle a way out. Triangle Eyes could know that Hofangji's original contracted magical beast was nothing more than an orange-level aqua beast. It was because of that uncle in his military region that the bloodline had evolved to a red Yin beast. What's a thigh? That's the real thigh. You need a family history, you need a brain. That's what makes people want to follow him. In a short while, Wang Yuan once again returned to the entrance of the secret realm gate, waiting for the next sentinel to enter. Just then, a royal beast master once again walked head-on. Immediately, the eyes of the triangular eyes lit up, and they were about to do the same trick. Stop! Hearing his words, that imperial beast master's body slightly paused. The moment he turned around, Triangle Eye's original gangly demeanor instantly stalled. Looking at the young girl in front of him with a head full of white hair, even her eyebrows were as light as white frost. The cool eyes reflected his own slightly flustered face. With just one glance, Wang Yuan felt like he had his son's name all figured out. At this moment, Chu Yunyan was sizing up the person who had stopped him with a gentle smile on his face.
Can I help you? Ah. My name is Wang Yuan, I am a student of the private Noble Academy,
Well.
By the way, my oldest yelled at you.
After saying that, Triangle Eyes hurriedly ran to Ho Fangji.
Ho Shao.
There's a superb girl here.
She's alone.
Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji could not help but stare. Turning his head, he saw Chu Yunyan, who looked like a quiet lotus flower, in the crowd. Subconsciously, Ho Fangji gulped. And the Red Xian beast by his side, after seeing Chu Yunyan. Instantly, he wrinkled his nose and let out a disgruntled growl.
How does this woman smell like a dog?
Then, it saw its own master walking towards Chu Yunyan's side. Letting out a disgruntled howl, he saw that his master was not listening. At that moment, the Red Xian beast rolled its white eyes. After finding a more comfortable position in the boss chair, he slowly lay down. Meanwhile, outside the secret, go there first. Over there is the territory of the amphibious fishmen. The amphibious fishman's level is usually no more than 5 stars above the mortal level, and their eyeballs are sold at a very high price, which is the main ingredient for making water avoidance potions. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi didn't even think about it and directly agreed.
However, just as Lu Ming and his duo were preparing to depart,
the next moment, the system that hadn't moved for a long time,
it actually rattled again at the moment.
You accidentally entered the secret realm spirit water beast Zephyr, and the royal level magical beast here, the ice spirit Shin Python, sensed the scent of its air in you, and due to your command error, which led to the sacrifice of its air, the ice spirit Shin Python was very enraged.
Mission, Monty Python. Surviving the pursuit of the ice spirit Shin Python, an imperial level magical beast.
Mission reward, potential points 5, spiritual energy crystals 20, and a random attribute see spiritual treasure.
Chapter 29, Encounter with a Fishman. Hearing the task released by the system,
Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. It took a long time for him to remember when the system was first awakened. The original owner did have the experience of contracting a green-rank snake-type demonic creature. Later, because of the Great War, that war pet was unfortunately killed in battle. It's all the original's pot.
Nope, it's all the original's future pot. You take the sword of the former dynasty and behead the official of the current dynasty, this beaver?
In the next moment, he felt that the entire secret territory was filled with vibrations everywhere.
A terrifying aura swept towards the entire secret realm. Countless birds and beasts flew up in shock at the sudden terrifying aura.
The sudden change made Lu Ming subconsciously shiver. Immediately, he grabbed Lu Ye's shoulder and headed in the opposite direction of the snake-type magical beast territory marked in the map.
Fly away. If we say we're leaving now or something, that's certainly not realistic.
After all, 2 tickets were speculated to 400,000 gold coins outside. If you leave at this time, you're not a pure ingrate. According to the original plan, at the moment they were going nowhere else. It is the territory of the amphibious fishmen.
Before he came, Lu Ming also checked the information. Amphibious fishmen, in general, live in colonies.
Smaller herds have about 10 to 15 heads. The larger ones are even capable of reaching 50 heads. They even possess some intelligence and know how to make simple stone weapons to fight with.
Probably because of the possession of simple wisdom. The amphibious fishman's psychic energy crystal drop rate was far higher than that of normal magical beasts.
Plus the materials on them are worth a lot of money. So after entering the spirit water beast Zephyr, the land of amphibious fishers tends to be very popular with the imperial beastmasters. But they were also smart enough to know that they would be targeted by the imperial beastmasters.
So every once in a while, these amphibious fishers relocate en masse.
Halfway through, you encounter a fishman from another group. Both sides will either have to battle it out and merge the fishers on the other side. Either that or choose to cooperate and expand the community. However, the official side of the amphibious fishers were monitored very closely.
Once the amphibious fishers colony exceeds 50.
Officially, it's just a matter of stepping right in and dispersing these large tribes that could upset the ecological balance. Though the location of the amphibious fishers' swarms fluctuates. But some simple habits Lu Ming still remembered.
Prefers moist environments, not limited to lakes and swamps.
Need to have adequate food resources. They are omnivorous magical beasts, but would prefer meat more.
At the same time, bullying and also likes to dominate the territory of other weak magical beasts. Already has some bred capacity. Tribes of amphibious fishmen who bred magical beasts once appeared. And, as far as intelligence is concerned, magical beasts like amphibious fishmen also possessed a special way of raising their bloodline. As for how exactly it would be upgraded, Lu Ming didn't know. At this moment, he and Lu Yi followed the markings on the map. Was feeling his way to the land of the amphibious fishmen marked in the last map. I don't know if it's just their luck. It was also less than an hour's walk before the two of them saw two groups of amphibious fishers fighting. An amphibious fishman with a fish-like body, but with dry, thin legs and palms. Many of the amphibious fishmen also had decorations like shells and water plants. In their hands were also homemade stone hammers and spears. It does seem to possess a certain amount of intelligence. But those clear fish-lipped eyes were telling. It has intelligence, but definitely not much. But even more ordinary. It's also a magical beast. There was no lack of ruthlessness in the fight. At the moment, two sides of amphibious fishmen are fighting over the ownership of a swamp. With each attack from both sides, the stone spears or hammers plucked out large swaths of fish scales from their opponents' bodies. In a few moments, though, the smell of blood and fish soon filled the air. It was vaguely nauseating. After hiding in the shadows, Lu Ming observed from afar for a while. Unbidden, his eyes lit up. There aren't too many fishers on either side. The number of heads in each tribe is probably around 10-15. If it wasn't very strong, himself and Lu Yi might be able to be a fisherman. His eyes opened against the cross at the thought. Through the pupil of judgment, the attributes of these amphibious fishmen were checked up one by one. It turned out to be a big difference. Race, amphibious fishman warrior. Rank, mortal class 4 stars. Bloodline, red level. Talent, hammer mastery, hydrophilic. Attribute, water. Weakness, seeing is believing, there is a chance of mutiny when the swarm is below 50%. Skills, heavy hammer, water shield. Evolutionary route known, none. Equipment, none. Sin value, 0. Seeing these messages, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. All amphibious fishmen almost always have the weakness of seeing is believing in. That is, if they were to fight. Just kill half of the fishers and the other side will rout. A rough count of the overall number of amphibious fishers across the street. There are no more than 20 amphibious fishmen Jedi left. There were also a number of amphibious fishmen's bodies on the ground. It is thought that they have been fighting for some time. 10 heads. Take out 10 of them, and the materials on this batch of amphibious fishmen would be theirs. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Lu Yi on the side. Fatty. Any confidence? My greatsword is hungry for more. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of excitement flashed across Lu Yi's eyes. Before they came, they changed into lightweight combat uniforms. Except for the shield from the last time I entered the secret world. He also bought himself a big sword. The Beastmaster possesses a simple combat power, albeit not a strong one. But it's still more than enough to defend yourself for a while. Gently patting his rat. In the next moment, Lu Ming directly picked up Mouse Rat. Like throwing a baseball, the rat was thrown towards a distant colony of amphibious fishmen. Up. Mouse Rat. Squeak. Omega. Thrown in midair, the treasure hunter mouse was about to crash down on the amphibious fishman moments later. Transformed directly into combat form. Lu Ming, an ice cone coalesced in its hands. Looking across the room at the treasure hunting mouse that was fighting his clan. Just the moment it was about to fire. Click. The fish mage suddenly felt a pain in his ankle. It seemed to have been bitten by something. Looking down, I realized there was nothing. If it weren't for the 2 clear rows of tiny teeth marks on the ankles. He even thought that what had just happened was nothing more than an illusion on his part. Just as it was about to recast the spell. In the next moment, the fish mage was suddenly shocked to realize. The paw of his own bitten foot was turning a saucy purple color at a rate visible to the naked eye. Good. At once, the fish mage let out a dense, bubbling sound. Upon hearing the cry for help from the clan mage, the clansmen of its tribe immediately became alarmed. Just as they were about to go back for support. A large rat's head suddenly appeared in front of them. Licking his lips, a humanized smile appeared on Mouse's face. Squeak. Chopped pepper fish head,
fish head tofu soup, fish head hot pot, where are you going? Seeing the perverted smile on Mouse's face, a touch of trepidation immediately appeared on the faces of several amphibious fishmen. You. Don't you come over here. Chapter 30 The Secret of the Pupil of Judgment. Click, click. Accompanied by a succession of large, rat-sharp slatterns falling one after the other. Several of the amphibious fishers lost their precious heads instantly. After eating several fish heads in a row, Mouse's stomach was also slightly full. The rest of the amphibious fishers, after seeing Mouse make one big hit after another. It also knew that it was not the opponent's opponent. Not long after, the weakness of seeing the opportunity was activated. They simply scatter in all directions. Trying to escape? Seeing these fleeing amphibious fishmen, a flash of sternness flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Aiming at a few unlucky ones, directly cozying up to the hedgehog wraith. Even the ones that didn't die weren't in much better shape, with constant screams and gurgling pleas for mercy. Looking at the information of the amphibious fishman in front of him. Just as Mouse was about to tackle the amphibious fishman in front of him. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to have discovered something. Sudden order. Stop. At the critical moment, Mouse stopped his ratty paws. Then he looked curiously at his master, not understanding his intentions. Lu Ming, on the other hand, hurriedly ran from behind the curtain to the front. Come to the half-dead amphibious fishman. Just now, he was surprised to find out through the pupil of judgment. Although the original body data of the other party has not changed. But one statistic has changed. That's sin value. The original 0 points of sin value has now become sin value, 19,100. Seeing this prompt, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. When he first obtained the pupil of judgment, he had noticed something. This sin value seems to possess some unimaginable effect. And right now, he was finally on the verge of revealing the secret of the sin value. As for why it hadn't been found on the green jade shoots in the freshman's secret realm in the first place. It was only because of the clown's sudden and chaotic entrance at that time that directly broke Lu Ming's plan. There was no time to excavate. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately looked at the amphibious fishman in front of him. There was a glint in his eyes. What happens when the sin value reaches 100? Grabbing his dagger, he walked over to a fishman. Without saying a word, he directly gouged out his opponent's eyes. All the while, not forgetting to curse at Mouse on the sidelines. You guys are greedy again. Do you know how many fish heads have been wasted? Squeak. 3A. Hearing his master's words, Mouse immediately cast his head aside. I'm just a rat, I don't understand human language at all. The method of dissection, Zhuang Duan had once taught them. But in a few moments, Lu Ye's sight had gained something. Old Lu look. Spiritual energy crystals. Looking at the sky blue spirit energy crystal in his hand that was only the size of a thumb cap. Lu Ye's face immediately flashed with a glow of excitement. It's just a shame that of the 20 or so amphibious fishers. Except for that fish mage who had a psychic crystal. The remaining fishmen, surprisingly, all of them did not explode spiritual energy crystals. It could be seen how precious the batch of green jade shoots they had found near the spiritual treasure back then were. For that matter, the information also said that amphibious fishmen had a higher burst rate among the mortal classes. Then what could be the explosion rate of other mortal-grade magical beasts? By the time the two had finished counting their harvest, he immediately took Fatty to pack up and leave. After learning how the sin value was obtained, he directly changed his original purpose. At this moment, he had only one goal in mind, and that was to finish 100 amphibious fishmen early. Unlock the sin value. Just as the duo of Lu Ming and Lu Yi continued to explore the secret realm. Outside the gate of the spirit water beast Zephyr mystic realm. Wang Yuan's side hurriedly ran to Ho Fangji's front and panted. Young Ho, if you don't leave, it's going to be closed. I counted, there are a total of 6 people who don't want to hand over their secret realm tickets. I suspect that they are uneasy with good intentions, later after entering the secret realm is not. After saying that, Wang Yuan made a neck-wiping motion. Ho Fangji, on the other hand, just slowly stood up from his boss chair. After looking at the secret realm in front of him once again, he directly said. Inform everyone to enter the secret realm immediately now. I am determined to obtain the dragon's, walking in a slightly odd position. Watching Wang Yuan leave with a face of excitement. Standing at the end of the line, Chu Yunyan, who had just had a gentle smile on her face. The eyes, however, suddenly became cold and stern. Pick up your cell phone and quietly send out a text message. Lu Ming, Ho Fangji, Spirit Water Beast Zephyr, confirm entry. Chapter 31 Turbulence in the Secret World. It was also not long after Chu Yunyan sent out the message. The 4 members of the Reverse Beast Society who had just entered the Spirit Water Beast Zephyr successively. The satellite phone in his hand picked up the message immediately. After seeing the content on the cell phone, several people looked at each other and immediately said, "There are 2 items in this plan. One is to capture Lu Ming. It says it must be alive. The second is to eradicate the second son of the Qing Shui Ho family, Ho Fangji, and do both things together. We specifically released the news of the Dragon Source Crystal, so we're not afraid that the other party won't take the bait." Hearing the words of the head captain, the remaining 3 immediately nodded their heads. Then, only a medical safe suddenly appeared in the black-robed leader's hand. Opening the safe, the refreshingly cold air slowly overflowed. 4 test tubes flowing with golden liquid appeared in front of the 4. "It's a potion we purchased from the Evolution Society. It's expensive, but I have to admit, there's something. Throw it into that Snake King's lake and we'll have a good time then." Hearing the leader's words, the remaining 3 looked at each other and smiled. A flash of gloom and madness flashed across all of their eyes. "Number 3, you come with me. Number 2 and 4, you go find Lu Ming. When you find him, open the test tube immediately. Do you hear me?" "Yes." Hearing the leader's words, number 2 and number 4 immediately nodded their heads. In the next moment, the 2 of them disappeared abruptly. Along with Ho Fangji's group of people, they entered the Spirit Water Beast Zephyr with great vigor. The battle pets beside them immediately displayed a powerful fighting force. Even the most unusual green jade shoots out there. At the moment they all grew into a heavenly green jade bamboo. Only to see the owner of this green jade bamboo grabbing his battle pet. As he held the tip of the bamboo shoot, this green jade shoot suddenly transformed into its combat form. The tip of the bamboo shoot grows longer and longer, gradually turning into a green jade bamboo with a green jade texture. In a few moments, however, the bamboo had grown to a distance of 10 meters tall. This was exactly the new skill that he had mastered when his green jade shoots were promoted to the orange level. Topping out. When the momentum of growth slowed to a halt, the student immediately took out the binoculars he had with him. The eyes looked around, and finally, in the far southwest corner of the location, a group of snake-like magical beasts were seen lying next to the lake shore. Immediately, the green jade bamboo once again turned into a green jade shoot. "Young Ho, there's a large number of snake-type magical beasts in the southwest direction. That ice spirit Xian Python is definitely there." Hearing his subordinate's words, a flash of joy flashed across Ho Fangji's eyes. "Travel at once. Everyone get ready. Bring everything." "Yes." Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the crowd immediately harnessed their magical beasts, rapidly rushing toward the southwest. Wherever they passed, a strong aura emanated from a group of battle pets. Directly, the magical beasts that passed by with ill intentions were scared and fled in a hurry. It directly fueled the arrogance of Ho Fangji's group. Just what their group doesn't know is this. Just as they were rushing towards the snake-type magical beast area, 2 people from the Reverse Beast Association had already arrived here first. Pick up 2 test tubes and open them right up. At once, a strong smell of blood drifted out in all directions. The surrounding snake-type magical beasts violently opened their turquoise or ghostly blue snake pupils. Eyes looked around sharply. There seemed to be some coveted delicacy that fueled their desire. Only 2 members of the Reverse Beast Association were seen directly throwing 2 test tubes into the water. Next moment, the surrounding snake-type magical beasts all drilled into the lake like dumplings. The huge waves that rolled up made the lake look as if it was boiling. And the snake magical beasts that inhaled the red liquid, the body was actually vaguely altered. Certain serpent magical beasts became thicker in stature. The teeth of certain snake-like magical beasts then became sharper. But without exception, the ferociousness in their bodies was rapidly being galvanized. Until hiss. A violent hissing sound rang violently from the center of the lake. The moment he heard that sound of movement, it was as if the space around him was frozen in time. All the magical beasts immediately submitted, either settling in place or shivering in the lake. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure disappeared. Below the bottom of the lake, a huge black shadow swept across the bottom of the lake.
In an instant it was completely gone again.
It was as if the movement just now had never happened from the beginning.
Unable to help it, the two members of the Reverse Beast Society froze slightly. Is this okay?
It shouldn't be, even if it's a beginner model of the Evolution Society. The effect shouldn't be this much, or should it?
We're not getting a fake, are we?
Blanche. Just as the two men were puzzled. On the other side, Ho Fangji had already brought his men to the gathering place of the snake-type magical beasts. From a great distance, the crowd could see countless snake-type magical beasts lazily lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ho Fangji immediately exchanged glances towards a few people. Immediately, everyone nodded in unison. A tube of amber-colored potion came out in his hand.
It is?
Seeing the thing in Wang Yuan's hand, Chu Yunyan, who was sitting behind his tiger-type magical beast. A curious look could not help but appear on his face.
This one, huh? The high-grade andrographous powder purchased by Ho Xiao, the nemesis of snake-type magical beasts.
Yunyan's sister, you can watch, later on we will directly crunch and mess kill. After saying that, at Ho Fangji's gesture, the crowd directly threw the high-grade andrographous powder in their hands into the snakes. Click, click. The sound of a crystal shattering rang out. The original amber-colored powder instantly drifted out.
The entire space was instantly tinted with a thick yellow fog.
Ordinary snake-type magical beasts, the moment they smelled this layer of thick fog, the body began to twist violently.
Seeing this scene, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Ho Fangji's face. All hands on deck. Dispel all snake-type magical beasts. Kill them on the spot if they resist. Yes.
Hearing Ho Fangji's words, everyone immediately summoned their magical beasts. All of a sudden, all kinds of high-level bloodline magical beasts came out.
The skills were even directly greeted on the bodies of these snake-type magical beasts.
If it was in the past, the snake demon beast would definitely lose its fighting ability instantly after encountering the high-level andrographous powder.
But this time,
the moment both magical beasts came into contact,
seeing their reaction, Wang Yuan could not help but show a hint of surprise on his face.
Then disregarding Chu Yunyan on the side, he hurried to Ho Fangji's side.
Young Ho, something's not right. These magical beasts are resisting too violently, not like they've been hit with high-level andrographous powder? And
they don't seem to have lost much combat power.
We're not getting a fake, are we? No way. This is a high-class item that I asked my uncle to get. How can it be fake?
Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, a flash of sternness immediately flashed across Ho Fangji's face. After only a moment's thought, his face suddenly turned ironic.
Eyes swept around. However, he did not move to Wang Yuan. Someone's coming to trip in front of us. Inform everyone to be careful. Bring out that thing at the moment of necessity. Once you see an outsider, would rather kill the wrong person than let go. Yes.
When he heard Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan's heart suddenly fluttered. Just as the students of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy tangled with the snake-type magical beasts. At this moment, Lu Ming and Lu Yi had already completed their third wave of attack on the fishmen.
1 hour into the secret world, counting the wave at the beginning.
They found 3 amphibious fissures habitats. There were a good number of fissures in the 2 waves of gatherings. The sin value displayed on the Pupil of Judgment increased by another 30 points. At the same time, the duo also harvested a large wave of eyeballs, as well as 4 spiritual energy crystals. At this rate of gain, 4 more hours,
the proceeds from this secret will be equal to the admission money.
Just as the two were about to speed up their progress in finding the amphibious fishman,
suddenly,
Lu Ming quipped as the rat's body stiffened violently. Sharp noses toward the air seemed to sniff, as if they had found some important supplies.
This is... Lu Ming, who was well aware of the characteristics of the mouse rat, couldn't help but see his eyes light up. This was the treasure hunting trait being activated again. What's up, Mousy? Found a good move yet? Squeak.
Seeing the rat's appearance, Lu Ming was immediately certain that it should have found something good. Without any hesitation, he directly patted Mouse's head.
Since there's something good, let's go over there first. Squeak. In an instant, the 2 men and the rat directly reversed direction.
Meanwhile, 2 members of the Reverse Beast Society had opened their test tubes. Without saying a word, it was thrown directly into the middle of a small fishman colony's lake.
Chapter 32, Fish Warriors. In the middle of the dense forest, the speed of the 2 men and 1 rat were moving at a rapid pace. Just as suddenly, Mouse's movements jerked. A puzzled look came over his face. What's wrong? Seeing Mouse stop suddenly, Lu Ming couldn't help but look curiously. But the mouse kept on squeaking. Again, he didn't understand the rat language, so he simply stroked its head soothingly. It's fine, there shouldn't be any opponents for us in this secret realm, just charge ahead. Squeak. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Mouse stopped screaming more. Taking Lu Ming and Lu Yi with him, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the treasure he had just sensed. When the two arrived at their destination, they were shocked to find out. The place they arrived at was actually a gathering place for fishmen. At this moment, a large group of amphibious fishmen of different groups were fighting fiercely in the lake. Different groups of amphibious fishmen have different decorations on their bodies. Observe the stylized frontal accessories on those amphibious fishers around the lake. Lu Ming guessed that there were at least 4 tribes of fishmen here as well. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi on the side couldn't help but tsk twice. What's going on? Is there really a treasure in the lake? No wonder he thought that, otherwise why did this group of amphibious fishmen seem to be going crazy and killing each other? But Lu Ming was in possession of the pupil of judgment. He was able to see more. With a stony face, he frowned slightly as he looked at the amphibious fishmen not far away. Something's not right. The condition of these amphibious fishmen is not right. Look, fatty, isn't the tribe that wears a necklace of yellow shells on their chests stronger? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but look away. Sure enough, following the direction Lu Ming pointed out, the amphibious fishman with a bunch of raggedy shells on his head. Being significantly taller than the other amphibious fishmen, not to mention the slender arms that characterize amphibious fishmen are not present in them either. Original slender legs and arms. It looks like a tangle of muscles at the moment. Thick arms, the fitness guru next door who's been jerking off for 30 years doesn't have those great arms. The hammer in his hand swung violently. A fishman from another tribe was directly smashed to the point where his eyeballs burst. And in Lu Ming's pupil of judgment, the messages on them also reveal eccentricity at all times. Race, amphibious fishman warrior frenzy. Level, mortal class 5-6 stars. Bloodline, red-orange. Talents, hammer mastery, hydrophilic. Attribute, water. Weakness, frenzy, 30% increase in strength, easy to attack without distinguishing between enemy and self when fighting. Skills, heavy hammer, water shield. Evolutionary route known, none. Equipment, none. Sin value, 49. The pupil of judgment is shown. This tribe of amphibious fishmen is evolving at a rapid pace. And not one head or two, but all of them. If it was just a spiritual treasure, it was clearly impossible for it to possess such power. Could it be that under the bottom of the lake, it possessed some kind of high-level spiritual treasure? But would a high-level spiritual treasure just randomly appear in an ordinary secret realm? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled. In the distance, the battle between the tribes of amphibious fishmen had gradually come to an end. Let's call it the Shell Necklace clan of fishermen. It's being gathered together, covered in blood. Hands in the air in celebration of the victory. Clearly there are only a dozen heads. But the aura emanating from them made the other surrendered fish people tremble. With countless amphibious fishers embracing it. An amphibious fishman that stood 3 meters tall and was clearly several heads taller than the other fishmen slowly walked towards the center. The moment they saw it, the amphibious fish people around them instantly lowered their heads. A sound like spitting bubbles came out of his mouth. In the next moment, the body of the amphibious fishman in front of him actually emitted a steep red light. It was accompanied by a dazzling flash of red light. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Ming and Lu Yi, the giant amphibious fishman across the street, the body actually mutated again. This is bloodline evolution? The original fish body is evolving towards some kind of strange fish. In a few moments, it became fat. The arms and legs were bloated as if they were elephant legs. Especially that mouth, with 2/3 of the face taken up by an abyssal maw full of sharp teeth. 2 tentacles that looked like dragon whiskers waved back and forth on either side of its mouth. This looks like a catfish? In his hand, he carried a huge stone hammer, which also weighed at least 100 pounds.
Through the pupil of judgment, Ming finally discovered the special features of the catfish on the opposite side.
Race, amphibious fishman warrior. Grade, mortal grade 7 stars. Bloodline, yellow grade.
Talents, weapon mastery, water friendly, monarch calling. Attributes, water, earth. Weakness, frenzy, 30% increase in strength, easy to attack without distinguishing between enemy and self when fighting. Skills, Commander-in-Chief, Order of War, Sword in the Water, Mudbog, Power.
Evolutionary route known, none. Equipment, pink shell. Sin value, 49. Is it actually a yellow-level magic beast? Is it possible to evolve simply by being worshipped by the fish around you? I have to say, the amphibious fishmen are quite a peculiar race. Ming also didn't expect that the amphibious fishmen would actually evolve in this way.
No wonder the officials clean up every time their swarms increase in number.
Once these amphibious fishmen gather in large numbers, the consequences are unimaginable.
Lu Yi, who was on the side, looked at the huge catfish fisherman. The other man's solid weight made him subconsciously shrink.
Old Lu, the point is solid, the wind is tight in pulling the call?
Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Ming, however, narrowed his eyes. Fatty, I have just looked at it, but what that catfish is hanging from its neck should be a secret treasure.
I don't need to say more about the price of the secret treasure, right?
In an instant, Lu Yi, who had just been ready to back out.
The aura changed violently. The treasures of the world are in the hands of the virtuous. By what right does he, an amphibious fishman? Old Lu, just give it a hard time like you did with that clown guy last time, huh? Hearing Lu Yi's words, Ming laughed. That's what I intend to do.
I'll have mouse out later, so get your poisonous salamander ready.
Hey! You'll see. Hearing Ming's words, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Lu Yi's face.
Ming, on the other hand, opened Mouse's treasure chest.
Straight away, all the metal daggers of everyone in there were taken out in one fell swoop. Without saying anything, a golden aura directly struck Mouse Rat's body. At once, Mouse's already blonde fur. Instantly, it shimmered with a golden light. In the dark and deep jungle, the golden light was especially blinding.
The head of the amphibious fishman warrior who had just been celebrating.
The bulb-like eyeballs actually glared directly out of their sockets. Boo!
Toward the direction where the golden light was, he waved his big hand. The remaining amphibious fishmen immediately got up and darted towards Ming's location where they were scouting.
Old Lu! They're coming! Mousy! Golden mantle! The spirit art erupted for the last time. The treasure-hunting mouse let out a sharp squeak. Metal manipulation. In the next moment, the surrounding metal daggers floated directly around it. Hundreds of daggers floated in the air, transforming into a long river of metal.
In the fearful gazes of countless amphibious fishmen. Straight towards the amphibious fishman poking ahead.
Chapter 33 Sneak Attack in the Shadows.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, countless daggers kept pouring out like carp over the river. In an instant, several of the foremost amphibious fishers
directly stabbed into a hedgehog by the rushing daggers. The charge of those fish people was actually hardened and torn open by the daggers. It eventually shoots towards the fishman warrior across the street. Bang!
The moment the dagger was about to stab the fishman warrior, outside of its body, a pink shield actually opened up.
Obviously, Ming had checked, and his opponent didn't have any defense-type skills at all. What's going on here?
Unable to help himself, his gaze went to the shell necklace around the neck of the fishman warrior across from him.
It's that secret treasure. It actually comes with an automatic defense ability. A secret treasure with its own defense. Instead, it's still an automatic defense.
Even if the grade of the secret treasure wasn't very high, it would raise its value by a notch. Instantly, Ming and Lu Yi looked at the opposite fishman warriors with even more
excited expressions. So much so that the fishman warrior subconsciously took 2 steps back. Good. Not far.
The 2 members of the Reverse Beast Society saw that Ming was actually fighting back and forth with the newly promoted fishman warrior. A look of dismay could not help but appear on both of their faces.
What's going on? How could that battle pet of his be so strong? This strength, it's already at the peak of the mortal level, right?
Comprehending primordial spirit arts on their own, and having their battle pet spread to the peak of the mortal grade, damn, it's another seat of a top-tier academy. I really envy these geniuses nah. Speaking of this, that number two's eyes couldn't help but flash with a thick flash of jealousy and resentment. His eyes flashed with a touch of scarlet, and his gaze coldly looked at Lu Ming and the treasure-hunting mouse who were fighting not far away. Under the attack of countless daggers, the shield of the opposite fishman warrior supported less than 10 seconds. There was a click. In the next moment, the entire shroud directly shattered. Seeing that the enemy had lost its shield, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Mousy, go! Squeak! Omega! In the next moment, the treasure hunter mouse violently rushed towards the opposite fishman warrior. And the other side, after seeing the treasure hunter mouse come over. A gurgling roar immediately escaped from his mouth. Pick up the huge stone hammer in his hand that was 110 meters tall. The muscles of his arms instantly swelled. At the same time, several swords of water in the air materialized behind the fishman warrior. For a certain moment, Lu Ming even thought that he had traveled to the background of a novel about immortals. This fishman warrior is pretty ugly. But the play gets to be quite flowery. The large, plump body rushed towards the treasure-hunting mouse, but its speed was not slow at all. The entire body was like a meatball chariot. Every time he stepped, he made the ground shake. In the next moment, countless swords of water rushed towards Mouse Rat's body. The metal dagger that had just fallen to the ground immediately returned to Mouse for a block. The moment Rat and Fishman Warrior were about to collide. Only the stone hammer weighing 100 pounds was raised high. It fell heavily again. Boom! The ground was like a rushing sea wave, sending up yellow ripples. Countless amounts of dust flew out, instantly clouding the sight of those around them. A hammer slammed down, but the face of the fishman warrior didn't have the slightest bit of pleasure from the great revenge. Instead, the already small eyes glared even more roundly. It seems to be puzzling. Why did he himself have absolutely no hand in smashing something? Only the next moment, the sunlight above its head suddenly disappeared. A huge shadow covered its head directly. Boom! There was a loud bang. The treasure hunter mouse's entire body was pressed directly onto the fishman warrior's body. The highly poisonous salamander hidden in his fur, on the other hand, took advantage of the opportunity to burrow out and take a bite right into the body of the fishman warrior. Poisoned teeth? There was a click. Sharp teeth bit right through the other's skin. The fishman warrior in front of him was beginning to purple and corrode almost visibly where he had been bitten. The fishman warrior only felt his body spinning before he could pick up his stone hammer and strike back. Several daggers had stabbed into it one after another. Pft, pft. The highly poisonous salamander crawling on its plump body was equally unoccupied. It was a non-stop tearing at the other's fat body. Bite after bite of venom was injected into the fishman warrior's body. Soon, the other's body was because of the toxin. The body swelled round and round. Blue-violet blood flowed all over the place. The originally frenzied fish people around them, after seeing the leader's tragic condition, they have been scared backward. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming could not help but sigh. If he still had a battle pet, he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to harvest. Or if only summer had been around, the three would have been able to take advantage of the opportunity to harvest. Was thinking. Only to hear a sudden rumble in the distance. The huge fishman warrior finally couldn't hold it up. Planted violently on the ground. The sin value in the eyes of the judgment pupil, even more so, had risen by 9 points directly, causing him to raise his eyebrows slightly. Never in a million years would I have thought that a yellow-ranked fishman would be able to grow so much for myself. Immediately, his gaze went to the remaining fishmen. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered Mouse to attack. Squeak! A roar came out of his mouth. The surrounding daggers were immediately like cannonballs again, shooting in all directions. At once, the pupil of judgment about the fishman's sin value. It is rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. 64, 65, 69, 70. A normal red-ranked fishman only provides 1 point of sin value. But the orange level is able to provide 4 points. Plus there were a good number of fishers around. In just a few moments, the sin value had piled up to 98 points. Looking at the orange-ranked amphibious fishman not far away, Lu Ming immediately ordered Mouse Rat to attack. Just the moment the treasure hunter mouse rushed towards the amphibious fishman. Not far away, in the woods within the shadows, 2 wolf-type magical beasts violently rushed out and darted in the direction of Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Old Lu! seeing the two wolf-type magical beasts that suddenly jumped out. Lu Ming and Lu Yi were visibly stunned. Lu Yi, who reacted a bit faster, violently picked up the large shield in his hand and blocked Lu Ming's heels. Click! Shields made of ordinary alloys were no match for the demonic beast wolf in front of them. With one hard bite, the opponent made a deep teeth mark on the shield. Then, another wolf-like magical beast with a body that resembled a zombie. Stomping on his companion's body, he leapt towards Lu Ming's direction. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi violently let out a roar. Dropping his shield, he simply hugged the giant wolf in the air and dropped it with force. Boom! The giant wolf flew out with a pained cry. Sharp teeth flowing with necrotic venom fiercely bit down on Lu Yi's combat uniform. Click! Lu subconsciously let out a cry of pain. Blood suddenly spurted out of his arms. Fatty! Lu Ming, who had only just reacted, let out a shriek. The pupils of judgment swept towards the two sneaky magical beasts in front of them. Red rank magical beast Corrupted Phantom Wolf and red rank magical beast Amazing Tail Wolf. This wasn't a spirit water beast Zephyr's magical beast at all. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes abruptly changed. Something's wrong. There are other Imperial Beast Masters nearby. Someone's trying to sneak up on us. Chapter 34, Sin Value 100-100. A furious curse escaped his mouth. Lu Ming directly kicked the Corrupted Phantom Wolf in the head. The pupils of the other party's ghostly green eyes immediately glared deathly at Lu Ming. He, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit afraid and yelled at the treasure hunter mouse. Mousy! Squeak! Hearing Lu Ming's order, the treasure hunter rat takes a bite out of the last amphibious fishman. Fire support towards Lu Ming's side. It was just that the treasure hunting mouse and the poisonous salamander were still hundreds of meters away from this side. It would take at least 5 to 10 seconds for the two magical beasts to want support. For two wolf-type magical beasts that were known for their speed. 5 seconds. That's enough time for them to do a lot of things. Inside the jungle, two members of the Reverse Beast Society stormed out. Grabbing a thick hemp rope, he directly tied Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Seeing that the treasure hunter rats were about to come over, one of them picked up a dagger and put it directly on Lu Ming's neck. Don't move! See him in action. The treasure hunter mouse immediately threw in the towel. As for number 2, he immediately sneered as he looked at Lu Ming's face. Boy, be a good boy before you suffer a flesh wound. Don't worry, we don't want your life, just your people. If you're willing to cooperate, I promise you'll be absolutely fine. Seeing that he was being held up by the dagger, Lu Ming's face did not show any panic. Instead, he looked at his opponent with a grim gaze. At the same time, he glanced at the fat man who had been tied up with himself and whose face had become whiter and whiter. The Corrupted Phantom Wolf was an undead-type magical beast. The body possesses corrosive necrotic poison. Normally, if an Imperial Beastmaster was struck by this poison, he had to be cleaned and sterilized immediately. But in this situation right now, there was obviously no way to treat the fat man. If it dragged on, there was a good chance that something would happen to Fatty's body. Unable to help it, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Quickly detoxify my brother. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a sneer immediately appeared on number 2's face. Don't even think about it, kid, it's lucky if it doesn't bite you, you're the only one we're targeting. If you obediently come with us, maybe we'll be merciful enough to— I have the antidote. Let me go and I'll— Ka-ching! Didn't listen to the other guy's bull. At this moment, Lu Ming's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting at a rate of 5 points per second. He, who could only hold out for a total of 2 minutes, had no intention of wasting any time. Without any hesitation, he directly snapped the other's neck. The moment he lifted the spirit-melting spiritual art, the treasure-hunting mouse popped up beside him. Before the two wolf-like magical beasts could react from the shock of their master's death, it had then opened its bloody mouth and dryly crushed both of its heads one by one. Lu Ming, who had slowed down, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. The body was due to the forced use of the fusion spirit. A sharp pain shot through his arm. After slowing down for a while, looking at the two corpses of the Reverse Beast Society members on the ground, they stumbled over to the two corpses, searching them for the antidote to the corrosive corpse poison. Unfortunately, the two were empty. Sure enough, that person just now was tricking him into buying time. Looking at Lu, who had fallen to the ground and was breathing more and more rapidly, a flash of anxiety flashed across Lu Ming's face. Just then, Lu Ming seemed to think of something. His eye snapped to the area where the ice spirit Xian snake was located. There was a high probability that Ho Fanji's group went into the spirit water beast Zephyr for the B-grade spirit treasure. With them being so rich and ready, they might have the medicine to cure Lu. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately carried Lu Yi on Mouse Rat's body. As for the task he carries, today's spirit water beast Zephyr is not 20 years later. All magical beasts are managed very strictly in terms of their rank. At most, he was only at the peak of the mortal grade, so what was there to be afraid of? Arriving in front of the fishman warrior, Lu Ming yanked the pink shell off its neck. Hang it around Mouse's neck. Then, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something and jerked his head to look at the remaining amphibious fishmen on the ground. Only the original sin value displayed on the Pupil of Judgment was seen. At the moment it has become 102-100. Looking at the numerous fishman corpses on the ground. Subconsciously, Lu Ming's gaze went to the amphibious fishman warrior at the far end. The Pupil of Judgment is activated. A red light shot out from Lu Ming's eyes. Reversed cross lands a direct hit on amphibious fishman. The fishman warrior's plump body suddenly became smaller to the naked eye. But in a moment, the other party's huge body turned into a crystal less than the size of a palm. Is this psychic energy crystals? Looking at the blue crystals on the ground, a flash of doubt flashed across Lu Ming's face. In the case of spiritual energy crystals, there was a chance that they could be produced on every magical beast. If 100 magical beasts are killed, one must be popped out. The effect of the Pupil of Judgment is a bit of a cockamamie. And Lu Ming also remembered that the fishman warrior himself should have a spiritual energy crystal in his body. A half day's work equals nothing for him? And then look at the sin value in the eyes. It's been turned back to 100. Picking up the spiritual energy crystals on the ground, a flash of depression flashed across Lu Ming's face. Only, the moment he received the spiritual energy crystals. Lu Ming's face, however, flashed with dismay. The psychic energy crystal in front of him seemed to be a bit different from the traditional psychic energy crystals. The moment he took it in his hand, the Pupil of Judgment actually gave a new hint. Skill crystal yellow level. Let the bloodline war pet below yellow level inherit a certain ability in the skill crystal. The use of war pets with the same attribute has, there is a chance of awakening a high level of the same attribute skills. Other attributes of the use of magical beasts, there is a chance of awakening the fusion skills. There is a chance of failure of the awakening the use of anti-attribute magical beasts. There is a slight chance of awakening a special skill. There is a high chance of failure of the awakening. Not psychic energy crystals. Instead, skill crystals? Chapter 35, Skill Crystallization. Looking at the skill crystals in his hand, a flash of surprise crossed Lu Ming's face. He had never heard anything about skill crystals on the market. It was probably because skill crystals were too precious. At the level of the original owner, it was normal not to have heard of it. But there's a bigger possibility, and that's there are no skill crystals on the market at all. Lu Ming could imagine. Once this stuff hits the market, what turmoil will be caused in the community? The skill crystals in front of us are not crystals? It was clearly a treasure that had not been mined. Those Imperial Beast Masters would absolutely go crazy over this kind of thing when they saw it. You know, the skill awakening of a battle pet. In addition to passive awakening after upgrading, there is also awakening by one's own realization. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the skills that can be awakened in a battle pet. This was also the fundamental reason why everyone was attracted to magical beasts with high bloodlines. But if you have a skill crystal, even ordinary magical beasts were able to awaken stronger skills. Picking up this skill crystal, Lu Ming grasped it in his hands and rubbed it repeatedly. The expression on his face as he looked towards it was also vaguely obsessed. Mouse, open your mouth. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately opened his treasure chest. What wonderful uses the skill crystals had, now was not the time to explore. It's important to heal Lu. He had to find Ho Fanji's group quickly to do so. After patting Mouse Rat's head, Lu Ming directly told Mouse Rat to look in the direction of the map where the snake-type magical beasts were located. Soon, the 2 men and 1 mouse arrived near the Snake Island marked on the map. Just before they reached Snake Island, not far away, there was the sound of fighting. The moment he heard the voice, Lu Ming's gaze looked into the distance. Only to see that not far away, Ho Fanji and his group were fighting countless snake-like magical beasts.
The vicinity of Snake Island possessed all sorts of snake-type magical beasts. Gathered together, it's a massive force. Ordinary Imperial Beast Masters wouldn't even dare to enter and explore inside. Even if you want to explore, you have to form a squad of 5 or more people to do so. On the contrary, Ho Fangji's group of people, relying on their strength, were continuously slaughtering the magical beasts around them. The red-stained blood colored the otherwise turquoise-blue lake. A few curved snakes flashed faintly beneath the jagged blue waves of the lake. At the moment, they were all attacking towards the squad that Ho Fangji and the others were in. At the same time, Lu Ming caught a glimpse of Chu Yunyan, who was hiding at the back of the crowd. Never would have guessed that green tea essence was quite popular. Blend into each other's circles everywhere you go. Is she some kind of magic? It was just that at the moment, Ho Fangji's classmates and his team didn't look in very good shape. Facing the seemingly endless number of snake-type magical beasts around them, they could only struggle to hold on. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little curious. What on earth had they done to make the snake-type magical beasts attack so defiantly? It was also at the same time that Lu Ming was puzzled. Not far away, the panting Ho Fangji directly fed himself a bottle of spiritual energy recovery potion. Wang Yuan, who was on the side, looked at the surrounding snakes, and a flash of pallor flashed across his face. He didn't want to see another snake for the next estimated long time. Ho Shao! These magical beasts have all gone crazy. We've used up all the concentrated andrography potion we had to deal with the Snake King. It's surprising that they haven't fled yet. Why don't we just retreat and think about it in the long run? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji's face did not look good. No way. For that spiritual treasure, I've already scattered 6 million gold coins before and after. Who knows if the spirit treasure will be swallowed by the Snake King after this time? After making so many preparations, if we still can't get the spirit treasure, then he'll be the laughingstock of the whole school. He's going to prove it to everyone. It is not just the top rich kid, his talent is equally top-notch. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, numbers 1 and 3. Looking at the battle between Ho Fangji's group of rich kids not far away. A twisted look of envy spread across his face. It's really trenchant, nah. The potion they just used alone is more than 1 million gold coins, right? How can we ordinary royal beast masters be a match for a rich second generation? If I could have those resources, I'm afraid I would have piled them up to 3 stars instead of remaining a bitter 1-star imperial beast master. Speaking of this, number 1's expression became more and more twisted from jealousy. The companion beside him did not speak though. But the envy that flowed from his eyes could not be hidden. Looking to the side of number 1, I only saw him coldly say, "How about it, Captain? We stab now?" Stabbing. Of course, assassinate. Seeing a genius die in my hands is simply not too much fun. My favorite thing to do is kill pretentious geniuses. I figure that number 2 and the others should have gotten their hands on it, so let's just retreat after we kill this little genius. After saying that, number 1 gently patted his battle pet. Unexpectedly, his battle pet was actually a rare orange-ranked mechanical magic beast. Orange-grade magical beast gun armor beast. Hear the master's call. The body of the gun-armored beast folded and deformed for a while. In a few breaths of effort, however, it turned into a 2-meter-long, technological sniper rifle with shimmering blue lines. Aimed at Ho Fangji, a loud roar came out of his mouth. Wang Yuan. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan, who had long been waiting on the sidelines, immediately ordered his battle pet to throw the props towards the position of the sneak attacker in the distance. Only the tiger-type battle pet beneath him let out a roar. Skill Cyclone. A green-colored whirlwind rose from the flat ground. The props thrown by Wang Yuan were immediately wrapped in the gale. Toward the distant positions of number 1 and 3. This is Thunderbolt, a prop made of lightning-type psychic energy crystals. Seeing the thrown props, number 1 and number 3's faces changed instantly. Damn! Why does he have such a dangerous prop for a high school student? Chapter 36, A Favor. Boom! Violent explosions resounded throughout the secret territory. With the terrifying explosion, it was impossible for even a soldier-level magical beast to withstand this terrifying blow. The 2 members of the Reverse Beast Society at the center of the explosion were instantly blown to pieces. Ho Fangji, who had done all this, however, whistled softly in the direction of the explosion that had just occurred. Then immediately turned his head again. Ho Shao, what are you turning around for? Because real men never watch explosions. Lu Ming, who was not far away, could not help but be shocked upon seeing this scene. These top rich kids are really not to be messed with. Who knows how many goodies they have hidden in them. Just that transparent shield alone just now made Lu Ming drool a little with envy. You never know exactly how much more there is in the children of those big families. Looking at Lu, who had fallen into a coma beside him. In the next moment, Lu Ming directly patted Mouse Rat's head, signaling him to come closer. The moment the treasure hunter mouse appeared, the expressions of the students from the opposite side of the Qingshui Private Noble Academy immediately became grave. As for Ho Fangji, his eyes could not help but narrow upon seeing Lu Ming. Chu Yunyan, who was hiding behind the crowd. Upon seeing Lu Ming's figure, his pupils also suddenly shrunk. But soon, she let out an exclamation of surprise as if she pretended to have only just realized it. Lu Ming? Hearing Chu Yunyan's call, Wang Yuan, who was on the side, immediately became alert. You know him? He and I are students of Qingshui First Middle School, but the wind is not good in the school, everyone does not like him too much. Chu Yunyan's words appeared to be just a simple statement. But in his words, he quietly labeled Lu Ming as a bad student. Right now, this group of noble school students had just experienced fighting and sneak attacks. It's when the spirit is at its tightest. Any wind in their sails will make them haywire. At that moment, Wang Yuan's eyes became ferocious as he looked at Lu Ming. Those triangular eyes were as if they were poisonous snakes as they looked coldly at Lu Ming. Stop. Don't blame us if you come any closer. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming immediately pressed Mouse Rat, signaling it to stop. Less than 100 meters away from Ho Fangji and the others, Lu Ming slowly stepped down from Mouse Rat. Dragging the fainting Lu Yi, Lu Ming raised his hands. Opposite friends, my friend and I were also ambushed by the enemy, and my brother was poisoned by the corrupted spectral wolf's corrosive corpse poison, and I'd like to ask you to borrow the props used to detoxify the poison. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Yuan just gave the other party a cold look. Shake your head straight. We have no antidote props. Now turn back immediately. Or don't blame us for doing it. Shut up. Who are you Yakuza to talk? I'm asking your boss. Ho Fangji, are you listening? Eyes on the opposite side of the triangular eye is still forcing Rai Rai. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense to the other party anymore. His eyes turned to Ho Fangji on the opposite side, and at this moment, he can only pin his hopes on the other party. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming suddenly said, Aren't you curious as to why the red Yin beast sometimes suddenly disobeys commands? I can tell you why. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji was visibly stunned. A slight frown. Wang Yuan, who was on the side, had a twisted expression on his face when he heard Lu Ming's unrelenting rant. Viciously looking at Lu Ming, he directly said angrily, Don't listen to him, young ho. What you don't even know, how could he, an ordinary student of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, possibly know? I just know it. I'm a genius in battle pet breeding. Look at my battle pet. It's already 9 stars at the mortal level. It was originally only a red-ranked magical beast. Now it's green level. How do you think I was bred? I have a gift. In addition, I have the power to fight. You can help out with the surrounding magical beasts. The more this happened, the more awake Lu Ming became. Ask for help when you ask for it. First, you need to demonstrate your value. As expected, when they heard Lu Ming's words, the students of the surrounding noble academy. Only then did he look with a curious expression at the treasure-hunting rats not far away. After seeing the power of the treasure-hunting mouse, this group of noble sons couldn't help but whisper. That seems like it's really a green-ranked magical beast treasure-hunting mouse, eh? I've read about it in the Magical Beast Encyclopedia. What? Wouldn't that bloodline level be more advanced than my green jade bamboo shoots? That treasure-seeker mouse is indeed well-bred, its rank is actually higher than Ho Xiao's red Shin beast? But didn't Chu Yunyan just say that? He has character problems? At least it's a warhorse, and that guy next to him, with his face all white, doesn't look like a fake. Hearing the whispers of the people around her, Chu Yunyan's eyes sunk slightly. The heart huffed a little. This group of people from the Reverse Beasts Association were really accomplishing more than they were doing. 2 tasks, and surprisingly none of them were accomplished. Unable to help herself, she snorted coldly and stopped talking. It was Ho Fangji, who had a touch of contemplation on his face after hearing Lu Ming's words.
Looking across the room at the treasure-hunting mouse, finally, he nodded. The potion for the corrupted necrotic poison is available to you. I happen to have it, but just to be clear beforehand. I'm sure you've heard about the spiritual treasure, and I'm determined to get the dragon source crystal.
If you dare to think otherwise? Absolutely not. As long as I can save my brother's life, I don't want anything else. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji gave him a deep look. Nodding towards Wang Yuan. Ho Shao. Seeing Ho Fangji agreeing to Lu Ming coming over, Wang Yuan was instantly anxious.
Ho Fangji, on the other hand, just shook his head and said,
"How bad can a man be who can risk even his own life for his brother? That's the kind of guy I'd be more comfortable giving my back to."
This. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, a flash of hesitation flashed across Wang Yuan's face. With a cold snort, he eventually got out of the way. Immediately, Lu Ming directly carried Lu Yi towards Ho Fangji's group.
Ho Fangji was seen taking out a tube of purple potion from his backpack.
Without saying a word, he threw it directly to Lu Ming.
"Thanks, I owe you one."
Seeing the potion in his hand, Lu Ming was instantly delighted. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji, on the other hand, seemed to have heard something interesting.
Couldn't help but chuckle.
Obviously, he did not take Lu Ming's words to heart.
Just a student at a public high school.
What's his favor worth?
Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not hesitate the moment he received the other party's antidote.
Lu Ming directly uncorked the bottle and fed the potion into Lu Ye's mouth. A little while later, Lu Ye's originally pale face gradually took on a blush. Although he was still unconscious, his body was basically unharmed. At that moment, Ho Fangji, who was on the side, threw over another bottle of potion. Receiving it with one hand, Lu Ming looked at the other party with some curiosity.
"I see his hand is bitten, take this one too."
After a moment of silence, Lu Ming finally nodded.
"Thanks. It's okay, I think you're quite nice. Do you want to be my little brother?" Lu Ming. "Eh? Not buddy. I'm asking you for a bottle of potion. Aren't you asking for a little too much in return? How dare you? You want me to be your little brother? Isn't it usually the other supporting characters who see the protagonist and bow to him, and then offer him all kinds of resources? How come on your side, it's all the other way around?" Blankly glancing at the other party, Lu Ming directly shook his head. "So what, I'll pay you back the potion money when I get back, so let's just forget about it." Ho Fangji. "Eh?" Hearing Lu Ming's reply. This time it was Ho Fangji's turn to be confused. "That's not how it works in fiction. I've been so courteous. Shouldn't you just bow your head?" Looking at Lu Ming in front of him in a tangled mess, Ho Fangji tried to think about what step he had just done wrong. Just as he was thinking hard. Boom! The originally calm lake violently erupted into a violent water explosion. The sky was scattered with drops of rain. Looking up, somewhat shocked at the scene before him, Ho Fangji and Lu Ming's faces changed at the same time. Not good. Forget the Snake King. Done. Forgot about the mission. I'm throwing myself into the net? Chapter 37, The Cold. Race, Ice Python. Level, Mortal Grade 9 stars. Bloodline, Green level. Talents, Monarch's Command, Ice Elemental Proficiency, Water Elemental Proficiency, Mega Physique, Dragon's Might Pseudo. Attribute, Water. Weakness, giving birth to a child, a freshly birthed ice spirit Xian snake can exert up to 70% of its strength. Skills, Sound of Confusion, Sound of Compulsion, Extreme Cold, Water Elemental Split. Evolutionary routes known, none. Sin value, 0. The rushing ice spirit Xian snake rose up from the lake, its huge body length directly blocking the crowd's line of sight. A pair of blue snake pupils stared dead at the crowd in front of them. The body is like a giant ice sculpture created by an artist. The body length of this ice spirit Xian python alone. It reached a staggering tens of meters. A pair of looming flesh tumors on the top of his head looked vaguely broken. Just a look. A violent sense of oppression rushed over all the Imperial Beastmasters present. Cold sweat ran down from the tops of everyone's foreheads, and they only felt a coldness in their bodies. The terrifying aura emanating from this ice spirit Xian python in front of him was compared to the serpent-type magical beast that Lu Ming had seen underneath Zhuang dust back then. Surprisingly, it's much more terrifying.
It was only at the mortal level, and the size of this ice spirit Xian python exceeded the size of a normal snake-type magical beast by several or even dozens of times. Among the snake-type magical beasts, it belonged to the absolute king size. The taller the magical beast, the more powerful it was. This is an unchanging law of nature. The surrounding serpent magical beasts. The moment he saw the ice spirit Xian python, all lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look directly at their snake king. Ho Fangji, on the other hand, flashed a flash of madness in his eyes after seeing the ice spirit Xian snake in front of him. This pair of dragon horns. Dragon source crystals must be nearby. Find them all for me. After saying that, he took out a prop directly from his backpack. Thunderbolt, a thunderbolt prop. The power that erupted would cause even a soldier-level magical beast to be heavily damaged. In order to deal with the ice spirit Xian python in front of him, Ho Fangji had prepared 3 of them. When he had just dealt with the gang from the reverse beastasso, he had let Wang Yuan, who had ambushed them, use one. And now, against a quasi-soldier-level magical beast. 2 thunderbolts should be enough anyhow. Everyone, follow the layout we arranged earlier. Order your magical beasts to occupy the 8 directions. Never let this snake king escape. Yes. Hearing Ho Fangji's order, the students who came along with them immediately took all their potions. In his hand, he even took out a bottle of special concentrated andrographus powder, and brought his battle pet to keep scattering it towards the surroundings. In just a few moments, the entire area around the lake was colored yellow. Countless serpent magical beasts that smelled the stag powder. The body immediately twisted. His eyes looked coldly at Ho Fangji and his party across the street, hating that he could not eat them alive. On my command, on the count of 3 have your magical beasts seal off the Snake King immediately. Shen Yun, Zhu Xiu, you two seize the moment. Hearing Ho Fangji's order, the duo called Chen Yun and Zhu Xiu immediately nodded their heads in response. Chen Yun, the owner of that green jade shoot. Zhu Xiu, on the other hand, was the owner of a golden jade demon spider. With Ho Fangji's countdown order, the Imperial Beast Masters scattered around immediately had their battle pets unleash their strongest strikes. At that moment, colorful skills were constantly greeting towards the Ice Spirit Xian Python's body. A flash of cold blue light was seen around the Ice Spirit Xian Python's eyes. Hiss. A hiss characteristic of snakes escaped from his mouth. In the next moment, with the Ice Spirit Xian Python as the center, a thick icy fog instantly rose around them. Countless hexagonal shields of ice crystals moved and flickered around its perimeter. The moment the skills of both sides collide together, boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the spirit water beast Zephyr. The ice fog that was rising faintly around them dispersed almost instantly. A mouthful of mist spewed out from the mouths of Lu Ming's crowd. The temperature around them went from the 20s to below zero in an instant. Even the treasure hunter mouse shivered at the sudden cool air. The green jade bamboo shoots and the golden jade demon spider, which had been preparing for a long time, took advantage of the opportunity to strike at this time. Only to see the golden jade demon spider's glands violently spewing out golden spider silk with a jade-like texture. To the huge figure of the ice spirit Xian Python in the mist, it was a winding. This spider possesses strong adhesive and indestructible properties. Even if soldier-level magical beast was entangled, it would take a while to break free. It's a great choice for hunting magical beasts. And that head of green jade shoots, its body flashed with a burst of green light. It directly transformed into the second form of the green jade bamboo shoot, green jade bamboo. The latest skill of the yellow-grade green jade bamboo, earthbreaking. In the next moment, this head of green jade bamboo violently broke through the soil. And at Chen Yun's command, he made, pluck. In a short moment, the original green jade bamboo that was only 2 meters tall instantly turned into a huge bamboo rope that was dozens of meters long. It was tied to the body of the ice spirit Xian Python, making it instantly unable to move. 2 winding means. Ho Fangji is confident. Even if it was a soldier-level mid-range magical beast, it would never want to break free immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he fiercely bellowed at Wang Yuan behind him. It's now! At that instant, a green-colored gale issued from the mouth of Wang Yuan's blistering tiger. Thunderbolt instantly shot towards the opposite ice spirit Xian Python. Rumble! The violent explosion was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, and it exploded directly on the surface of the lake. Immediately, those snake-like magical beasts that were cowering in the water, their bodies spasmed. A violent explosion was directly emitted from the direction of the ice spirit Xian python in the center of the lake.
A bit of icy rain fell in the air all of a sudden.
The icy rain hit Lu Ming's face, causing him to subconsciously shiver.
It's cold.
After uttering these words, he suddenly realized with dismay. The water mist protruding from his mouth actually instantly condensed into a bunch of fine ice crystal particles.
In less than a minute, the temperature around them seemed to have cooled down again.
Dressed in a springtime outfit, he was. It only felt like a piercing coldness came over his entire body.
At that moment, Lu Ming's heart said something bad. It's not right. The temperature is too low. Back off. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Yuan's face however flashed a cold smile.
It's good that you're scared to escape on your own, but we even used the Thunderbolt, even if it's strong, it won't survive.
Ordinary people will always be ordinary people, that's the extent of your eyesight.
Ho Fangji, who was beside him, seemed to have sensed that something was wrong after hearing Lu Ming's words. Immediately, his face changed and he roared at Wang Yuan.
Shut up.
It was a warning from his body that he was going to freeze to death. Unable to help it, Ho Fangji's face changed slightly. After all his hard work and preparation, is he going to give up? Looking to Chen Yun and Zhu Xiu beside him. Chen Yun, who would understand, immediately shook his head. Young Ho, although my green jade bamboo is asexually reproduced, that move I just made won't be able to send it out a second time in a short period of time.
And then look at Zhu Su.
Her golden jade demon spider was like a frozen ice sculpture at the moment,
standing motionless beside Zhu Su's body.
Spiders are cold-blooded animals, and the temperature here is too low for arachnid magical beasts. The two magical beasts under his command that were in charge of hard control had almost lost all their combat power, and Ho Fangji's face became more and more anxious.
Seeing the other party's appearance, Lu Ming sighed slightly and couldn't help but say, "You really want to beat it to death that badly?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of surprise flashed across Ho Fangji's face.
Then, as if grasping a lifeline, he nodded vigorously.
"Do you have any idea yet? If you can help me, I'll give you 1 million. No, after it's done. 2 million gold coins. The Qingshui Ho family will never go back on their word."
Well, at least it's a benefactor who saved Fatty's life. Plus the fact that this ice spirit Xian python in front of him had suddenly drilled out, it was very likely that it was related to himself.
Without refusing, Lu Ming just nodded faintly. "Then I'll try it." Chapter 38, Needlepoint Verses.
Looking at the ice spirit Xian python across from him, Lu Ming frowned slightly. Patting the ratty head of a mouse on the side, he straightened up. "I only have one chance, and if I can't succeed, you must leave immediately." "I know, I would never joke with my friends' lives. If I fail, I'll think long and hard about it."
Hearing Ho Fangji's assurance, Lu Ming said no more.
In the next moment, a flash of gold flashed in his hand,
pressed directly on the treasure-hunting mouse.
"This is
spiritual art?"
Seeing the spiritual arts in Lu Ming's hands, these children of the Noble Academy immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces.
But soon enough, the amazement turned into shock.
"No, how did he awaken the spirit arts?
Did he awaken it naturally?
I let the green jade shoot evolve twice without awakening, what makes him able to?
Are these really public school students? This talent says I'd believe it's the pride of heaven in Tianlong City."
No wonder he just dared to say that he is a genius, so he really does have two skills. I thought he was just gifted in cultivation, but I didn't realize he was also a genius in spiritual arts. Watching Lu Ming's movements as he cast his spirit arts, a flash of complexity flashed across the faces of the crowd. Chu Yunyan, who was on the side, heard the whispers of the crowd. There was even a flash of shame on his face.
To think that even the students of the noble school recognized Lu Ming's outstanding talent?
What kind of a chance did he or she
miss in the first place?
At that moment, Chu Yunyan pursed her lips. The slightest hint of blood trickled from her crimson lips. In the face of the whispers of the people around him, Lu Ming's face at this moment did not change in the slightest. Pressing down hard on Mouse's head, when the last shot of golden mantle was cast, a large amount of metallic energy had built up in Mouse's body.
Open the rat's mouth. Countless daggers erupted from its mouth.
Shooting towards the opposite ice spirit Xian python, countless tiny daggers coalesced in the air for a moment. In the next moment, these tiny daggers were actually blended together by Mouse's ability to manipulate metal. In the blink of an eye, the dagger directly turned into a huge iron sword. Seeing this iron sword, the ice spirit Xian python on the opposite side violently let out a hiss. Open its huge snake mouth. Countless spell formations immediately coalesced on the surface of the surrounding lake. Shoo, shoo, shoo. At this moment, the lake turned into a blue sky and it rained swords. Hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of ice lances shot towards the treasure hunter mouse's giant sword. At once, there was a crackling sound of ice spears breaking in the air. In the face of these ice spears, the power of the giant sword maneuvered by Mouse was not reduced at all. Almost instantly, it broke through the attack of these ice spears. At this moment, the spirit energy of the two magical beasts was directly on fire. Ice picks and iron pieces were scattered all over the place, like meteors, cutting through the bodies of everyone present. Swoosh! An iron plate cut across Ho Fangji's face. Looking at the fragment, Ho Fangji's pupils abruptly shrunk. Back up! Back off! Hearing Ho Fangji's order, everyone immediately made a desperate and frantic run towards the rear. Afraid of being affected by the attack of the heavenly law between these two magical beasts. Even though the crowd had already retreated hundreds of meters towards the back. The ripples of iron and ice picks still smashed the surrounding woods to smithereens. Tree after tree was falling over and over. The snake-type magical beasts within the lake were even more crazy as they kept fleeing towards the distance. Hiss. Only in the next moment, the ice spirit Xian python violently let out a hiss. The hissing sound filled with seductive power caused the snakes to instantly freeze in place. In the next moment, the pupils of these demonic snakes vaguely turned blood red. Without saying a word, he directly rushed towards the treasure-hunting mouse and Lu Ming's side. Seeing the overwhelming python rushing towards Lu Ming, Ho Fangji, who was not far away, was stunned. Hurriedly roaring. Lightning! Help me! From just now, why didn't Ho Fangji use his battle pet? Not because he didn't want to, but couldn't. The Red-Yin Xian beast's weak trait made it reject its master's orders. But this time, it seemed to sense Ho Fangji's urgent heartbeat. Immediately, the Red-Yin Xian beast slowly stretched its back. Walked gently to the treasure-seeking mouse. Roar! A violent roar erupted suddenly from its petite body. In the next moment, the Red-Yin Xian beast, which was originally only the size of a kitten, directly turned into a giant cat demon that was 4 meters tall. 2 pairs of cat ears and a cat tail, covered in shimmering red ground black basilisk color. A lanky, muscular body. A hard slap was made towards the snake-like magical beast on the ground. Boom! The ground was instantly gouged out by the Red-Yin Xian beast, not to mention a huge deep pit. Even the ground was filled with countless snake-type magical beasts flying up. The Red-Yin Xian beast's attack was terrifying though. But the real focus of the crowd's attention was still on the battle between the treasure-seeking mouse and the ice spirit Xian python. At this moment, the tug-of-war between the treasure-seeking mouse and the ice spirit Xian python had reached a critical stage. Lu Ming had plenty of confidence in the battle between the two sides. Because he had just noticed. The ice spirit Xian python had a special weakness buff. This ice spirit Xian python had just finished giving birth. Even if it was much more powerful than a normal snake-type magical beast. In terms of sustained battle, it was absolutely no match for Rat Rat, who possessed spirit arts enchantments and secret treasures. Sure enough, after almost a minute of stalemate, the great sword in the sky violently broke through the critical defense. A sword directly pierced through the ice cone condensed by the ice spirit Xian python. In the next moment, the giant sword stuck straight onto the body of the ice spirit Xian python. Then a burst of bending directly wrapped the ice spirit Xian python into a dumpling. Hiss! One could only hear the ice spirit Xian python violently let out a mournful wailing sound. The entire body crashed directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming violently roared towards Ho Fangji beside him. It's now! Lightning! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji took out the last piece of thunderbolt directly from his backpack. One threw to the opposite side of the lightning. Roar! Lightning made a jump and took thunderbolt directly into his mouth. Then he violently spat towards the opposite ice spirit Xian snake. A torrent caught in the thunderbolt fire, directly stabbing into the ice spirit Xian python's body. Seeing this scene, a flash of ecstasy immediately appeared on the faces of everyone present. Ho Xiao succeeded. Rumble. There was a loud bang. The upper and lower halves of the ice spirit Xian snake were directly blown off. A huge explosion vaporized all the surrounding mist. The invisible air ripples spread out steeply towards the air. Even the clouds in the air were directly vaporized by the shock. The crowd that saw this scene first sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. In the next moment, a flash of ecstasy violently flashed through everyone's eyes as they looked at the treasure-hunting mouse. Oh my god! This treasure-hunting mouse is just too powerful. Success! It's almost time to get the Dragon Source Crystal. Actually fighting the Snake King back and forth, is this the pride of heaven? Brother, your strength is more than enough to come to our school, even if you get a full scholarship. Are you alright, Brother Lu? Healer, go up and help and take a look. Looking at the image of Lu Ming being swarmed by the crowd, Chu Yunyan's face immediately revealed a touch of unwillingness. It was all like this, and Lu Ming was actually able to turn the tables. I'm not willing. So, I want to destroy Lu Ming. Looking at the image of Lu Ming being surrounded by the crowd, Chu Yunyan's face immediately flashed with a thick flash of jealousy. Jealousy and hatred were intertwined and blended into a very complex emotion. The next moment, her eyes blinked. The eyes turned straight to blood red. A mist of blood shimmered faintly around her body. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding people's attention was all focused on Lu Ming, Chu Yunyan directly concealed herself. This was exactly the spirit art she had acquired after devouring the blood-chasing phantom wolf, or rather the blood-chasing phantom wolf's skill. Ghostly shadow steps. Body, scent and even psychic energy are all capable of disappearing for a short period of time. Definitely a great choice for sneak attacks and escaping. Only Chu Yunyan slowly came to the surface of the lake. Without saying a word, he plunged straight to the bottom of the lake. Then, right at the very bottom of the lake floor of this snake island, a crystal that shimmered with blue ethereal light was seen. This is Grade B Spiritual Treasure Dragon Source Crystal. Seeing this spiritual treasure, Chu Yunyan's face immediately revealed a vengeful smile. Without saying a word, she shouldered this piece of dragon origin crystallization that was half her body's height. Rushing out to the bottom of the lake, then directly to the still unformed dragon source crystals. A handful of them were stuffed into the mouth of the ice spirit Shen Python. Chapter 39 Forced Evolutionary Boss. On the surface of the lake, the excited Hofangji was just about to organize the crowd to go to the bottom of the lake to search for the treasure. As a result, in the next second, a terrifying spiritual pressure violently came towards everyone present. The rushing spiritual energy directly pressed down on everyone. Once the other side finished evolving, they wouldn't let alone roll over. If we don't escape, everyone will die here. Hofangji, who was on the side, looked at the evolving body of the ice spirit Shen Python and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. This was the spirit treasure he had prepared for the red Yin Shen beast. It turned out to be good now, and it was actually swallowed by this head. Bucket for the sake of the ship. The credit goes to the basket. The eye was watching the glowing snake body across the room was expanding. The size was actually quite a bit taller than before. After taking a deep breath, Hofangji looked at the snake body in front of him unwillingly. Eventually, he let out a quiet sigh and shouted at everyone. Everyone, evacuate. Hearing Hofangji's words, everyone nodded helplessly despite their faces. Just as the crowd was preparing to withdraw, Chu Yunyan, who was in the crowd, quietly swam to the side of the ice spirit Shen Python. Looking at the continuously evolving ice spirit Shen Python, a flash of madness flashed across Chu Yunyan's face. Only to see that in her hand, at some point, there was actually an extra test tube as well. That bunch of losers, wasting my potions, but as long as I can capture Lu Ming and Hofangji alive, the sacrifice is worth it, huh? After saying that, the red potion was thrown directly into the lipstick of the ice spirit Shen Python by Chu Yunyan. Subconsciously, the ice spirit Shen Python bit the test tube to pieces. A terrifying blood chi immediately erupted within its body. Brush, brush, brush. The next moment, around the lake, tens and hundreds of meters of ice walls were erected violently. Lu Ming and his group who had originally planned to retreat. Looking at the huge layer of ice that had suddenly coalesced in front of him, a flash of consternation appeared on his face. Seemingly thinking of something, everyone jerked their heads toward their backs. Then, a huge demonic serpent was seen, its eyes so red that it looked at the crowd. The body was fully twice as big as the previous ice spirit Shen snake. The body, which was originally like ice, became more detailed and delicate. It was like a piece of dragon scale, set in the ice. The hideous ball of flesh disappeared from the huge serpent's head. In its place was a pair of magnificent dragon horns. If we were to say that the original ice spirit Shin Python was just a more domineering snake king. At this moment, the ice spirit Python king had completely transformed into an elegant scaly snake. This huge layer of ice in front of him, which causes indiscriminate attacks when attacking. Skills: Voice of Confusion, Voice of Compulsion, Extreme Cold Breath, Water Elemental Divergence, Dragon Language Magic. Evolutionary routes known: none. Sin value: 0. Soldier grade magical beast Ice Python King. Even its bloodline had exceeded the blue level and was evolving towards the indigo level. Damn it! How can it be so strong? Looking at the icy Python King in front of them, the students of Qingshui Noble Private Academy all revealed a look of panic at this moment. The group kept pounding on the ice in front of them, trying to get out of this hellhole. The extremely cold and harsh weather was constantly draining their body heat. In just a few seconds, the crowd felt like their blood was almost on the verge of solidifying. Damn! How did it evolve so fast? Something's not right. This ice spirit Shin Python's bloodline has evolved. It's sprouting dragon horns. It's over. We won't be able to escape. This ice is just too thick. Flare. Let's go with the flare. A student was seen hurriedly picking up a flare and trying to fire it into the sky. But the moment the flare was sent into the sky, not even waiting for the combustion agent in it to react chemically, the next moment, the flare turned into a popsicle. In the eyes of the crowd's despair, the ice wall that had just enveloped them began to grow at a rapid pace. In a few moments, though, it turned into a semicircular curtain of ice. Now, everyone's last way of life was completely blocked by the Ice Python King. Looking at the group of humans who had just nearly killed themselves, the Ice Spirit Python King slowly spat out his snake letters, and his blood-red eyes were filled with madness. The next moment, its mouth murmured an ancient language it had never heard before. The entire inside of the ice curtain suddenly shimmered with a black luster. Inside the large snake's mouth, a black ball was like a black hole, absorbing all the cold air around it. Seeing this scene, despair appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Damn! That's a dragon language spell. Why is it able to use it? Dragon Source Crystals. It must be the Dragon Source Crystals. Damn it! We're dead. That's a dragon spell that is claimed to be able to fight across levels. I don't want to die yet. Played and played. I haven't deleted anything from my D drive, I can't die. Fogweed. I can't die either. Damn it! Hurry up and find a way to crack this wall. A group of people, ordering their magical beasts to pound on the ice wall. Nay, no matter how much they knocked, or even unleashed their skills, the destroyed ice wall would soon coalesce into a new layer of ice crystals, completely blocking everyone's hopes. Hofangji looked at the scene in front of him with a despairing face, and a touch of bitterness could not help but appear in his eyes. Looking around at his classmates, he sighed slightly. I'm sorry, guys. I'm the one who put you all in harm's way. Filled with despair, Hofangji looked at the huge Ice Python King. Hofangji no longer had any expectations. Just when he thought his party must be close to death, beside him, suddenly came Lu Ming's calming voice. Yeah? Maybe. We're not ready to die yet? Chapter 40 Breakthrough. 2-star Imperial Beast Master. What do you mean? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Hofangji and the students around him were visibly stunned. There was also a hint of expectation hidden in the gaze that looked toward Lu Ming. It's like trying to grab the last straw. A group of people directly lunged towards Lu Ming. How is that possible? You really have a way to escape? Take me out. My family has money. I can give you lots of money. Save me first. 1 million gold coins. I'll give you 1 million directly. I'll offer 2 million gold coins. Take me out first, will you? Don't listen to them, none of them are as rich as I am. Please take me away. I can be your girlfriend. Looking at the group of rich kids in front of him who had descended into madness in order to survive, the pupil of judgment swept over everyone present, beside the magical beast. Then, Lu Ming finally spoke his solution. Give me the secret treasures on your battle pets. Ha! When they heard Lu Ming's words, everyone was stunned. Then a hint of wrongness flashed vaguely in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ming.
What's the point of asking them for secret treasures when it's this time? At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Ming again with a hidden touch of anger in their eyes. Wang Yuan, who didn't deal with Lu Ming, couldn't help but let out a sneer full of huffing and puffing. You poor bastard really haven't seen any money. You're dying, and you're still thinking about getting rich? Wang Yuan's words instantly ignited the anger of the people around him. One by one, all of them looked at Lu Ming with some disgust. It is. Don't you just want money? Send me away and I'll give you a secret treasure is all. I don't think there's any way for you to save us from getting out, just to pit us against the secret treasure. No brother, what do you need secret treasures for at this point in time? If you have the life to take it, do you have the life to take it out? All shut up. Just as everyone was sneering at Lu Ming. In the crowd, Ho Fangji violently erupted into an angry roar. The cold air went straight into his lungs because it was too hard. A mouthful of blood laced with ice crystals erupted violently from his mouth and nose. It condensed into a pile of blood-red ice crystals again in the blink of an eye. Seeing the eyes of the crowd converge, Ho Fangji coughed while pointing at the crowd with a grim face. It's this time, and you guys are actually still questioning each other? By now you guys still can't see that. Ahem, he's the real big brother? After saying that, Ho Fangji directly invoked his own Red Yin Xian beast. In front of everyone, he threw the Xian Shui bead from the Red Yin Xian beast to Lu Ming. Eyes like a torch, he looked at Lu Ming. Although his face looked a little pale, his eyes were full of trust. Brother Lu, as long as you can take us out this time, our Ho family owes you a favor. After saying that, he once again looked at the remaining dozen or so people. Especially Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, give him your multiplying feather. Ho Shao. Don't you even listen to me anymore? There was a moment of silence from everyone in the room. In the next moment, the crowd silently looked at their magical beasts. Taking out the secret treasures from his own magical beast, he handed them all over to Lu Ming. In just a few moments, Lu Ming's hand had more than a dozen pieces of secret treasures in it. Ordinary people working for a lifetime might not earn a single secret treasure money. But Lu Ming now had a full dozen of them in his hands. Among them, the Red Yin Xian beast's secret treasure was as high as C grade. Without allowing any hesitation, Lu Ming directly followed the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Line up the 5 secret treasures in your hand. Patting Mouse, who had been impatiently waiting on the sidelines for a long time. In the next moment, the 5 types of secret treasures directly entered Mouse Rat's mouth. The first stage of the bloodline evolution condition is reached. Devouring treasure, talent activated. Violent spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the body of the treasure hunter mouse. In the next moment, terrifying spiritual energy continued to rise from the treasure hunter mouse's body. The spiritual energy that erupted in an instant directly shook the huge ice curtain around them out of its path. Seeing this scene, even the ice spirit Python King was startled for a moment. But soon, the even thicker layer of ice once again blocked the crowd's hard-earned hopes. At the moment, Lu Ming still had the treasure-hunting mouse on him. It actually began to emit a white aura at the same time. But soon, the aura on Mouse's body also covered up Lu Ming's luster. Countless spiritual energy fed back into Lu Ming's body. Subconsciously, he ran his advancement meditation thoughts. It was so terrifying that the spirit energy directly filled his 48 spirit points. Almost instantly, his spiritual energy, which had stagnated at 1-star level 6, began to grow once again. 1-star 7. 1-star 8. 1-star and 9 levels. All the spiritual energy that circulated constantly within his body. All the way up to the peak of the 1-star 9th level, Mouse fed back psychic energy. Actually, there was no sign of decadence at all, and it continued to increase in his body. Immediately afterward, these spiritual energies slowly condensed from their original gaseous state into water droplets. When the first drop of water dripped down on Lu Ming's first spirit point, inside his body, a spiritual rain fell directly. After a long time, all of this aura turned into liquid spiritual water. The moment the 48 spirit points were filled with spirit water. Boom! Intense spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. The few people who were close to Lu Ming directly scuffed back several steps toward the back, then they all looked at Lu Ming in shock, not understanding what was going on. He, this is not promoted? I've read it in the encyclopedia. A treasure seeker mouse can help its master cultivate by devouring secret treasures. But even with so many secret treasures, it's impossible to grow so fast, right? This cultivation speed. Is he still human? Why do I feel like all the spiritual energy around me is going to be drained by him? Something's not right. This absorption efficiency is very wrong. His treasure hunting mouse is also wrong. What the hell is going on? In the midst of everyone's stunned stares, the ice that had originally trapped them actually began to slowly melt. Tick, tick. The nearby ice curtain, because of the lack of spiritual energy supply. A little icy rain fell. Even the ice spirit Python King was sensitive to it. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was continuously converging towards the young human on the opposite side.
It had no choice but to increase the input of its own psychic energy once again,
maintaining a thick layer of ice.
Lu Ming, on the other hand, couldn't care less about his surroundings anymore. At this moment, his body was frantically absorbing all the spiritual energy around him that could be absorbed. All the way to the 2-star second level, his body agitated to the spiritual energy. This only slowly stopped.
Who?
Spitting out a breath, Lu Ming's eyes abruptly exploded with a flash of brilliant light.
2 stars and 2 levels. It's already met the admission requirements of the 4 major academies.
Not only that, his physical strength had increased by a steep margin along with the growth of his psychic energy. At this moment, he had never felt so strong.
He even wanted straight up one-on-one with the Wraith. Host, Lu Ming. Grade, 2-star grade 2. Stamina, 19.1. Sharpness, 20.3. Insight, 19.9. Spiritual energy, 1612.
Spiritual arts, Golden Mantle Ascension, Mirror Beginner Plus, Melting Spirit Beginner Plus.
Potential points, 3. Feeling the sublimation of spiritual energy in his body.
Even his own stamina had gained a great deal of strength. It was only after entering the 2nd star that the Imperial Beastmaster's abilities could be slowly displayed. And that, not to mention Lu Ming's biggest gain this time. Looking at the treasure-hunting mouse on the side whose entire body was emitting a halo of light. Because of his contract with the treasure-hunting mouse, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the bloodline within the mouse was rising.
It was also unknown what level the first stage of bloodline evolution would allow mouse to reach. Blue class? Indigo grade? Or violet grade? Chapter 41, The Law of Heaven and Earth, Spirit Plastic Golden Body.
The icy Python King in the distance seemed to have sensed the threat of Lu Ming and the treasure-hunting mouse. In the next moment, the black dragon art in his mouth was released in advance. Violent spiritual energy spewed out from the ice spirit Python King's mouth. A sense of foreboding arose in everyone's hearts.
Stop him! Yell!
Ho Fangji immediately ordered his red Shin beast to move forward. Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse was now the only hope for all of them. For the sake of this only hope, they must also put up a fight.
Hearing Ho Fangji's order, the crowd reacted.
Without saying a word, he immediately had his battle pet unleash its strongest skill against the fight. The colorful skills collided violently with the Ice Python King's dragon language spell. The sky immediately crashed into a rainbow-colored ripple. The 2 streams of energy were hedging against each other and consuming. But what made all the faces change slightly was all of their battle pets gathered together for the attack. It was actually vaguely weaker than the Ice Python King's skill by a head. Gradually, the spiritual energy of these battle pets was consuming more and more. Decline soon followed. A battle pet collapsed due to the exhaustion of its spiritual energy. The remaining battle pets immediately felt the pressure on them a few more points heavier. In the end, this group of battle pets directly fell down successively like dominoes. Terrifying dragon language spells slammed directly towards everyone present. Subconsciously, the crowd hugged their battle pets, waiting for the judgment of fate. Just when all of them thought they were dead.
10 seconds passed. Half a minute has passed. A minute has passed. To the amazement of the crowd, they don't seem to be dead? What's going on? A teenager raised his eyes curiously and looked ahead. Then, to his surprise, a huge treasure-seeking rat was directly in front of it. This is Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse.
In the nick of time, the treasure hunter mouse finally completed its evolution. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming immediately discovered the extraordinary nature of the evolved rat.
Race, treasure-hunting rats. Grade Soldier grade 3 stars. Bloodline, blue grade. Talents, treasure hunting, treasure devouring, 100 treasure chests, 5 elements of Dharma. Attributes, 5 elements. Loyalty, 76. Weakness, greedy, your battle pet is at risk of taking what it wants, and has a chance of defecting in battle when you can't satisfy it. Skills, secret treasure space, treasure hunting radar, earth escape technique, metal mastery, heavenly elements pseudo, 5 elements spiritual technique. Equipment golden beads of Xiansha. Sin value, 0. It's not just that Mouse has gotten stronger. Just now, he had awakened a new spirit art. Spiritual art spirit molding golden body. Spirit shaping golden body C condenses metallic spiritual energy and applies it to the body of the battle pet, greatly increasing the battle pet's physical defense for a short period of time and allowing the battle pet's skills to be accompanied by metallic damage. Facing the icy Python King's imperative strike. At the critical moment, the treasure hunter Mouse rushed straight to the other side. A multicolored spiritual charm flickered on his body. In the next moment, the human-sized rat-headed Fatan Shangdi emerged from behind Mouse Rat. The height was no less than the opposite Ice Spirit Python King. A fist slammed down towards the opposite Dragon Whisperer spell. Bang! The sky was in turmoil. Once again, cracks appeared in the surrounding ice curtain. In the face of the Ice Spirit Python King's technique, Mouse Rat's Dharma Sky and Earth struggled to hold on. Apparently, the opposite side's dragon language spell level was similarly not low. At the critical moment, Lu Ming on the side. Straight away, he used his newly realized spirit art. The spirit molds the golden body. Intense light emanated from Lu Ming's hand. In an instant, a third of the spiritual energy in his body was drained. The golden light hit Mouse Rat's body, making Mouse Rat's already golden fur shine even more. Even his Dharma heaven and earth were tinted with a layer of golden aura. This golden on is unstoppable. Boom! The rat-headed giant slammed his fist out with renewed vigor. The entire spirit water beast Zephyr shook violently. A mysterious layer of golden light shimmered in the sky. The sharp golden aura directly cut countless gaps in the huge ice curtain around them. Then, the trapped crowd only heard a click. Next moment. The cage that traps them. It directly shattered into a roiling mass of ice. Hofanji's group of people, after seeing this scene, looked directly dumbfounded. It was a long time before the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. It's horrible as hell. The potential of that treasure-seeking mouse has definitely evolved again. My goodness. Did you guys just see the spirit art Lu Ming used? He actually awakened another spirit art. Horse. Is this heaven's pride? Comprehension is like drinking water. I'm impressed. Don't even say it. Let's set off the flares. Damn it. I almost thought I was going to die in there. A good half reaction from the crowd. That's what revealed the celebration of the aftermath. At this moment, the shore of the lake on Snake Island. The dripping wet Chu Yunyan had only just gotten ashore. A scene was seen of Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse fighting forcefully against the Ice Python King. Dumbfounded, her eyes couldn't help but look a bit mesmerized as she watched the two huge magical beasts that stood 100 feet tall. Especially when she saw standing beside the treasure hunter mouse, the sword-browed teenager. The heart started pounding violently. Seeing that the treasure-seeking mouse and the Ice Spirit Python King were fighting hard. Chu Yunyan's face was nothing but shock. How did he, a student from an ordinary family, manage to evolve the treasure-hunting mouse continuously? Could it be that he really is not the top genius that the adults are talking about? Biting her lips slightly. With the double boost of the Dragon Source Crystal and the Evolution Potion, the Treasure Seeker Mouse was able to fight the Ice Python King to a draw. For sniping Lu Ming and Hofanji, Chu Yunyan had completely lost hope. Bang! Countless flares exploded in the sky. Soon the surrounding garrisons who saw the flare would arrive. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyan's body violently rose in a gust of blood mist. In a few moments, though, her white clothes were dried. Then quickly converged towards the crowd side. In the meantime, looking at the treasure-hunting mouse that was confronting the icy Python King, Lu Ming's corner of his eye, however, rose with a touch of helplessness. At this moment, Mouse Rat's Dharma Heavenly Elephant Earth had already fought with the Ice Spirit Shin Python on the opposite side. Both sides fought back and forth, but neither could help the other. If one is able to defeat the other, the Anaconda's Plague quest will be able to raise its completion level by at least one more. Unfortunately, the garrison was 10 minutes away at most. Is this the only way to go on this mission? He had already used all of the spirit arts that he should have used. There doesn't seem to be much left to turn the tide. Just as Lu Ming was thinking hard. In the next moment, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Something seemed to come to mind. Yeah, that's right. How could I forget something so important? With his eyes looking towards Mouse Rat, who was fighting, he only heard Lu Ming suddenly roar loudly. Mousy! Skill crystals! In the distance, the treasure-hunting mouse that was originally still confronting the Ice Spirit Python King. Suddenly hearing Lu Ming's yell, he was first stunned. Then, its saliva began to secrete like crazy. In fact, it had long wanted to get its hands on Lord Silver's skill crystals. Never thought that the Lord Silver would agree before he even opened his mouth. Master Silver Sago. I want to be Lord Silver's dog. Without saying anything, he directly took out the skill crystals within the mouth of the secret treasure. Like eating potato chips, he directly crunched the skill crystals in front of him. Click! A stream of warmth flowed into Mouse's body. In a flash, a blinding golden light erupted from its body once again. Chapter 42 Understanding, Liquid Metal Mastery. The moment the skill crystals were swallowed into the stomach, a mysterious feeling rose from the treasure-seeking Mouse's head. Just as if it was enlightened, countless knowledge issued a violent collision in its mind. But soon, the arcane feeling slowly faded away. Only yellow-level skill crystals. For a blue-ranked magical beast. This first glimpse of inspiration can only be described as a drop in the bucket. But to the treasure-hunting mouse who had just awakened the 5 elements spiritual art, sometimes, all it's missing can be the proverbial kick in the pants. Click. Something in the brain seemed to break right through. A brand new fusion skill burst out in his mind. And in Lu Ming's field of vision, Mouse Rat, who had swallowed the skill crystals. Another skill suddenly appeared in the skill bar. This is Liquid Metal takes control. Liquid Metal Mastery, when cast, liquefies metal, increasing the caster's means of offense. Seeing this brand new skill, a flash of golden light immediately exploded in Lu Ming's eyes. Those ordinary daggers that originally existed within Mouse's secret treasure space. It seems to be useful again at the moment. Go on, Mousy. Use Liquid Metal Control. Squeak. Omega. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately bellowed. The spiritual energy of the whole body was once again induced. In the next moment, all the metal elements around them trembled slightly. In an instant, all of these metallic elements were introduced to the treasure hunter mouse. The icy Python King who watched the scene immediately spat out his snake letters. A huge phalanx coalesced on the surface of the lake beneath it. Rumble. The lake was drained right out of its water supply. A giant ice dragon, 100 feet tall, appeared in front of everyone. In the distance, the guards who were in charge of watching the guards, the moment they saw the ice dragon. It was as if he was on the verge of an attack. Warning! The Ice Vortex Python has taken the Dragon Source Crystal. Immediately dispatch the nearby 3rd Guard Legion. The next moment, the countless guards around the perimeter, immediately leading their battle pets out in droves. This riotous Ice Spirit Python King directly caused an uproar in the entire secret realm. Countless garrisons have moved forward in the direction of the flare. They are aware of it. Among the group of people who came here today, there could be a distinguished gentleman inside. That second young master of the Ho family can't afford any mistakes. Immediately, a group of guardsmen who were riding white tigers, running forward in unison. At the same time, the huge metal ball on top of Mouse's head wrapped directly towards the opposite ice dragon. The moment the two forces collided, the liquid metal brought into play his characteristic of overcoming strength with softness. It directly surrounded the entire ice dragon directly. Click, 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 cracking sounds resounded continuously in the surrounding area. The hearts of the people around them were suddenly in their throats. At this moment, the spiritual energy of both sides continued to increase. On Lu Ming's side, he was even throwing spirit arts at the rat continuously. The dusty Ho Fanji also took a deep breath after seeing this scene. Facing the unrivaled Ice Spirit Python King on the opposite side, he immediately roared at his companions around him. Don't just watch, help if you can.
At that moment, countless Imperial Beast Masters. Commanding his battle pet, he once again attacked towards the Ice Spirit Python King. At this moment, the war had entered a white-hot stage. Any small difference could lead to the defeat of the other side. The moment the attack that gathered everyone's beliefs struck the Ice Spirit Python King. Click! The dragon horn on top of the icy Python King's head shattered with a loud bang. In an instant, the ice dragon disappeared and transformed back into a lake. The entire Snake Island was instantly swept away by the terrifying torrent. Countless magical beasts burst back towards the distance. Then they were immediately dispersed by the guards who came over. When a group of garrisons arrived on the scene, only Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse was maneuvering the huge liquid metal to attack the Ice Python King. The Ice Python King in the distance tried to return fire, but the liquid metal was like flowing water, only to be seen burrowing into it. Pft, pft. Manipulated by the treasure-hunting mouse. The liquid metal that flowed into the icy Python King instantly became indestructible once again. Countless sharp blades pierced through the icy Python King's body from the inside. All of a sudden, the snake's body turned into a piece of thorns skewered with barbs. Hiss! Only a mournful and miserable cry was heard from the icy Python King. It collapsed with a loud bang in front of everyone's shocked eyes. After giving Lu Ming one last unwilling look, its body twisted for a moment. Just when Lu Ming thought he was going to make some big move. What Lu Ming didn't expect was the Ice Python King was twisted after a while. It actually chose to freeze its body in the lake. Is this not wanting their bodies to be taken by humans? The garrison, not far away, stared in awe at the scene before them. Ryoga reacted to this. Fogweed. Whose ministry is that? The ones who came over with Ho's family should be students from the Qingshui Noble Private School, right? To be able to defeat the Ice Python King who swallowed the Dragon Origin Crystal, is this really something a student can do? Incredible, this year, we in Qingshui City are afraid that an extraordinary genius will come out. My goodness! This is a heavenly pride, isn't it? When I was his age, third-rate Imperial Beasts University was struggling. Can't compare, the other side is just too strong. It wasn't just the guardsmen who had arrived who looked shocked. Even Ho Fangji and the others were similarly filled with astonishment. Looking at Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse, no one was expecting it. The treasure-hunting mouse, which was used as a support on a daily basis, could actually possess such a terrifying battle power. This Lu Ming is already strong enough to head to the 4 major academies, right? Hiss. What kind of monster did the first grade produce this year? Critical Evolution, good guy, who is the protagonist if not him? Even the genius girl Jiang Shui, I'm afraid she's no match for him, right? Who knows? But I'm certain that first grade is going to be a dark horse this year. At this moment, the students of the aristocratic private school. The arrogance and prejudice towards Lu Ming had long since disappeared. If it wasn't for Lu Ming today, there would have been one in the room. All will be accounted for. Even Wang Yuan, who had previously been the most at odds with Lu Ming. In the gaze that looked at Lu Ming again, only awe and marvel remained. As for the altercation that happened earlier? Come on, I'm the one who dared to clash with Heaven's pride without backing down a bit. Don't you think it's cool? Even Chu Yunyan, who was not far away. After seeing Lu Ming's strength, he was also too shocked to speak. Lu Ming's growth rate was simply too fast. So fast that she couldn't even imagine it, not so much as think about it. Once again, when confronted with the teenager she had once personally abandoned, all that remained in Chu Yunyan's heart was deep remorse and helplessness. Looking towards the corpse of that Ice Spirit Python King, another flash of longing flickered in his eyes. If she was able to advance to the 2nd star, this Ice Spirit Python King might just be the best material. Unfortunately, she's still too weak. No, she had to get stronger again. Just as everyone was looking at Lu Ming with a look of amazement. At this moment, Lu Ming was frowning slightly. Looking at the opposite side, the Ice Spirit Python King, who had already died long ago. Lu Ming was in a daze. What's going on? He had already finished off this Ice Spirit Python King. Why does the system still not give a completion prompt? Chapter 40, The Real King of Python. Looking at the dead Ice Spirit Python King in front of him. Even the sin value showed that it had gone up a full 15 points. That would prove that the other person is indeed dead beyond repair. But why, still, did he or she not receive any system alerts? Or is it possible that from the beginning, he may have gotten the wrong target? It seemed to come to mind. Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but look at the opposite Ice Python King. The moment it was knocked down by Mouse, it clearly still had the ability to land a killing blow. But it doesn't do that. Instead, the Ice Python King's final attack merely froze it along with the entire lake. This would be patently unconscionable unless it has some reason for having to do so. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. When he first saw the weakness of the ice spirit Xian Python, the pupil of judgment suggested that it seemed to have a spawn debuff on it. Looking across at the ice heap on the corpse of the ice spirit Python King, at once, a bold idea arose from Lu Ming's mind. Then he went straight to everyone's face. Order Mouse Rat to break through the huge ice layer condensed by the ice spirit Python King. Seeing Lu Ming's actions, a touch of doubt appeared on all the faces of the crowd. What's he up to? Ho Fangji couldn't help but shake his head after seeing Lu Ming's movements. Don't look, Brother Lu, the Dragon Source Crystal has already been eaten by the ice spirit Xian Python, there won't be any other treasures here. The rescue team's already here, we'd better get your friend out of here. I want to take a shower right now and get the hell out of here. Almost died, thanks to Brother Lu this time. Just as the crowd was talking, on Mouse's side, it seemed to have sensed something as well. After advancing, his treasure hunting talent became even more sensitive. Under Lu Ming's instructions, soon, it was as if Mouse had smelled something. Suddenly changed the direction of digging the ice and darted in the direction of another spot. Seeing Lu Ming and the treasure hunting Mouse's movements, the faces of the crowd could not help but show a touch of curiosity. Now, no one bothered Lu Ming anymore. Instead, they had come behind him to check out what goodies this man and rat had found. A little bit of work later, under the sharp claws of the treasure hunter Mouse, the thick layer of ice in front of him was broken right through. It wasn't until they had dug to the very bottom of the center of the lake that Lu Ming and Mouse stopped. Squeak! It seemed to sense something. Mouse immediately let out a squeak. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was following him, violently held his breath. Hands unconsciously began to dig into the ground in front of him. After advancing to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, his physical fitness has also been enhanced extremely dramatically. Long ago, he was not the frail, ordinary man he was. It was also right after he had been digging in the dirt for almost 10 minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to sense something. Jerked to a halt. An ethereal, mysterious sheen erupted violently beneath her. A mysterious magical beast egg with a broken and bloodied spirit treasure beside it. This spiritual treasure is undigested dragon source crystals. Look up to the top of your head. The serpent head of the ice spirit Python King was looking at the land under Lu Ming's feet with a loving face. Or its children. Until the last moment, thinking about how to protect their children. And give it all of yourself, without reservation. Seeing this magical beast egg, a flash of complexity flashed across Lu Ming's face. With a slight sigh, he then spoke slowly. Don't worry, I'll take care of your kids. In the next moment, a drop of blood dripped out from Lu Ming's fingertip. Immediately, the contract formation flashed on the magical beast egg in front of him. Click! The devil beast egg directly shattered apart. A small blue snake with turquoise eyes slowly crawled out of the eggshell. Newly born, it is still weak and in desperate need of nutritional supplements. Then, it was as if it had smelled some tantalizing food. Straight away, he swallowed the undigested dragon origin crystal in one gulp. At once, the dragon source crystal transformed into pure spiritual liquid and dripped into the little snake's body. The original rough skin was covered with a layer of dense as dragon scale-like scales in just a few moments. On his forehead, he even revealed 2 slightly delicate dragon horns. This little snake, almost instantly, grew to a length of 2 meters. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming finally saw the identity of the small snake in front of him. This is Race, Ice Dragon Python. Grade, Mortal Grade 2 stars. Bloodline, Blue Grade. Talents, Enormous, Secret Dragon Language, Ice Elemental Proficiency. Attributes, Ice, Dragon. Loyalty, 60. Weaknesses, Incomplete Dragon Bloodline. While performing powerful dragon arts, your body can easily attract the covetousness of large magical beasts, and the strength of the secret dragon language spells you perform has instability.
Skills: Dragon Power, Dragon Breath, Ice Archery, huge. Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, none. Sin value, 15. Blue grade Magic Beast Ice Dragon Python.
Lu Ming never expected that the ice spirit Xian snake that had taken the dragon origin crystal. The bloodline evolution had actually occurred directly. And it also has a stronger talent for the secret art of dragon language. Unfortunately, it was because the sliver of dragon blood in the dragon source crystal hadn't matured and had been partially eaten by its mother. What the ice spirit dragon python had obtained was also just a faint amount of dragon blood. If he wanted to solve this problem, he would have to give Little Snake another spiritual treasure with dragon blood. Just how difficult is this kind of spiritual treasure? Ding! Mission accomplished. You have brilliantly evaded the pursuit of the Imperial-grade magical beast Ice Spirit Xian Python and accomplished an almost impossible task. You have successfully subjugated the Imperial-level magical beast, the Icy Python. Quest reward, potential points 5, spiritual energy crystals 20, and a random attribute C grade spiritual treasure. Oh ho! Seeing this late mission reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Looking down, he looked at the small snake whose body had already been half swallowed by mouse. Lu Ming couldn't help but cry and laugh. After all this time, the one who hunted him was the little snake in front of him? He was actually surprised by a magical beast egg himself. At that moment, Lu Ming was directly amused by himself. The next moment, though, he reacted. One propped open Mouse's mouth. What are you doing, Mouse? You can't eat your own company. Squeak. Weird? What just happened to me? Looking at the slimy little snake in his mouth, Mouse was also confused. I don't know why, but just now it suddenly smelled a strange fragrance from the little snake. Dude, you smell good. At the moment, the little snake was blinking its big watery eyes, not having the slightest idea that he had almost become a hot rod in the mouth of a rat. It even felt a little funny, touching this little snake with the big heart of a thief. Immediately, Lu Ming took Mouse and Snake and drilled directly out of the ice. When the one man and two beasts came out from under the ice, when he entered his eyes, he saw a group of people looking at him with wide eyes. Seeing Lu Ming return, Ho Fangji's entire heart was in his throat. With a slightly expectant tone, he looked at Lu Ming and asked, "How about it, brother Lu? Did you find the dragon source crystal? Amount? Misty grass. Where did the snake-type magical beast come from?" Chapter 44 Threat from the Beast Planet. Looking at the snake's head that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ho Fangji immediately shivered in fear. And the battle pets beside him, after seeing the little snake. But it came right up close. Almost instantly, the little snake became the group pet of these battle pets. Every now and then, a kind beast would lick the snake's body and face. Seeing the little snake's Kazran wide-eyed, a few of the girls were instantly flooded with motherly love. My goodness! This magical beast is so good-looking. How can it be so beautiful? What kind of magical beast is this? An ice spirit Xian python? Kind of, but kind of not quite at what's going on. This magical beast, it can't be the heir of that snake king just now, can it? Wow! Our Lingyan loves it so much, look, it's even licking it. Lingyan usually hates water-type magical beasts. After saying that, the several women directly surrounded the ice spirit dragon python. And a newborn baby snake doesn't know anything yet, allowing the group of humans to keep stroking on its body. Hearing the discussion of several women, Lu Ming, who was standing on the side, was silent. And then look at the movements of those magical beasts. I don't know why. Lu Ming thought of how he looked when he licked popsicles in the summer. It seems that expressions are as soothing as they are? Looking to Ho Fangji on the side, he said somewhat apologetically, I just watched that ice spirit Xian python fight to the death to protect something, and I thought it was a spiritual treasure. Who knew it was this magical beast egg? I thought about the fact that I become a 2-star imperial beast master, so I just contracted it as well. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji's face could not help but flash with a flash of pity. To be honest, he had originally expected Lu Ming and his treasure hunting mouse to find the dragon source crystal, even if it's just half a piece. Unfortunately, shaking his head, Ho Fangji sighed slightly before regaining his composure. It's fine, we all saw this ice spirit Xian python swallow the dragon source crystal with our own eyes. I was the one who got greedy.
But can you sell me this ice spirit Shin Python's corpse? I'm willing to pay a high price to recover it. With the King of Diamonds willing to recycle, Ming was naturally very happy. Without much hesitation, Ming directly agreed to Ho Fangji's request. The real treasure had been fully absorbed by the little snake anyway. The harvest gained from the spirit water beast Zephyr this time was far beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Recalling his encounter in the spirit water beast Zephyr. Ho Fangji, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know who the group that attacked you in the secret realm were? I seem to have been targeted by the same group of people. Oh? Upon hearing Ming's words, a flash of surprise flashed across Ho Fangji's face. Then a touch of gloom immediately appeared on his originally cynical face. Waving his hand, he added a pretense of indifference. There are plenty of people who want to kill me, so I can't tell you which dark beast realm lunatic it is again. But looking at this operation, I think it's a little more likely to be the Evolution Society. Evolution Society? Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His original thought was that it should have been someone from the Reverse Beast Society who attacked him. What is this Evolution Society that Ho Fangji is talking about? It seemed the world was far from as safe as he thought it was. The safety that ordinary people take for granted is just someone carrying their weight for them. Upon hearing Ming's question, Ho Fangji pondered for a moment before he said, "With your talent, going to the 4 great academies is definitely not a problem, and you will definitely be exposed to these things in the future. This world isn't as simple as it looks. Do you think that when the 2 worlds first came into contact with each other in the beast planet on the opposite side of the world, there were really only magical beasts?" Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Ming couldn't help but stare. In the next moment, his body trembled violently and he reacted almost instantly. No wonder there are all those outlaw organizations dragging humanity backwards. Because this is a matter that has long since ceased to be a matter between nations. You mean? That's right, the famous terrorist organizations in the world today, the Reverse Beast Society, the Evolution Society, the Death School, the Ancient God Cult, the Mechanical Law Institute, and so on, they're all organizations smuggled over from the Beast Planet. Each organization possesses special and powerful beast-keeping technology, and scientists have discovered that the Beast Planet may have annexed more than one planet in its long migration. Our enemies are never just magical beasts. After hearing Ho Fangji's explanation, Ming's face immediately revealed a touch of shock. He then realized that the original owner was really a frog at the bottom of the well. Or perhaps the executives intended to keep the news under wraps. It is to prevent the already loose order from falling into even more panic. Blue Star has long been in jeopardy. Seeing Ming's appearance, Ho Fangji, however, just laughed and patted his shoulder. But you don't have to worry too much. There are organizations that want to conquer our Blue Star, and naturally there are those who are pro-Blue Star, otherwise how do you think we mastered the skills of the Imperial Beasts? Speaking of this, Ho Fangji quietly moved a few points closer to Ming. Whispered into his ear. This world is far more wonderful than we can imagine. Go to the 4 great academies, or even the Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches Academy. Only by going there will we be able to see the truth of the world. After saying that, Ho Fangji flashed a kind smile towards Ming. Hold out your right hand. My goal is to enter the Heavenly Stem Academy, and in the future, I want to enter the Heretical Judgment Institute and explore the ancient god lineage magical beasts. Ming, want to be my little brother? Hang out with me, and I guarantee you'll be at least an admiral in the future. Ding! Your performance has been recognized by the Heretical Ruling Institute's Deputy Director, 8-star Imperial Beastmaster Ho Fangji, and he has decided to recommend you to join the Heretical Ruling Institute. In order to enter the Heretical Ruling Institute, you will need to pass the test he has specially tailored for you. Mission: Examination of the Heretic Judgment Institute. Capture a member of the Ancient God Cult of the Yellow Cardinal 5-star Beastmaster or above, or defeat an Ancient God-type beast. Mission reward: 1 Ancient God System Spiritual Treasure, 1 Designated Magical Beast Evolutionary Route, potential points 10, Ancient God System Spiritual Energy Crystals 100. Seeing this sudden task, Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. He looked up at the sharp-edged Ho Fangji across the room. He smiled slightly. I believe in you, surely you can enter, but... Little brother is exempt, you can give me as a little brother later. Hu Fangji. How it's not like the novel again. I've made it so clear, won't you just bow your head? With a face full of resentment, he looked at the departing Ming. Just as Ho Fangji sighed helplessly.
Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure regressed once again and returned to his side.
Eh? Seeing Lu Ming come over, Ho Fangji's eyes once again revealed a flash of hope.
But the next moment, he saw Lu Ming pull out his cell phone.
Speaking of which, you still owe me 2 million gold coins, right? Sweep or cash? By the way, a few of your classmates just said you'd pay for saving them, right? Call them all over for me, scanning them one by one. Hu Fangji. Chapter 45, Travel to the Black Market.
Inside the VIP ward of Qing Shui Private Hospital,
Lu Yi, who was originally lying on the hospital bed, jerked his eyes open. Old Lu.
A roar came out of his mouth, and the veins of his body directly tensed up. But the next moment, looking at the unfamiliar hospital in front of him,
he couldn't help but stare.
Then, the voice with a hint of lethargy in its familiarity came from beside him.
What's all this noise at night? I have to sleep if you don't. Ha!
Turning his head, he saw his best buddy crouching on the edge of his bed.
This made Lu blink. Immediately afterward, a flash of delight appeared on his face. Nice guy. We're out of the secret realm? I thought I was karma.
As a matter of fact, you did almost karma. Your 2 kidneys were pierced by an ice pick and then frozen into ice sticks by the king of the ice pythons, and it took the rescuers an hour to get you out of the ice.
Lu?
Seeing his dumbfounded look, Lu Ming then laughed and patted his shoulder.
Don't worry, this is a VIP ward. I had the doctor fix your kidney. The doctor said your original kidney was the size of a walnut, now it's bigger than a pig's waist.
Ha! At once, Lu immediately got up and checked his condition. It was only after turning around that he realized that, sure enough, he had 2 more visible scars on either side of his waist. It made him subconsciously shiver. My goodness, a broken waist can be treated, this hospital technology is too advanced.
That's not true. A 4-star Imperial Beast Master attending doctor treating you will cost 2 million gold coins for the treatment alone. If this can't be cured, isn't it a signboard for the store? Wait a minute. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi immediately sensed that something was wrong.
Looking at Lu Ming with his mouth wide open, he was in disbelief.
How much do I sell a loin for? It's going to cost you $2 million to cure me? Fogweed. I still have $100,000 loan on me.
I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back even if I work part-time for the rest of my life.
Looking at Lu Ye's pale face, Lu Ming immediately laughed and stopped teasing the other party.
At that moment, he took out his own cell phone and waved the balance inside in front of Lu Yi.
What are you afraid of?
We haven't counted our harvest from this secret realm yet, just look at how much there is and you'll know that 2 cashews it's nothing.
What? 2 cashews are nothing? Would you die if you didn't brag? Just. When Lu Ye's eyes noticed the balance on Lu Ming's cell phone, his eyes barely glazed over. The series of zeros directly stunned Lu Yi.
Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions.
Misty grass. Old Lu, where did you get this $8 million? Are you afraid you didn't rob a bank?
Looking at the series of numbers on the balance, Lu Yi instantly shed tears of poor approval.
Is this $8 million? A good way to come?
Look at Fatty's incredulous expression. Lu Ming then hemmed and hawed. Normal secret realm exploration of course cannot earn so much, these are the protection fee of the gang of rich daughters, there were 8 figures, this is not for you to do a waste maintenance surgery, it becomes 7 figures again.
My goodness. $2 million is enough to buy a yellow grade magical beast egg, right? Wouldn't my waist be more expensive than my entire family combined? Pfft, Lu Ming just raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten? Brother but promised you, with me to take you to eat and drink.
After saying that, without saying a word, Lu Ming directly punched a sum of money towards Lu Ye's account.
Beast Fubo arrives with 4 million gold coins. Hear this heavenly voice. Lu Ye's whole body suddenly had a jolt. It's cool. It's cool. Working part-time is not working part-time. With $4 million, he was perfectly content to retire as an ordinary man. This Imperial Beast Master, it's so damn lucrative.
Immediately, he picked up his cell phone by his bedside and scrutinized the balance on it. Even what happened within the secret territory after he passed out, he didn't bother to ask anymore. At that moment, Lu Ming's voice filled with compulsion once again sounded in his ears.
Cool. Cool. Want to get even better? Think. Go. Okay. Where to? By Lu Ming, the fat man couldn't help but stare. But before he could speak, Lu Ming had already gripped him off the bed. After 12 o'clock, it's another day's ward fee. 50,000 gold coins a night. The landlord's family doesn't have any spare food to live like this. Go! Take this money and let's go shopping. I just got a good place to go from Hofangji, just the thing to solve your problem. After that, the two left the ward in a hurry. The nurses on duty around the room watched. And not the slightest intention of blocking it. Wait until Lu Yi followed Lu Ming away from the hospital.
When he entered his eyes, he saw a luxurious carriage pulled by a horse-type magical beast right in front of the main entrance. Soldier-level war horses, looking at Lu Ye's eyes almost didn't stare out. Old Lu, you can't spend money like this, can you? Bah! Money saved is a pile of paper. Money spent is money. What the hell is this? I'm going to show you what a money pit is. After saying that, Lu Ming directly brought Lu Yi inside the carriage. The Imperial Beastmaster who maneuvered the carriage kept his head down the entire time, without half a word of redundancy. Even Lu Ming hadn't even named his destination, and the driver was already driving. Sitting inside the built-in luxurious carriage, Lu Yi looked at the scene in front of him with some apprehension. Subconsciously, he gulped. Old Lu. Where are we going? Black market. Black market? Hearing Lu Ming's reply, Lu Ye's head was suddenly filled with questions. This black market was also a place that Lu Ming had managed to ask Hofangji about with great difficulty. In almost every city, there is a black market of sorts. Passing Imperial Beastmasters can enter the black market on their own to sell their goods. Even things that are not officially allowed to be sold are occasionally found here. Spiritual energy crystals, magical beast eggs, spiritual art skill books and even spiritual treasures, secret treasures, and magical beast evolution formulas were all available here as well. Of course, buying from here requires a good eye and judgment. Because the black market is nominally a gray area. If you're not careful, you might get hit in the eye by a master counterfeiter. So this time, Lu Ming came over mainly for Lu Ye's highly poisonous salamander. He hadn't forgotten that he had taken on a Brotherhood mission. 4 days have passed since the 1-week deadline for the mission. Lu Ye's had only grown by 3 levels, and had yet to reach the highest reward of the mission. At least let him go up 2 more levels, or gain potential points himself. You can make money when it's gone, but potential points don't come around very often. If you were to simply buy spiritual energy crystals, even the most ordinary junior Imperial Beast Master would be able to tell the good from the bad. With the carriage slowing to a halt, the low voice of the coachman came from outside. 2 honored guests, here they are. Hearing the words of the coachman, the duo in the car looked at each other after. In the next moment, Lu Ming and Lu Yi pulled open the door of the carriage at the same time. Chapter 46 Future Spirit Beast Pavilion Grand Master. Not as dark and damp a background as one might expect. There were no strange people wearing masks and making jie laughter. On the contrary, the black market in front of him was much more formal than Lu Ming had imagined. The sky is full of floating slide jellyfish. It is a magical beast that just consumes air amylases survives. Stay in the air during the day and breathe the air quietly. At night it will be able to convert the air amylase stored in its own body into light energy. The entire black market in front of them was surrounded by tons of slide jellyfish. It gave off a ghostly blue but not hidden light. In 2s and 3s, Imperial Beastmasters walked through the streets with their magical beasts. Every now and then, there were Imperial Beastmasters who set up stalls on the roadside, selling these items of their own. At the same time, a group of patrolling guardsmen wearing uniforms and riding handsome class magical beasts strutting across the street. There is such a strong patrol squad. The ordinary Imperial Beastmasters did not dare to make a fool of themselves here. When they stepped into the black market, Lu Ming and Lu Yi smelled a strange and exotic fragrance. Even the battle pets on them couldn't help but poke their heads out. Sniffing, he kept sniffing the tantalizing scents around him. Lu Ming didn't expect it either. Rumored to be in the gray area of the black market, the one-stop service has become so formal. Aside from the materials needed by the Imperial Beastmasters, food, clothing, shelter and transportation were all in short supply here. Lu Ming even saw a special store under the banner of Phantom. There are a couple of orange-ranked magical beasts resident inside, the Phantoms. It enables the user to make numerous good dreams in one night. The line of customers in front of that store is endless. Many of the customers who came out of it were also relieved.
Corruption. It's really too corrupt. Next time I'm over, I'll be sure to go in and criticize the store myself. One can't. Least one shouldn't. He wanted to see what it was that made so many Imperial Beast Masters play with things. I go, old Lou, this price is too expensive. $5,000 a time? I go to the big healthcare, also only $500. Reasoning I understand, where do you get the money for great healthcare? Is that the point of the question? The point is that magical beasts are more expensive than people, eh? Something's wrong with the stem. It's very wrong. Why don't we go over there tonight and take a look? Next time, he. The two brothers looked with some regret at the large line at the house. If we queue up now, we're afraid that all the time we have tonight will be wasted. Right now, it's important for us to raise our strength, so go find the merchants around us and see if there are any spiritual energy crystals that the poisonous salamander needs. Remember, we don't have enough eyeballs in the world to buy only psychic crystals. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi then remembered his main business. A straight nod. 4 million sounds like a lot. But if you were to buy psychic energy crystals, you probably wouldn't be able to buy much. Lu is targeting the Green Dragon Military Academy, which has scored in previous years. The minimum is 1 star and 9 levels. If he could break through the 2 stars before the Imperial Beast examination, only then could he be sure of getting into the Green Dragon Military School. This will require getting the toxic salamander up quickly. With that, the next duo kept scanning the black market in front of them. The good thing was, because there was no shortage of water-based secret realms in Qingshui City. In just a few moments, the duo had bought over 100 spiritual energy crystals. I've spent a small amount of the money I had on me. In between, they also saw quite a few treasures from the black market. There are even stores that bet on magical beast eggs. It's not like the randomized deviled eggs from the high school. The magical beast eggs here were equally unknown to their bloodline levels though. But all marked with the attributes of the beasts. Gambling is available for those Imperial Beast Masters who need it. Lu Ming and the rest of them then saw that someone had just opened a yellow-ranked fire attribute magical beast. It drew gasps of surprise from the people around them. Unfortunately, the odds of gambling on this stuff are too great. After just a quick look, Lu Ming and his duo gave up on continuing to watch. Then, it was time to continue the process of searching for psychic energy crystals. Soon, Lu Ming and Lu Yi came to another stall. The owner of this place was wearing a huge duck-tongued hat that directly covered its face. There were quite a few magical beast materials, as well as psychic energy crystals in front of them. Lu Ming even saw a bloodied magical beast egg. Boss, what kind of magical beast egg do you have here? This one, huh? How about an air-hunting lizard's, a yellow-ranked magical beast with the flight attribute? If you needed $3 million to take it away directly. Drink! Hearing those words, he didn't wait for Lu Ming to speak. The fat man on the side just couldn't help but laugh out loud. How are you sure it's a yellow-ranked magical beast egg? If you really have such a good thing, why don't you use it yourself? Boss, I could just look. The place over there that bets on magical beast eggs can buy a random magical beast egg for as little as 1,000. Hearing the fat man's words, the man with the duck-tongued hat on his head just laughed and didn't say anything. That's the way it is in the black market, one way or the other. You believe it or you don't. But it's hard to get good results for people who generally believe is all. There are many Imperial Beast Masters who are skilled in faking. There are even some magical beasts that come with the skill of faking. There have been news stories of illusionist magical beasts scamming. So the waters run deep here in the black market. As long as it's not a cutie. It's basically impossible to pay $3 million for an unknown but guaranteed magical beast egg. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave after buying the boss's batch of spiritual energy crystals, suddenly, his body froze. Again, he looked at the duck-tongued man in front of him with some surprise. Because just now, his system actually moved again. As for the system moving objects, it's no one else. It was the duck-tongued man whose face could not be seen in front of him. In order to pass the test and level up, you came to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which specializes in serving Imperial Beast Masters, at Summer's suggestion, where you met Zhuang, the Spirit Beast Pavilion's Grand Master, a legendary Grand Master who claims to be able to grant any Imperial Beast Master's wish, and in order to get his help, you need to pass his test and get his approval. Mission, Legendary Grand Master's Test 1. Become a junior VIP user of the Legendary Grand Master,
complete one of the other party's tasks to prove your potential, or spend 1 billion gold coins at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Quest reward, potential points 5, 1D great spiritual treasure of specified attribute, spiritual art locked. Seeing the system's prompt, Ming suddenly looked up. This person in front of me is actually the legendary Spirit Beast Pavilion's grand boss? Amount. What's the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Flipping through the collection of searches, Ming didn't find any news about the Spirit Beast Pavilion. There was also no information related to the Spirit Beast Pavilion among the known Imperial Beast merchants on the market. So, is Spirit Beast Pavilion the future top shopping district? Nice guy. This one in front of me is actually another future big shot. Just after seeing the prompt for the mission, Ming still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I'll be damned. That's just it. This 3 million can buy some low-grade spirit treasures. Wouldn't it smell good to give it to your own battle pet? I guess it's the young master of some family. People are stupid and have a lot of money. This little brother, my family's magical beast egg, is the magical beast egg of the pale amazing dragon. The lowest opened is a rainbow level bloodline. Now I'm selling you 3 million gold coins. Do you want it? Ha ha ha. Old Sue is teasing the cutie again. Playing around. This kind of bull newcomers don't even believe in, okay? In the face of the sneering laughter of those around him, Ming, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Smilingly picking up the magical beast egg in front of him, Beast Fubo directly swept the code. Beast Fubo arrives with 3 million gold coins. At once, inside the cell phone of the man in the duct, if I can slaughter a knife, I'm afraid I won't have to worry about food and clothing for the year to come. Lu Yi, who was beside him, looked at his own brother with the same shocked expression. It's over. Old Lu has completely drifted. What kind of devil's egg is that? You dare to buy it without identifying it? Gently shaking Ming's arm, suggesting that it was not too late for him to return it. Ming, on the other hand, stared straight at the duck-tongued man in front of him the entire time. Seeing that the other party didn't react, and not being able to help it, Ming once again squatted in front of the other party's stall. Speak slowly. Shopkeeper, I still have some things over here. I wonder if you'll accept the goods? Oh. This time. After hearing Ming's words, the duck-tongued man finally reacted. Slowly, he raised his bowed head. Through the brim of his hat, Ming saw the man's appearance for the first time. What he didn't expect was that the man looked unexpectedly very young. Early 20s and just out of college. The face was green, but the eyes were seasoned, as if they could see through the heart. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a smirk, if not a smile. I don't know why. The sight of this smiling face. Ming always felt that the man in front of him gave off a feeling of shrewdness and calculation. He was seen wearing a formulaic smile, his tone neither intimate nor combative. The guest wants to trade, yes? This store does not trade within 1 million gold coins. Ha! What a big mouth. Hearing Su Dong's words, the surrounding shopkeepers instantly became unsympathetic. Yoo-hoo! It's all about the stalls and you're really loaded. Brother, don't go too far. You eat meat and not even soup? Why don't you open a store if you're really rich and set up a stall? That's just it. Would you die if you didn't brag? Little brother, he doesn't trade, we trade. Ah, what good things do you have? Just show them to us. In the face of ridicule all around, Ming and Su Dong's faces all did not show any other color. On the contrary, the two men at the moment were staring at each other. Both seemed to want to see through each other. Seeing that Su Dong on the opposite side took the bait, Ming no longer hid it. Gently patting his rat. At once, Mouse burrowed out of his pocket. Opening the mouth of the rat, Ming's fist was shoved directly into the rat's mouth. Then at the look on Mouse's face, a D-grade secret treasure then appeared in Ming's hand. Squeak. Use. Lord Silver, this is my secret treasure. Reluctantly, he watched Ming take out the secret treasure before handing it to Su Dong across the table. The moment he saw this secret treasure, the crowd around them, which was still raucous, instantly went quiet and scared to death. Hiss. In the next moment, there were gusts of cool air being sucked in from the surroundings. Even Lu Yi, at this moment, looked at Ming with an incredulous expression. No, old Lu, where did you get this stuff? Hey, a bunch of rich friends I just met gave it to me. Ha! Hearing Ming's words, Lu Yi was dumbfounded. What rich kid is so kind?
Can you give me a gift too? Lu Yi didn't know that when he was in the spirit water beast Zephyr's secret realm. To live.
All the students from the Noble Academy directly gave Lu Ming all the secret treasures from their battle pets. A dozen secret treasures, and when Mouse evolved, he only used 5 secret treasures.
8 secret treasures remain.
Lu Ming had originally thought that he would give it to Mouse when the time came to use it to help him level up. Now, though, this is secret treasure that clearly has a better place to go.
Sure enough.
After seeing this secret treasure of Lu Ming's, immediately, there were knowledgeable business and customers around, showing greedy glances. One of the old men even cast his spiritual art to check out the secret treasure in Lu Ming's hand. Great D would attribute secret treasure purple sunwood. Wearing it for a long period of time can increase the defense power of wood magic beasts. Young man, I'm willing to pay 2 million gold coins if this secret treasure is given to me.
Don't listen to him. I'm willing to pay $2.25 million. Give it to me. I'm from the Purple Gold Imperial Beast Chamber of Commerce.
Willing to pay $2,400,000.
$2,800,000. Don't even argue with me.
My puppet beast happens to lack a spiritual treasure.
However, in a moment, the surrounding people directly surrounded Lu Ming.
Even Zhuang, who was on the opposite side of the table, revealed a hint of surprise when he saw the purple sunwood in front of him. But after hearing the offers from the people around him, he couldn't help but fall silent again. Lu Ming, on the other hand, faced the crowd around him who were still frantically making offers. There was not the slightest interest on his face. Instead, he handed the violet sunwood to Zhuang and smiled.
How about it, shopkeeper? Can I trade this thing with you? Zhuang, on the other hand, sighed slightly after hearing Lu Ming's words. Nodded and shook his head. Yes, but I can't offer them that high. I can only offer 2 million gold coins.
Hearing Zhuang's words, Lu Ming could not help but be a little surprised.
Then he couldn't help but look at Zhuang on the opposite side.
He himself had just spent 3 million gold coins on a magical beast egg.
Zhuang definitely had more than that price on him. But he insisted on buying it for only $2 million, so what does that mean? Unless. What are the trade restrictions on him?
Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face suddenly showed an expression of interest.
2 million is 2 million.
I don't trade based on the amount of money but only on my mood.
Chapter 48 Rainbow Level Magic Beast Recruiting Cat. Ah. Hearing Lu Ming's words,
the surrounding vendors and customers' eyes widened at once.
One by one, they all looked at Lu Ming in disbelief.
He did not understand why he would sell such a precious secret treasure to Zhuang at such a cheap price.
Even Zhuang looked up at Lu Ming with a surprised expression. He couldn't understand why anyone would want to do this money-losing business.
He who had originally planned to give up, at this moment a glimmer of hope rose once again. The eyes that looked at Lu Ming all had a touch of hope in them.
This guest. You want to sleep with me? Lu Ming. The man's brain is destined to be a little too sick.
At that moment, Lu Ming rolled his eyes.
I'm a guy who buys things, it's a feeling that counts, and I feel like I can get more out of you. That's why I'm willing to deal with you. Ha!
Hearing Lu Ming's words, the people around him immediately looked at Lu Ming with odd faces. There was even a look of hateful regret on his face.
This gentleman, sell it to our multi-treasure pavilion.
We are willing to offer it at 3,300,000 gold coins.
3,300,000 gold coins.
This price is almost the limit of the purple sunwood. It was even nearly double the price that Zhuang had offered. Upon hearing the words of this multi-treasure pavilion shopkeeper, a trace of gloom once again flashed across Zhuang's face. But Lu Ming's next words gave him hope once again.
Do you see me as someone who lacks your trifle? I've said today that I won't sell anyone but him. This. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of surprise flashed across Zhuang's face.
Only just then did he raise his head to see Lu Ming shove the violet sunwood in his hand with an impatient expression.
Dude, I didn't say anything to one of my customers, what are you still grumbling about? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhuang's face was nothing but dismayed.
A touch of undisguised delight likewise blossomed in his eyes. This time, he finally stopped hesitating. In front of everyone, he directly received the violet sunwood in Lu Ming's hand.
Harm.
There was an outpouring of pained regret around the room. The way he looked at Lu Ming again was as if he was looking at some rare treasure. It should be said not to say that this son of the landlord's family is a little bit stupid though. But rich is also really rich. Seeing that Lu Ming and Su Dong had already completed the deal, the people around them then dispersed with a lack of interest. Only 3 or 5 people were left behind, still watching Lu Ming and Su Dong side unsuspectingly. It seems to want to tap into some other interest from them. Su Dong, who was in front of him, looked at this piece of violet sunwood in his hand. Immediately, he smiled towards Lu Ming. Then the word. "This gentleman, my name is Su Dong, the shopkeeper of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. I have yet to ask for your name." "Lu Ming, I don't have any hobbies as a person, I just like to scatter coins." "Great hobby." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face did not look odd at all. There was even an appreciative thumbs up. Then with a burning gaze at Lu Ming in front of him, he directly said, "Since the two of us have met, it's fate. In that case, I wonder if you're willing to engage in another transaction with me, Mr. Lu?" "Oh?" Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming said here it comes in his heart. Without moving, he glanced at him, then grinned. "Fine, but I'm not interested in general business, it depends on what kind of business you're in." Nodded. Only Su Dong struck out with a ringing finger. In the next moment, a formation appeared around him. Meow. A lazy cat's purr came out from the formation. Upon hearing this cat's cry, the mouse beside Lu Ming immediately shuddered physically. As if he had encountered some great terror, he directly hid in Lu Ming's sleeve. Under the curious gazes of Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Within the formation, a slender cat-like magical beast covered in purple appeared in front of the two. The physique was cultivated and the 3 eyes were like 3 red jewels. Seeing this peculiar magical beast, Lu Ming couldn't help but curiously open his pupil of judgment. In the next moment, the information about the magical beast in front of him was directly in his eyes. Race, chopper cat. Rank, general level 4 stars. Bloodline, rainbow level. Talents, fair trade, scale of trade, spreading wealth and gathering wealth, world trade, only 7 in the world, spatial arts, dreams come true. Attributes, space, gold. Weaknesses, absolutely fair trading, quality trading must be carried out in accordance with the rules of Xiaobaocat, or the transaction will be considered invalid. Skills, bartering, dreams come true, mouthful of gold pearls, space anchoring. Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, treasure bowl. Sin value, 0. Looking at the familiarity of the cat-like magical beast in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't believe his eyes. What's the bloodline level? Rainbow class? There were definitely no more than 50 rainbow-level magical beasts known in the world today. Lu Ming also didn't expect that he would casually stroll through the black market. You'll be able to encounter the legendary rainbow-class magical beasts. But seeing the ability of this trickster cat, Lu Yi knew. The other side should be the magical beasts that get stronger by trading. And its absolute fair trade, character weakness makes it difficult to upgrade it quickly. It's true that it's not a good deal up front, but the further back you go, the more counterintuitive this ability becomes. There are a lot of things that can't be bought with money anymore. That, dreams come true, ability alone. Just let countless strong people rush to it. Only to see that the inviting cat in front of him slowly walked out from within the formation. Gently sniffing her nose, she seemed to sense something good smelling on Su Dong's body. In the next moment, a golden luster emerged from Su Dong's body. It was sucked into the middle of the snout by the beckoning cat. One moment. Its rank then went up from the original general grade 4 stars to general grade 5 stars. This ability, if it wasn't so limited, it's simply anticlimactic. Then, Lu Ming saw the beckoning cat at Su Dong's gesture. Slowly, he walked over to Lu Ming. At the same time, Su Dong's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. "Mr. Lu, please extend your hand." Upon hearing Su Dong's request, Lu Ming was slightly stunned, yet he still extended his right hand. He saw the beckoning cat give his arm a little lick. A gold coin tattoo then appeared on Lu Ming's arm. In another blink of an eye, the gold coin tattoo disappeared. Then, Su Dong's voice could be heard ringing in Lu Ming's ears. "This is our Spirit Beast Pavilion's VIP seal. If you need to trade, you only need to use your spiritual energy to inject it into the seal. I'll be there for you immediately, whenever and wherever you are. However, there is a rule that the first transaction must not be less than 1 million gold coins, and each time after that, it will be doubled. If you don't have the gold coins needed for the transaction, the Spirit Beast Pavilion will refuse to serve you anymore and will also take back your seal." The words just fell. Lu Ming's system alert sounded steeply. Ding!
Mission accomplished, Legendary Grandmaster's Test 1. Quest reward, potential points 5, 1D grade spiritual treasure of specified attribute, spiritual art locked. Chapter 49 Divine Skill, Dreams Come True. The sudden reward caused Lu Ming to be stunned. Never in a million years would I have thought that it would take 1 billion gold coins to complete the task. He actually spent only $3 million plus a piece of secret treasure to complete it himself. Of course, that wasn't what most concerned Lu Ming. The most important thing was this extra seal in his hand. Having it is like having a supply station on your own. It's going to cost a lot of money though. But in a pinch, it can even save your life. With this alone, Lu Ming felt that the money he spent today was not in vain. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Zhuang on the opposite side smiled slightly and continued. The other thing is, regarding the 2 million gold coins you just had, I suggest that instead of taking the 2 million directly, you can purchase something more cost-effective from my side. Oh? Hearing Zhuang's words, Lu Ming's eyes could not help but light up. Let's say? Anything you want. As long as it's within 2 million gold coins, I'll be able to fulfill you. Is it really the legendary dream come true? Though knowing full well that the opposite side of the recruiting cat is not normal. However, when he heard Zhuang say it himself, he still felt very unbelievable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the ice spirit dragon python at the side and couldn't help but ask. If I want access to his evolutionary path, will you be able to get it? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhuang could not help but look at the ice spirit shin python on the side. Only the 3 ruby eyes of the beckoning cat beside him blinked. The next moment, the red light disappeared. Then he shook his head. Immediately, Zhuang somewhat apologized. I'm sorry guest, as far as I know your battle pet's bloodline level has reached the blue level. If you want to purchase its bloodline evolution formula, just 2 million won't be enough. Sure enough. Since the ice spirit dragon python couldn't do it, it was even more unlikely for the mouse. So what else do you need to buy for yourself? Unable to help it, Lu Ming's gaze went to Lu Yi on the side. Or the highly poisonous salamander hanging from his earlobe. In the next moment, Lu Ming finally remembered what he needed. Pointed to Lu's earlobe. What about that one? My brother's highly poisonous salamander, I'd like to know the formula for evolving its bloodline, is that okay? Ow. The words just fell. A violet luster violently erupted from the eyes of the trickster cat on the side. Dazzling red light flashed in its eyes. Not long after, a note appeared out of thin air in Zhuang's hand. Taking this brand new note, he handed it to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming received the formula handed over by Zhuang, after seeing what was on it, he couldn't help but stare slightly. The other party gave more than one recipe for the evolution of the bloodline of a highly poisonous salamander. Rather, 3 full bars. Absolutely fair trade. We'll give enough for 2 million trade goods based on price equivalence. The highly poisonous salamander was because it was a red-ranked magical beast. The evolutionary recipes given are actually up to 3. Inferno Prison King, Fire and Poison Yellow Grade Bloodline. Bloodline evolution requires a C grade fire spirit treasure and 10 portions of poisonous magical beasts of orange grade or higher. Wind Winged Devil, Wind Poison Lineage, Yellow Level Bloodline. Evolution requires a D rank Wind Spirit treasure and 10 copies of the poison of an orange level on board poisonous magical beast. Phantom Knight Salamander Phantom, Orange Level Bloodline of Illusion and Poison. The evolution of the bloodline requires a D-level Illusion Spirit treasure, 10 copies of poison from an orange level on board poisonous magical beast, and 2 copies of Illusion Magical Beasts materials. 3 evolutionary routes, 3 corresponding magical beasts. Among them, the Inferno Prison King's bloodline rank was the highest. There's even information about the King of the Inferno Prisoners available online. It's a salamander with the ability of fire poison. Any enemy bitten by fire poison will experience 3 debuffs, poisoning, burning, and severe pain. As far as the torture piece was concerned, the Inferno Prison King was definitely a T1 ranked magical beast. It's just that the highly poisonous lizards that evolve into the Inferno Prison King lose their small size characteristics. The speed was not outstanding amongst magical beasts of the same level. Although the attack was strong, it was all empty talk if it couldn't hit anyone. But even so, to an ordinary Imperial Beast Master, the Inferno Prison King was already as good a magical beast as they could get. As for the evolutionary routes of the remaining 2 magical beasts, Lu Ming searched around the internet but found it by accident. No. There is no information related to Phantom Night Charmer or Windwing Demon on the internet. What does that mean?
These are two novel evolutionary routes that have never been discovered.
How many millions of evolutionary routes have been discovered in the 100 years since humans became sentinels?
But even then, there are at least 10,000 newly discovered evolutionary routes every year.
Unknown evolutionary routes could make an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster leap into a hotly sought-after powerhouse. But there are also cases where evolution has become silent.
The average Imperial Beastmaster would choose to take the steady route that had been officially laid out. And, of course, the world is never short of betting dogs.
Take Lu, for example.
Looking at the three evolutionary formulas handed
over by Lu Ming, Lu's face was also momentarily covered in a tangle.
During the time he spent with the poisonous salamander, he had formed an understanding with the little guy.
It's simply not a good idea to shade your opponent every now and then during a fight.
If the poisonous salamander evolves into the Inferno Prison King,
it loses the old six-hitter from before.
So, looking at the formula in front of him, Lu Yi quickly made a decision.
Old Lu.
I'm going to take the Phantom Night Salamander Phantom's evolutionary route.
Eh?
Hearing the fatty's words, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned.
Are you sure you want to go this route? The Inferno Prison King can subsequently evolve into a pale Inferno Beast.
If you choose the evolutionary route of the Phantom Night Salamander Phantom, it's not clear if you can subsequently evolve again. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's eyes, however, flashed with a touch of solemnity. I've considered it, although the Phantom Night Salamander Phantom only has an orange-level bloodline, it uses more materials. Coupled with the fact that magical beasts of the Phantom Beast lineage are very rare themselves, I have a hunch that my poisonous salamander is more suitable to evolve into a Phantom Night Charmer. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming only nodded slightly. It was natural for him to support his own brother's idea. Just in time, when he completes the legendary Big Boss 1 reward. The system gave him the option to designate a spiritual treasure. A spiritual treasure of the illusory beast lineage, which he just happened to possess.
What's the harm in giving it to the fat guy? System, I want to draw the designated spiritual treasure reward, determined to be Illusionism Department. In the next moment, there was a flash in Lu Ming's hand. A gemstone that shimmered with a glazed color appeared directly in his hand. This is... Seeing the spiritual treasure in Lu Ming's hand, Su Dong's eyes widened at once. A spiritual treasure fantasy glaze unique to the 5-star Secret Realm Fantasy Mountain range? I didn't expect you, Mr. Lu, to even have such a rare prop. The value of this spiritual treasure is higher than the value of an ordinary C-grade spiritual treasure. Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Yi, who was on the side, also immediately widened his own eyes. Stunned, he looked at his own brother. I don't understand where on earth he got such an expensive spiritual treasure from. Misty grass, old Lu. You're selling your ass? Chapter 50, Evolution, The Phantom Night Salamander. Lu Ming. I see you don't want this spiritual treasure. Seeing Lu Ming's black face, he was about to take away the dream blaze. Lu immediately ran forward and hugged his brother's thigh. I was wrong. I was wrong, old Lu. I mean... Have a rich woman to know, introduce me to one too? Off. Love it or not. I'm neither a soft touch nor a rich woman. Without any good humor, he threw the dream blaze in his hand to the fat man. Then he turned his head to look at Su Dong, who was on the side. Boss Su, do you have the remaining 2 materials here? I'm afraid of a long night and want my brother's battle pet to evolve immediately now. Of course, there's no problem, a total of 630,000 gold coins. I can immediately prepare the materials for you while also providing you with a private and secure house. When he finished speaking, his compact opened again. A magical beast that looked like a castle appeared in front of Lu Ming. Race, Rock Fortress. Grade, 9 stars of military grade. Bloodline, green level. Talent, Fortress of War, absolute defense. With each drop of venom, the dream blaze takes on an additional layer of color. When all the venom has dripped on, the dream blaze also has the highly poisonous salamander that crawls and holds onto it. A fantastic 7-colored luster erupted in unison. Lu Yi, who was on the side, suddenly felt a powerful spiritual energy leap directly into his body. Fatty. Run the meditative thoughts. Hearing Lu Ming's prompting, Lu Yi then reacted. Feeling this huge spiritual energy in his body,
a flash of excitement could not help but flicker in his eyes. He had a feeling that his evolved partner could give him a big surprise. 10 minutes passed. The shine in front of his eyes finally disappeared. Lu Ye's highly poisonous salamander had completely evolved into a phantom night charmer. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming finally saw the attributes of the phantom night salamander phantom in front of him. Race, night salamander. Grade, mortal grade 6 stars. Bloodline, orange grade. Talent, illusion, phantom, color changing, poisoning. Attributes, illusion, poison. Weakness, petite, 1/2 strength reduction, twice as fast. Skills, phantom split, blend into environment, color change, fraudulent venom. Equipment, none. Sin value, 0. It was clearly an orange-level magical beast, but there were a full 4 skills. It was almost twice as much as an ordinary orange-ranked magical beast. Of course, that's not the main thing. Only the pitch-black phantom night salamander phantom could be seen, its body flickering with points of luster like stars. As it climbed on top of Lu. In just a few moments, Lu Ming was surprised to find out. The illusory night salamander phantom in front of him actually directly disappeared. With another zap, the phantom night salamander phantom actually reappeared under Lu Ye's earlobe. It looks more petite than its previous size. But the speed was comparable to that of a yellow or even green ranked magical beast of the same grade. It's also silky smooth. Looking at his evolved partner, Lu Ye's face couldn't help but show a touch of ecstasy. At the same time, because of the phantom night salamander phantom's evolution. The spiritual energy that was fed back to him also brought his spiritual energy to a higher level. Old Lu. I'm already 1-star level 6. In just under a week. Lu Yi had managed to raise a full 5 levels under Lu Ming's tutelage. Plus the evolution of the phantom night salamander phantom. As long as there were those spiritual energy crystals, it shouldn't be a problem to impact the 1-star 9th level before the college entrance exam. As for Lu Ming himself, there are 19 days to go before the entrance exam. Upgrading 2-star 5 is a bit of a challenge. But it shouldn't be too difficult. After making the last deal, Lu Ming and Lu Yi directly bid farewell to Su Dong. But just as the two were about to leave, on Su Dong's side, he then suddenly called out to Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, forgive me for saying one more thing. I see that you have contracted 2 magical beasts, so you should already be a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, right? Yeah, what's the problem? Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. Su Dong, on the other hand, the corners of his mouth rose lightly, and his original formulaic smile gradually became sincere. Then I'll give you a free piece of information. You can apply for certification with the Imperial Beast Association after becoming a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. When the time comes, the association will give out a free spiritual art called Imperial Beast Space to Imperial Beast Masters to store your battle pet. At the same time, upon successful certification, a 2-star Imperial Beast Master will also receive a monthly stipend of $5,000. Oh? That's good news. Though this news could be checked by Lu Ming as well. But without Su Dong's reminder, Lu Ming might have taken a long time to react. As expected of a businessman, his eyes are just sharp. Probably noticing the unsuspecting glances around him. It was only then that Su Dong made a kind suggestion to Lu Ming. After waving his hand towards Su Dong, Lu Ming then took Lu Yi and left the black market directly. Tonight's harvest was good, and it had been far more than they could have imagined. Only after the two of them had, but even so, there were still countless Imperial Beast Masters who rushed after them every day. No one can go it alone without an organization. Unless you're a Dark Beast Realm Sentinel. But even those sentinels, they were equally useful in their own organizations. Before there was any other organization to consider joining, choosing the Imperial Beast Association became one of the few options for ordinary Imperial Beast Masters. Early in the morning, a group of young people arrived at the Imperial Beast Association early. He was a student of Qing Imperial Beast University. Qing Imperial Beast University was a local third-rate Imperial Beast University. But even so, it was still the Imperial Beast University that many local students dreamed of. Wang Chang was a junior student at Qing Imperial Beast University. The reason why I came over so early today. It was to take the 2-star Imperial Beast Master certification test with fellow students and teachers. With this score, it was already not easy for him to become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Quite a few of the school's older brothers and sisters It wasn't until graduation that he barely managed to become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. This batch of students who came over for certification were also basically juniors and seniors. They had seen each other a few times occasionally when they went down to the secret realm on weekdays. Seeing Wang Chang, a few familiar students immediately came over to greet him. "You can do it, little Qingzi, you've risen to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master in your junior year? Doesn't this talent intend to go to graduate school?" Joking aside, senior sister Su, "I'm an average achiever, even if it's a third-rate Imperial Beast University, the minimum score for the exam should be at least 2-star level 2, I guess I don't have a chance." "Don't say that, there's still a year's chance, isn't there? There's still a chance to contract a powerful magical beast." "I did save up 3 million gold coins, intending to buy a yellow level magical beast too." "Yellow level, huh? It might be a bit not quite enough, why don't you try alone? Green level is still hopeful." A few of the students chatted and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Want to go to graduate school, even if it's just our graduate school. How difficult that is too." They, students from ordinary families, contracted red-ranked magical beasts, desperately trying to compete with students from second-rate and even first-rate universities. It may be that one's finish line is no more than someone else's starting line. No background, no connections, and no money. The best place to go is probably to join the military. But even when enlisting in the military, there were very few Imperial Beastmasters who were able to work their way up to 3 stars. It's a good thing we're all young, just talking for a while overrides the sadness. At this time, Wang Chengcheng heard senior sister Su, who was on the side, suddenly come to his side. Gossiped in his ear. "Have you heard? There's a freshman student, I heard that he's already a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, and he came over with us to take the test this time." "What?" Upon hearing senior sister Su's words, Wang Chang's eyes widened. "This talent is more than enough to go to a second-rate Imperial Beast University, right? Why would it come to our school? I heard that it's the Jia breeder, Rowdy took, the battle pet bloodline has evolved, this freshman class is not to be outdone, the teachers and professors are now each treating him like a treasure." At once, Wang Chang's heart was sour. There is no shortage of talented and opportunistic people anywhere. If he could, he would also like to be able to become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master in his freshman year. It was clear that the other party was 2 years younger than himself, yet he had accomplished what it had taken him 3 years to accomplish. Sure enough, there is a gap between people. Sometimes bigger than a dog. Picking his head up and looking around, Wang Chang couldn't help but be a little curious. Then, senior sister Su, what's the name of that schoolmate? Where is it? I heard that the name is Luo Jijie, but it didn't come with us, it was his counselor who personally sent him here, this treatment. TSK. Don't say that, if I can break through to 2-star my freshman year, my dad would have no problem carrying me from school. How do all these people grow? Obviously eating at cafeteria. Look, you guys. Counselor Chen's carriage. The one coming down should be Luo Jijie, right? After saying that, the gazes of the group of people looked at the teenager who stepped down from the carriage. Spirited, with a confident gleam in his eye. Totally different from them old gangbangers who are juniors and seniors. An eagle-type magical beast was carried on his shoulder. Every now and then, a bit of fire would flutter from the wings. Yellow-ranked magical beast Flaming Eagle. Seeing this magical beast, envy once again appeared on the faces of the crowd. Both the eagle's wings, size, and beak were larger than the unusual flame eagle. It seems that this senior brother Luo really does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Silently, they looked at each other's rates. Wang Cheng's face immediately revealed an envious shine. Then, these elder brothers and sisters saw Counselor Chen smilingly walk up to them. Catching the senior sister Su just now, she directly said, "Su Mao, you guys are here to conduct the assessment too? It's only the 4th year of college that you're assessing ducks?" Hearing the counselor's words, Su Mao's face couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. "This is not talentless, teacher, behind you is the recent freshman year's man of the hour, Luo Jijie Luo's senior brother, right? Boy! Congratulations on a seat in your class, I'm afraid you can go straight to graduate school with those grades, right?" Hearing Su Mao's words, the smile on Counselor Chen's but hearing Lu Yi Viper's words. The crowd behind them who were originally still a bit indignant. "I'm the one who came out of Qingshui First Middle School, our school hasn't gone to the 4 major schools since it was founded, and at most, we'll go to the first-class Imperial Beasts University.
If there is really a division brother who comes to the test certification. At this time, it is not the 4 major academic institutions. I'll believe you when you say he's a seat of the 2 top academies. Ah. After hearing Wang Cheng's explanation, everyone then reacted. Then with an odd face, he looked at the little fat man and Lu Ming across from him. Rolled his eyes. I thought it was so great, but it's just bragging? Young student, it's fine to come over here and take a look, don't disturb our assessment. That's right, what's a public high school student doing here if he doesn't spend his time practicing? Our counselor is careful, you don't want to mess with him again. Who spoke? Who spoke? Why am I being careful? Hearing someone behind me say something bad about himself. That Chen counselor's face changed instantly. Turning his head, he viciously plucked out the old school gang behind him. Then, only a cold snort could be heard as she looked at Lu Yi. A student from Qingshui First High School, right? Still here for the 2-star certification, right? Tell me your names, and if you are not certified today, I will be sure to have a chat with the principal of your school. Maliciously influencing the certification of the Imperial Beast Master examination, this is punishable by expulsion. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi then looked at each other in unison. Then, both of them extended their middle fingers at the same time. Silly lot. You guys. Good. Qingshui First Middle School, right? It's really produced 2 great talents. Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Ye's attitude, this counselor's face instantly plummeted cold. After shouting angrily, he was about to call the staff over. Take the 2 disruptive students away. But just as she was about to call out, in front, a staff member wearing the uniform of the Imperial Beast Association suddenly walked over. A face full of formulaic smiles, not showing the slightest hint of doubt because of the situation at the venue. He asked with a smile only as he picked up the tablet watch in his hand. Who is Mr. Lu Ming Lu? Your 2-star examination certification is about to begin. Hearing the staff's words, Lu Ming immediately raised his hand. Here. After saying that, ignoring the faces of the gang behind him, he walked straight over. The staff, on the other hand, couldn't help but show a touch of surprise in their eyes after seeing Lu Ming's young and handsome face. Then again, he picked up the forms and shouted from one to the other. Su Mao Mao, Sun Si Miao, Chen Jinxin, and Xiao Haoren, are these 4 Imperial Beast Masters here? Hearing the staff member's question, Su Mao Mao immediately stood up. Then, as if she thought of something, she immediately said, Hello, I'd like to give my spot to this senior brother of mine, can you accommodate me? Sure, as long as you guys say yes. After that, the other tapped a few times on the tablet. Nodding to Luo Jijie, who had long been ready beside him. Luo Jijie, right? Come with me. Soon, the 4 people whose names were called successively followed the staff out of the hall. Only a bunch of students from Qingshui Imperial Beast University were left behind to watch the counselor's good show in the hall. Counselor Chen, who was left out in front of the hall, only felt humiliated. Pointing at Lu Ming, who had just left, he couldn't help but curse. A student from a public high school and a 2-star certification? Hey! Did the public high school eat your family's rice? What's all the fuss about? Hearing this old woman's words, Lu Yi was instantly displeased. My brother took the test on his own merit, what do you care? Seeing that Lu Yi remained here, the eyes of Counselor Chen on the opposite side of the table suddenly snapped. Just as she was about to move forward, the Su Mao Mao girls behind her immediately stopped the counselor. Don't be angry, guide, just 2 high school students, not so much. Master Luo's grades are more important, aren't they? It's illegal to do it here. That's true. But one by one, all of them showed a look of watching the show. They had long been upset with the guy who had cut in line with the students. This little fat boy is a ready-made mouthpiece for them. More cursing. I feel like I'm about to listen to it. Eyeing a group of students around them watching. Counselor Chen then let out a cold snort of displeasure. Looking across at Lu Yi, his eyes were filled with displeasure and disgust. A middle school student, right? If your classmates can't pass the test, I'll go to your school and sue you. Don't think I'll be soft on you just because you're students. Poor students like you are scum when you go out into society. Third-rate Imperial Beast University is the end of the line for you. Hearing the counselor's words, the faces of the surrounding students, who were still watching the fun, suddenly turned cold. The look to the counselor was also vaguely off-putting. This old woman, is she even scolding them? Which of the students in the room didn't get in from a public university? Good lord, is this old woman crazy? Straight out of the map gun. Lu Yi, on the other hand, just laughed after hearing the other party's words. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of his entire body exploded out without reservation. A star 6 level of psychic energy instantly pounced on the crowd. There was no malice, just a simple demonstration of their psychic ability level. This is... Seeing the spirit pressure on Lu Ye's body, the people present immediately had a judgment. One by one, they looked at Lu Ye in front of them with some surprise. This is... a star 6 level now? Boy, this grade is already no problem in bailing out the third-rate Imperial Beast University, right? Ha ha! There's still more than half a month to go before the entrance exam. Hiss. That impacting the ones defeat the Sentinel Beast Golem developed by our association and pass the test to receive a certification badge. May I ask if you're taking the 2-star first-class Imperial Beast Master test? No, I'm going to take the 2-star Level 2 test. Oh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the staff member could not help but be slightly stunned. Flipping through his identity information, the next moment, his pupils instantly shrunk. Hello Mr. Lu, I've just looked at your information, you're taking the test for the first time, correct? Yes. A student from Qingshui First High School? Yes. Alright Mr. Lu, wait a moment, this side will upgrade the level of the Imperial Beast puppet for you, it will start in a minute. After that, the venue fell into silence. Within the originally empty hall, 6 Imperial Beast puppets suddenly rose from within the platform underneath. These were special mechanical puppets developed by the officials and possessed the 5 elemental attributes. Each combination is completely randomized, but mostly controlled to a certain level of wariness. Lu Ming roughly felt their strength. Except for the slightly larger golem in the center, which possessed 2-star strength. The 5 heads behind them were roughly at the peak of 1-star strength. This test is still somewhat difficult. If it was simply a battle pet, against these 6 magical beasts. If you're unlucky, you'll lose outright if you encounter an attribute restraint. So not only was the battle pet level assessed, but also the spiritual art strength of the Imperial Beast Master. Without cooperation between the Imperial Beast Master and the battle pet, the test would be difficult to pass. But that wasn't a problem for Lu Ming at all. In the next moment, a golden mantle spirit art directly struck Mouse Rat's body. Ready, Mousy? Squeak. Petri dish use. Looking at Lu Ming's profile on the tablet. Yi Long, the examiner in charge of Lu Ming, subconsciously flashed a flash of gravity in his eye. A general grade fish magical beast, tens of meters tall, violently leapt up from the lake. Huge fangs, about to face the muscular-looking fish food bite in front of him. But the next moment, an even bigger armored gorilla. Directly pinching the fish demonic beast in front of him like a chicken in the palm of his hand. Hearing Yi Long's reply at the other end of the phone, Simon Long's ancient and unperturbed face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Qingshui First High School? An ordinary family student? No. Is a special hardship family, and the information shows that the family lives in a slum area. Boy! What an unbelievable monster that was. Just wait, I'll be right back. After saying that, Sai Raptor directly retrieved his own fishing rod. In a single leap, he jumped onto the body of his own Imperial level battle pet, the armored ape. Back to the association. Qingshui City has produced such an interesting genius, I'm afraid this year's Imperial Beast examination won't be boring, haha. A minute passes quickly. As soon as the 3-second countdown beep ended. In the next moment, the 6 mechanical puppets on the opposite side violently lunged towards the treasure-hunting mouse. On the body of the leading mechanical puppet shaped like a boar, even more violent flames erupted. Almost instantly, the movement was so fast that it was not quite visible to the naked eye. The moment its huge pig head was about to slam into Mouse Rat. Boom! Loud explosions resounded throughout the venue. The invisible ripples in the air shook the surrounding tempered glass directly out of the silk cracks. In Yi Long's surprised gaze, a golden statue with a human-sized rat's head appeared behind the treasure hunter mouse. It was precisely Mouse's skill, Fatian. With just a single grip, the incoming boar puppet was caught in a death grip, making it difficult for the other party to shake it by half again. Then, he saw Mouse's phallic form exerting a fierce force. Click! The 2 metal fangs were instantly broken off by it.
taking advantage of the moment when the mechanical golem's body lost its balance. Boom! The fist of steel slammed directly onto the pig-type golem in front of him. Instantly, its hard head was directly hammered in by the phallic phase. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yilong beside him subconsciously widened his eyes. Even an ordinary soldier-level magical beast would have to carefully deal with a magical beast for half a day. The treasure hunter mouse on the opposite side hammered his opponent flat with just one punch. Was this the same treasure hunting mouse he remembered? Ordinary treasure hunting rats are usually battle pets used for exploring ruins. Few Imperial Beastmasters train them as their main battle pet. He had read quite a bit of literature on treasure hunting rats. It was simply unheard of to see any treasure hunting mouse with such a special ability. Could it be that? Was it a battle pet skill that this teenager in front of him had developed on his own? Hua! An extraordinary genius has really appeared in Qingshui City this year. Just as Yilong was thinking, a majestic, muffled laugh suddenly came from beside him. Hearing this laughter, Yilong was just shocked and hurriedly lowered his head. President! Waving his hand, Sai Monglong signaled Yilong to make himself at home. Then his gaze went directly to Lu Ming's place at the bottom. I watched as the kid's battle pet fought with ease, unlike an ordinary soldier-class magical beast. How about making it harder for the kid? Ha! Hearing the president's words, Yilong's face couldn't help but flash a trace of difficulty. Chairman, this is out of order, isn't it? It's okay, my rules are rules. When he's finished, ask the kid if he's willing to take the elite test. If you are willing, put him on at once. Chapter 54 Elite Examination. A punch slammed out. The entire floor of the examination room was instantly smashed out with a crack covered in spiderwebs. The last mechanical puppet was hammered directly into the ground for scrap by Mouse's phantom. Looking at the wreckage all over the ground, Lu Ming couldn't help but show a touch of relief on his face. This examination is not as difficult as imagined. Looking around, he searched for the examiner who had been in charge of him earlier. As far as Yilong was concerned, he hurried towards him. Seeing the treasure hunter mouse's battle record, the other party couldn't help but smile slightly. Mr. Lu, congratulations on completing the assessment. Given your strength, our side recommends you for the elite assessment. I don't know if you are willing. Elite assessment? Hearing the words of the examiner, Lu Ming couldn't help but stare. On the network before he came, he didn't see that the Imperial Beast Association still had the so-called elite examination. What's this elite assessment thing again? Seeing Lu Ming's puzzled look, the other party immediately explained with a smile. The so-called elite examination was usually only for the elite Imperial Beastmasters that the association looked favorably upon. As long as the Imperial Beastmaster completes the test within the hidden time limit, all can be scheduled for an elite assessment. By becoming an elite member, you double the monthly stipend you receive and also receive a 10% discount on all stores under the Imperial Beast Association. The purchase of tickets to the secret world is also prioritized, with many benefits. So many benefits, so many obligations to fulfill, right? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the smile on Yilong's face remained unchanged. Nodded bluntly. In order to ensure the training of newcomers, the association establishes new secret areas in various places every year. In addition to the military department, the association would also arrange for elite Imperial Beastmasters from the neighborhood to be responsible for assisting. Of course, it's not compulsory labor, and the pay is very substantial. Hearing Yilong's words, without any hesitation, Lu Ming directly nodded his head. In that case, I'm going to take the elite examination. Then, as you wish, the test begins in 5 minutes. In the next moment, countless mechanical magical beasts appeared in the hall. Clear those Imperial Beast puppets out. It also restored the originally destroyed trial hall back to its original state. But in a moment, the elevator underneath slowly levitated up. 2 examiners appeared in front of Lu Ming. 2 examiners, one on the left and one on the right, summoned their battle pets. On the left was an ape-like magical beast in armor, its fur red as fire. On the right was a turtle-type magical beast with a shell as bright as a jewel, and it did not move once it entered the hall. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming immediately saw that these 2 heads were extraordinary. One was a 3-star, yellow-ranked magical beast of the soldier grade, the Stormbringer fiery ape. It also has the gathering fire, storming, and scattershot talents. The other head was a 3-star yellow-ranked magical beast diamond sea turtle of the soldier grade. Possesses the triple talents of Diamond Shield, Elemental Resistance, and Xuanwu Shield. 1 offense and 1 defense, very difficult. And Lu Ming's assessment requirements were not just as simple as defeating the opponent. Also have to beat each other within the time limit. Otherwise the test will be automatically awarded negative. Facing 2 aggressive magical beasts. Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked to the side at Mouse. Are you ready? Squeak. Petri dish. Upper mouse. Spirit technique, spirit shaping golden body. Violent spiritual energy was drained from his body, and a brilliant golden light immediately coalesced from Mouse and also the phantom behind him. Even the phantom faintly emitted a layer of metallic texture. Looking across the room at the suddenly changed Mouse. The 2 Imperial Beast Masters on the opposite side glanced at each other after. Immediately, he also cast his spirit art. Spiritual art flame branding. Flame branding, marked beasts receive 30% more flame damage during the marking period. Spiritual art immovable as a mountain. Immovable as a mountain, when the war pet is immobile, the full attribute defense is increased by 25%. Riotous fiery ape, use the flame machine gun. Sustained attack. Diamond turtle, use basilisk guard. Protect the riot fiery ape. Hearing the Imperial Beast Master's order, the 2 battle pets directly let out a violent hiss. In the next moment, countless shields that shone like diamonds coalesced around the diamond sea turtle's body. Guard at the heels of the riotous martyr ape. While the riotous fiery ape in front of him, his hands condensed countless red-colored flames. Toward the treasure hunter Mouse kept throwing it. While the flames were thrown at the treasure hunter Mouse, it actually split into several fireballs in the air again. However, in a few moments, the original fireball directly blocked the path of Mouse Rat's advance directly. Mouse. Use metal mastery. Squeak. With Mouse at the controls. The entire surface of the ground was lifted right off the ground. The ground made of metal is the best battlefield for rats and mice. The moment the flames smashed into these metals are then melted. However, the melted metal was actually once again utilized by the treasure hunter Mouse. Liquid metal takes control. The metal melted by the heat was like rain on a stormy day. It quickly smashed towards the 2 magical beasts. The roiling metallic liquid smashed against the diamond turtle's shield. Immediately there was a crunching sound like rain hitting a banana from above. In a moment, though, the sound of silky glass shattering came from the diamond turtle's shield. Seeing this scene, the faces of the 2 Imperial Beast Masters changed at the same time. The attack of the treasure-seeking rats across the street is a bit tough. The situation will be unfavorable for them if they keep fighting like this. Riot fiery ape. Use the fired diamond horn. Diamond turtle, use diamond ice pick. Upon hearing the Imperial Beast Master's command, the 2 battle pets immediately shifted their attack forms. The riotous fiery ape that was originally responsible for the attack was now scattering a bunch of barbed fire diamond horns towards the ground. Once an unusual magical beast stepped on it, it would immediately gain the Scorch debuff. With the talent of riotous fiery ape scattershot, the fire diamond horns that were originally sprinkled on the ground instantly turned into a large pile. It almost covered the ground directly in front of it. The diamond sea turtle beside him, on the other hand, spat out countless ice hammers as hard as diamonds from its mouth, shooting extremely fast towards the opposite side of the rat. The diamond ice picks hit in front of the metal-controlled iron shield. It dented the metal directly in front of it. Seeing that the diamond ice picks were getting more and more numerous, the metal in front of them was about to be completely destroyed. Immediately, Lu Ming made a bold decision. Mouse. Charge forward. Then use Fathom to finish off your opponent in one go. Squeak. Instantly, Mouse Rat's body violently erupted with a layer of golden light. The speed flew towards the front in a quick sprint. Countless pieces of metal in the surrounding area were torn into piece after piece by metal mastery. It was constantly thrown out towards the 2 battle pets on the opposite side. But these metal fragments that flew out would in turn be quickly melted into liquid metal by the flames of the riotous fiery apes. Before the metal could strike, it had melted into a puddle of iron. Facing the treasure hunter Mouse's offense, the faces of the 2 Imperial Beast Masters could not help but reveal a cold smile. Want to rely on the momentum of a one-time charge to win? This kind of hasty mentality in the battle cannot be. Seeing that the treasure-hunting Mouse had stepped on the fire diamond horn, the 2 of them couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. This time, the riotous Flaming Ape's Imperial Beastmaster didn't let his battle pet attack. Instead, he had his battle pet hide behind the Diamond Sea Turtle.
Diamond Turtle. Use the giant turtle shell.
After saying that, the Diamond Sea Turtle's shell directly enlarged 10 times.
The huge turtle shell directly blocked the sprinting treasure-hunting rats.
Countless metals, along with the treasure-seeking rats, crashed towards the huge turtle shell in front of them.
Rumble. There was a loud bang. Even the testing ground steeply let out a loud tremor.
In the next moment, the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes turned into mosquito eyes.
Puffed straight into unconsciousness.
Seeing this scene, the faces of the two Imperial Beast Masters from the association couldn't help but show their complacency. Yi Lon, who was standing beside the president, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Still too young, or maybe Chen Fan and Ma Zhou are too good of a match for the two of them. The assessment win rate in the association also remained at 85.7%.
Chairman, would you not be a bit too hard on the newcomers who are taking their first test by letting them both on directly?
Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Psy Raptor, on the other hand, shook his head disinterestedly. A young man's heart is high, and it's in his interest to win or lose.
Besides, what kind of genius is it if he can't even handle this setback?
Well, practical combat experience is too poor to be considered an average genius. After saying that, Psy Raptor shook his head slightly.
Somewhat disappointed, he turned away. But just as he was about to leave,
the trial field, however, suddenly heard Lu Ming's triumphant laughter again.
What's going on here? The real killing has just begun. Mouse Rat, Law of the Heavens. Chapter 55, Is he worthy? One more chapter. Impossible. Hasn't his treasure-hunting mouse lost its ability to fight? Upon hearing Lu Ming's order, Yi Lon's face couldn't help but flash with dismay.
He looked up, only to find that Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse had actually really come back to life with full blood.
Even Raptor, who was ready to leave.
At this moment, he was also stunned as he looked towards the trial grounds. In the sky, the huge golden body phantom directly smashed towards the two battle pets that had already relaxed. Exploding fists, over 100 punches were thrown in an instant. The defenseless two-headed battle pet. Straight into a fainting state by Mouse. Looking at the treasure-hunting mouse in front of him that was glowing with golden light and didn't have a single scratch.
The faces of the crowd all showed doubt and astonishment.
To the veteran Raptor, who was only stunned for a moment's work,
just immediately guessed why. It's the split skill.
Never would have thought that this young man had something. Such a rare skill that treasure-hunting mouse actually knows. It seems that its bloodline level should not be low.
I didn't think that I'd ever hit my eye. This Lu Ming is even more talented than I thought.
Hearing the president's words, Yi Long beside him was stunned.
One must know that the two Imperial Beast Masters that the president had personally chosen for Lu Ming.
He is known as the newcomer killer in the association. Any newcomer matched with them has a 10-to-1 chance of winning.
Relying on the fighting style of the two battle pets constantly changing formations.
Beat the newbie Imperial Beastmasters to a pulp. And now, Lu Ming had defeated these two rookie killers in just his first test.
This battle sense, and the ability of war pets. It's really scary as hell.
After reacting for a long time, he then reacted. Hurriedly running downstairs, he handed the elite badge respectfully to Lu Ming. Congratulations to you, Mr. Lu Ming. This is an elite badge certified by our association, and also the 52nd elite badge since the establishment of the Qingshui City Imperial Beasts Association branch. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming picked up the golden 2-fish badge in front of him and looked at it. Unexpectedly, I found that it was actually still a special prop. Wear a badge if you enter the association. You will be able to be received by a special person, and you will also be able to enter the VIP room to wait for the quest. There are also a host of perks, and it even works as a credit card. All in all, the benefits are numerous. Receiving the badge, because the badge was so dazzling, Lu Ming directly threw the badge into the rat's mouth. Under the gaze of the examiner's respectful face, he directly left the trial site. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, the faces of the two association royal beast masters couldn't help but show a touch of sighing. Holy cow, are all the newcomers so strong now? I heard it's still in high school. Is it from the noble school next door? With this practical combat ability, I'm afraid I've already secured a place in the top academy this year, right? Say, which family's son is this? Cultivating such a perverted battle pet?
Hearing the two men ask in unison, Yilong just silently looked at Lu Ming's back as he left. Shook his head. No, he's not a family son, he's just an ordinary student. A true genius. At this moment, inside the hall of the Imperial Beast Association, a group of students from Qingshui Imperial Beast University quietly watched the movement on the large screen in front of them. The results of all the participants in the examination would all be displayed on the big screen. Only the big screen with the pictures of the five suddenly lit up. The word, qualified, suddenly appeared next to the photo of the leader, Luo Jijia. Seeing this word, Instructor Chen, who had brought him here, was instantly relieved. Then a smile bloomed on his face. It was worthy of being a student she looked up to, and completed the test with ease. To become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master in his freshman year, this son's future was unlimited. When you graduate, you might be able to impact the 3-star Imperial Beast Master. Immediately afterward, the green light of the screen came on again. There was another student who had successfully obtained the qualification of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. But the next moment, red light flashed. The label, failed, flashed up behind the photo of a trainee named Chen Jinxin. Seeing this label, the crowd's originally relaxed mood immediately became tense. Carefully look at the big screen in front of you. Even Lu Yi, who originally had full confidence in Lu Ming, could not help but frown at this moment. Something's not right. With old Lu's strength, shouldn't he have finished the test earlier? Why haven't you completed the test by now? Not to say that the first one passes, but that shouldn't drag on for so long, right? In the meantime, Luo Jijia returned to the examination hall with a big smile. The flaming eagle on his shoulder was leisurely licking his feathers, looking incredibly relaxed and cozy. In contrast, there were two seniors following behind him. Compared to his flaming eagle, those two students carried battle pets, while their bodies were littered with marks left by the captain. Even the parrot battle pet of one of them was directly burned bald with feathers on its head. A test that was easy as pie for Luo Jijie. To these two old schoolmasters, it was incredibly difficult. That Chen Jinxin's battle pet wolf beast's abdomen, even more so, had a huge and incomparable mouth appear. Being carried by Chen Jinxin, he returned to the mission hall. Seeing him, the students around him ran to come and show their concern. Misty grass old Chen. How did you fight like this? What about the difficulty of the mission? You don't look quite right like that. The difficulty is a bit big, a 2-star strength Imperial Beast puppet and a 1-star peak Imperial Beast puppet, the cooperation is too tacit, my blast wind wolf is not paying attention, almost cut into two. Hiss. Hearing Chen Jinxin's narration, a flash of gravity flashed across the faces of the crowd. Originally, I thought I would be certified as soon as I reached 2 stars. Who knew that the Imperial Beast Association's examination was also so difficult? Counselor Chen, who was on the side, heard the crowd talking. In turn, a flash of disdain crossed his face. Looking at Luo Jijie beside him with a smile in his eyes, he asked with feigned concern. How's it going, Ro? Was the test difficult? Hearing the guide's question, Luo Jijie's face immediately revealed a smirk that he couldn't hide. The voice couldn't help but get a little louder, with a hint of deliberateness. Luckily, teacher, I let my flaming eagle make a few circles in the air and finished the test without even getting hurt. Hearing Luo Jijie's words, the crowd immediately cast complicated gazes. There is envy, awe, and jealousy. Is this genius? Something their average person trains hard for but begs for. It's just a bag of tricks for them. Luo Jijie, on the other hand, had his eyes on the large electronic screen in front of him. Seeing that there was less than a minute left in the examination time, he couldn't help but show an innocent smile on his face. Looking at Lu Yi, who had just stopped himself, his smile held a few hints of disdain. Teacher, I remember that the Imperial Beast examination lasts for a maximum of 10 minutes, right? If we can't pass the 10 minutes, won't the test be declared a failure? Hearing Luo Jijie's words, Director Chen immediately looked at the big screen. Then looked across the room at Lu. Smiling grimly, he looked at the stony-faced Lu. A few quick moments of great revenge flashed across his face. That's not true? Certain people have just become Imperial Beast Masters and are so self-important that they really think they have the strength to do so? In the end, it's just a clown. I want to see, Qingshui First High School taught students more outstanding. A poor kid who doesn't know anything, I'm afraid the content of the test is not clear, right? Become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master? Just he deserves it?
Hearing the words of the broken-tongued octogenarian across the room, Lu Yi instantly huffed and rolled up his sleeves.
Who's the octogenarian talking about? Say what you will.
I'll be sure to inform the principal of your school about this today. 2 high school students didn't study well and came to the Imperial Beast Certification Examination site to make trouble. The teachers of Qingshui First Middle School are really getting worse and worse. Even if the students' performance is poor, their character is also so bad. If you go out, you'll be a tumor. I think you'd better go into the factory and play screws while you still can.
Hearing the words of the guide,
Wang Chang, who had also come out of Qingshui First Middle School,
looked slightly bad.
Hearing someone make up such a story about his alma mater, he really wanted to immediately rush out and give the other person a power shot.
Nah, the other guy was a counselor.
Not to mention that they couldn't beat each other, even Luo Jijie who was beside him. Not even the slightest bit sure of himself. Clenching his fists, Wang Chung couldn't help but look at Lu Ming's picture on the big screen. A secret prayer in his heart. This junior high student, you mustn't disgrace our Qingshui First High School.
Chapter 56. This badge.
Fake. At this moment, the countdown on the big screen only had the last 10 seconds left.
Everyone's heart was lifted when they saw this countdown.
Seeing that Lu Ming and another person's photo remained untouched. The faces of the people present were slightly ugly.
And that Lo and the counselor beside him.
The corners of his mouth, on the other hand, unconsciously rose a few inches.
3, 2, 1. With a final countdown.
The last person was directly judged by the system as unqualified because of the battle timeout. It was only when the crowd saw Lu Ming's results that they were slightly stunned.
Because Lu Ming's test is actually still now in the test.
The system neither ruled him qualified
nor unqualified.
This is the first time anyone has ever encountered this situation. Immediately, Instructor Chen frowned slightly. Straight away, he called out to the staff on the sidelines.
Hello, the time for this test should have passed already, right? Why doesn't this student have any results yet?
Hearing the words of Instructor Chen, the staff member in charge of reception was also slightly stunned. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've encountered this even though I'm new here. It could be an error in the system, but the time has already expired, and he'll automatically rule it a failure later.
Phew. Hear the staff member's explanation.
Instructor Chen and also Luo Jijie who was next to him instantly breathed a long sigh of relief.
Looking over to Lu Yi, who was cloudy at the side, the two of them burst out laughing. What did I say? A student of the tiny Qingshui First Middle School still wants to conduct a 2-star Imperial Beast Master test?
Young student, don't think you're more marvelous than others just because you have a little talent. Practice more if you dish. Regarding the matter of you disrupting the examination discipline today, I will definitely inform your principal.
TSK. I thought it was some kind of genius. I guess it's just coming over to test for fun.
I get it. It's normal to be young and not know anything and want to come over and see what's going on.
It lasted 10 minutes, and I feel pretty good about it. Hearing that the staff had all but ruled Lu Ming as unqualified, Wang Chang and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh. Looking at the condescending face of Instructor Chen. To be honest, they were pretty bad about it too. What happened to regular public high schools? Can't public high schools produce geniuses? However, reality slapped everyone in the face.
Even Lu Yi, whose little mouth had just been smeared with honey, was now faced with Director Chen's mockery. And all he could do was hold his fire and not say a word.
Yo! What are you all doing here? Just as Director Chen and Luo Jijie were doing their best to troll Lu Yi.
Inside the hall, Lu Ming's slightly relaxed inquiry suddenly came.
Hearing this voice, the crowd's gazes couldn't help but look.
Then couldn't help but stare slightly. It was because of the Imperial Beastmaster who had come with Lu Ming. His battle pet's body was currently littered with wounds from the battle. On the contrary, Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse's fur was still shining brightly and didn't look damaged in the slightest. With such a relaxed and cozy look, it reminds everyone of Luo Jijie who just came out. There was another moment of confusion.
Don't understand what's going on. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. What took you so long, old Lu? How did the examination go? Examination? Hey! You're looking down on your brother a bit. It's not simple for me to step in? Hearing Lu Ming's words. Before Lu Yi could say anything,
The opposite side of the table, Guy Zhang, however, couldn't help but take the lead in mocking.
Do you really think that the 2-star Imperial Beast Master test is that simple? And simple?
Stop pretending, classmate, we all know you're not qualified at all.
After saying that, Instructor Zhang gave Lu Ming a mocking look.
Pointed to the picture of Lu Ming on the big screen. At the moment, there was still no label displayed next to Lu Ming's photo. It's like the system is really as broken as the staff says it is. The students of the surrounding Qingshui Imperial Beasts University.
After hearing the guide's words, he also looked at Lu Ming with an odd expression. It all feels like he's young and embarrassed to admit he's failed.
Luo Jijie, who was on the side, couldn't help but come up to fill in at this time.
I don't see much damage on your treasure-seeking mouse, so I assume it escaped from the beginning to the end? To be able to last that long in front of the Imperial Beast Golem, other than that, its speed is something I recognize.
It's a pity that it's still inferior compared to my flaming eagle. After saying that, Luo Jijie couldn't help but show a contemptuous smile towards Lu Ming again.
In a condescending tone of voice, he pretended.
It's not easy enough to last that long in front of the Imperial Beast puppet, but you still need to practice more, classmate. Don't be overly ambitious, practice for another 3 or 5 years and you might be at my level.
Lu Ming.
Looking at the bastard in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Lu Yi beside him.
Fatty, who is this stupid batch?
Hey!
I don't know. Do you like our Lao Lu?
Just say so. Do you really think you're a dish of garlic? What kind of garlic are you?
Roger Low.
Looking at the opposite two people still unrepentant.
A huff flashed across Luo Jijie's face.
Horse, I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards.
Laozi is certified as a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Laozi is a bull.
Without saying anything, Luo Jijie directly opened his coat, revealing the certification badge inside. A badge carved with a swordfish, symbolizing the logo of the Qingshui Imperial Beast Association. It was also the honor of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master.
Classmate, if you really pass the test, how about showing us your certification badge?
Seeing this badge, a flash of envy flashed through many people's eyes. Then, all eyes looked at Lu Ming again at the same time.
There was curiosity, gawking, and gloating.
In response, Lu Ming just lightly snapped his fingers. Called out to his rats.
After rummaging around in its mouth.
Taking out the Pisces badge that the examiner had given him.
Here, is this one not? Seeing that Lu Ming actually did take out his badge. Everyone was slightly stunned at once.
Even Luo Jijie, when he saw Lu Ming take out his badge.
A flash of panic couldn't help but flicker across his face.
How is that possible?
Didn't the official staff say your grades?
Speaking of this, Luo Jijie's expression froze when he looked at the badge in Lu Ming's hand again. Then a flash of joy flashed across his face once again and said, "This badge of yours is a fake."
Fake? Hearing Luo Jijie's words, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but survey Lu Ming's badge.
It was only then that he realized that his badge was indeed different from the single fish badge in Luo Jijie's hand. Seemingly thinking of something, Instructor Zhang looked to the side at Sun Ximiao, who had also passed the examination. "Little son, show us your badge. I remember you passed the test too, right?"
Huh?
Oh.
Hearing the guide's words, Sun Ximiao took out his certification badge with some embarrassment. On top of the badge, like Luo Jijie, is engraved a single swordfish shape.
Oh ho!
Stone 'em her up.
This Lu Ming simply failed the examination. His certification badge was a forgery of his own. When he thought of this, a gloating look appeared in Instructor Zhang's eyes as he looked at Lu Ming. Without saying a word, he shouted directly to the staff at the side.
"Is the staff here?
There's someone here who is falsifying certification badges privately. I request that he be arrested immediately."
Chapter 57 Alarming the President. Fake certification badges?
Hearing the words of Instructor Zhang, a flash of surprise could not help but flash across the faces of the crowd. You know, forging a certification badge is a major offense in the Dragon Kingdom. Officials always choose to punish such behavior severely. Hearing the words of Instructor Zhang, the surrounding students also felt that she had gone a little too far. Unable to help it, Wang Chang, who had been trying to act as a little transparent on the side. After a slight sigh, he chose to help out this classmate's elementary school brother.
Walking up to the counselor, Wang Chang said with some embarrassment,
Guide, this is a high school student. I guess he's young and has high self-esteem. He doesn't know the seriousness of camouflage, besides, he's not profiting. Let's just forget about it with a warning. Who knew that when he heard Wang Cheng's words? Instructor Zhang's aura immediately became more ferocious. Ha! What's wrong with a high school student? Is he an adult? Adults pay for everything they do. Wasn't he just a wild one? Qingshui first middle school students, disturbing the discipline of the examination, forging their own violations, only in high school is so bad, in the future, maybe committing some big crime. No, I must do the people a favor today. After saying that, Instructor Zhang roared even louder despite the surrounding students. Where's the staff? Where's the staff? Do you care if there's a forged certification badge here? Seeing that the commotion made by Guide Zhan was getting bigger and bigger. It's the same staff member as before. Just see him hurrying along. But this time, there was something vaguely unkind in the gaze he looked at Instructor Chen. That's the same old. How many times did she yell at him today? It adds so much to his workload for nothing. She's damned. But on his face, the staff member did his best to maintain his formulaic smile. Somewhat curiously, he walked up to the crowd and asked at Guide Zhan. Ma'am, can I ask what happened again? Seeing the staff come over, Guide Chen's eyes lit up. Pointing across the room at Lu Ming, who was playing with the badge in his hand, he directly hissed. It's that man. He didn't pass the examination, but he privately created a badge for the certification examination. The Dragon Kingdom Royal Beast Master Act is seriously prohibiting this behavior. Do you care? Oh. Upon hearing the words of Guide Zhang, the staff too was indeed stunned. Then the face immediately became serious as well. It is indeed a felony to forge a badge privately. Unable to help himself, he turned to look at Lu Ming and the badge in his hand. Can I see the badge in your hand, this gentleman? Please do not act otherwise, or I will immediately call for the association's Imperial Beastmaster to come and stop your behavior. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming just gave the other party a disinterested look. A smile, if any, flickered at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the other party was about to come over to confirm, he fiercely pinched his badge in his hand. Wait a minute. I'm being falsely accused of forging a badge here. What if my badge is real? Then the bastard doesn't have any penalties at all? This. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the staff too was stunned. He really didn't think about it that much. Guide Zhang, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. She drank sternly at once. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to stall for time to prepare to bolt. Don't let this little yakuza get away. The wording varied from side to side, and the staff's expressions became a little tangled for a moment. Looking at Lu Ming, he then looked at Guide Zhang. In the end, he decided to trust the woman. After all, he had just seen Lu Ming's profile. It showed that the other party was still a student at Qingshui First High School. Such a young youth really didn't look like he could pass the examination. Immediately, his face became stern. Mr. Lu, please hand over your badge at once, or I will see you as flouting the laws of the Imperial Beast Association. It's not too late to hand it over to me, and I hope you don't make a big deal out of it. Look at the serious expression on the staff member's face across the room. Lu Yi couldn't help but shrink his neck as well, pulling on Lu Ming's coat. Old Lu, you're not really faking, are you? Then it's not too late for us to slip away. They're both going to slip. Don't give him a chance. Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Yi both talking small talk, Luo Jijie, who had been waiting for revenge for a long time, would not give them both a chance. Whistle violently. In the next moment, his flaming eagle directly turned into a flaming giant eagle with a wing length of 20 meters. The flames emanating from his body raised the temperature of the entire hall by several degrees. This time, he wanted to block Lu Ming and Lu Ye's retreat. He wanted to see the two students wasted with his own eyes. This is what happens when you dare to insult a genius like him. Just because of his flaming eagle's sudden outburst. An alarm immediately sounded around the entire certification hall. The next moment, a thick voice rang out with a hint of impatience in its ears. Which one is the one who doesn't want to die? Dare to cause trouble in the hall of the Imperial Beast Association? All of you put away your battle pets for me. A terrifying aura swept through the entire hall. Especially on that flaming eagle that had just transformed. Chirp! At that moment, the flaming eagle let out a mournful eagle cry. Then it fell heavily on top of the ground. Blaze. Seeing his battle pet being directly crushed to the ground by one of the other party's auras. A flash of heartache immediately flashed across Luo Jijia's face. Hurriedly, he ran to his war pet. Just then, a 2-meter-tall, muscular, middle-aged strongman slowly walked through the side door of the hall. A flash of impatience flashed across his face, and the spiritual pressure emanating from his surroundings could tell that he was in a very unhappy mood right now. See the man coming. A flash of panic immediately appeared on the staff member's face. Then bent respectfully and deferentially. Hello, President. President? Hearing that this person was actually the president of the Qingshui Imperial Beast Association. A flash of panic immediately flashed across everyone's faces. Want to be the president of the Imperial Beast Association, even if it's just a chapter. That would also have to be a 6-star Imperial Beast Master. Every 6-star or higher Imperial Beast Master, that was a nuclear bomb level character. All must give enough respect to such a strong person. Learning that it was a 6-star Imperial Beastmaster who had collapsed his battle pet. Luo Jijia's face also no longer dared to have any hatred. Hanging his head low, he was afraid of getting the attention of this association president. Raptor, on the other hand, looked around. Finally, he looked to his subordinates. You, what's your name again? What happened here? Hearing the president's order, that staff member immediately stood up carefully. Pointing at Lu Ming across from him, he said with some nervousness. Reporting to the president, my name is Meze, that gentleman is suspected of forging our association's certification badge. I wanted to make sure, who knew that gentleman back there had taken the liberty of using his war pet. Oh? Hearing his subordinate's words, Sai Raptor's gaze looked over to Lu Ming in some surprise. Then, his face couldn't help but become odd. Lu Ming's certification badge is fake? Wasn't that something he personally asked Yelong to give him? Chapter 58, is he really a student of Qingshui First Middle School? You're saying his certification badge is fake? Looking at the subordinate in front of him, Sai Raptor's face flashed with a touch of eccentricity. The subordinate, on the other hand, heard the president's voice without sorrow or joy. A drop of cold sweat instantly trickled down the corner of his forehead. No, I just want the other person to give me the badge to confirm it. We'll consider the follow-up when we're sure, and as for releasing the war pet, it was entirely the unauthorized decision of that Mr. Luo Jijia. Upon hearing his men's words, Sai Raptor then narrowed his eyes. Count yourself smart, there's nothing procedurally wrong with you, get your ass to logistics, you won't be needed in the halls anymore. At once, the staff member's face went white. He didn't know exactly what he had done to piss off the association's landlord. Looking again at Lu Ming's bland expression on the opposite side, the staff member was horrified. Could it be that? Can't the other guy's badge be real? An 18-year-old 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, still in high school. When he thought of this, his face turned a few shades whiter. The president was right, he did have a bad eye. What he was thinking about was not offending that Qingshui Imperial Beast University teacher. But he had forgotten that if Lu Ming could really pass in the future, he would at least be a student of the 4 major academies. What's the lesser of two evils? He left the hall with a dissolute look on his face. Only a group of students from Qingshui Imperial Beast University were left behind, staring at the scene before them with blank faces. At this moment, Gai Chen, too, seemed to realize that something was wrong. Just as she was trying to lead people away. Behind her, a gaze suddenly locked directly onto her body. Wait, did I let you go? It's not very loud. But everyone present was able to hear it clearly. At once, Instructor Chen felt as if his body was being stared at by a tyrannical dragon. The body was like falling into an ice cave, unable to move the slightest bit. Randomly slandering an elite Imperial Beast Master of our Qingshui Imperial Beast Association, how dare you? You're the one who disrupted the accreditation, right? Qingshui Imperial Beasts University, right? It's really taking in any teacher now. What? Elite Sentinel? Hearing Sai Raptor's words, all the royal beast masters present had shock on their faces. The gaze that looked at Lu Ming was also filled with incredulity. Elite Imperial Beast Master? How come I've never heard of such a certification? I think I've heard that the Elite Imperial Beast Master is only awarded to true geniuses. It doesn't even see one given out in a year. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that this Lu Ming really passed the examination? More than that.
Is that Pisces badge the badge of an elite Imperial Beast Master? I'm dripping with weirdness. I've long seen him as unusual, an 18-year-old 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. Then the guide she. Speaking of which, everyone immediately threw an odd look at Instructor Chen. Tick-tock. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Instructor Chen's chin to the ground. Wanted to beg for mercy, but realized he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Psy Raptor, on the other hand, just looked coldly at the Chun guide in front of him. I'm really worried about the students being taught by teachers in schools like this. Pass on my order to prohibit the students of Qingshui Imperial Beast University from coming over to take the certification test this week. Unless their principal, Su Chuanguang, personally comes over and begs me. No. Don't, I'm sorry, Chairman, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The guide's face was filled with panic as he saw how big things had gotten. Tears and sweat soaked right through her entire body. Tried to beg for mercy, but Raptor didn't even look at her. Then, his gaze was dead on Luo Jijie, who was trying to play the role of a little transparent on the side. Taking the liberty of putting a battle pet into attack form in the certification hall, while at the same time taking a shot at our elite Imperial Beastmasters. Oh, what a nerve! The words just fell. A jellyfish-shaped magical beast suddenly appeared beside Raptor. There was a fluorescent flash of a badge representing the 2-star Imperial Beastmaster certification. It was plucked directly from Luo Jijie's body out of thin air. Don't! It's mine! Seeing his badge being taken away, a flash of panic immediately flashed across Luo Jijie's face. But the next second. Bang! This heaven's pride of Qingshui Imperial Beast University was directly ejected by the invisible barrier. Beside him came Psy Raptor's voice without any emotion. Freshman year only to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, smug thing, but just a frog in the bottom of a well. Nothing compared to true genius. Starting today, you will be permanently blacklisted by the Qingshui Imperial Beast Association. Get out! A bellowing cry. Luo Jijie's body was directly thrown out of the Imperial Beast Association by an invisible gravitational force. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd were chilled. Is this the power and strength of the president of the Imperial Beast Association? A casual remark can determine the life and death of others. Watching the pride of his school being thrown out like a dead dog by Psy Raptor. The few people present no longer dared to make any advances. On the contrary, Lu Ming and Lu Yi looked at the president in front of them with some curiosity. Seeing the gazes of the two, Psy Monglone laughed, then fiercely patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Young man, talent is good, don't waste your talent, work hard in the college entrance exam and strive to go to the 2 top institutions, so that our Qingshui Imperial Beast Association will also have face. It was important to realize that it had been 7 or 8 years since Qingshui City had seen a seedling who had been admitted to a top academic institution. If it's you, it might be possible. Looking at the president who had just been furious. The students of the surrounding Qingshui Imperial Beasts University had mixed feelings in their hearts. It's true, you can really do whatever you want with good talent. It's not that law isn't strong. Rather, it was compared to Lu Ming. His talent would be ordinary. Anyone would know what to choose between a high school 2-star Imperial Beast Master and a college 2-star Imperial Beast Master. This kind of talent, they might only be able to encounter it in reality today in their lifetime. Unable to help it, Su Maomao on the side swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but look at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, is he really a student of your Qingshui First Middle School? Is Qingshui First High School turning out to be such a dodgy high school? Then why do you? Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know how our school suddenly became so strong. Could it simply be that this schoolboy is strong? Don't say it, people are 18 years old certified elite Imperial Beast Master, I'm 21, and I still failed the test. Really have no face to see people. Is this the gap between us ordinary people and geniuses? This talent. How else can this be chased? Damn it. The president just said we can't take the test, right? Blame it on Instructor Chen. Talking guide her. After saying that, a group of Imperial Beast University students seemed to have thought of something. A group of people, all of them, looked at their own guide with some anger and derision. The liar, as she called him, was currently having a friendly conversation with the president of the Imperial Beast Association. On the contrary, their guide was as down and out as an old dog. It looks like it wasn't thrown out by the president of the association.
Preserve the face. But when we go back, the guide's punishment will undoubtedly be heavier. I'm afraid we're all in for a treat this time. Though Counselor Chen caused everyone to have to terminate the test. But seeing her look defeated. For some reason, all of them felt a surge of joy. Cool. It makes you look down on the average high school student. You've got mission reward, potential points 5, 1 Phantom Knight Salamander Phantom Bloodline Evolution Route. Luya's favorability gets a normal boost. 1 Illusionary Handsome Grade Magical Beast Spiritual Energy Crystal, 1 C Grade Illusionary Spiritual Treasure, 1 C Grade Water or Poison Spiritual Treasure, 100 portions of General Grade Magical Beast Venom, and 10 portions of Handsome Grade Magical Beast Venom. Seeing the system's reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The original Poisonous Salamander Evolutionary Route was actually changed to the Phantom Knight Charm Evolutionary Formula. Hey! Not to mention, the system is quite user-friendly. But this good news Lu Ming did not tell Lu Yi immediately. After all, he couldn't really explain where he got this stuff from. And it's not good to obtain anything inside. It wouldn't be too late to wait until Lu Yi's strength came up before telling him the formula. In a flash of time, most of the spiritual energy crystals in the dormitory were consumed. After Lu Ming threw the last spiritual energy crystals to the treasure-hunting mouse and the ice spirit dragon python, his cultivation finally stopped. In 4 days, his spiritual energy had risen by more than 200 points. Not enough to level up the Imperial Beastmaster 1 level. The treasure hunter mouse likewise did not advance a level. The spiritual energy crystals that Lu Ming had purchased were basically mortal-grade spiritual energy crystals. Possesses limited psychic energy. To the ice spirit dragon python side, after 4 days of absorption, the level was raised to 5 stars on the mortal level. Unfortunately, the amount of spiritual energy that the mortal level could feed back to Lu Ming was too little. It wasn't enough for him to practice in a day. If you cultivate at the current rate, before the college entrance exams, it was not a problem to upgrade to 2-star 5. And if it really wasn't possible, one still possessed some unused secret treasures. The big deal is that the rats will swallow it when the time comes. Just as Lu Ming was working hard on his cultivation, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted his practice. Opening the door, Lu Ming realized Old Ben had stood in the doorway of his dormitory at some point. Seeing that Lu Ming looked like he hadn't woken up, Old Ben was a bit anxious. You kid! Did you fall asleep? Didn't you read the class group? Huh? Who in their right mind reads a class group? You don't want to read it? Hurry up and get dressed and come with me. After saying that, Old Ben directly yanked Lu Ming out without a second thought. Along with being dragged out, there was also a confused Lu Yi in the next dormitory. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you, all of them not understanding what was happening. It wasn't until the two of them arrived at the school's entrance together and saw Principal Xiang. It was only then that he snapped his head. Before going to the secret realm before, it seemed Principal Xiang had mentioned it to them. It seems that the top 3 from the last practice test are going to take the city's standardized practice test. An exam that gathers the geniuses of the entire city of Qingshui. Early in the morning, Principal Xiang was waiting for Lu Ming and the others on this side of the school bus. Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Yi both wearing a pair of flowered pants and a big undershirt, they were dragged over by Su Jijun. Principal Xiang is no stranger to the old city. No displeasure could be seen on his face. He even smiled and surveyed Lu Ming and Lu Yi and couldn't help but nod. There was even a smile on his face. Not bad, Lu Yi, already a star at level 7? If you work harder, this year's first-class Imperial Beast University should be a sure thing. Hearing Principal Xiang's encouragement, Lu Yi instantly smiled nervously. What's a first-class Imperial Beast University? Principal, you can watch, I will definitely get into the Green Dragon Military Academy today. Green Dragon Military School, is it? There's ambition. I was a graduate of the Green Dragon Military School. However, just shouting slogans won't work. You have to work harder. Yes. The pride on Lu's face increased when he heard the principal's encouragement. Turning his head, Xiang Dongli looked at Lu Ming with another smile. He was full of love for the student. Coming up to Lu Ming, he only saw Xiang Dongli ask in a small voice. Mr. Lu Ming, are you tired of studying lately? Secretly tell the principal, have you made a breakthrough yet? It doesn't matter if you haven't, I've recently found a metallic spirit treasure, so turn around and let your treasure-seeking mouse take it. You're guaranteed to break through to the second star.
Lu? If it's not the principal, then it's just Lu, right? What about me?
In fact, I also need to have Lingpa to support me to take the Qinglong Military Academy. Oh.
Nah, look at the way the principal is honeymooning with old Lu. Lu was instantly sour. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary cadet? Should we make the distinction so obvious? Just as Lu Ming was whispering with the principal.
Behind him, a slightly agitated voice suddenly came.
Lu? Lu?
Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Ming's body was slightly stunned. Turning his head, he saw a small carrot head hurrying towards his side. Behind her, a woman who looked like a nightstick had a cold face. His eyes constantly swept over the vital parts of Lu Ming's body.
The look at Lu Ming was as if to say, "Try moving one?"
Seeing that senior sister Yi behind him, Lu Ming's face no longer had any fear.
Just smiles tantalizingly at each other, neither angry nor resentful. Calm as if he'd never cared about the other man. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Yi Qiuyu could not help but frown. I wonder if it's just her.
She always felt that Lu Ming's aura had vaguely changed from last time.
Then, in Yi Qiuyu's murderous gaze,
Lu Ming directly hugged the little carrot head that was walking towards her.
Then a little surprised. Eh? Have you grown taller as a sub? It's upgraded and a little taller, he, you see all this? Confronted by two students blatantly spilling the beans.
The surrounding teachers and principals, on the other hand, subconsciously skimmed their heads.
These two are the scholastic seedlings of their school.
Being powerful means being able to do whatever you want. After being hugged by Lu Ming, Summer felt the smell of Lu Ming's manhood.
Her face instantly turned red.
Just then, the Zimu golden lotus behind her seemed to have smelled something. It flew directly towards Lu Ming's pocket that contained the small snake. After a few days of not seeing each other, there was a considerable change in the Zimmer-made golden lotus. The lotus flower on his body seemed to have several more layers than when they first met. The outer layer of the watery lotus flower, the leaves vaguely revealed a layer of gold color. It seems that Summer hasn't been idle or lost during this time of training.
Unable to help it, Lu Ming asked with some curiosity. Didn't you say it's possible to shut down until the entrance exams? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Principal Xiang, who was on the side, immediately coughed and said, I'll explain that one, I asked her to come.
The main reason is that this joint mock test was a 5-school test and the prizes were prepared by our 5-school principals together.
I've seen the prizes, they're very rich. It's such a great opportunity, of course I'll let Summer's classmates join in as well.
Speaking of this, Xiang Dongli unconsciously stroked his beard. The corners of his mouth had a smirk that he couldn't hide. On the surface, they say it's lighthearted, but what's really going on inside is such a great opportunity to load up on approvals and not show your face to the other principals. What's the difference between that and a brocade night? The wind and the water have turned, and today it is my house. It was time for them, Qingshui First Middle School, to show their face in front of the city's parents. To be honest, he had long looked at the principal of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy next door with displeasure. Is it a big deal if students get good grades? He wants all principals to know that resources are worthless in the face of talent. This year their school produced 2 scholastic seedlings, just ask you how crazy you can be.
With Lu Ming and Summer.
I'll take the first place in the joint mock exam this year. I'll take Qingshui First High School.
Jesus came and couldn't stay, I say. Chapter 60, Reward of Titles. Accompanied by a collection of principals. The students of the first school were soon on the bus.
Lu Ming had only just gotten on the bus when he saw a beautiful sight.
At this moment, Chu Yunyan was wearing a brightly colored red robe.
It was different from the little white dress she usually wore on days. Even her long, flowing black hair was coiled into a bun. The whole thing looked so much more mature.
It's also a lot more dangerous.
It made Lu Ming have to sigh with emotion that this was really a woman of many changes. She can turn out to be the men's white moonlight, and she is also capable of being a competent vermillionaire. It was as if the focus of the world loomed over her as soon as she was born. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming getting into the car, a delicate smile immediately bloomed on Chu Yunyan's face. Patting the seat beside himself, he smiled at Lu Ming and waved.
Lu Ming, I have a seat here, do you want to sit with me? Just the next second,
when she saw Summer behind Lu Ming, the smile on his face froze. Lu Yi, who was on the side, saw it and then took the initiative to come up. Chu student, old Lu probably won't sit with you, move a little to the side, I'll sit with you. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Chu Yunyan's face instantly went cold. Offering an awkward, nonchalant smile. Shook his head. No Lu Yi, I want to be alone for a while. Lu? Then why did you just call Lu? At Lu Ye's look of resentment. Lu Ming smiled and guided Summer to her seat. This was just before he tried to sit next to Summer. A cold-faced Rakshasa suddenly stepped in front of him. Move over, you're sitting in my seat. Hearing Yichoyu's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but look behind himself. No, of all the seats you had to sit here? Right. Looking at the other party's stance of vowing not to stop until he sat down, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh slightly. Then he resumed his seat on Lu's heels. Summer looked at Lu Ming's departing back and couldn't help but bite her lip gently. With big watery eyes, she kept blinking at Yichoyu. As for Yichoyu, he directly pressed her down on the seat, not allowing her to move a single bit. Girls have to be reserved, and those who aren't don't end up doing well. Oh. Hearing Yichoyu's words, Summer couldn't help but pout her little mouth. The eyes would also look at Lu Ming from time to time. And to the side, Chu Yunyan. After seeing that Lu Ming didn't sit with Lu Ming, his face couldn't help but move again with bad thoughts. At that moment, she rose slightly and very naturally came to Lu Ming. Blinking at Lu Ming, her eyes looked playful and soulful. Lu Ming, it was my fault before, are you still angry with me? But don't, how dare I be angry with you, you are generous, spare me, okay? I'm just sleepy, I want to squint a little more. Facing Lu Ming's prevarication, Chu Yunyan acted as if she really hadn't heard the squeeze in his words. Instantly, her eyes smiled into crescent moons. Then in a timid tone. Then if we meet in the joint exams then, you must be merciful to me. It was also just a moment after Chu Yunyan spoke her words. Suddenly, the system's familiar beep sounded. Since her defeat at your hands last time, Chu Yunyan has learned from her bitter experience and decided to snipe at you again. This time her sniping will be even more crazy and reckless. In the face of your old lover of yesteryear, will you be able to muster up the courage to do it again? Just looked at his own equally flat figure. Unable to help herself, she bristled a little in annoyance. What's the point of having it bigger? It's not suitable for fighting at all. Isn't this just fine now? Harm. In answer to her, Summer sighed helplessly. It seems that even senior sister Yi of the South leaving academy doesn't know everything. Oh. Time passed and the vehicle drove for who knows how long. Soon, the bus of the crowd pulled up to the entrance of an academy. Not unlike the slightly historic entrance to the first school. The doorway of this school in front of me was at least 3 times as big as the first high school. There are also several parked buses around the area. The buses are for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade schools, respectively. At the entrance, a group of students wearing Lu Ming's familiar uniforms had been waiting here for a long time. Unable to help it, Lu Yi, who was sitting by the car window looking out the window at everything, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Old Lu, look. Isn't this the uniform of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy? This is where we're taking the joint exams, huh? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Principal Xiang in the front nodded his head after letting out a sigh. In the entire city of Qingshui, only the Qingshui Noble Private Academy has a complete simulated battlefield. Their facilities all around rival those of the Imperial Beast High School. Hate to admit it, but they did a good job on that point. But they are private colleges, using their own funds, and the education department has no control over them. So, speaking here, Xiang Dongli's originally bitter smile stalled. When his eyes looked at Lu Ming and the others again, he was vaguely pleased. After coughing lightly, he then suppressed his excitement and laughed. All the equipment in our first high school requires financial allocation from above, and it's up to you if the school can get a set of the same equipment this year. As a senior brother and sister, how can you also give the younger siblings a little example, right? Come on and do well on the exam, the principal believes that you will definitely be able to do it. What Lu Ming didn't expect was, after speaking to the principal, he actually received a prompt from the system as well. Soon after the destruction of Qingshui City, all the facilities are being rebuilt. The old principal Xiang Dongli to all the students who became Imperial Beast Masters, launched a public fund-raising campaign. As a few Imperial Beast Masters out of the first high school, you think about whether you should do something. Mission, the old principal's ambition. Provide a full set of simulation training facilities for the entrance exams for the first form. Mission reward, title friend of the school. Oh. See the rewards of this mission. Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was the first time he had seen a quest reward that was a title. So what's so special about the so-called title rewards? Subconsciously, he looked to the side at Principal Xiang and couldn't help but ask. So, Principal, a whole set of practice training facilities for the college entrance exams, how much does it cost na? Chapter 61, a wager between principals. Not much, just 200 million gold coins. Ming. Compared to Su Dong's mission, 200 million gold coins are indeed not much. To be strange. Let alone 200 million, he doesn't have even 20 million. I had thought I was counting on a small savings. Only now did Ming realize that he was still a poor batch. Oneself, even if one is exhausted from work and working desperately to become a cow or a horse or a devil. It also doesn't appear to be able to earn that many gold coins. No wonder. Principal Xiang had saved for 20 years without getting such a complete set. 200 million gold coins. It was estimated that only a commercialized school like the Qingshui Noble Private Academy would be qualified to put it together. It was no wonder that countless rich people in Qingshui City were attracted to this place. I hate to send my children in. Was saying. The crowd realized that the gate of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy was slowly opened. Walking towards him was a richly dressed middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 50s. Dressed in a customized white suit that hung from a brooch on his chest. The ruby on the brooch was the size of a pigeon's egg. As for glasses, watches and whatnot, Ming's entire body added up, it was estimated that he couldn't even compare to a fraction of the other party's watch. And the students behind that principal, each and every one of them looked non-rich. Compare it to them. Ming and his group were like the white swan and the ugly duckling. The class solidification is very obvious. Pan Junji, the principal of the first Qingshui Noble Private Academy. Smilingly, he surveyed the four principals, or rather the four defeated dogs. This is the time of year when these guys shamelessly come over and rub their equipment. If it wasn't for the self-confidence it builds in its own students. He didn't bother with these guys. A bunch of stepping stones. Unable to help it, there was some hidden derision in Pan Junji's gaze towards the several principals. Several of you, I don't realize that it's that time again, and you've worked hard again this year. How embarrassing to come all the way here just to give prizes to the students of our school. By the way, what prizes have you few brought this year? Hearing Pan Junji's words, the faces of the several principals were all a bit ugly. The so-called prizes are in fact the tributes paid by them for renting venues. It's just that we're all decent people, so naturally we can't say it so directly. So a couple of principals put their heads together. Simply have a unified joint practice test. Those surrendered tributes were no tribute either. It is awarded to the student who excels in the joint mock test exam. As per previous year's experience, Greenwater Noble Private Academy wraps up all the prizes every year. Public school students and private school students are really one and the same. There is no comparison. When the several principals of the first high school were still happy that their school had produced a first-rate or even second-rate Imperial Beasts University seedling, Greenwater Noble Private School's high school goals on the other hand. Work hard to get into a top university and hit the Big Four. Anymore, don't fall out of the scoreline of the second-rate Imperial Beasts University. The goal that commoners' sons and daughters have worked so hard to achieve is just the starting point for rich people. Even if Principal Xiang and the others had the intention to fight with Pan Junji. But in the face of reality. Not to mention the top 3, even the top 10 are rarely obtained by students. Reality is often that cruel. Looking at Pan Junji with a smug smile on his face, a few of the principals couldn't help but clench their fists, itching to punch the old guy in the face. Just as a few people were secretly angry. Suddenly, an expectant laugh with a hint of smugness came. That's definitely brought Lao Pan. I've gotten a good deal this time. What's this? After saying that, Xiang Dongli took out what looked like a piece of meat. This is? Seeing this mass of meat, the rest of the principals could not help but stare in disbelief. Good lord, see great spiritual treasure Taiyang meat? A spiritual treasure that can substantially increase the muscle strength and stamina of beast-type battle pets. No old Xiang, what are you smoking? Taking out such a heavy treasure?
Isn't that giving people money? Oh, I know. I heard that your school has produced a student who contracted a blue-level magic beast, didn't you?
Old Zhuang, you're floating.
TSK, a blue-ranked magical beast, that's something, but compared to the students of the Noble Academy.
Saying that, there was some hidden worry in the gazes of the several principals as they looked toward Dongli.
More, or gnashing of teeth. Xiang Dongli took out such an expensive item at once. It makes it seem like the next thing they bring out is dorky.
He's not just jacking up prices.
You don't play like that. Facing the unsuspecting gazes of the remaining few principals, Xiang Dongli's expression was calm.
Looking across at Pan Junji, a provocative smirk flashed across his eyes.
It can't be helped, luck is just so good, what can I do?
I just don't know if you'll take my bet, Principal Pan.
Do you want it?
Hearing Xiang Dongli's words, Pan Junji's beard shook off. Immediately, he summoned his battle pet, the void jellyfish.
Spatial system magical beasts likewise possessed the function of storing things.
In front of everyone, Pan Junji took out a piece of spiritual treasure of the same value from his own battle pet. Grade C water spiritual treasure, extreme cold crystal marrow.
Old Xiang, this baby of mine is no worse than yours, right?
Hee, a treasure that can make a water magical beast awaken its ice attribute is naturally not bad.
But old Pan, you're really willing to give it up, aren't you? What's not to give up? Hearing Xiang Dongli's provocation, Pan Junji arrived with a similar flash of smugness on his face.
Really think I don't know that you invited a South-leaving school over to instruct your students, huh?
Can't I see you're too smart for your own good?
But don't forget, old Xiang, our faculty is much stronger than yours.
Nanli Academy?
It's not like our school hasn't graduated teachers from there.
Just ask what you're comparing me to.
After saying that, Pan Junji's eyes looked towards the students who had followed him here. Toward Ho Fangji, who was not far away, he waved.
See the principal's gesture.
Ho Fangji, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to the crowd. The aura that was faintly emanating from his body caused the few principals present to stifle their color changes.
This is 1-star peak?
The contract with the Imperial Beast was only half a month old. It had already grown to the level of a peak 1-star. Thinking about it, he knew that the Ho Fangji in front of him would definitely be able to get into the 4 major academies in the future.
It's more than that.
I only saw the group of students behind Ho Fangji.
All of them faintly exuded a shocking aura.
Everyone's psychic energy levels had actually reached the 1-star advanced level. Facing so many 1-star advanced trainees,
the faces of the remaining few principals couldn't help but flash with a touch of envy.
These students, when put in their school, that's a top-notch presence. However, in the Qingshui Noble Private Academy, it was only an ordinary upstream level.
Not only that, their battle pets must have been paired with secret treasures.
It's hard to say which one will be stronger or weaker when the time comes. In particular, the Redin Xian beast following Ho Fangji around was faintly emitting a terrifying aura. The same mortal grade 9 stars. And this time, he stayed obediently by his master's side. There was no longer any of the arrogance and disdain that had flowed from his face before. Ho Fangji, who knew the training method from Lu Ming's side, would naturally prescribe the right medicine. After all this time of hard work, and the resources of the family to provide for it, had managed to train his Redin Xian beast to be obedient without saying anything. Even because both sides work well together. Successfully acquired a spiritual art. Looking at Ho Fangji's confident face, Principal Pan couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face. Introducing Ho Fangji, our school's #1 in spiritual energy and cultivation double majors. He was aiming for the heavenly STEM school.
I wonder if the students in your family have this determination, Principal Xiang? Hearing Pan Junji's words, Rao Shangdong left the team Lu Ming and Summer originally full of confidence.
But after feeling Ho Fangji's imperial beast strength, as well as his own spiritual energy, the confidence on his face also became a bit low for a while. Now, he suddenly cursed himself a little for prematurely bringing out his spirit treasure. Originally, it was intended to be given directly to Lu Ming for him to give to his battle pet.
But now it's okay, it's being pressed as a bet by him. What's to be done about this? Unable to help it, Xiang Dongli gave an awkward smile.
I just realized that I seem to have taken the wrong spiritual treasure, or...
There's no taking back what's been taken out.
Since Headmaster Xiang has so much confidence in your school students, let's consider it as our reward for the first place, After saying that, Pan Junji smiled and patted Ho Fangji's firm back. Xiao Ho, you prepare well today, the reward given to the principal is not cheap. Yes. Answering Pan Junji was Ho Fangji's confident and bright reply. Seeing his appearance, Xiang Dongli's already shaken heart could not help but become even more shaken. Could Summer and Lu Ming really beat such a talented student? Chapter 62, the first middle school is getting worse and worse. Looking at Xiang Dongli's defeated expression, the remaining few principals couldn't help but have a touch of amusement on their faces. Didn't you just pretend to be something you're not? Why has the momentum suddenly waned? And taking some C-grade spirit treasure out as a bet. Well, now it's played out. Principals of the second, third, and fourth forms. Smiling, he took out the prizes he had prepared from his storage magical beast. They were 3D grade spiritual treasures respectively. The value is naturally not as high as that of Xiang Dongli and Pan Junji. But it's good to talk about it. Looking at Xiang Dongli's look of suffering, the three of them couldn't help but laugh and tease. Not to mention, there are some great prizes this year. That's thanks to our old Xiang, isn't it? What is this? A system, Grandpa? Giving away treasures to the protagonist. Speaking of which, that one just now is the Ho family's second son, right? I remember that his elder brother took the exam to the East Forest Academy 2 years ago, right? TSK, I heard that his talent is even stronger than his elder brother's, and it's not impossible for him to impact the Heavenly STEM Academy. Several people spoke without hiding anything. But the more so, the more apprehensive Xiang Dongli's heart became. By the end, the color of his face was vaguely dark. After letting out a cold snort, he directly walked towards the front with large strides. But looked to Lu Ming in the direction of their side. Another vague flash of concern. It was also unknown if they could compare to this genius of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy. If he loses this, he's going to lose a lot of money on this wave. Good news, the agitation worked. Bad news, too much success with the excitement. The stuff had been taken by Pan Junji, and it was impossible to get it back. Unable to help it, Xiang Dongli let out a helpless sigh. Xiao Lu, you mustn't let me down either. In the meantime, Lu Ming and the others were led by the lead teacher. Finally, he entered the interior of the Qingshui Noble Private Academy. As soon as they entered, the crowd felt numerous revealing stares. It was as if the rich were sizing up the poor, and these students of the Noble Academy did not hide their curiosity and condescension. Everyone is at least a genius from their own school. But on the way in, look at the unobtrusive designer jewelry and bags on the students here. The latest generation of electronics, luxury watches. The disparity in grades is still a serious irritant to the self-esteem of the average schoolchild. Many students all subconsciously lowered their heads. To the extent that there were 2 people in the scrutinizing eyes of the group. Still holding his head high, he even turned the tables and sized up the gang. Yes, these 2 are no one else. It was none other than Lu Ming and Lu Yi in their fancy pants and big undershirts. Others at least wore a school uniform. The 2 of them really do lead the pack. The 2 quickly attracted a wave of attention because the look was so individually characterized. Unable to help it, the group of people couldn't help but point their fingers at Lu Ming and the 2 of them. Along with the students of the first high school, they shared the limelight. Chu Yunyan acted to be very calm. Because she was used to bearing those stares since she was a child. To the point where Summer was a little shy and nervous though. However, he still straightened his small body and slightly moved a few points closer towards Lu Ming. It was just that the 2 first-form students who followed along were not as good at raising their breath. They were the 2nd and 3rd place winners in the last Cultivation section exam. It was also the only 2 Imperial Beast Masters in the school who had contracted an orange rank. Being watched by so many people at this moment, the 2 of them couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with some shame in their eyes. One of them, moreover, couldn't help but complain to Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Is it appropriate for you 2 to be dressed like this on such an important day? Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but glance at the man. He remembered that the other party seemed to see called something Zhao Mu or Li Mu to come. What? Am I in your way with this outfit? I just feel embarrassed for our school. Oh, dress like this is not shameful, when the time comes around trip is shameful. That said, you 2 also cultivate so many days, even a star 4 level has not cultivated to. It's really a waste of your battle pet. You. Hearing Lu Ye's words, the man wanted to retort.
But when I think of Lu Ye's reputation in school,
He still scrunched himself resentfully, not daring to argue. It's just that he doesn't talk anymore though.
but the surrounding students of the second, third, and fourth middle schools didn't recognize Lu Yi.
The more inferior people are, the more they want to set themselves off as less inferior in some other way. They didn't dare to argue with the students of the Noble Academy.
So the gaze subconsciously rested on Lu Ming and Lu Yi.
The aggravation and low self-esteem suffered here were all vented on Lu Ming and Lu Yi at this moment.
First grade is really getting out of hand, it's really anyone who can get first place.
Looking at him, I guess he just came over for a visit, he might have been eliminated in the first round.
The way I look at him, I guess he doesn't even necessarily know what spiritual arts are, right?
What a disgrace to our public high school.
I'm ashamed to be in his company.
TSK, better stay away from them, or else when people see us, they'll think we're in the same school as them. Several young men and women, deliberately speaking very loudly. It was as if he was afraid that Lu Ming and the others would not hear him.
In response, Lu Ming just laughed and didn't bother to say much.
Lu Yi, on the other hand, was not so good-natured.
Cussing and all that, he can love it too much.
Immediately, he turned his head and looked directly at the pairs of men and women who had just spoken.
You. And you. A few people who look like third-rate Imperial Beast University goods have the nerve to talk about others? Have the guts to scold the people who look at you. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. You don't have the guts, do you? Bunch of scum. I dare you.
Guys who only dare to crickets behind their backs, I'll show you what a dad is today. After saying that, Lu Yi turned around violently and looked at the group of noble private school students behind him.
What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before?
No matter how much you look at me, I'm still the man you'll never get.
See? I'll kill you with my big fist. I'll kill two of you with one electric cannon. It's nice to look at people like that, isn't it? Do you know how to look down on people? Crowd. Next moment.
Both public and private high school students.
It blew right up. One by one, all of them couldn't help but drink and curse at Lu Yi. No. Which school is this fat guy from? So crazy? Degrading. Do such people deserve to enjoy the same equipment as us? Get lost, trash. You're not welcome in our school. I can't stand it anymore. Anyone who helps me beat him up? I'll give you a spiritual energy crystal. And me.
While facing the abuse from those around him, Lu held his hands up high.
In all directions, he kept giving his middle finger.
It's not that Daddy looks down on you guys, your lack of words makes Master want to cry.
You want to talk back to me? Just stand and jerk off. Do you know about single and double bets? I'm the best rapper in Qingshui Kindergarten, and you can't beat me? You don't like it? Come and my brother.
Sorry, forgot that some of you don't even have battle pets indentured, so?
You're not worthy. Lu Ming. Don't tell me. Fatty can't do anything else.
In terms of messing with the human mindset piece, it's been overplayed. A few people had only just come in for a short while, and the atmosphere of the battle was directly at its peak. Even going so far as to have a student open up and say that any student who can beat the fat man up hard, just give him the psychic energy crystals. Such a good business made Lu Ming unable to resist hearing about it. It's a shame that the fat guy has such a long mouth that he doesn't go and get hit for picking up drops. Unable to help it, Lu Ming squeezed his eyebrows towards Lu Yi.
Fatty, why don't we place a bet on you to lose later and let me earn your bet? Ha into nah. Who doesn't make money?
Look at these Yakuza, paying to go to school here.
Not me, I'm running to make money. Chapter 63, Cheating and Accompaniment, more to come. In the midst of a crowd of yelling and cursing, Lu Ming and the others finally arrived at the backstage lounge in the playground. The large playground was as big as a dozen soccer fields in the previous life. In contrast, there are far fewer students here.
After all, there are only so many rich people in Qingshui City. Greenwater Noble Private Academy also upholds an elite education. In the past, these elites were naturally decent and generous in their behavior. But today, the seniors who had been recuperating in the playground lounge. Suddenly a lively shouting and cursing was heard.
Unable to help it, several of Ho Fangji's eyes widened and looked outside with some curiosity. Wang Yuan, what do you think is happening outside? I also want to get together. Hearing Ho Fangju's words, Wang Yuan immediately opened his cell phone. In a moment, though, he figured out the situation. I heard that it was a student from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School who drew the ire of the crowd, and was alone with students from several other schools who were swearing at each other. Ha! Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji could not help but widen his eyes. That powerful? Then I'll have to ask if he can be my little brother next time. After all, being able to curse is a talent, and one person cursing at a group of people without losing has the qualifications to be my little brother. Wang Yuan. Self-bosses are good at everything. Just like to keep taking on the odd minion. I don't know why. When Wang Yuan thought of the guy who could curse, the figure of Fatty's lewd old six unconsciously appeared in his mind. Subconsciously, he winced and shook his head again. How could a guy who was no more than a star 4 or so take such an important joint exam? No way, absolutely no way. Was saying. Inside the empty playground, Principal Pan's voice suddenly came. Students, be quiet. Today is an important day for our 5-school joint exam. It is both to test the results of your stage of learning, but also for you to introspect and discover your shortcomings. All of the exams were exactly the same pattern as last year's Imperial Beasts exam. The two exams are Spiritual Arts and Cultivation, respectively. Armed with a microphone weasel, Pan Junji's voice quickly drowned out the noise of his classmates. Prospective candidates sitting backstage getting ready. Instead, he listened in silence as Principal Pan recounted the rules. The so-called Spiritual Arts exam is actually quite simple. At that time, a spiritual arts skill book would be given to each student taking the exam on site. Learn on the spot, prepare on the spot. Through the control of the spirit art and also the power of the release, it is evaluated and finally a composite score is given. As for the cultivation exam, it is the measurement of the bloodline level of the battle pet, its own equal rank. And then finally, the battle pet competition. You can use spiritual arts, secret treasures. However, you cannot use potion-type props. There will be a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster teacher on site to watch over the students as they take their exams. When he heard this content, Summer on the side couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lu Ming, on the other hand, just gently patted the palm of her hand, signaling that she didn't need to worry. With her talent, not to mention powering over the crowd, it's at least in line for a head trip. Meanwhile, the old class leading the group had already brought over the spiritual arts skill books for their spiritual arts exam. The content of this spiritual art was a simplest D-rank spiritual art Gathering Fire. Gathering Fire, when applied to your party's battle pet, boosts the battle pet's fire spell power by 5% and can be used as a flame. The ability to gather fire in spiritual arts is average, but there is something special about it. Its flame ability, for example, can be used not only on battle pets. The Imperial Beastmaster himself is equally capable of releasing it. But the capacity of that flame is probably about as good as a burnt woodpile. It was more than enough to be used to assess the student's spiritual art talent. After only a few moments of looking through it, Lu Ming had an additional, fire gathering, spiritual art in his spiritual art column. It's not just him. Even Lu Yi, who was on the side, was looking at his palms excitedly at the moment. Old Lu, look. I've learned spiritual arts. However, the spirit art fire in Lu Ye's hand was just as big as the flame of a lighter. To the side, Summer, at this moment, similarly cast the spiritual art Gathering Fire. The fire she cast was actually as thick as 3 fingers. It's more than a star older than Lu Yi. Just as Lu Ming wanted to cast the spiritual art himself. A sudden gasp came from the backstage hall. Only the LCD screen in the lounge was visible. Suddenly a live feed of the playground appeared. At this moment, the students of the noble school, amidst the cheers of countless students from this school. Slowly, he made his way to the playground. The people who came were all the seniors of our school, more than 50 of them. They were not the same as Lu Ming and the others, they were the students of this school, so of course they were able to use the equipment at will. On the contrary, Lu Ming and the others, only a few of the best seeds in the entire school had the opportunity to come here to take the unified examination. Just this, and watching the faces of these young masters and ladies. Being someone's home turf, there's naturally no problem with letting the other team start first. The first to come up was a youthful-looking girl. To the cheers of a bunch of schoolchildren, the lady directly condensed the spiritual art Gathering Fire with one hand. Then a flick of the finger. The gathering fire then hit the top of the instrument used to test psychic energy.
But for a moment the numbers on the instrument flashed and the word 30 appeared. Seeing this number, Lu Yi couldn't help but skim his lips.
That's it? I thought noble school students were so good. Just as the words fell, Yi Choyu, who was following Summer on the side, let out a cold laugh. You think it's easy?
Hearing Yi Choyu's words, the gazes of the crowd subconsciously looked over. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Choyu had no intention of continuing to explain. Unable to help it, Lu Ming couldn't help but look curiously at the large screen in front of him.
Then a few more students came up one after another.
When their gathering fire hit the instrument,
the scores are all probably in the 20-40 range.
It does seem average if you look at the scores alone. But if you look at the size of the flames condensed by their spiritual arts. Lu Ming, however, couldn't help but furrow his brows. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the other party had condensed fire
to be much bigger than Lu Yi.
There were even several coalescing fire sizes. It actually vaguely surpassed the size of the fire that Summer had condensed. If one or two were geniuses, Lu Ming could understand. But if they're all geniuses, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Summer, who was on the side, also noticed the situation in front of him. Unable to help herself, her mouth opened slightly and her eyes were slightly discouraged. Seeing her appearance, Yi Choyu sighed slightly and touched her head.
You don't have to feel bad, they cheated to get where they did. Cheating?
Hearing Yi Choyu's words, the crowd could not help but let out a gasp. Yi Choyu, on the other hand, just nodded with a faint expression. In the past years, the spiritual arts exam was just about the 5 attributes similar to spiritual arts like gathering fire. Before the college entrance exam, if students practiced these 5 types of spiritual arts diligently, they would not worry about not getting good grades. At the very least, you can practice spiritual arts to the level of a first glimpse.
Hearing Yi Choyu's words, everyone came to a realization.
Students at the Noble Academy who have more resources.
Both the resources and the intelligence were much more than their ordinary students.
At that moment, the face of Li Mu on the side could not help but show a touch of unwillingness.
In that case, how else are we going to compete? Are we just going to come along for the ride?
Oh, you're really right, it's just coming over to be a chaperone.
Do you think anyone has a chance to be this chaperone? Or do you think a D-rank skill book is cheap? Even as a chaperone, you have to put up with it. Not convinced? Then show them some color in the cultivation exam.
Chapter 64, How can you call this a genius?
Hearing Yi Choyu's words, the crowd lowered their heads slightly and bit their lips.
The resentment in his heart was almost visible to the naked eye. And on the other side of the playground, amidst the cheers of countless people, Hofangji walked up to all the testing instruments like a king.
The moment he cast gathering fire, boom!
Flames that were as big as his palm were condensed in his palm. Throw it as hard as a baseball toward a distant instrument.
Bang!
The flame exploded on the instrument and scattered into stars.
Immediately afterward, the numbers on the instrument kept jumping for several seconds.
Eventually, when the number on the instrument rose to 62 points, this would stop.
Seeing that number, the schoolchildren in the room,
all of them erupted in thunderous exclamations and applause. Even Yi Choyu, when he saw the numbers on the instrument, his eyes lifted slightly. This Hofangji is a bit of a thing, and has already elevated the spiritual art of fire gathering to the level of a denizen. Unsurprisingly, he should be the first place winner this time. Hearing Yi Choyu's words, the faces of the crowd looked a little bad. Just now the lead teacher Su Ji-jun on the side had already introduced it. There are 5 levels of proficiency levels in spiritual arts: beginner, first glimpse, ascension, hearth and flame, and outstanding. Rumor has it that there are higher levels, but very few people are able to learn them.
But even then, reaching the ascent is a very difficult thing to do.
This kind of talent, when placed amongst a group of prospective candidates, was definitely a scale-like existence. After all, even Yi Choyu of the South Leaving Academy. Just now, he was also moved by Hofangji's spiritual art talent. Now the pressure was steep for the students from the other schools. Even the crowd of school leaders in the audience, and the top brass of the Qingshui City Education Bureau.
After seeing Hofangji's talent, he couldn't help but nod his head as well.
Only a director of the Education Bureau had a smile clearly visible on his face after seeing Hofangji's spiritual arts results.
I remember that the top student who got into the Eastwood Academy last year only had a spiritual arts score of 73 points, right?
Hearing this leader's words, Pan Junji immediately nodded his head, with a big smile on his face.
That's.
But don't forget, leader, Xiaoho, he still has room for improvement, and may not be unable to sprint to hearth and home proficiency.
Indeed, the whole family's second son's talent is no worse than his elder brother's. I heard that he's preparing to attack the two top academies this year, isn't he?
It's a bit difficult, but with his talent it shouldn't be a problem. This son has great talent. It seems that our Qingshui city's top scholar has been booked in advance.
With that said, a couple of school board leaders got to the face.
The smile became more and more natural. They run the city's education system. If they actually produce top students who can go to the two top institutions, then it's only natural that they, the gang, should take credit for it.
Maybe even move up a level.
Even the compliments to Pan Junji were much more sincere.
Although Pan Junji's school is a private school, yes.
But he was also very happy to be recognized by the leaders of the Education Bureau. It's not in vain that he made the school so good. Just in stark contrast to the state of Pan Junji.
It's going to be the second and third grade schools and their principals.
Watching the other man's villainous look, a few of the principals gathered in a dark, poking, shadowy crawl.
Bah! What genius! Who doesn't know where he gets these geniuses from?
It is. If we can have such educational resources, who can't?
Harm.
After all, people are children of rich families, don't they just buy spiritual skill books?
Can't compare, don't you think so, old Xiang?
Old Xiang, why don't you say something?
Xiang Dongli, who was on the side, just tantalizingly glanced at a few old fellows.
His face was full of disbelief.
When he thought of Summer and Lu Ming's talent, he immediately grunted.
Spiritual arts are nothing more than a minor path.
The high school exams really look at the cultivation section exams.
You'll see how my students will beat up the students of the noble school.
Just you?
Hearing Xiang Dongli's words, the several principals couldn't help but look at each other and laughed without saying a word. The high school entrance exam is the result of two scores added together, and one score pulls a few dozens of points away from the score of the noble school.
So what's the comparison?
It seemed to them that Xiang Dongli was 80% sour. This old man, lucky to receive a student with good talent. 80% of them are floating. And look at the other leaders in the room, which ones aren't smiling happily?
Already recognized Ho Junji as the top scorer of this mock exam?
Amount.
It doesn't seem to be all that. Pan Junji, who was originally bragging with the leaders, suddenly realized.
To the side, the president of the Imperial Beast Association, Sai Raptor. It showed a lack of interest from the very beginning.
This made Pan Junji wonder, could this one not even look at a genius like Ho Fanji?
Immediately, the long-sleeved principal Pan walked up to the other party and smiled faintly.
President Sai, can't our school's top students satisfy you? Do you think he has a chance of getting into a top school?
Hearing Pan Junji's words, Sai Raptor merely glanced tantalizingly at him. Then a subconscious scoff escaped the corner of his mouth.
Ho!
The laughter inadvertently set off the attitude of the raptors.
It was like slapping Pan Junji and saying, he deserves to be called a genius?
Instantly, the smile that Pan Junji had originally kept on his face froze. The surrounding leaders who were originally still praising Ho Fanji. The smile on his face stalled when he saw the commotion over here. Somewhat uncertainly, he looked at the race president and wondered what kind of madness this one had gone through again.
A student with this much talent is not even qualified to let him say more? Unable to help it, a deputy director on the sidelines couldn't look away.
Prepare to come out and relieve yourself for a bit. President Sai has been the president for so many years, compared to all sorts of geniuses that he's already tired of seeing. I'm sure it's because President Sai has seen quite a few elites with Ho Fanji's talent, right?
Hearing the man's words, Sai Raptor's eyes remained tantalizing.
A little while later, this slowly opened his mouth. Speaking of geniuses, our association recently took in exactly one, also in high school. Hearing Sai Raptor's words,
the crowd was stunned in unison. The Imperial Beast Association has taken in an outstandingly talented high school student Imperial Beast Master? But what kind of Imperial Beast Master is qualified to go to the Imperial Beast Association? Almost in the next second, all the people present reacted. An expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. Nice guy. Same Imperial Beastmaster, there are already prospective candidates who have become 2-star Imperial Beastmasters without saying a word? Wouldn't that mean that his talent was even higher than Hofanji, who had just been tested?
Raptor, on the other hand, just happened to let out a disdainful sneer.
Spit out a few more words. A 2-star, level 2 certification test. Hiss. At once, there was a chorus of voices at the bottom that sucked in cool air. Just the next moment they thought Raptor had finished. Immediately after that, Raptor dropped another bombshell. By the way, that kid also passed the Elite Imperial Beastmaster certification test, by the way. Crowd. At this moment, all the leaders felt like their entire body went numb. Blanche. Whose ministry is this? So fierce? Chapter 65. Who was that student?
Hearing Psy Raptor's words, the group of leaders all looked at him in shock. After a long time, the group no longer cared about being reserved, and all of them came together in front of Psy Raptor.
Real or fake President Psy? Do we really have such a talented student in Qingshui City? Even if it is, it should be at Principal Pan's school, right? Then why didn't I see it just now? Or is that student's aptitude for spiritual arts not working? Stupid. Couldn't a student from outside the city come to our side to take the test?
No, where would a student be so stupid as to come to Qingshui City specifically to take the test?
Maybe it's to catch some kind of battle pet? It's not like there haven't been cases like this in the past.
With that said, the group eyed Psy Raptor. I hope to get a response from him. At this, Psy Raptor just laughed.
The same cloudy look remained on his face.
But the more he did, the more anxious those around him became. Especially that bunch of school board leaders. The matter is whether Qingshui City will produce another seedling from the top academy this year. If they hadn't been able to beat the Raptors, they would have hated to get the chili water and the little whips now. Raptor, on the other hand, just watched with satisfaction the reaction of the group in front of him.
Ryoga chuckled again. Speaking of, that student is from our city of Qingshui. Ha! Hear the reply. Everyone sucked in another breath of cold air again.
Looking at Principal Pan on the side again, a few leaders could no longer hold back their smiles.
Good for you, Principal Pan. There's such a good seedling and you're still hiding it. Right. Are you trying to hold back a big one during the Imperial Beast exam? And really, what can I say about you? It's so hard to hide this from us. Then, Principal Pan, what is the name of that student, and is it possible to shout it out for us to see? Hear what the leaders of the congregation are asking for.
At this moment, Pan Junji was also in a daze.
No. A 2-star royalty? A prospective candidate? And it's still half a month to reach 2-star level 2? How do these keywords sound so magical when they are linked together?
Are there really such perverted students?
I'm afraid you're not talking about those students in Tianlong City. Oh.
In all his years of teaching, he had never seen such horrible students.
Subconsciously, Pan Junji's gaze towards Psy Raptor was filled with disbelief. President Psy, are you really talking about our students from Qingshui City?
I'm a poor reader, so don't lie to me.
Snort.
What answered him was Raptor Psy's disdainful sneer. Gazing down at the scholars below, he only heard his voice flatly say,
Do you really think that your school has all the good students in Qingshui City in its pocket? Not allowed to have a few stragglers? This.
Upon hearing Psy Mangyang's words, Pan Junji's face suddenly turned a shade of green and a shade of red.
And the principals of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th schools. After hearing President Psy's words, it seemed as if something came to mind. The eyes immediately looked towards Xiang Dongli there. Old Xiang. President Psy wouldn't be talking about the one in your family, would he? I'll go. Old Xiang, you can really hold it in. That's right, Old Xiang. You're being a bit unorthodox this time. You're still hiding it from us. You're really good. Huh? Is this really a student from our school?
Hearing the flattery of several people, Xiang Dongli on the side was also confused.
He followed up on Summer's studies almost daily. I haven't heard that she's become a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, either. Or is that Yi student from Nanli hiding it? Or maybe. It seemed to come to mind. The expression on Xiang Dongli's face instantly became odd.
Then, he couldn't help muttering under his breath.
I should have thought of that. I should have thought of that. One of them, except for Summer, the little genius. There was also a stray genius who was left to grow wild. It was only at the beginning that Ikimoka chose to bet it all on Summer. Instead, he wasn't so concerned about the student. Unable to help it, Principal Xiang's gaze looked in amazement to the lounge of the first high school students not far away. Will it be what he thinks it is? Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the first school. It was because Lu had offended the gang of students from the noble school. They were placed directly in the final exam in their first form. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire lounge had almost dropped to freezing point. The group silently watched the big screen in the lounge. Just now, students from the second, third, and fourth middle schools went to school one after another to cast spiritual arts. The results were very bad. The original 20s and 30s that Lu couldn't see. By the time you get to the public high school side, it's not even a 10. See all those students from other schools who are called geniuses. Hit numerous single-digit scores. The hearts of the crowd sank to the bottom almost instantly. The students of the Noble Academy outside, after seeing the scores of these people. There was no mercy in the mouth. Yo! Isn't this the genius of the public high school? This is it? Ha! A bunch of ordinary people with little power or family background, what can they accomplish? Commoner geniuses will always be just commoners, and even if they're good, they're just stepping stones for us rich people. TSK, pretty good, at least they can still cast spirit arts, no? At least it's not too stupid, haha. Hearing the taunts of those noble school students. All the students in public high schools hate to shrink right into ostriches. One by one, they all blushed. There was even one girl who couldn't take it. Cried outright at their taunts. This made Li Mu's group, who were playing in the lounge, feel a great deal of pressure. There was also something vaguely unkind in the gaze that looked at Lu Yi. This is great, Lu Yi, you just messed with that group of people, they definitely won't give us a good face. That's just it. What do you think you're doing messing with their gang for nothing? Those guys are just too much. Is there such a thing as burying people? Isn't it just having a good mom and dad? What's with the bull? Enough. Just as the crowd was complaining about Lu Ming, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted directly from his body. The several people who had just been complaining about Fatty were directly pressed underneath them. In the face of Lu Ming's spiritual pressure, a trace of cold sweat immediately appeared on the faces of Li Mu's few people. Looking at Lu Ming with a face full of resentment, he only saw Li Mu coldly snort. You're just like a harbor. What's wrong with you? If you've got the guts, go and fight those guys outside. Hearing Li Mu's words, Lu Ming gave him an equally cold look. What about you? Isn't mocking your classmates a nest egg? You know full well that it wasn't Fatty who made that girl cry. Even if Lu Yi doesn't say anything, do you think they won't taunt? Facing Lu Ming's questioning, the disliked Li Mu was speechless. Just then, an announcement came on in the lounge. Please have the first high school students proceed to the testing area for testing. Hearing the words within the broadcast, Chu Yunyan, who had been recuperating, suddenly opened her eyes. Standing up slowly, she was the first to rush straight out of the lounge. Before leaving, he flashed a bright smile at everyone. Then, let me be the vanguard for everyone. Chapter 66, The First Middle School Shows Its Power. Only to see, Chu Yunyan walked directly outside without saying a word. The moment he saw Chu Yunyan, the boys who had just been teasing, momentarily silent. It was the girls, who looked at Chu Yunyan with some hidden mischief in their gazes. This girl is wearing a goods, right? Either that or it's a knockoff. Who are you dressed so sultry for? Those who don't know will think it's a beauty pageant. What are you looking at? No looking allowed. Or I'll snap your eyes out. I just think this girl, a ham, looks pretty awesome. Bah! Men are all big piggies. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You can call Chu Yunyan scum, call her snobbish, and call her ruthless. But never say she's not beautiful. It's just coming up. The boys from the noble school who were still laughing loudly instantly stopped talking. Especially Wang Yuan, who was watching the big screen in the lounge. After seeing Chu Yunyan, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Look, Ho Xiao. It's Chu Yunyan. She's really a middle school student, eh?
Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji could not help but raise his eyebrows.
Then nodded. A little impressed, but not much. Wang Yuan. Then Big Brother is still really expensive. Women are just women, it will only affect the speed of my collection of little brothers, to that Lu Ming.
Speaking of this, Ho Fangji's expression suddenly became evil. Daring to reject me twice in a row, that guy managed to get my attention.
This domineering aura came over me instantly. Unfortunately, if it was against Chu Yunyan, Wang Yuan was ready to start getting high on CP. But if the object of that smile is a guy, subconsciously, Wang Yuan covered his ass.
Silently, he took a few steps away from Ho Fangji. Looking at the opposite side of the testing instrument, Chu Yunyan's long and slender onion fingers, which were held together, slightly opened. Then, a wisp of fire emerged directly from her fingers. In the next moment, 4 fingers of thick fire appeared in her hand.
Seeing this scene, the students of the Qingshui noble clan couldn't help but let out a gasp. It was the first time they had ever seen a student in a public high school who could coalesce a fire this big. Only to see Chu Yunyan casually throw her hand that way. The gathering fire spirit technique struck the testing apparatus on the opposite side of the room. Within moments, a number 44 flashed up on top of the instrument. It drew a gasp from many of the students. Even the few principals and leaders above them couldn't help but TSK. This student's talent is good, he's a student from your first grade school, right?
Yes, it's called Chu Yunyan. It's a pity that this child only contracted a red-ranked magical beast, otherwise the results could definitely be better. Tisk, even if one has learned this spirit art, it's still very difficult to cultivate to this level.
I'm not sure about that, maybe it's someone's first time learning? Oh, so you're just joking then, aren't you? Unable to help it, the gazes of several principals looked toward Chu Yunyan on the stage. Even Pan Junji couldn't help but reveal a hint of satisfaction when he looked at Chu Yunyan.
Other than that, the spiritual arts piece.
This Chu Yunyan has a chance to take the first-class Imperial Beasts University. What's going on with the feng shui in the first grade this year? Why are you suddenly so prosperous? After seeing Chu Yunyan's results, the other public school students around them were immediately speechless. An ordinary student from a public high school had actually surpassed them on the spiritual arts test. This caused the crowd, who had just been clamoring, to fall silent. The students of the first school, seeing Chu Yunyan's accomplishments, there were also a lot of wide-eyed stares of their own. Worthy of being a Chu student. Spiritual art talent is just strong. Did you guys see the looks on those noble students' faces? What a relief. Chu Yunyan is the pride of our first middle school. I want to be her dog. Roll. Abacus beads are popping in my face. Just as the crowd was gabbing. On her side, Chu Yunyan had returned to the restroom with a smile. This was just as soon as he entered, he was surrounded by the crowd. Listening to the compliments of the people around her, the smile on Chu Yunyan's face increased. Eyes would still look at Summer intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing the other party's still timid expression, the smile on her face grew even wider. Wait until the radio hypes it up again. It was only after taking a deep breath that Summer walked out inside the lounge as well. Seeing Summer appear, Xiang Dongli's expression immediately became serious. This was a good seedling that he had worked so hard to cultivate, so he couldn't afford to have anything happen to it. The only pity was that he had only let Yi Qiuyu instruct Summer in cultivation techniques. As for the spiritual art piece, Summer didn't have anyone to teach it to. It's not good if your confidence is shot. Well, Summer's performance didn't disappoint Xiang Dongli either. When he saw the appearance of Summer's 3-finger-long fire, Xiang Dongli's face couldn't help but be pleased. Never in a million years did she realize that Summer was still a genius in spiritual arts. Xiang Dongli could be certain that Summer definitely hadn't learned any spirit arts. The spirit art in front of her was entirely her first time using it. It was 3 fingers thick the first time. The moment Summer's fire-gathering spiritual art smashed into the testing apparatus. Soon the instrument rang. The numbers finally stopped at the score of 23. It wasn't great, but it was enough to shut up that bunch of aristocratic school kids. Because anyone with eyes could see that Summer should be using it for the first time. Her wobbly flames could not be faked. This talent alone would silence students who strive to get the same grade through their efforts. 2 consecutive students outperformed their seniors.
By this time, the atmosphere on stage was not so enthusiastic anymore. Even a little impatient and discouraged. By the time Summer returned to the lounge. Instead, she found out. The mood of the crowd in the lounge remained subdued. Obviously, both Chu Yunyan and Summer's performances were too bright. If they went out at this time, they would surely become the target of attack by the gang above again. At once, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and no one said anything. And at that moment, Li Mu seemed to think of something. The eyes looked indignantly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Didn't you come first in both subjects in the last exam? You go and show off. Hearing Li Mu's words, the crowd also instantly reacted. Yeah, Lu Ming. You go. I'll watch you. Chu Yunyan and Summer's grades are so good, surely you won't be bad either. I'm sure you'll make those guys' jaws drop. Right. Go Lu Ming. Hearing the words of this group of people, a flash of indignation immediately flashed across Summer's face. They just want to make Lu look bad. Subconsciously, Summer pulled on Lu Ming's coat and shook her head slightly at him. As for Lu Ming, when he heard the words of this group of people, the corner of his mouth suddenly rose slightly by a few points. Then there was a silent scoff. In the midst of all the anticipation, jealousy, or mockery. Only to see him slowly rise to his feet. Okay, since everyone's looking forward to it so much, I'll give it a shot? After saying that, he directly got up and took big strides towards the playground outside. The moment Lu Ming came out, Sai Monglong, who originally didn't care about it, steeply shone a brilliant light in his eyes. It's this Lu Ming. He's actually really a student in the first grade. So can this brilliantly talented little guy surprise him? Chapter 67, A Legend is Born. On the playground, Lu Ming walked smilingly to the instrument used for testing. At the sight of him, everyone all stretched their heads and couldn't help but look curiously. Two overly talented students have just appeared in the first grade in a row. There's not going to be another surprise this time, is there? Inside the first grade lounge, Li Mu and a few others looked at Lu Ming's appearance on stage sorrowfully. A cold smile flashed involuntarily at the corner of his mouth. As long as Lu Ming, the #1 double major in the first middle school, makes a fool of himself, then there's less pressure on them, the low achievers, to get back on stage. Even because of Lu Yi, when the time comes, the fire will definitely all be focused on Lu Yi and Lu Ming. They just have to try to play ostrich and scrunch their necks. Seeing Lu Ming go up, a few of the people who had just egged him on couldn't help but have celebratory and mocking smiles on their faces. As soon as Lu Ming left, they couldn't help but pile on the whispers. How many points do you guys think Lu Ming will hit? Oh, does he know anything about spiritualism? I'd say 8 or 9 is about right. You think everyone's Summer? His word is probably up in the air. He's at least the first in double majors, isn't he? Maybe they can surprise us? Oh. I just hope Lu Ming can share the pressure when the time comes. If you ask me, it's all someone's fault. What's the point of inviting students over here for no reason? Hearing those people's sorrowful conversation, Li Yi just spat disdainfully. What can someone who only dares to cricket behind old Lu's back after he leaves be capable of? He was too dirty to even call them names. At the moment, the students of the noble school, after seeing Lu Ming on stage, they also revealed their curiosity. I wonder if it's just them. It always felt like his body involuntarily tightened up after seeing Lu Ming. As for the Ho Fangji and Wang Yuan, several people at the back of the rest area, the moment he saw Lu Ming appear, several of those who had come into contact with him instantly widened their eyes. Wang Yuan looked at Lu Ming even more incredulously and couldn't help but scream. Ho Shao! He's not. It's not just Wang Yuan. The people who had met Lu Ming and the others in the secret realm that day, all of them had an incredulous expression on their faces. How could it be him? He's actually a student of the first middle school? True or false? Someone so young is actually in our class? I remember that guy's rank was already Shu. Talking about talking. A few students who knew Lu Ming's identity had been unable to resist looking at Ho Fangji there. They were aware of Lu Ming's talent. Ho Fangji, if he sees an opponent stronger than himself, so will his ego as the boss take a hit? As for Ho Fangji at this moment, the moment he saw Lu Ming, the whole thing just couldn't help but stand up from his seat. I snowing as he looked at Lu Ming across the room, he couldn't help but squeeze his fists.
I knew we would meet again. He's actually really a student of the first middle school. Ha 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 ha.
I won't be lonely in this session of the Imperial Beast examination. How fortunate to have such an opponent.
Hearing Ho Fangji's overbearing reply,
there was always relief on the faces of the crowd. Looking at Ho Fangji's radiant expression, everyone was stunned. Worthy of being the boss they had their eyes on, just this vigor alone made everyone couldn't help but bow in admiration.
Just someone in the crowd suddenly came. I remember the boss isn't as good as him, right? Speak as if you're on par with him. Crowd. Who's such a loser? Boy, you are really good at reading the occasion.
The maniacal smile on Ho Fangji's face just froze after hearing the man's words. After coughing softly, he resumed his seat as if nothing had happened.
As for the talking little brother, I'm afraid I can't keep this man. Xiang Donli, who was in the audience, saw Lu Ming appear.
Maintaining a very good fixation also immediately breaks down. At the sight of him, several of the principals couldn't help but look over at each other.
What's wrong, old Xiang? What's so special about this student?
Oh, old Xiang is open-faced this time. The school has produced such two talented students, and has swollen the faces of old Pan's students. But how come it feels like when this student comes out, he's even more excited than he was just now?
Who knows? It can't be that this talent is better than those two just now, can it? Ha ha ha. Overthinking, how can that be? A double shot? I wouldn't even dream of doing that.
Next to the leaders of the Education Bureau, and the principal of Pan Junji. After seeing the movement to the east away from their side, there was also a flurry of sideways glances that could not be resisted. Looking at the slightly more handsome and still somewhat calm and collected boy on stage, the faces of the crowd couldn't help but show a touch of curiosity.
This student, is there something special about him?
At this moment, Lu Ming silently looked at his spiritual art panel. The system displayed his Fire Gathering, Spiritual Art followed by Beginner Plus. Thinking about the usefulness of his potential points, and the 13 potential points he had accumulated over time, immediately, he decided to invest in putting his potential points behind the Gathering Fire, Spiritual Art.
Ding!
You used one potential point to upgrade the Gathering Fire Spirit Art. In the next moment, the proficiency level of the Fire Gathering, Spiritual Art changed to Beginner's Guide.
Click the plus button again. Ding!
You used 2 potential points to upgrade the Gathering Fire Spirit Art.
What started out as a first glimpse has instantly become a first step. 3 potential points were almost enough, and Lu Ming wasn't going to use any more.
Only to see him slowly open his right hand.
The moment.
In the presence of all Greenwater High School students, silk of spiritual energy traveled from his body and finally focused on his hands. A bit of fire emerged from his palm. Seeing this bit of fire, the group of students who were originally still on the verge of an attack could not help but show a touch of disdain on their faces.
Cut. I thought it was so great, just this. I thought he was going to come up with a big one, and he ended up with a big lump?
It's time to say no, this guy is quite a rack.
Wait a minute. Why is the color of his gathering fire a little different from what I see?
Why are his flames blue?
Just as the crowd was wondering.
In the audience, all of the leaders and principals, all of them realized that something was wrong with Lu Ming's spiritual art.
At first, it was just a little blue flame coalescing at his fingertips.
Soon, more and more spiritual energy coalesced around them. In a moment, however, it was spread all over Lu Ming's palm. Enough blue fireballs the size of 2 palms appeared on Lu Ming's palms. The blazing heat turned the space around the flames to sway and deflect.
Just see Lu Ming casually throw. Boom!
The moment the Gathering Fire Spiritual Art struck the detection instrument, the loud explosion directly spread throughout the entire playground. The terrifying spiritual energy directly set off a gust of wind, sending countless grasses in the playground flying backwards.
And on that instrument for testing, the numbers just kept flashing like crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The numbers are like a wild horse out of control, with no stopping signs. In just a few moments, it surpassed the record of 62 points just set by Ho Fangji. Then came the momentum to break the 75-point mark. It went all the way up to 80, and that's when it will stop.
This is... What's going on?
Seeing the scores on the instrument, everyone instantly widened their eyes. Countless people rubbed their eyes and looked at the scores fixed above in shock.
How many points is this? 80? Is this the kind of score a middle school student should make? Nope. It can't be that the instrument is broken, can it? Silly. Can you hit with such vigor with a broken instrument? Try hitting one for me? It's not right. The color of the spirit art flame he used just now is not right. I remember that blue flames are a sign of spiritual energy liquefaction. Does that mean? Hiss. True or false? Doesn't that mean he's already a 2-star Imperial Beast Master? What? A 2-star Imperial Beast Master came out of the first middle school? How else to explain it? Fogweed. That guy's bunker. Chapter 68, do we still need to continue the competition?
On the stage, all the top leaders of the city of Qingshui. The moment he saw the blue flame rising from Lu Ming's hand,
the crowd that was still talking instantly fell into silence.
A group of people, stunned, looked at Lu Ming, who was standing at the bottom of the playground. The scores could be faked, and the instruments might be wrong, but the liquefied psychic energy that represented a 2-star Imperial Beast Master could not be faked. Even the most common spirit arts were used by Imperial Beast Masters of different ranks. The resulting effects vary. A high-ranking Imperial Beastmaster, when using spiritual arts. Because of the difference in the nature of the spiritual energy, the intensity of the exertion is also different. Take Lu Ming for example. With the system in place, he had already reached the level of denizenship with the spirit arts he had cast. But because of the nature of the 2-star Imperial Beastmaster's psychic energy, it made him go up a few points in power on top of the original. The effect of the Yi gathering fire that was cast would undoubtedly be better. It also brought his score directly to the pure fire proficiency level. After seeing this achievement, all the leaders on stage, for a moment they all froze in their tracks. The original long-sleeved Principal Pan.
After seeing the results from Lu Ming's quiz, the entire person froze in place. Dumbfounded, his lips quirked as he looked at Lu Ming's score.
In the next moment, it was as if his entire body had lost its soul. It just feels like all those years of hard work have been a joke.
What Greenwater Noble Academy holds 90% of the city's educational resources?
In front of a true genius, it's not even worth mentioning. His staunchly class-consolidated ideology had long led him to believe that only those with money, power, and resources were worthy of becoming a Royal Beast Master and getting into the top-stream Royal Beast University. But Lu Ming's appearance was like a hard slap in his face. This slap hurts.
Who says geniuses can't emerge from among the commoners? A so-called genius is one who accomplishes what normal people cannot.
Even without resources, without family, without any background. When he appears, that is all. At this moment, the gazes of all the leaders of the Education Bureau looked at Sai Minglong behind them in unison. Just see Sai Raptor sitting in his seat in his old age. The expression on his face was breezy. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. Silently taking a sip of the tea beside him, his expression revealed a hint of mockery if anything.
What? Now you finally believe what I said.
Crowd. At once, all the leaders of the Board of Education could not sit still.
There's actually really a prospective senior candidate who has broken through to a 2-star Imperial Beast Master? More than that. There's still half a month left before the Imperial Beast examination. 2-star second level. What kind of concept is this? If the Ho Clan kid is hopeful, then he's already on the board. Principal Xiang, what is this student's name? What is his family situation? Lu Ming, right?
Our Qingshui city has produced an extraordinary genius.
Principal Xiang, do you have any difficulties in your first middle school?
No matter what you ask for, we'll definitely try to help you get enough resources this year.
In just a few moments, the top brass of the surrounding school boards,
all the attitudes towards Xiang Donli have changed. One by one, the eyes that looked at him became fiery.
How can they give up a political achievement that has already been determined to be in their hands?
The next thing to do was to make sure to pave the way for Lu Ming and ensure that he would definitely stay in Qingshui City to undergo the college entrance examination. Such a good seed can never be known to other municipalities. Otherwise, Lu Ming would most likely be taken away by the other party. Looking at Xiang Donli's appearance surrounded by a group of leaders, the Pan Junji next to him was not a good taste at once. He's long-sleeved, yes, but even so, he's not going to get all the leaders. Instead, for the most part, he was the one responsible for livening up the atmosphere. Born a head shorter than these leaders. And to the east away? He didn't have to do anything but take in a good student. It will be able to be enthusiastically embraced by these leaders. He's Simone. I'm sore. Around them, the principals of the other three families. At this moment, he was looking at Xiang Dongli on the side with the same complicated face. The look on his face was as if he was saying, "Damn you to hell." It was clear that the four of them were usually not that far apart in strength. How is it that Xiang Dongli has harvested two top trainees one after another without saying a word? It fully reflects what it means to be afraid of a brother's suffering and to be afraid of a brother's driving a Land Rover. It's not the last name Xiang. Did you get this student from Good Road? 1 shot, 2 hits. I can't believe it's really a double shot. I'm afraid the first school is not going to be able to do anything this year. Identify a top school, a seedling from at least one of the big four. What they hadn't even dared to dream of, Xiang Dongli actually did? Facing the crowd. Originally, he also wanted to put on a moralistic appearance to the principal. Only to realize that the corners of his mouth, which he had worked so hard to keep down, were harder to keep down than AK at the moment. Finally. I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. Lu Ming and Summer are our first grade students. Our students in number 1 middle school are such bullies. Looking at the surrounding leaders, Xiang Dongli immediately showed a pathos expression. Xiaolu, this child, I have been very optimistic about him, know that his family conditions are not good, usually silently to him to apply for various subsidies. Why the leaders? The resource conditions of the first middle school are really too poor. If we could get a full set of college entrance exam simulation equipment, this child wouldn't need to suffer so much. Ha! Hearing Xiang Dongli's words, a group of leaders from the Education Bureau couldn't help but look sideways. With a somewhat tangled expression, he looked at Xiang Dongli and then at Lu Ming on the playground. Finally, the great leader clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. A direct message. Build. Otherwise we'll still make people think we can't afford to build it in Qingshui City. After that I'll sign a document for the remodeling of Greenwater 1. Principal Xiang, you must not fail us. I promise to fulfill the leadership mission. Hearing the words of the great leader, a flash of excitement immediately flashed across Xiang Dongli's face. The principals of several other sister high schools around the area. After hearing Xiang Dongli's words, he was even more eager to take his place. High school model equipment? Or a full set? How did this old man get so lucky? We want it too. Unable to help themselves, a group of principals looked at a few big leaders with bated breath. Nay. Their winks are thrown completely to the blind. The big leader, he pressed on. Waiting to the east away from this side with the big leaders after discussing the construction of the follow-up. He then smiled and walked over to Pan Junji. Looking at Pan Junji, who looked like he had lost his soul, he instantly Jijia laughed. One hooked the other's shoulder. What's wrong, Pan? What's so upsetting? Let your brother have some fun too. Oh. It can't be because we have a great talent in the first grade, can it? So what, do we have to keep competing in the next match? Gather up the prizes if you don't compare, so I can just pack them up and take them with me. Pan Junji. Leaving to the east. You're a bully. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have an amazing student. Chapter 69, Yichoyu, the old lady is numb. Ding. Mission accomplished. Mission reward, title friend of the school. Friends of the school, when you receive learning at school, your learning efficiency increases by 30%, your brain is clearer, and your speed of comprehension is accelerated. Host, Lu Ming. Title, Friends of the School. Grade, 2-star grade 2. Stamina, 19.1. Sharpness, 20.3. Insight, 19.9. Spiritual energy, 1822. Spiritual arts, Golden Mantle Denjiki Plus, Fire Gathering Denjiki Plus, Mirror Flower and Moon Beginner Plus, Spirit Melting Beginner Plus, Spirit Shaping Golden Body Beginner Plus, Locking Beginner Plus, Sentinel Beast Space Beginner Plus. Potential points, 10. Hearing the system's prompt in his head. Lu Ming, who had just finished his test, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. But in an instant, he regained his original composure. Turning around, he went straight back into the lounge where the first form was located. By the time he got to the lounge, the gazes of the entire crowd in the lounge instantly coalesced on his body. The few people who had just been secretly poking and laughing at Lu Ming's insouciance, Li Mu. At the sight of Lu Ming's aggressive gaze, all of them subconsciously took 2 steps back. Hanging his head low, he dared not look at him again. Lu Ming, on the other hand, just silently glanced at the several people, a touch of mockery, if any, flashing across the corners of his mouth. Only Lu Yi rushed to Lu Ming as soon as he could, his face equally filled with incredulity. "It's okay, old Lu. When did you learn spiritual arts? Don't say you just learned it." Hearing the fatty's words, Lu Ming smiled without saying anything. Can he say he's hung? Summer, who was on the side, was equally glowing as she looked at Lu Ming. If it weren't for the fact that there were a bunch of other students at the scene, she had long wanted to rush to Lu Ming's heels. As for Yi Qiuyu's mention of girls being reserved, I really can't help it. Looking at Summer's appearance of wanting to welcome and not daring to welcome, Lu Ming looked tired for her. Immediately, he walked directly to Summer. Skillfully, he made her hair look like a cocktail. "Well, do I look good to you?" "Don't look." Lu Ming. I never thought it would happen, but our family has gone bad in the summer too. Unable to help it, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Yi Qiuyu, who was equally stunned on the side. What the hell did this tiger teach Summer? Give me back my budding green plum. Yi Qiuyu at this moment, from the moment Lu Ming came in. His eyes were then locked onto Lu Ming's body. Of the people present, if anyone was the most shocked, that affirmation would have to be her. She had never expected that Lu Ming had only been how many days? It had already reached 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Not only that, but the use of spiritual arts was also perfect. Thinking about yourself, how much time did it take to reach Lu Ming's current height? About 28 days? Or 29 days? Back then, he was still proud of himself for being admitted to the Nanli Academy. But after seeing Lu Ming, she then realized how ridiculous I was once. Unable to help it, she looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes, wanting to ask him, how in the world did he grow up so fast? But the words came. Her pride still kept her mouth shut. After a soft hum, his gaze shifted shallowly upward. When he thought of the bet he had made with Lu Ming that day, the disdain he had shown when Lu Ming said he would catch up with Summer. She also said Lu Ming could never keep up with Summer. She couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush a few times just thinking about it. Just by being stared at by Lu Ming like this, she felt like she was about to die of a social death. Immediately, she let out a cold snort and looked viciously at Lu Yi on the side. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll snap your eyes out. Lu? What did I do to me? At this moment, Chu Yunyan in the crowd. The same face looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She had gotten the news from the Reverse Beast Association before she took the Unified Joint Examination. Relying on the rewards she had received when she participated in previous quests, she exchanged all of the spiritual arts from the Spiritual Arts Exam and the Imperial Beast Examination in previous years. These days, she was working hard to improve her spiritual energy while doing so, while practicing spiritual arts. Originally, she thought that she could surpass Lu Ming in a small way. But how had Lu Ming managed to raise the spiritual art of fire gathering to such a terrifying degree? Or has he learned to gather fire before? No way. She knew better than anyone what the Lu Ming was like once. Moreover, Lu Ming's family condition was just like that, so it was impossible to fund the purchase of a spiritual art skill book for him. So says. Lu Ming is not just a genius in the cultivation section. He's also a genius in the spiritualism department. A true genius. Every time she thought of this, Chu Yunyan would feel a twinge in her heart. What did I miss? Such a genius, if I can't get it, no one else will ever get it. Looking at Lu Ming, Chu Yunyan's eyes were vaguely perverted and crazy. Even she hadn't noticed. Her gasps were much more urgent than before. The spiritual arts test after that was much simpler. With the previous shock of Lu Ming in, the students of the Noble Academy no longer dared to make a scene. Or rather, they had been numbed by the talent Lu Ming had displayed. Afraid of any more bigwigs in the first grade. Even if the results of Li Mu's and their assessments were much more normalized in the back. But the students of the first high school were collectively silent.
no longer qualified to despise others. They are rich and arrogant, yes. But this arrogance was all based on the arrogance and confidence they dared to have based on the fact that they were a whole lot more powerful than the geniuses of ordinary high schools. But today, they saw countless geniuses in a row. Especially Lu Ming. When he showed his strength as a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. All words pale in comparison. In this world, it has always been the side with the harder fist that has more sense. Wait until the examination on the side of Qingshui First Middle School is over. The referee in charge of the exam also finally recovered from the shock. It was hard to swallow myself. He then said with some shock. The spiritual arts examination is over. Please prepare all candidates. Cultivation exams are next, for a total of 86 students, so prospective candidates should follow the instructions on the radio to find their test center. As soon as the words fell, countless metal walls suddenly rose from the ground in the large playground. Inside the defense network, which was all made of C-grade alloys, a professional battle ring appeared in front of all the academics. On weekdays, students of the Noble Academy can use these ring grounds by applying for them. Completely one-to-one restoration of the high school venue. Train at such a venue for a long time. This is so that in the future, there will be no stage fright when you enter the exam room. At the sight of these rising battlefields, students from several other high schools flickered with confusion. But before they could react, within the lounge's announcements, the venue they needed to go to next had been broadcast. Summer students, please go to Field 4. Mr. Lu Yi, please go to Field 7. Student Chu Yunyan, please go to Field number 9. Mr. Lu Ming, please go to Field 16. Chapter 70. A middle school genius is nothing more than that plus one more chapter. Hear the cue within the radio. Everyone present was stunned in unison. In the next moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and waved towards Summer and Lu Yi with a smile. Brothers go together, let us meet at the top? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Summer and Lu Yi immediately looked at each other. The same smile appeared on his face. Good. That doesn't have to be? Don't lose, Lu. The door to the lounge was opened by Lu Ming. The next moment, all the high school scholars all came to the playground. Under the guidance of the invigilator, the crowd arrived at the ring they were in. When Lu Ming arrived at the exam room number 16 where he was, his opponent has come early. Looking at the other party's uniform, they should be students of the Noble Academy. When he saw that his opponent was Lu Ming, the other party's face suddenly turned white. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would meet such a bogeyman in the first round. How can this be a fight? The students in the next couple rings. After seeing that old brother's opponent was Lu Ming, all of their faces showed expressions of regret, followed by celebration. Just after seeing Lu Ming's opponent take a deep breath, he directly summoned his battle pet. Come out. Earth-shaking mighty bull. Moo. Beside him, a huge bull-like magical beast slowly walked towards the ring. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming clearly saw all of his opponent's data. Race, Earth-shaking bull. Grade, Mortal grade 6 stars. Bloodline, Yellow grade. Talent, Earth elemental armor, Berserking. Attribute, Earth. Weakness, Rampage. When using a charge type skill, speed is doubled, but cannot be stopped until stamina is exhausted. Skills, Bull Charge, Accelerated Charge, Earth Shield, Trample. Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, Accelerated Iron Hoof. Sin value, 0. A 6-star magical beast of the mortal grade, Lu Ming felt like he was insulting Mouse Rat by taking it out. It was feared that a single glance from Mouse Rat would be able to scare the piss out of this earth-shaking berserk bull. Lu Ming always felt that he was a bit too much of a bully to children if he took out Mouse. When he thought of this, he only saw Lu Ming exert his imperial beast space. In the next moment, a small azure-colored dragon horn snake shining from within the space of the imperial beast. Seeing the imperial beast space used by Lu Ming, the surrounding students immediately let out another gasp of surprise. The imperial beast space could be considered the standard for all 2-star or higher imperial beast masters. At this moment, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of Lu Ming's 2-star royal beast master status anymore. The moment the little snake came out, many students stretched their necks in unison and couldn't help but look over at Lu Ming. At this moment, everyone is very curious to know. Lu Ming, who was a 2-star imperial beast master, carried a battle pet.
It was only when the crowd saw Lu Ming summon the ice spirit dragon python out. Everyone froze in unison. Even Lu Ming's opponent across the street. Upon seeing the ice spirit dragon python that Lu Ming had summoned, he also quickly sensed that something was wrong. It seems that opposite Lu Ming's battle pet was weaker than he thought. Looking at the earth-shaking fierce bull beside him as if it had been pumped up with chicken blood and was full of wariness. This student's face showed a flash of delight. Your battle pet isn't at soldier level. Nope. It's even just at the middle level of the mortal grade. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A straight nod. Right. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lu Ming's acknowledgement, this noble academy player couldn't help but burst out laughing. In this moment, he felt like he could do it again. The other students who were watching the battle around them. Upon hearing Lu Ming's battle pet rank, their faces also revealed odd colors. A flash of doubt could not help but pass through his eyes. Why is this Lu Ming's battle pet's level so low? I know. He must have realized that he has a talent for spiritual arts, so he majored in them. No wonder. I said, why did he use a spiritual art with such a high score? So it's a slope leg. Originally, I thought he was some kind of extraordinary genius, who knew he cultivated talent so poorly. Ha ha ha. What first middle school genius? Nothing more than that. That's it. I was just feeling like an enemy, and this is it? The surrounding students, after seeing that the ice spirit dragon python's rank was only 5 stars at the mortal grade. Each and every one of them all revealed a look of celebration. They just said, how can Lu Ming be such a genius? What kind of life is that? There were even a number of understanding kings who felt enlightened. There was a feeling that Lu Ming was the type of imperial beast master who focused on spiritual arts and spiritual energy cultivation. Because of the lack of resources, this is why the cultivation of battle pets is not so much of a concern. Originally, many of the players who felt fear towards Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming's battle pet pulling his crotch so much, one by one, they feel like standing up. Even began to feel a little envious of his opponents in this round. If they could defeat this genius, wouldn't it prove that they themselves were geniuses? What teenager wouldn't be moved by such an honor? A group of school board leaders on stage. Upon seeing the ice spirit dragon python summoned by Lu Ming, they were also stunned. Then, the expressions of several leaders were suddenly somewhat dissatisfied. Turning his head towards Xiang Dongli, a flash of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Principal Xiang, this talented youngster from your first middle school seems to have some trouble keeping up with his cultivation grades? Upon hearing that leader's words, Xiang Dongli's expression was very calm. Just about to explain. But he heard a sudden, deliberate cold grunt from beside him. Have eyes, have not eyes. Who? Hearing someone mocking him, that leader couldn't sit still. Immediately, he looked angrily in the direction from which the voice had just come. Then it was realized that it was no one else who had just made the noise, but actually President of the Raptor race. Seeing that it was Psy Raptor, the leader who had wanted to have a seizure closed his voice. Still, he looked at the other with a defiant gaze. President Psy, did I say something wrong? Hearing the other party's words, Psy Raptor just squinted at him. Didn't even bother to open his mouth to say half a word. Some of this leader's co-workers on the sidelines couldn't look away. A gentle tug on the other man's coat. Take a look at Lu Ming's battle pet. Although it resembles an ice spirit shin python, it's slightly different, and the bloodline level is obviously high not to mention. Whether it was the scales, teeth, or the color of the skin, they were all more than one level higher than similar snake-type magical beasts. I suspected that this battle pet of Lu Ming's had a bloodline level of at least green. This should be his second battle pet, this Lu Ming. It's likely to be an incomparable nurturing genius. Green level? Spiritualism and nurture dual subject genius? Hearing his colleague's words, a flash of shock immediately appeared on that leader's face. His eyes were dead set on the ice spirit dragon python in front of Lu Ming, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became. When I say green level, I'm guessing low. Many leaders who knew what they were doing, when they saw the pair of dragon horns on top of the forehead of the ice spirit dragon python. A bold guess had been made in his mind. Not. How can he cultivate such excellence as a student? And where are his resources? Talking about talking. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Xiang Dongli, who was all smiles on the side.
At this moment, Xiang Donli was similarly looking at Lu Ming's ice spirit dragon python. The mind was full of questions. This magical beast, when did Xiao Lu acquire it again? Just as he was puzzled, his shoulder was slapped violently by the big leader on the side. He could only see the big leader looking at him with a relieved face, unable to hold back his emotions. Principal Xiang, this is your handiwork again, isn't it? You're so generous. Hearing the big leader's words, Xiang Donli, who was still puzzled just now, was instantly possessed by the playwright. Ice dragon python or whatever, you can ask later. But the opportunity to pretend in front of the leader. This may be the only time in my life. Immediately, he made a compassionate expression, his eyes silently looking towards Lu Ming. All for the sake of the students. Well, if the first middle school can cultivate an excellent imperial beast master for the society, spend some old money, decades of wages is nothing. The important thing is that the students get a good education, don't you think so, leader? Hearing Xiang Donli's words, the few principals around them couldn't help but shiver. This guy is really loaded. You're afraid you're not possessed by something dirty, are you? Chapter 71 Ice Spirit Dragon Python's First Battle. At this moment, above the ring, looking at the opposite side of the icy dragon python, an excited smile immediately appeared on Lu Ming's opponent's face. With a command from the referee. In the next moment, he directly ordered his battle pet, charging towards the opposite ice spirit dragon python. Earth-shaking mastodon. Use accelerated charge. Articulate trample upon impact. Moo. Hear the master's command. The opposing earth-shaking mighty bull immediately let out a high cry. The strong exhale was like steam gushing from a boiler. The muscles of the entire body instantly tensed. The moment when the hooves of a ground-shaking mammoth bull reached the limit of friction with the ground. Boom! The ground instantly sank into a deep cow's hoof depression. The earth-shaking mighty bull's huge body quickly charged towards the opposite ice spirit dragon python. Little snake. Use ice arrows to block its view. Hearing Lu Ming's order, a blue luster immediately flashed in the eyes of the ice spirit dragon python. Terrifying spiritual energy blossomed from its blue eyes. In the sky, countless ice arrows, like ice lances, fill the space directly above it. Such a terrifying skill directly caught the attention of the surrounding participants. There was a lot of wondering whose ministry the battle pet that made such a terrifying skill was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Only a flash of blue light was seen in the eyes of the icy dragon python. In the next moment, the terrifying ice spear directly stabbed towards the opposite earth-shaking mighty bull. Use the earth wall. Keep charging. The opponent is less than 100 meters away. They'll be there in the blink of an eye at this speed. Seeing the ice dragon python's ice arrow that was thicker than an ice spear, the opposite opponent gritted his teeth. Prepare to rely on the earth-shaking divine bull's earth elemental defense and hardened cowhide to temporarily withstand the ice spirit dragon python's attack. Immediately, a transparent earth-colored shield coalesced in front of the earth-shaking mighty bull's head, trying to counteract the ice arrows in the sky. Just the moment when the skills of both sides collide. Click! With just one ice arrow, it directly pierced through the shield of the opposite earth-shaking fierce bull. Although it didn't pierce, it dug deep inside the opponent's shield, like a javelin hanging in mid-air. How? Seeing this scene, a trace of panic was evident on Lu Ming's opponent's face. My earth-shaking mighty bull is an earth-attribute magical beast that excels in defense. How is it possible that it can't even defend against a single arrow? When he said that, he reacted instantly. Maybe only the first arrow realizes so strongly? Unfortunately, reality is undoubtedly going to slap him hard in the face. Dab, dab, dab. In the next moment, the countless ice arrows behind them pierced through the earth-shaking fierce bull's shield almost instantly. Obviously, its level was one level higher than the ice spirit dragon python. But in front of the icy dragon python, the defense of the earth-shaking fierce bull was a younger brother. In this case, there are only two possibilities. One was that the ice spirit dragon python had used a powerful secret treasure. And then there's the bloodline level of the ice spirit dragon python was much higher than the earth-shaking mighty bull. Instantly, the earth-shaking mighty bull let out a miserable cry of pain. Numerous ice arrows were instantly inserted into his body. It looked as if it was a pit bull in an old-time bull ring, stuck to death by a matador. But even so,
The earth-shaking fierce bull still gritted its teeth and insisted on coming to the ice spirit dragon python's heel. Seeing that his battle pet was injured, Lu Ming's opponent clenched his teeth. As tempting as it is to take your own battle pet to be treated right now. But if you can't even hit your opponent's battle pet, he's not happy about it. That's it. Shake the ground, mighty bull. Use mighty bull charge. Pair it with trample. Moo. It seemed to sense the mood of its owner. The earth-shaking mighty bull's body actually doubled in size once again. Behind him, a golden silhouette in the shape of a bull faintly appeared. Strenuously, he collided with his life towards the opposite ice spirit dragon python. Use dragon might. Seeing that the opposite war pet was about to arrive, without any hesitation, Lu Ming directly gave his latest order to Little Snake. Hearing his command, the little snake's originally azure-colored eyes, suddenly it turned a very majestic golden color. The terrifying dragon might instantly swept towards the earth-shaking fierce bull charging from the opposite side. The aura from the high one scared the earth-shaking mighty bull into stiffening in place at once. The aura that had originally reached its peak was all leaked out in an instant. Moo. Before the earth-shaking fierce bull could slam into the icy dragon python. In the eyes of the audience, it was as if the ground-shaking bull had tripped over a flat surface. In an instant, its huge body directly flipped sideways and fell heavily to the ground. The crowd that was originally expecting a duel for the ages. The cheers stuttered after seeing this scene. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the earth-shaking fierce bull on the ground that had completely lost its ability to fight. There was pity in his eyes. That earth-shaking mighty bull was bred well, it actually managed to carry through so many attacks. It's a pity, if it could have lasted a little longer, maybe the victory would have been hard to say. But you guys, that ice spirit Xian python is behaving quite swimmingly. So what? How many more times can it send a skill like the one it just did? Yeah, the low level is tough, and it's going down in a couple rounds. In the face of all the people around us talking about it. The referee, who was watching the whole thing, however, shook his head. As someone who had watched this battle from close range, he naturally knew how strong Lu Ming's ice spirit dragon python was. Even if the level was not high, it was never comparable to an ordinary battle pet. Moreover, this ice spirit dragon python was said to be born specifically for battle. Even the skills that were made were several times stronger than the unusual ones. Its bloodline is definitely not simple. This match is won by Lu Ming from Qingshui First Middle School. Please return to the rest area to rest and wait for the next match to begin. Hearing the referee's words, Lu Ming nodded bashfully, calling out to the little snake to follow. The surrounding players were all looking at Lu Ming with awe at the moment, like witnessing the departure of a king. Even the leaders on stage, after seeing the strength of the ice spirit dragon python, they also nodded their heads. Not bad, not bad. This ice spirit Xian python's variant magical beast is very strong. This piece of power is almost comparable to an indigo grade magical beast. Indeed, if we were to cultivate it more, there would be no doubt that there would be even greater surprises. Now I'm suddenly curious about Lu San's other battle pet. Headmaster Xiang, what is that Lu student's other magical beast? What level has it reached? Upon hearing the questions of several leaders, the embarrassment on Xiang Dongli's face flickered away. He also didn't know how many treasure hunting mouse levels Lu Ming had now. Wouldn't it make a fool of myself if I said the wrong thing? However, if you are a treasure hunting mouse, it is usually a green level magical beast. If he were Lu Ming, he might have also chosen to fully cultivate this new ice spirit dragon python. It was estimated that the level of the treasure hunting mouse wouldn't be too high, it should be about the same as the peak of the mortal grade when he saw it last time. At most, he would break through to the level of 1 star in the soldier class. Transitioning up front is fine, as for later. Definitely still looking at that mutant ice vortex python. Just as the principal to the school was silently pondering. At this moment, Lu Ming had already re-entered the lounge. It had only just returned to the lounge when he realized that someone had actually come before him. Seeing Lu Ming, Chu Yunyan's face immediately bloomed into a smile. You're good, Lu, I didn't expect you to play so fast. Chapter 72 Chu Yunyan, where is the promised gentleness? Seeing that Chu Yunyan had actually returned earlier than himself, Lu Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Looks like you didn't meet a strong opponent this time? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the corner of Chu Yunyan's mouth immediately revealed a smile if anything. Who knows? When she finished speaking, there was a sharp buzz behind her. A wasp-like magical beast that looked full of exploding muscles, crouched over her shoulder. This beast. Lu Ming clearly remembered that Chu Yunyan's battle pet was a red-ranked magical beast, the killer bee. But this time, when he saw the killer bee, it seemed to be different from Chu Yunyan's previous magical beasts. A lot bigger and with an extra pair of sunglasses at his eyes. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming realized. It wasn't as if Chu Yunyan hadn't made progress during this period of time. On the contrary, her battle pet had actually evolved. Race, muscle bee. Grade, mortal grade 6 stars. Bloodline, orange grade. Talents, combat accumulation, burning blood, rapid fists. Attributes, fighting, bugs. Weaknesses, potion persecution. Due to taking a special potion to force evolution, the tail stinger of the big muscle bee is degraded, and all related abilities are weakened by 60%. Skills, 100 strikes, insect bite, parasitic seed, poison needle weak. Evolutionary route, none. Equipment, lightning gloves, polarized sunglasses. Sin value, 0. Oh. Seeing the state of the muscle big brother bee, Lu Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It must be that Chu Yunyan hadn't been idle during this period of time either. It actually found a way to evolve her battle pet. There seems to be a lot of good stuff inside the Reverse Beast Society. Chu Yunyan had only joined for how long, and she had boosted herself and her battle pet by that much. Now, he would have to be a bit more serious if he encountered her during the battle later on. In the meantime, the fighters in the venue also ended their battles one after another. On Lu Ye's side, with the advantage of the Phantom Knight's Salamander Phantom, he was thoroughly the oldest 6 in the ring. It confused his opponent's battle pet and ended up being hardened by the poison. Summer's fight, on the other hand, was much simpler. It is to make the opponent completely despair with an unrivaled crushing advantage. Every once in a while, his sub-mother Golden Lotus would release a subdivision in the air. The opposite player's wraiths, often with the sub-wraiths in front of them, have not yet been resolved. It was followed by a brand new sub-wraith. The children and grandchildren are endless. In the end, it wasn't enough for the Zimu Golden Lotus to exhaust the demonic beasts on the opposite side. The opponent then voluntarily chose to surrender and admit defeat. Although there was nothing artistic about the battle, this process of slowly eating away at the opponent was something one couldn't help but watch with a chill down their back. Looking at Summer's Zimu Golden Lotus, Lu Ming's face couldn't help but flash with a touch of relief. It's been a long time, and Summer has really grown up a lot. When Summer returned, she looked at Lu Ming and Yi Qiuyu with slight trepidation. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hearing Summer's words, Yi Qiuyu's original indifference instantly became soft. Shaking her head, she smiled slightly. The Zimmering Golden Lotus wasn't originally a magical beast known for fighting either, and your tactics were correct. Getting into one of the 4 major academies is already a done deal. Who knows, hearing Yi Qiuyu's words. Summer's face wasn't the least bit happy. Instead, he subconsciously glanced at Lu Ming beside him, who was also full of encouragement for him. At this level, can only the 4 major schools be considered? If she could, she would like to get into the same school as Lu Ming. Silence clenched his fists. Summer swore in her heart. It must be practiced even further to be able to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming did not know that the little girl was actually so motivated. Wait until the first round of fighting is over. Within the broadcast, a second round of fighting quickly began again. The original 86 contestants were cut directly in half. The entire battlefield instantly became empty. There are also only 21 rings left in operation. One contestant automatically advances. By the 42 participants left to compete, the next battle will undoubtedly be more exciting. Student Lu Ming, please proceed to ring number 4. Student Lu Yi, please proceed to ring number 6. Mr. Summer, please proceed to ring 9. Student Chu Yunyan, please proceed to ring number 4. At this moment, only Lu Ming and the 4 of them were left in the first middle school students. Limu several people, all of them ended the tournament in one round. The first school was unlucky in that the students encountered almost all the students from the noble colleges. And, of course, the students from the next 3 middle schools were basically students from the Noble Academy when they met them. After all, their entire senior class was involved in the unified exam. It is normal to meet them. It's just a shame about the other third formers. There were no students who appeared to be particularly gifted. By the time they hit the second round, their 3 high schools combined were actually just on par with the first high school. Each student is left with those 3 dates. Looking at the 3 principals in the audience, they were annoyed. Inside the lounge of the first school, Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan, who heard the broadcast, were stunned in unison. It seemed like they didn't expect that they would actually run into each other so soon. For a moment, all of the gazes of everyone looked towards Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan there. A hint of eccentricity and derision was revealed in his eyes. As 2 of the National Compact Days man of the match. Meeting again, what kind of sparks will the 2 of them create? After hearing that his opponent was Lu Ming, Chu Yunyan immediately displayed a look of pity. Obviously, her dress today was exceptionally hot and demonic, but her voice was glutinous and gibberish at the moment, displaying a touch of strong contrast. Lu Ming-san, you'll have to be merciful in the ring when the time comes. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, Lu Ming looked at the quests on his system again. Unable to help himself, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he nodded. Don't worry, I will. Upon hearing Lu Ming's reply, the people around him immediately revealed gazes of being at a loss for words. I thought you were going to show me the dragon and the tiger, but this is what you're going to show me? Immediately, Lu Yi, who was on the side, directly became anxious and pulled on Lu Ming's coat. Misty grass old Lu. It's this time of year, you can't be confused. Summer beside him didn't say anything though. But still, he unwillingly looked at Chu Yunyan, who was dressed in a floral manner. Sure enough, if a boy is a boy, he'll still like that kind of girl who's bigger. The few other first middle school students around them had the same eating expression on their faces. After all this, Lu Ming is still the same licking dog from the beginning. Nope. If it was after this time, people might really lick Chu Yunyan into their hands. So Lu Ming is a werewolf? For a while, in the complicated gazes of everyone who was envious and jealous, Lu Ming's 4 people left the lounge one after another. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, Yi Qiuyu, who hadn't said anything the entire time, suddenly snorted coldly. Ugh! Scumbag! As for Chu Yunyan's face, although it still had that smiling look on it. But at this moment, following behind Lu Ming, he couldn't help but squeeze his joints. Glancing aside at the parched summer, an involuntary smugness appeared at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't in vain that she had gotten up 3 hours early this morning to dress up. And a different style of dress. Uses a hormonal perfume that emits the alien's favorite. Everything was perfect. Lu Ming fell under her stone skirt again. Sure enough, men's words are big piggybacks who like contrast. If we can lure Lu Ming to the organization with this. Just thinking about it, Chu Yunyan's face couldn't help but blossom into a smile once again. This made the countless boys who were watching her fight unable to help but look slightly mesmerized for a few moments. She's so pretty. A phoenix from the henhouse. Chu Yunyan from the first middle school, is it? Should I say no, this quality is not the least bit better than our schoolgirls. If I were that boy, I'd just give up the contest. What kind of guys are talking about girls like that? Go Missy. Make sure to beat that guy across the street. When she heard the crowd's support, Chu Yunyan then smiled and waved towards the crowd. Then, she summoned her muscular big brother bee. Another wink was thrown towards Lu Ming on the opposite side. Lu Ming, be merciful. Don't worry, I will. After saying that, Lu Ming patted his sleeve. Squeak. It seemed to have sensed the master's call. Mouse, who had long been impatient, instantly burrowed out from within his pocket. A jump to the top of the battlefield. Next moment, Mouse gets into the fight instantly. The strength of a 3-star soldier level exploded out without reservation. Muscle big brother B. Big sister, are you sure you want me to fight this thing? Chu Yunyan? Where's the promised tenderness? Chapter 73, He's already a miracle. Looking at the huge pile of rats in front of him, Muscle Big Brother B's face was filled with black question marks. Just the next moment, before it could react, Lu Ming had already given the latest order to this rat. Mouse mouse. Phantom heaven and earth. Greet whatever is there. Also, I'll give you another set of spirit arts. Spiritual art spirit shaping golden body. Golden mantle. In short, Lu Ming had only one request. How to get down and dirty, how to get down and dirty. Feeling the spirit pressure of the soldier-level big man across from him, a drop of cold sweat dripped from the head of the muscular big brother bee.
just as it wanted to surrender. In the next moment, the back of Fate's neck was directly pinched by the huge phallic face behind Mouse Rat. Before the muscular big brother bee could react, the casserole-sized fist smashed directly into the opponent's body. With the cooperation of Lu Ming's two spirit arts, Mouse directly turned on his strongest state. Not only that, its body flickered again. The effect of the secret treasure Xiansha Jin beads triggers. Bursting fists fell madly towards the opposite muscle big brother bee's body like rain. The fist wrapped in a strong metallic aura, its speed was comparable to that of a bullet as it greeted towards Chu Yunyan's battle pet. Looking at the opposite side, Chu Yunyan's face turned green for a while and white for a while. Stop. You have to stop fighting. Unfortunately, no matter how much she called out, how could Mouse Rat, who only obeyed Lu Ming, listen to her? Lu Ming, who was behind him, just nodded his head while releasing another golden aura to Mouse Rat in a smooth manner. At once, Mouse's aura became even more violent. It ended with a straight punch that sent the muscle big brother bee flying dry into the air. The hands condensed 5 special attributes of psychic energy. In the next moment, waves of multicolored light were condensed into a ball by Mouse in his hands. Skill 5 Elements Spiritual Art. Watching the muscle big brother bees in free fall in the sky. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the multicolored light instantly turned into a cannon firing towards the other side. Boom! A giant pillar in the sky flashed by. Chu Yunyan's muscular big brother bee was instantly blasted out of the playground. It continued until it bounced off the playground's defenses, which forced it to stop. Its original robust muscles became even more swollen. The face was even swollen directly into a pig's head. True physical enlargement. Seeing his masterpiece, Mouse instantly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It's been a long time since I've had such an easy fight. That sandbag just had a nice feel to it. All the spectators watching Lu Ming fight. After seeing the miserable appearance of the muscle big brother bee, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. No one had expected that Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse would actually be this strong. It took a while for everyone to respond. It turns out that from the beginning, the one Lu Ming had arranged to go on the field was not its main battle pet at all. It was actually only the second magical beast he contracted? But even so, that battle pet had also been much more powerful than an ordinary student's battle pet. As for the treasure-hunting mouse, as Lu Ming's battle pet, how strong does the strength have to be? Many people recognized Lu Ming's first battle pet as the treasure-hunting mouse. But it was because of this that they felt even more incredulous all of a sudden. No, what's up with that treasure-hunting mouse? Why is it so strong? More than that, have you guys seen the skill he just made? Never even heard of it, let alone seen it. How did he do it? It seems that the bloodline level of this treasure-seeking mouse isn't low, otherwise it wouldn't have awakened such a powerful talent. Oh my god. Did you guys see that muscular big brother bee? It's swollen from the beating. If this is carried to the hospital, I'm afraid it won't be saved for 3 or 5 days. Good guy. Such a critical moment. TSK, can only say that Chu students have bad luck, this obvious gap, shouldn't you admit defeat in advance? That Lu Ming is so scary. Straight up hotshot? Sigma man, you deserve it. The group of principal leaders on the stage. After seeing the skill that the treasure hunter mouse had just released, all of their faces also showed a look of surprise. On the side, Pan Junji was even more wide-eyed, constantly observing the treasure-seeking rats underneath. Disbelief filled his face. How is it possible? I remember that the treasure-hunting mouse is only an auxiliary magical beast for secret realm exploration, and this attack power is afraid that it is not even comparable to an indigo-level magical beast, right? Or is his battle pet not a treasure-hunting mouse at all? Hearing Pan Junji's words, once again, there was a sneer from a raptor behind him. Stupidity! How many years has it been since humans became beast masters? How can you determine the direction of each magical beast? Speaking of which, Psy Raptor couldn't help but get up from his seat as well. It's been loaded enough for today. He wanted to see more than anything else at the moment how Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse was different from a normal treasure-hunting mouse. While observing, he couldn't help but sneer. Each magical beast has a different character, a different talent, and even a different environment in which it grows after birth, do you think that a treasure-seeking mouse has to be an auxiliary magical beast? Isn't that what we Imperial Beastmasters do, is create the impossible?
If he couldn't even do that, then he was nothing more than an ordinary third-rate Imperial Beastmaster.
You are just a third-rate principal. This.
Hearing Raptor unmercifully disparaged by Psy Raptor,
Pan Junji's face was suddenly green and white.
The other leaders around them, however, couldn't help but show contemplation on their faces after hearing Psy Monglong's words. Looking at Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse, his eyes were filled with delight. President Psy, you said that Lu Ming, him and his battle pet, are sure that they can get into the two top academies, right? After hearing the words of the great leader, Psy Raptor pondered for a moment.
Affirmative nod.
There's no problem with getting into the two top academies, but with this ranking, I'm guessing it's only 1 or 200. Not bad, but I've heard that genius girl Zhuang Shui this year has already reached the 2-star 6th level. That talent of others really can't be compared. It's already remarkable that we in Qingshui City are able to cultivate a 200-odd times elite Imperial Beastmaster.
Hearing the words of the great leader,
Raptor glanced at him slightly, as if he had thought of something.
Duro-chan, I think this Lu Ming's talent isn't bad, it's just that he's almost resourceful.
The information showed that he had first contracted nothing more than an ordinary red-ranked gold-devouring mouse, but in just half a month, he had bred the gold-devouring mouse to become a treasure-hunting mouse. If we work harder, we may not have no chance to hit the top 10 in the country on the high school entrance exam.
National. Top 10?
Hearing Psy Raptor's words,
everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air in unison.
That big leader, even more so, looked at Psy Monglong with a face full of incredulity.
Is this fidelity?
I'm not sure, but there are times when geniuses want to prove themselves and all that's missing is an opportunity. You've seen Lu Ming's talent, and the Cole family's noble son is lifting it up. He's a golden bump in the garbage.
With a hand of bad cards like that, you still think he's not talented?
Speaking of which, Sailor Raptor was straight up graphic. While looking at the spirited teenager on the stage, he smiled.
I remember that the Secretary of Education has a recommendation for a genius training class every 3 years, right? Do you think you'll ever run into such an amazing teenager again?
This. Hearing Psy Raptor's words, a tangle flashed across the big leader's face. But Psy Raptor could tell that he had his heart set on it.
Gambling once, what if it works out?
Even if it doesn't work out, at least getting into the 2 top academies is already secure, so why not let him make another impact?
Or do you think it's impossible for a miracle to happen to this teenager? Finally,
the great leader exhaled a sharp, cloudy breath. The expression on his face gradually became serious and earnest. Looking at Lu Ming, who was cheered by the crowd on stage, he shook his head.
No, you're right. That child is a miracle just standing here right now. Chapter 74 Brother Strong loses his ability to fight. The invigilator beside him took a long time to react.
Looking at the muscular big brother bee who had flown out of bounds and was pinned to the shield. It was like a mosquito that had been swatted against a glass window.
Subconsciously, the invigilator winced. Immediately announced, the winner of this match is Lu Ming.
A cheer immediately erupted around them when they heard the monitoring teacher's announcement.
Those students of the Noble Academy who were not quite dealing with him originally.
After seeing Lu Ming's true strength. At this moment, all of them have also put down their prejudices. After all, a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. It also has soldier-class battle pets. Anyone who's been there knows what that means.
Oh my god. That Lu Ming is really powerful.
This strength is even stronger than Senior Ho, isn't it?
More than that. He also came first in the spiritual arts exam just now. Did you guys see that treasure-seeking mouse? How come it's so strong? Double section champion. My god, is that genius? It's a shame that such a powerful student isn't from our Qingshui Noble Private Academy. Wow. Suddenly I feel that little brother is so handsome. Do any of you have his contact information? Ding. Mission accomplished. You have successfully defeated Chu Yunyan. Quest reward, potential points 2. A D-ranked insect spiritual treasure. Chu Yunyan's slight favoritism. At the same time, the system prompted that Lu Ming's old lover's revenge quest was similarly completed. Seeing the reward for the quest, Lu Ming had an odd expression on his face. This woman, she really brushes herself off every time. He was a little embarrassed to lay a heavy hand on Chu Yunyan.
On the contrary, Lu and Summer, who were still fighting in the ring. All of them couldn't help but have their eyes light up after seeing Lu Ming's hot hand. Immediately, Lu Yi laughed and opened his mouth with joy. I knew it, my brother's no pussy. How could he go back to being a lickspill? Summer, who was still fighting, saw Lu Ming's side of the situation. It also secretly clenched its fists, and the wariness in its heart increased. At this moment, all the tension and worry in her heart disappeared. It's quite an eye-opener. Even while fighting, the smile on his entire face unconsciously bloomed a lot. Beat her opponent's battle pet to a pulp. As for this battle as the bitter master Chu Yunyan. After seeing his muscular big brother get KO'd by the treasure hunter mouse. The look on her face was as hard as a dead horse. Hatingly, she looked at the uninterested Lu Ming across the room. Clench your fists. But the next moment, a strange sentiment was generated in her mind. In this moment, her brain felt as if it had split. On the one hand, she felt hatred towards Lu Ming. But on the other hand, what was it about the man across from him that he suddenly felt handsome? Unable to help it, a flash of dismay flashed across Chu Yunyan's face. Feel the throbbing inside of you, and the sudden quickening of your heartbeat. Do I like Lu Ming? No way. Absolutely impossible. But Chu Yunyan herself didn't realize it. There was something vaguely ambiguous and dangerous in the way she looked at Lu Ming. The whole thing is on the verge of going bad. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not have the idea of continuing to tangle with his defeated men. Seeing that the invigilator had already declared the winner. Immediately, he re-entered the common room amidst the cheers of countless students. This time, he was always the first to arrive. Li Mu and the others who were sitting in the lounge watching Lu Ming fight the entire time. The moment he saw Lu Ming come in, everyone just felt as if they had needles growing out of their asses and jerked out of their seats. The Lu Ming in front of him was still the same Lu Ming. But everyone knows that. This big brother in front of him, it was now completely fine to go to the 4 great academies immediately. At best, they'll get into a third-rate Imperial Beasts University. In the future, they were destined to be one heaven and one earth with Lu Ming. There is no comparison. When he thought of the conversation he had with Lu Ming earlier, Li Mu's face went pale. Wanted to go up and apologize to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, however, didn't even bother to look at him and directly laid back on the sofa. The first thing that happened was that Li Mu's face became a few shades paler. The fight was much easier after that. Lu stopped in the 3rd round. Summer was unlucky and met Ho Fangji in the 4th round. The opponent's Red Xian beast had all sorts of secret treasures to enhance it, not to mention that its own strength had reached the peak of the mortal grade. Summer, on the other hand, has been working just as hard this whole time, though. But her Zimu Golden Lotus was only about to be 8 stars of the mortal grade. Stopped in 9th place. Instead, it was Lu Ming. The crowd, after seeing his treasure-hunting mouse, all knew his true strength. This was coupled with Lu Ming's relentless style of fighting against his opponents. He didn't even send his battle pet on the field for the next airport match. His opponent then simply chose to forfeit. The girls, in particular, looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with fear. After all, Lu Ming was a man who had laid his hands on a woman as beautiful as Chu Yunyan. No need to guess. This Lu Ming is definitely straighter than steel. Just like that, Lu Ming made it all the way to the finals unimpeded. As for his opponent, looking at the old acquaintance across the street, Lu Ming immediately waved his hand towards Ho Fangji. Yo! You're here too, Ho Xiao? It's not a coincidence. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji's face then revealed an excited smile. He could only be seen holding his arms in front of him and looking warmly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, right? I've long wanted to battle you at the top of the Forbidden City. You sure didn't let me down. Lu Ming. Dude is still so strong. Doesn't he really feel fleshed out when he says these things? Immediately, he summoned his own mouse and signaled him to go straight to the field. Huge rat carcasses, standing there. The king's dominance is overwhelming. At once, the surrounding students all looked over at Ho Fangji. All look forward to the showdown that follows. Seeing Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse, Ho Fangji immediately roared. Go lightning! Show the treasure-hunting rats across the street how good they are. Roar! The expected top matchup didn't happen.
Even the red Xian beast standing beside Hofangji only tantalizingly glanced at the treasure-hunting mouse on the stage. Looking at the battle-hardened treasure-hunting rats on the stage, he looked at Hofangji again. It pointed innocently, as if to say, "Me? That's right. Lightning, aren't you looking forward to the summit matchup? Come on. Stand up like a male beast. We're going to win." Hearing Hofangji's words, the red Xian beast instantly revealed an expression that looked as if it was looking at a retard as it looked at Hofangji. It's already annoying enough that the master is middle-aged. Now let him, a small mortal-grade magical beast, fight a soldier-grade magical beast. This beaver? Seeing as how Lightning still won't listen, Hofangji immediately took out a packet of premium feed and walked over to him, whispering up in its ear with a consulting flavor. "Lightning, help me out, it's just a simple fight for show." Roar. What answered him was the impatient roar of the red Xian beast. The next moment, a scratch flashed. Hofangji's school uniform in front of the whole school. Straight up popping shirts. Lu Ming. All schools? Hofangji. Monitor teacher. Hofangji has lost his ability to fight. Let me congratulate Lu Ming from Qingshui First Middle School for winning. Crowd? Can a beastmaster lose his ability to fight too? Chapter 75. I take you as my righteous father, you want to me? Award ceremony. Lu Ming easily took the reward for this joint exam amidst everyone's applause. He also didn't expect that the rewards of the joint examination would actually be 5 different attribute spirit treasures. Now, the materials used for the evolution of the rat bloodline had come together with another one. Next, all that was needed was to find the spiritual energy crystals of an imperial-grade magical beast. Mousy will be able to evolve straight away. Just how difficult was it to crystallize the spiritual energy of an imperial-level magical beast? In a small city like Qingshui City, I guess you don't even have to think about it. The only way to get there is to go to those big cities, the big secret places. He had seen the Amoy beast once. Anything above the handsome level is officially banned from sale. There might be some other channel, but with Lu Ming's current status, it was not known. It might be necessary to wait until after entering the university to have the chance to obtain the spiritual energy crystals of an imperial-grade magical beast. But even so, it was still quite a bit earlier than the time he expected to finish collecting the evolutionary materials. The next thing to do is to try to prepare for the Sentinel High School. Just as Lu Ming was pondering the follow-up plan, suddenly, a kind voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. "Mr. Lu Ming, your performance this time is excellent. Qingshui City can produce a genius like you. We who are leaders are also very pleased. Here, on behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to give you a special reward." Hearing this voice, Lu Ming came back to his senses. Then he saw a large leader with a slightly thinning hairline, looking at himself with a smile. Behind him, even Principal Xiang had to stand behind him. It was to that President Sai whom he had met once in the Imperial Beast Association. It was standing next to this great leader at the moment. There was admiration in the eyes that looked at him. Then, Lu Ming saw the director across the street take out a special metal card in his hand and handed it directly to Lu Ming. "This is?" Seeing the metal card that the other party handed to him, a flash of doubt flashed across Lu Ming's face. "This is a ticket, a special ticket to a designated secret realm. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, go to the Greenwater platform and just give it to the platform staff." Tickets? Hearing the big leader's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. He knew from the memory of the former lord. After the cataclysm, traditional long-distance transportation has been discontinued. You have to piggyback on special magical beasts to get to other cities. The gold coins needed for even just a city-to-city ticket are measured in thousands. Ordinary people rarely go out unless there are special circumstances. And now the great leader has given himself a special ticket. And where does this ticket go? Scratching his head, Lu Ming still wanted to inquire. However, he saw that the big leader had already patted his shoulder and took a group photo with Lu Ming. That's the way these officials are, all of them are riddlers. Can't you just say what's going on? Helpless, Lu Ming had no choice but to put the card away. By the time this joint exam was over, the smile on Principal Xiang's face didn't stop. Not only did their first high school get the first place in the joint exam this time. Most importantly, Lu Ming also got the thing. Wait until the bus has reopened back at the school. Principal Xiang looked at Lu Ming with a rare solemn face and said, "Lu, remember the words of the great leader, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock you must be at the Qingshui platform." Hearing Principal Xiang's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but become even more curious. "So Principal, where does this ticket lead?" "A ticket? It's not just a ticket, it's a ticket to the secret world, or real secret world ticket. As for where exactly, I don't know, because I haven't been there either." "Huh?" Hearing Principal Xiang's words, the doubt on Lu Ming's face increased. This wouldn't be traveling to some small country and giving yourself line karma, would it? And to the principal, because of the relationship between knowing also not much. So it didn't say much. But looking at his excited look, Lu Ming knew. The ticket should be good, right? It was the real secret world mentioned to the principal that made him wonder. Is the secret realm also divided into real and fake? That novice secret realm he went to before, and the spirit water beast Zephyr's secret realm. True or false? Unfortunately, there was no one to give him answers to any of this. I searched the internet, but I didn't see anything about the real secret world. So in the end, Lu Ming simply stopped searching. When you get yourself in the car, you'll know what the real secret world is all about. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming began to organize his gains from this joint examination. First, there are 5 spirit treasures. C-grade spiritual treasure Tai Sui flesh, C-grade spiritual treasure extreme cold crystal marrow. D-grade spiritual treasure extreme Aragon's heart, D-grade spiritual treasure universal gear, D-grade spiritual treasure fruit of epiphany small. There was also the D-grade spiritual treasure insect wing crystals that Chu Yunyan had contributed to himself. Among them, the spiritual treasures that could be used for mouse and snake. There's Taiyaki Neat, extremely cold crystal marrow, heart of an extremely fast subdragon, and an epiphany fruit small. These things, however, Lu Ming found after looking them up on the internet. It's not that giving them a straight dose works best. For example, Taiyaki Neat can best be given to fighting-type battle pets. It can significantly increase the attack power, defense power, and attack speed of the fighting war pet. Of course, the effect of ordinary magical beasts taking it was just as effective, but it wasn't as immediate as if it was given to a fighting lineage battle pet. As for the extremely cold crystal marrow, it was most effective when given to water-based magical beasts. The ice spirit dragon python itself had an ice attribute, and giving it another dose could only have an average effect. To the heart of the extreme speed sub-dragon, this special spirit treasure could increase the movement speed of the battle pet by a small margin. Both rats and snakes are able to use it. It was the last epiphany fruit that aroused Lu Ming's not-so-small interest. Although the fruit of epiphany was a D-grade spiritual treasure, its effect was in no way inferior to that of a C-grade spiritual treasure. This was because his function was to allow the Imperial Beast Master's battle pet to comprehend another random skill. A small epiphany fruit allows a battle pet to comprehend an E-rank to C-rank skill. The higher the potential of the magical beast taking the epiphany fruit, the better the effect would be. As for the remaining 2 spiritual treasures, Lu Ming could not use any of them. He was also torn as to whether or not to take these spiritual treasures to Mouse to use. Although Mouse Rat only needed 5 random spiritual treasures, paired with Imperial-grade spiritual energy crystals to evolve. However, if it was possible, Lu Ming still hoped that he could use the corresponding attribute spirit treasures of the 5 previous secret treasure attributes to help Mouse Rat evolve again. Only to see that he put away the spiritual treasures in front of him one by one under Mouse's lost gaze. Then he came next door to the dormitory where Lu Yi was. Knock hard on the door of Fatty's dormitory. Within moments, there was the sound of chickens flying inside. Misty grass. Who's up all night? Fatty's impatient voice came from inside the room. After opening the door, he found Lu Ming standing in his doorway. Unable to help it, Fatty looked at Lu Ming with some consternation. What's wrong, old Lu? Not sleeping at this hour? Lu Ming, on the other hand, just smiled and shook his head. Under Lu Ye's shocked gaze, he took out a piece of heart that seemed to be beating from his hand. This is the heart of the extreme speed sub-dragon. I checked it out, it's useful for the Phantom Knight Siren. Don't you want to take the Green Dragon military school? Let the illusory Knight Charmer eat it, and you'll have a better chance of passing the exam. What? Hearing that Lu Ming was going to let himself have such a precious spiritual treasure, Lu Ye's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Then he shook the alarm into a rattle. Say nothing to take it. No need, old Lu. You really don't have to. My illusory Knight Salamander Phantom is already at the 7th star of the mortal grade,
and with some effort it will reach the 9th star of the mortal grade. You really don't need to. Just before Lu Yi could finish his sentence, Lu Ming forcefully shoved the heart of the extreme speed sub-dragon into his hands. Facing the power of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, Lu Yi did not have no possibility of refusing. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked at him seriously and said, "Have you forgotten? You said last time that you didn't want to give up your chance when it was right in front of you, and now you're going to give up your chance? But this is your... Don't but. I'm leaving and I don't know how many days I'll be gone. You can only get stronger on your own while I'm gone. 9 stars at the mortal level doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to get into the Green Dragon Military Academy. The only way to have absolute certainty is to have the Phantom Knight Salamander Phantom reach the soldier rank, or if you become a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. So go fatty. Remember what I said during the test today? What are Lu Ming's words?" Unable to help it, a flash of dismay flashed across Lu Ye's face. But the next moment, his whole body rang violently as if he had been electrocuted. "He's talking about. See you at the top." Hearing Lu Ming's words, the fat man's originally apprehensive face. It also gradually became solemn. He looked at the spiritual treasure in his hand and then at Lu Ming. Then he let out a fierce roar. "Old Lu! You are my righteous father. Hey! It's my good oldest child this time. Who was that forced sensationalism for just now?" After saying that, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something and took out the extremely cold crystal pith he had on him. Looking at Lu's shocked expression, he shoved the same into his hand. At once, Lu was numb and clawed, showing a pouty expression. "Misty grass old Lu. I take you for a righteous father and you want to me? So what? It's my first time too, so go easy." Lu Ming. With a kick to the fat man's meaty buttocks, Lu Ming directly rolled his eyes. Could it get any more disgusting? "Give this to Summer. I'm leaving in the morning and I don't think I'll get a chance to say goodbye to her, so tell her to practice hard and try to get into one of the 4 major schools." Wait until Lu Ming finished explaining everything. Only then did he return to his quarters. And so it was, after a night of simple packing. Early the next morning, he caught a bus to the Greenwater platform. At this moment, a young girl was standing quietly at the entrance of the campus, watching Lu Ming leave. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "What? Not going to say goodbye?" Hearing Yi Choyu's voice, Summer's lost expression slightly tightened. After clenching his fists, a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. "No need. I'll definitely get into the 2 top universities. When I get to the university, I'll personally convey my feelings." Chapter 76, The Beast Train. At 7:50 a.m., Lu Ming arrived at the Qingshui station. What surprised Lu Ming was that inside this station, it actually still possessed the products of the railroad tracks of the humans of the old times. He had clearly read the information and remembered that there was no longer any long-distance transportation today. So what do these tracks do? Just as Lu Ming was curious. "Brother Lu." Fate. Behind him, a familiar voice suddenly came. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming couldn't help but look over with some curiosity. Then it was realized that Ho Fangji had actually come to the station as well. Isn't this Ho Xiao? You're going out of town too?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji immediately smiled and shook his head. Then from within his own open pocket he pulled out the medal card. "I asked my uncle to get me a ticket to the Genius Training Camp, and I'm going to go with you to the real secret world to see the world this time." This. Not bad for a second-generation official. Did he casually get what others had fought so hard to get? But Lu Ming didn't think much of it. Why should people's generations of hard work outweigh their own talent? He was confident that with the system he would be able to catch up with the other side very quickly. On the contrary, Ho Fangji mentioned the real secret world. It got him interested again. "So old husband, what is this real secret world thing? Old Marquis?" Hearing this title for the first time, Ho Fangji couldn't help but stare. Soon, though, he stopped dwelling on it. With a moment of thought on his face, he said with some uncertainty, "I heard my uncle say that the so-called real secret realms, their location seems to be in the Beast Star." "Beast Star?" Hearing this reply, Lu Ming was visibly stunned. "If that's the case, what's the difference between the real secret world and the ones we've been to before?" Lu Ming's question to the point that Ho Fangji froze. Scratching his head, he could only shrug helplessly after a moment's thought. I can't say exactly, but my uncle said that anyone who has been there can feel the difference. Speaking of which, it's almost 8 o'clock, where's the car? Why isn't it here yet? Tainted, tainted, tainted. As he was talking, there was a sudden, dirty roar like that of a train not far away. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji, who had just been chatting, were instantly stunned. Turning his head in the direction of the train, Lu Ming then realized that the train that was driving by wasn't a train at all. Rather, a huge centipede-type magical beast. Although it was a centipede-type magical beast, the magical beast in front of him did not belong to the beast lineage. Instead, it is a mechanical magic beast. Its hard shell was as dark as steel. Along with its rapid movement, red heat waves like steam would spew out around it every now and then. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming knew the full name of this magical beast. Race, Iron Bastard Centipede. Grade, Handsome 5-star. Bloodline, Green level. Talent, Dynamic Shuttle, Order to Prohibit, Extreme State of Speed. Attributes, Mechanical, Insect. Weakness, Overheating, for every hour of movement, 10 minutes of trimming is required, and the trimming time is doubled at extreme speeds. Skills, Polymerized Heat Dissipation, Overclocking, Energy Cannon, Bug Force Magnetic Field. Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, Fusion Core. Sin value, 0. The huge steel bully centipede was 1,000 meters long. What had been a worm's foot also became a wheel mounted on a railroad track. This magical beast, it was actually a handsome grade magical beast. Also, ordinary magical beasts if they were in a hurry. It's easy to get sneaked up on by a wraith in the wild. With the beast star constantly merging with the blue star, the wraith flood has become unstoppable. Those who were able to ride this kind of magical beast train were usually Imperial Beast Masters. When the steel gate on the side of the Steel Buster centipede opened, countless Imperial Beast Masters carrying battle pets got off the bus. Handsome magical beasts as vehicles, and only Imperial Beast Masters could afford tickets to this place. And ordinary people. It's not often you get to go out in this life. Being stuck in one city for the rest of their lives is the fate of most of them. Taking advantage of the Steel Bastard Centipede's respite, the duo of Lu Ming and Ho Fangji immediately took their tickets and found the conductor. At the sight of the two men's tickets, the conductor's expression became noticeably more solemn. Gentlemen, please proceed to VIP Compartment 2, you are expected to be handed your destination in 3 hours. After handing the tickets back to Lu Ming and the two of them, the conductor started a new ticket check. Hearing the conductor's words, the duo quickly came to the end of the steel bully centipede. When he entered his eyes, he saw a huge mechanical centipede head. Seeing Lu Ming and his duo coming over, it also let out a puff of red vapor as a greeting. Seeing this kind of magical beast that could ride inside for the first time, Lu Ming was filled with curiosity everywhere inside. Entering the interior of the VIP compartment only to find out there are metallized constructions all over the inside. Somewhat similar to the VIP carriages of high-speed trains in the previous world. But the furnishings look as if they are the inner workings of the steel bully centipede. Anyway, Lu Ming didn't see any screws or other parts. It's like wraith organs? At the moment, there were only Lu Ming and Ho Fangji in the large carriage. Only to see a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster conductor come to their compartment, followed by an ape-like magical beast. Upon seeing the duo of Lu Ming and Ho Fangji, the other party immediately said respectfully, "Welcome both of you to this train S074, I am your exclusive steward for this time, you can talk to me if you need anything." Oh? Hearing the words of the Chang stewardess, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji immediately looked at each other before shaking their heads in unison. Seeing that the two were fine, the other just stood still in the box. Like a statue, it didn't move a muscle. Being stared at like that, the duo also felt a little embarrassed. At that moment, Ho Fangji, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, "So what, can you get out first? We both can't let go with you around." The stewardess, however, just shook her head respectfully, showing a hint of apology. "I'm very sorry to make your journey anxious, but I must ensure the safety of both of you for the rest of the journey, so forgive me if I cannot leave." Eh? How can we be in danger when we're fine? Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the conductor just smiled without saying anything. It was Lu Ming, who seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but look out the window. "You mean there's going to be danger out there, don't you?" That's right, basically every time we set out, our train encounters a wraith attack. Sometimes it's a minor nuisance, but on average we encounter at least one large-scale wave of beasts every month. The two of you are our most honored guests on this train, and I naturally want to ensure your safety. Was saying. The crowd suddenly felt a tremor in the seats beneath them. The steel overlord centipede that had stopped to rest had finally rested. The next moment, fiery steam erupted from its body. The entire body slowly transformed from its original black color towards red. The moment the energy continues to a certain level. Whoosh! The steel overlord centipede was immediately launched like a cannonball. Instant speed up towards 500 kilometers per hour. But miraculously, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji, who were inside, actually couldn't feel any violent shaking. On the contrary, the steel bastard centipede was actually very smooth. This is unbelievable. Having only just set out, Lu Ming experienced a surprise he had never seen before. Now, Lu Ming was even more excited about his next journey. Chapter 77: A Tide of Beasts in the Ruins of a City. Tainted, tainted, tainted. It was accompanied by another tainted cry from the steel bastard centipede. The original reddish body also gradually turned black. At the same time, the conductor's voice sounded over the radio in the body. Arriving at Hongjiang City ahead, passengers arriving at the station please get off within 10 minutes. Looking at the Hongjiang City outside, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji all couldn't help but widen their eyes. All along the way their wraith train was unimpeded. There was no wraith attack situation as described by the conductor. However, it was because the steel overlord centipede was traveling very quickly. The result was that they didn't really get to see much of the sights. It took but half an hour to reach the next city. The 4-star Imperial Beast Master trainer beside him was still like a loyal bodyguard. The carriage guarding Lu Ming and the others. To be honest, is a bit boring. Only Ho Fangji yawned in slight boredom. Always felt like this trip was a bit boring. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the conductor beside him couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Because we're still inside the Blue Star. The further back you go, the higher the likelihood of encountering danger. Oh? Hearing the conductor's words, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji were instantly interested. Although Ho Fangji was the son of a large family, before he became a royal beast master, he likewise had few opportunities to go out. No one is uninterested in the world outside the city. Not to mention the star of the beast that has been written about in history books. Unable to help it, Lu Ming looked at the conductor with some curiosity and couldn't help but ask. Will this magical beast train still lead to the beast planet? I remember the textbook saying that the beast planet is a completely desolate land with a large number of magical beasts, completely unsuitable for human habitation. The conductor, on the other hand, seems to have been used to this problem for a long time. Instantly, he smiled and shook his head. Ordinary people don't have the right to know, but since all of you are prospective candidates heading to the genius training camp, it proves that you will know about this sooner or later. The beast planet isn't as desolate as you might think, and actually has quite a few races of life other than magical beasts. For example, the wraith train we are riding now is actually a brand new mechanical wraith called the Overlord Centipede Modified. How many years do you think it would take to develop it with our Bluesterians themselves? Tainted, tainted, tainted. As he was saying this, the steel bastard centipede's resting time ended once again. After a moment's pause, the ape-like wraith beside the conductor suddenly became tense. Only the conductor gave a slight lurch, then continued. The steel overlord centipede was not invented by us blue planets, but from a special breeding technique unearthed on the beast planet. What? Hearing the words of the conductor, shock was immediately written all over Lu Ming and Ho Fangji's faces. The conductor, on the other hand, just nodded with a flat face. The exact size of the beast planet is unknown at this time. The area we have explored in Blue Star alone is 18 times the size of Blue Star. There are countless other civilizations, remnants of civilizations that became history, that we encountered in them, and even if it were another 500 years, there wouldn't be enough for us to dig through. Some scientists have predicted that the beast planet is a strange planet bonded by different planets. How exactly should I put it? Speaking of this, the conductor sold a joke and smiled at Lu Ming and Ho Fangji again. When the two of you reach the real secret realm, you will all know. The real secret world again. When he heard this word again, Lu Ming's mind was still filled with doubts. Why did everyone tell him that he would know when he reached where he was? Just as he was about to question the conductor again, only to realize that the conductor's eyes were now looking dead out the window. His brow was furrowed as if he had encountered some serious problem.
only to see him suddenly stand up and say, "Both of you, please take your seats next, the first wave of beasts is coming." As they were talking, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji realized this. The original city skyscrapers outside the window had at some point been turned into a pile of urban rubble. It looks like a city that was abandoned by humans. The remains of the former city are everywhere around. Every now and then, 3 or 5 magical beasts could be seen appearing above those crumbling tall buildings. Gawking at the magical beast train, Lu Ming and the others were traveling on. The next moment, an urgent announcement from the conductor came from inside the train. "Dear comrade passengers, this train has been attacked by a magical beast. The degree of the beast wave is medium, the danger level is level 3, all passengers please stay in the carriages and prepare for defense. Dear comrade traveler. Dear." It was broadcast 3 times in a row. Upon hearing the tip from above, a cautious look immediately appeared on Lu Ming and Ho Fangji's faces. Lu Ming also didn't expect to encounter danger just by taking a trip on the magical beast train. For that matter, they're still within range of the blue star. What if we left the blue planet and arrived at the beast planet? And what kind of light will we all face then? So Mr. Conductor, what does the beast tide level and also the danger level mean? The number of medium beast tides is between 1,000 and 3,000, with a danger level of 3, and the maximum number of magical beasts that will not appear is more than the general level. A general class magical beast? Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji immediately sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Outside the city, did it turn out to be so dangerous? A wave of beasts that could appear at any time, as well as general-level magical beasts. Just thinking about it made everyone feel a tingle in their scalp. The conductor, on the other hand, seems to be used to this. Immediately, he glanced towards his battle pet. The handsome level-bursting demon ape then opened the window and nimbly climbed up to the carriage above. At the same time, the body of the steel overlord centipede suddenly transformed into attack mode. Countless barrel cannons poked out of its steel carriages. There was a burst of output at the wraiths that were gawking outside. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Energy bullets kept firing towards the crumbling buildings around them. The buildings and magical beasts that were hit were instantly torn apart. The steel overlord centipede is a handsome grade magical beast. Even just a normal attack would cause great damage. Inside the city it's just a somewhat faster wraith train. But out of the city, it was an incomparably powerful mechanical magical beast. Ow. At the same time, a mournful and pale wolf howl suddenly came from the surroundings. Ow, ow, ow. More and more wolves howled, responding in droves from all sides of the city's ruins. Countless wolf-type magical beasts rushed out from all directions of the house ruins. Among them, a wolf-type magical beast with a dark black glow all over its body appeared in front of everyone. Standing on the floor of the tallest building in the city. Staring at the sun and falling straight down the stairs. The next moment, countless wolves responded. They crashed down the stairs and rushed towards the magical beast train Lu Ming and the others were in. Roar! On top of each carriage, there was a magical beast of at least general level crawling and crouching on the carriage, making a strict battle stance. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji's hearts couldn't help but thump at the moment. This is not child's play. Not their usual training. Nor is it a so-called quiz. Instead, it's a real fight. All the battles that had once been fought were like the nonsense between children in front of a real beast tide. Only Ho Fangji said to the conductor beside him, "Do you want us to make a move? We're also beast royalists." At his words, the conductor just smiled and shook his head. "No need, sir, our mission is to protect you, this beast wave is nothing to us. It won't take 10 minutes and we'll be able to take care of it, so all you have to do is sit tight." When he finished speaking, he saw a ball of spiritual light coalesce in the hands of the conductor in front of him. This is spiritual magic. Chapter 78, Jair's Demon Wolf King. Spiritual Arts Infinite Firepower. At the moment, the conductors in each car. In unison, they cast a unified spirit art. In an instant, layer after layer of spirit arts wrapped around the top of each carriage. The rate of fire of the guns on those steel overlord centipedes had instantly more than doubled. Rumble. The violent sound of gunfire was heard throughout the carriage. The magical beasts that were charging towards the carriages. It's not even time to react. It was just drowned out by this horrible fire. In an instant, the magical beasts that had just been raging The action was instantly weaker by a hair. Ow! Seeing his advance guard taken out, the Wolf King that had just been there let out a disgruntled howl. In the next moment, a huge electric spark coalesced from the huge horn on top of its head. Boom! It was supposed to be a big sunny day in the sky. A large bolt of lightning descended violently. Bucket-thick lightning, the moment it was about to strike the steel overlord centipede. A transparent red shield flickered. It directly blocked the Wolf King's full-force strike. Skill bug power magnetic field. The wraith train of offense and defense fills one with a sense of security. And that Wolf King, because of its eagerness, exposed its position. It's now. Steel Overlord Centipede, Explosive Inferno Demon Ape, fire the energy cannons. See, the opportunity has presented itself. The trainer beside Lu Ming immediately gave orders to his magical beast. Tainted, tainted, tainted. Hear the conductor's orders. On the second carriage of the steel bully centipede, countless amounts of steel coalesced and finally turned into a cannon shape full of sci-fi. Only to see the explosive demon ape grab the cannon in front of him with both hands in a death grip. A mouthful of violent white flames spewed out directly on top of the cannon. In an instant, the energy-filled compartments on the muzzle were filled bit by bit. The moment the energy fills in, fire! Energy cannons! At that instant, the veins of the explosive demon ape's arms burst out. It was aimed directly at the opposite Wolf King. Seeing this scene, the Wolf King seemed to sense danger in his heart. Ow! A command! Countless wolf-type magical beasts defied their lives and blocked in front of the Wolf King. The Wolf King, on the other hand, was about to leave on the soles of his feet. It's now! Boom! There was a loud bang. The deafening sound of cannons was interspersed with terrifying fire energy. Moment! The wolf-type magical beasts formed a huge wolf wall, which was directly pierced through by the energy cannon jointly executed by the Steel Overlord Centipede and the explosive Flame Demon Ape. The energy cannons that struck these demon wolves did not diminish in their remaining power and shattered countless buildings behind them. Rumble, rumble, rumble came the loud noise. One shot. At least 3 of the already crumbling buildings. It crashed directly to the ground, smashing an unknown number of magical beasts to death. Shocked at the scene before them, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji were all too stunned to speak. Unable to help it, Ho Fangji gulped and couldn't help but ask, "Is that demon Wolf King dead?" Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, the conductor, however, shook his head somewhat helplessly. Unfortunately, it didn't, or let it escape. Eh? At once, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji were even more surprised. A blow that terrifying, even a handsome grade demonic beast wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it? That demon Wolf King actually dodged it? The conductor, on the other hand, just nodded with a stony face. Indeed, this isn't the first time we've encountered an attack from that demon wolf. With the same tactic, it was able to dodge the energy cannons every time. And this demon Wolf King has a very small and vindictive heart, so we have to be on our toes before we leave this area. Hearing the conductor's words, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji glanced at each other. Never in a million years would I have thought that a simple general-level magical beast. It would actually cause a 4-star Imperial Beast Master to feel pressure. Of course, if it was a one-on-one fight, the other party would certainly not be afraid. But the train conductor's first job is to keep the passengers on board safe. So every time, the other party had to watch with bated breath as that demon Wolf King escaped. Ow! Only to see that not far away, there was once again a mournful wolf howl. There was resentment and viciousness in his voice. Look in the direction the voice came from. Only to see that the Wolf King was staring at the wraith train dead in the face under the sun. As the conductor said. With that look in its eyes, it definitely wouldn't let go of the train Lu Ming and the others were traveling on so easily. Instantly, the conductor frowned at the direction of the other man and gave a warning to all. Warning! There is a high probability that the Draconic Thunder Demon Wolf King will launch a secondary attack. All train crews continue to remain in combat mode. Compartment 3 copy. Compartment 4 copy. Reporting damage to the center of Compartment 5, please dispatch repair droid for repairs. Report, Compartment 16 is badly damaged, passengers unharmed. Compartment 38 copy. Numerous responses were heard in quick succession. This conductor made all the arrangements. Eyes nervously looked across the room in the direction of the Wolf King. Only the Wolf King followed the train and kept jumping,
his eyes full of viciousness and venom. Just as the conductor was feeling uneasy, suddenly, Lu Ming, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. "Mr. Conductor, if I were to say that I have a way to help you find the location of the demon Wolf King, wouldn't that guarantee that he would be killed?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji and the conductor's faces all showed a touch of dismay. As for Ho Fangji, the way he looked at Lu Ming was better, like he was looking at a monster. Lu Ming, are you sure? This is no joke. Besides, what can you do? Lu Ming, on the other hand, just looked at the direction of the Wolf King across the street with a burning gaze, and then nodded his head vigorously. "Speaking of which, I really do. I have a spirit art that can lock onto the enemy's location, and as long as I can lock onto it, I can point out the exact direction of the demon Wolf King." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the train conductor beside him immediately showed a flash of shock on his face. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a spiritual art. Unable to help it, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lu Ming, are you sure?" "Of course, I wouldn't joke about my safety." As a matter of fact, he really does have this spiritual art. It was the reward he had once received when he completed the legendary Grandmaster quest. I just never had a chance to use it myself after that. Right now, to a good time. Lock marks a magical beast within 500 meters. No matter where the opponent is within 500 meters, you will be able to see it at the first time. Time limit 1 hour. 500 meters is a bit dangerous. Therefore, Lu Ming directly invested 2 potential points in spiritual art lockdown. Instantly, the range of the spirit art became 2,000 meters and the time limit became 2 hours. Looking aside to the conductor, he straightened up. "Within 2,000 meters, as long as the Wolf King is there, I'll be able to lock him down immediately." This 2,000 meters, that distance is actually a bit dangerous. The proximity of the Wolf King would definitely be accompanied by the proximity of the wolves, if the Wolf King could not be eliminated. The steel bastard centipede is likely to be hit by a wave of beasts. Should we choose to trust Lu Ming, or should we choose to stick to the rules and protect the safety of the passengers? At once the conductor was lost in thought. With every second that passes, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry and just looked at the other party silently. Finally, the conductor seemed to make some sort of decision. Turning to Lu Ming, he said, "Mr. Lu Ming, I have a whole train full of passengers, can I trust you?" Chapter 79, Sniping the Wolf King, Facing the Beast Tide. "Sure. But I have one condition." "Oh?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, the conductor couldn't help but look at him. Then nodded. "Yes, I can fulfill your request as long as it is within my power." After all, the situation at hand. Lu Ming's ability was exactly what they needed most. If we can get rid of the Wolf King once and for all. In the future, Train S074 will have a short period of peace in the Blue Star area. For the conductor, this matter is undoubtedly even more important. Instead, Lu Ming made a request. "My use of spirit arts only works best when I work with my own battle pet. I apply to go on the train with my battle pet to use the energy cannon." This. Hearing Lu Ming's request, the conductor's face couldn't help but flash with an odd look. "That's all that's required?" "Right." The conductor, who had originally been prepared for Lu Ming's lion's share of the bill. After hearing his request, his face couldn't help but show a touch of movement. Look at Lu Ming with a pure look. I'll be damned. To actually doubt the purity of a teenager. Unable to help it, this conductor's face twisted and he wanted to slap himself. "This request can be fulfilled. I will send my war pet along to assist you later. And if you can really assist us in taking down the demon Wolf King, I will ask for credit from your Imperial Beast Association after we leave, and the points rewarded will be credited to your badges." "Oh? I can't believe there's a surprise." Nodding, Lu Ming didn't say any more. The conductor, on the other hand, left their compartment number 2 in a hurry and walked quickly in the direction of where conductor number 1 was. In a few moments, however, he was once again in the carriage. "I've gotten permission from the conductor, and when the demon Wolf King attacks again later, my explosive demon ape will immediately take you above the train." Hearing the conductor's words, Lu Ming just nodded and said no more. When Ho Fangji, who was on the side, saw this, he couldn't help but ask Lu Ming, "Lu Ming, are you sure you're sure? If this doesn't work out, it might go on the records of the Imperial Beast Association, and it will have an impact on your future promotion at that time." Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming only smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have it in mind. After that, he closed his eyes and said no more. But Ho Fangji still came up to him and tugged at the corner of his coat. Are you crazy? What if the beast tide hits the train? You'll definitely be the first to be attacked if you're out there. Do you really think you can carry it all on your own? In the face of Ho Fangji's concern, Lu Ming just smiled calmly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If you're really worried about me, why don't you come up with me? A few dishes. Drinking like this? You want me to go up with you? I have a great family waiting for me to inherit. Why should I accompany you to die? That's not all. What do you care? Seeing Lu Ming's oil and salt, Ho Fangji couldn't help but let out a sigh. Originally, he had wanted to take Lu Ming as his junior. Don't die out there. Thinking of this, Ho Fangji sighed slightly. From within his own coat pocket, he took out a crystal that resembled a psychic energy crystal. Throwing it into Lu Ming's hands, he shrugged and said, This is an amulet given to me by my old uncle. It can withstand the full force of a magical beast below the general level. You'd better not use it, or recharging it could be troublesome. Receiving the other party's things, Lu Ming's heart warmed. Should I say no? This rich young man is a bit of a middle child though. But out to be generous. Thanks. Don't ever break it. This has to be returned. Good. After saying that, Lu Ming summoned his mouse rat and little snake, silently waiting for the next attack. Behind him, the demon wolf king was continuously gathering his subordinates, accompanied by the sound of a wolf howling at intervals from it. A pack of demon wolves would join it nearby. But in a moment, the rear carriages of the train were followed by countless demon wolves. The sky was covered with demonic wolves, and it was impossible to see the end of them. In the meantime, the alarm on the train suddenly sounded. Traces of the demon wolf king have been detected in compartment 14. It is approaching at extreme speed. Requesting backup. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming, who was still resting with his eyes closed, instantly opened his eyes. Beside him, the conductor, who had been preparing for a long time, quietly looked at Lu Ming. A slight bow. Then Mr. Lu Ming, I'm counting on you next. Explosive Flame Demon Ape, take Mr. Lu Ming to the carriage. Oh ah. Only to see the explosive demon ape patting his chest with force. In the next moment, he directly opened the window of the car and climbed directly to the top of the carriage wearing Lu Ming and his battle pet. A layer of flame armor coalesced around his body. At this moment, the intimidating pressure of a handsome level magical beast was revealed. The explosive flame demon ape that had transformed into a gigantic monster directly dragged Lu Ming, as well as mouse rat and little snake piece by piece. Whoosh! It transformed directly into a bolt of lightning. Swiftly, he circled carriage after carriage. The passengers inside the car were only able to hear the occasional trampling sounds coming from the carriages. One couldn't help but look at the ceiling in curiosity. By the time the explosive demon ape brought Lu Ming to compartment 14, facing them was an overwhelming number of demonic wolves. At the top of each demon wolf's head, there was a small horn of delicacy. Every now and then, a lightning bolt would be released towards the steel overlord centipede. A strong electric current hit the steel centipede. And yet it doesn't do much damage. But when those currents are more than enough? Or will quantitative change produce qualitative change? Soon the carriages around number 14 were blackened with electricity. There was also a tremor coming from the entire carriage. Apparently, the steel overlord centipede itself had suffered just as much damage. In the past, at this time, the conductor would directly order the explosive demon ape to fire the energy cannon. But now, at this moment, Lu Ming was constantly searching for that demon wolf king. Facing thousands of magical beasts, trying to find it among them was just too difficult. The explosive flame demon ape beside him coalesced a large shield of flame in his hand. Help Lu Ming keep blocking the attacks around him. The guns around them kept firing. The tide of demon wolf beasts was also getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the others. Ow! Only a demon wolf was seen crawling towards the wagon. It was about to tear into Lu Ming. Click, click. The next moment, its body was pierced by an ice arrow like a lance. With a wail, he fell straight to the ground, and then was quickly trampled to death by the later demon wolves. On Mouse Rat's side, he directly condensed the Dharma heaven and earth. There was no mercy in the face of the magical beasts that lunged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming himself, on the other hand, kept his own eyes wide open as he kept scanning the surrounding demon wolves.
Race, Desolate Thunder Demon Wolf. Grade, Mortal Grade 7 stars. Race, Desolate Thunder Demon Wolf. Grade Soldier Grade 3 stars. Race, Desolate Thunder Demon Wolf. Rank, General Grade 7 stars. Race, Desolate Thunder Demon Wolf. Grade, Military Grade 4 star. Countless messages flashed before Lu Ming's eyes. In the next moment, he jerked his head back to look at the information about the demonic wolf he had just seen. Among the many magical beasts, a magical wolf's rank far exceeded the others. It's actually reached the general level of 7 stars? Looking at the demon wolf king again, Lu Ming realized. Mixed in with the wolves, the horns on top of his head were a hair longer than the other demon wolves. That's it. Spirit Magic Lockdown.
The next moment, a scarlet skull appeared on the demon wolf king's head.
Lu Ming, on the other hand, roared loudly into the air. I have found the demon wolf king. Requesting an attack.
Hearing Lu Ming's words, the conductor was also not the least bit with.
Steel Buster Centipede. Activate the energy cannon.
Explosive demon ape, you're in charge of recharging.
Mouse. Use Mana Sky and shoot on my command.
In an instant, the huge energy cannon appeared in front of Lu Ming and Mouse.
Only to see Mouse's huge phallic form grabbing the energy cannon in front of him with a death grip.
Beside him, the explosive demon ape was continuously charging towards the energy cannon.
Ding!
Only the sound of the charge being completed was heard. Looking at the demon wolf not far away, Lu Ming immediately gave an order to Mouse.
6 o'clock Mouse, stand by.
Chapter 80 Storming the Wolf King, Terrifying Harvest.
Filled with energy on the cannon. It's flashing brightly at the moment. The demon wolf king on the opposite side clearly had a deep understanding of the performance of energy cannons.
A year ago, it was very lucky to have squeaked past the energy cannons from the many demon wolves. And by relying on the spirit energy crystals of his dead peers, he had grown to the point where he was now. Relying on this valuable knowledge, it arranged for the clan's wolves to attack the Wraith Train time and time again. Both coveting the Wraith Train and working to grow their own power. Because in the end 80% of the pack's psychic energy crystals will go into its mouth.
The leftovers are what the other demon wolves eat.
He, on the other hand, would sooner or later advance again by devouring a large amount of spiritual energy crystals. At that time, becoming a Shui level, King level, or even Emperor level was just a matter of time. Seeing the end of the energy cannon recharge.
Only to hear the demon wolf king let out a violent wolf howl together. In an instant, the demon wolves under his command once again pounced into a wall of wolves and blocked him.
The demon wolf king, on the other hand, made use of the skill it had realized in the edge of life and death.
Skill Lightning Streak Run.
In an instant, its speed surged by a large margin. When it reappeared, it was already 100 meters away in the right direction. Looking at the demon wolves behind it, it seemed to have seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and spirit energy crystals all over the ground. Just as it couldn't help but drool and think about how it would nibble on that wave of deliciousness later.
Boom!
Violent artillery fire erupted.
The opposite wolf wall was instantly pierced by the energy cannon.
Only this time, the energy cannon was slightly tilted. In the stunned gaze of the demon wolf king.
Boom!
Above the ground, a huge mushroom cloud was blown out. Instantly, the dust around them swooped around violently. Lu Ming, who was standing on the train, was almost not lifted out by the hurricane generated by the explosion. Luckily, he was spared by the explosive flame demon ape tugging at him. Underneath the train, countless passengers stared blankly at the scene they had just witnessed. Couldn't help but let out a gust of cold inhalation of cool air.
My God! Did the energy cannon just hit the wrong way? It only destroyed less than a quarter of the wolf wall, right?
Who knows, but it's pretty powerful this time is all.
No! Who told him to shoot like that? Doesn't it feel like shooting too close to us?
The train was almost lifted off the ground.
Ahem! Which sand sculptor left the window open? Is it trying to get us killed? Ahem! Close the window, close the window. The entire interior of the train was a cock-a-hoop.
The conductor, who stayed in the second compartment, was quietly looking in the direction where the explosion had just rippled through. A wistful look appeared on his face. Beside him, Ho Fangji looked with some curiosity at the direction that the explosion had just rippled through.
couldn't help but ask. Big brother conductor, Lu Ming, did he make it? Hearing Ho Fangji's words, this conductor then reacted. Then a kind smile appeared on his face. Yes sir, the Demon Wolf King's aura has disappeared. Mr. Lu Ming has completed his mission brilliantly. This is something we will report to the Imperial Beast Association after today. Hiss. Hearing the conductor's words, Ho Fangji immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming, he actually really has the spirit art of locking the magic beast. How is that possible? Nice guy. Does he know how rare and valuable this spiritual art really is? At least among the commercially available spiritual arts skill books known to Ho Fangji, he had never seen one. Then there is only one possibility left. Lu Ming comprehended it himself? Thinking of this, Ho Fangji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Treasure hunting mouse could actually help Imperial Beast Masters comprehend this kind of spiritual art? Should he try to contract a treasure hunting mouse someday and see? Above the train, the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared. Only then did Lu Ming cough while patting away the soot on himself. Looking at Mouse's masterpiece, Lu Ming's face instantly revealed a heartfelt smile. Then, he saw that he had just been concentrated by the energy cannons in the group of demonic wolves. The countless crystals of spiritual energy scattered down. With so many spiritual energy crystals, there were at least hundreds of them. If it was possible to give all of them to Mouses, there was no way to say that he could just pile it up to general level. It was just a pity that all of these spiritual energy crystals were going to enter the demonic wolf's stomach next. Looking at the crystals in front of them, the greedy nature of the magical beasts once again took over. Though they were quite close to the wraith train. But rather than face a train of magical beasts who don't know what's inside, it was still the psionic crystals of their companions in front of them that made them hungrier. Among them, countless wolves flocked to the front of a broken wolf carcass that looked a bit larger in size. One after another, they tore into the corpses of the group of demonic wolves. Finally, one of the demon wolves seemed to have noticed something. A huge psionic crystal was violently yanked out of the corpse. Just as it wanted to swallow this spiritual energy crystal, countless more demonic wolves pounced towards it. A new round of the Law of the Jungle begins. The countless demon wolves began the campaign killing of a new pack of wolf kings. Lu Ming, who was standing on the train, just silently watched the scrambling wolves. Once again, I lamented the cruelty of nature. Then, looking at the corpses all over the ground, he seemed like he thought of something. In the next moment, the pupils of judgment in his eyes fiercely lit up. Gulp. Lu Ming, who was observing the wolves, subconsciously gulped, suddenly muttering under his breath, "Get rich!" It was because the attack that Mouse had just set up the psychic cannon actually counted directly against Mouse's head. At this moment, when Lu Ming observed the demon wolf pack, he realized that race, Desolate Thunder Demon Wolf. Grade, Mortal Grade 2 stars. Bloodline, Red level. Talent, Thunder Point Jutsu, Wolf Shout. Attribute, Thunder. Weakness, seeing the opportunity, there is a chance of mutiny when the group is below 50%. Skill, Lightning. Evolutionary route known, none. Equipment, none. Sin value, 532-100. The sin value actually directly exceeded 500 points. That meant that the hundreds of demon wolves killed by that strike just now had all been converted into sin value experience. Looking at the numerous corpses of demon wolves on the ground, immediately, Lu Ming's large hand waved. A green skill crystal coalesced from the corpse of the demon wolf king. In the next moment, 4 more yellow skill crystals directly broke out of the body. 5 skill crystals in total. 1 green grade, 4 yellow grades. All of them were lightning attribute skill crystals. These 5 skill crystals, if given to a battle pet, might be able to directly comprehend 5 special skills. Especially the skill crystal that had coalesced from that demon wolf king. Gulp. Lu Ming gulped again. The eyes were full of joy. As soon as he hugged his own mouse, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. It's just a shame that the next wolves are no longer coming. Otherwise, Lu Ming really wanted Mouse to have another psychic energy cannon. By the time the explosive demon ape brought Lu Ming back to the carriage, the conductor has been waiting here for a long time. Looking at Lu Ming, the other party's face was respectful. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lu Ming. Please give me your certification badge. I will represent the Magical Beast Train Association and deposit your merits into your badge. Hearing the conductor's words, the smile on Lu Ming's face grew even wider. It's really a double whammy. Gee, how's that for fun?
His mouth said he was embarrassed, but his body was still very honest and handed over the certification badge.
Chapter 81: The Real Secret World. Tainted. Time passes by. After a wave of magical beast wolves,
the train traveled the rest of the way without any further problems. The Wraith train, after stopping at 2 platforms in succession.
Finally, it stopped at the platform of a city called Sky City. To Lu Ming's surprise,
there were significantly more Imperial Beastmasters on this trip to the station. It felt similar to the spring train transportation that I had seen in my previous life. Between the comings and goings, all of them were actually Imperial Beastmasters. The entire station was packed to the rafters.
But everyone stood very silently outside the platform without making any noise.
All around, from time to time, there were patrolling armies out and about. The soldiers of each army were followed by battle-form war pets. And the strength of each battle pet was no less than soldier level. Looking at the image of the entire city on alert in front of them, Lu Ming and Hofangji could not help but blink their eyes.
Only Lu Ming looked at the conductor beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Is this a war? How come it feels like this side is nothing like the previous station?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the train conductor's face was frozen. But still, he answered Lu Ming's questions seriously. "Because this is the city of Skyrim, the end of the Blue Star."
The end of the Blue Star? When he received this answer, Lu Ming couldn't help but stare.
"That's right, don't you want to know what the real secret world is really like?
When the train opens again, you'll know what the real secret world really looks like. As for these Imperial Beastmasters in front of us, all of them are adventurers who traveled to the real secret realm." Hearing the conductor's words, Lu Ming could not help but be stunned for a moment.
"The end of what Blue Star? Isn't a planet round? How can it have an end?"
Soon, however, along with the end of the steel bully centipede's tinkering.
When the Wraith train opens again.
In just a few moments, Lu Ming understood what the end of the Blue Star and the real secret world meant. As the train passes over a junction of lands, Lu Ming suddenly realized. 1 second, the land of Blue Star was a train track filled with rocks and leveled land. In the next second, it was as if the opposite world was forcefully separated by a large invisible hand.
It's turning into a dense forest.
The countless trees around them seemed simply incredible to Lu Ming. Purple-red leaves, stones like crystals, lakes with purple-green currents. There are also countless birds and animals that fly up when the train makes a dirty noise. Lu Ming saw with his own eyes a group of sea creatures with shells, flying in the air.
His body has no so-called wings at all. A flight structure that completely defies common sense.
But those shell fiends. In the air as in the ocean, it keeps floating and jetting and moving through the air. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming and Hofangji's eyes widened in unison.
Then,
Hofangji beside him suddenly collapsed to the ground, and his breathing began to become rapid.
"Misty grass. What's wrong with you, old ho? But don't scare me."
Seeing Hofangji suddenly collapse to the ground, Lu Ming was also startled by him. The conductor, on the other hand, seemed to have known this would happen.
He was seen taking out a stack of oxygen canisters from the first aid backpack on the side and stuffing them into Hofangji's mouth.
Looking at Hofangji's large mouthful of oxygen, Lu Ming's expression was staggered.
"What's going on with him? Why am I okay?"
Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the conductor then smiled and looked at Lu Ming.
"Do you know why this place is called the real secret world? It's because this is a completely different world from the Blue Star.
The laws are different, the air density is different, and even the gravity, germs, and viruses are different, and the danger level 2 area, we named this area the Zvi territory. The prerequisite for entering this area was that you had to become a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. After becoming a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, the body would be drastically remodeled. The environment that you were not accustomed to can be slowly adapted. As for the Royal Beastmasters who are not adapting, they will be like Mr. Ho. It will get better when he reaches the strength of a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, otherwise he can only absorb Earth's oxygen at the moment.
This. After listening to the conductor's introduction, Lu Ming was speechless. Hofangji spent so much money to ask his family to get the tickets, but he actually came here to look for a crime?
Looking at Hofangji's rosy cheeks, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the plateau reaction in his previous life. When an ordinary person comes to an area with an altitude of more than 8,848 meters high, a series of reactions such as lack of oxygen and vomiting can occur. The so-called real secret world is to go to planets that ordinary people can't adapt to. As for those artificial secret places in QWS, compared to these real secret places, now it seems like nothing more than child's play. Subconsciously, Ming couldn't help but ask. And do the conditions in these territories inhibit the wraiths as well? It doesn't seem like it will at the moment. We don't know exactly why, but there are markings on how many stars the Imperial Beastmasters are, and what danger level areas they are mandated to go to. If any of the Imperial Beastmasters are bent on having their way, what awaits them is most likely to pass out directly in the danger zone. Hiss. After listening to the conductor's explanation, Ming realized how dangerous this world was. It was in the course of the two making small talk. Ho Fangji, who has gradually adapted. While holding the oxygen mask, he looked toward the view out the window. Looking at Ho Fangji's hard breathing, Ming couldn't help but advise him. Old Ho, you're in such a state, why don't you follow the train back to Qingshui City later? The conductor also said that you're not fit to stay here until you're a 2-star sentinel. And, in the face of Ming's good intentions, Ho Fangji, however, rejected it outright without even thinking about picking it up. No go. Absolutely not go back. It's rare to see the outside world, to witness the beast star that the textbooks have talked about, and to leave at this time. I'm not even willing to die. I have a feeling that in 2 days at most, I will be able to advance. Even if I die, I'll die here. Looking at Ho Fangji with a serious look on his face, Ming sighed slightly and said no more. One has to be responsible for one's own choices, not to mention that he is not Papa Ho Fangji. How can you make decisions for him? Besides, if I go back at this time, I'm afraid I'll be laughed to death by my little brothers. Besides, that's a genius training camp. There must be tons of little brothers waiting for me to take in. Ming. So that's what you really think? You guys, I'm afraid you're not possessed by Koji? Who's Koji? Well, a guy who, like you, likes to go around collecting pals. Really? Then I'll have to get to know them. There's actually a fellow traveler? I'm not alone in my ways. Vomit. As he spoke, Ho Fangji couldn't hold back. Spit it right out in the breathing mask. Obviously, he, who was only a 1-star Imperial Beast Master, was not yet able to adapt to the environment here. The conductor, on the other hand, took it for granted to help Ho Fangji change another copy of his breathing mask. Sir, it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut as little as possible, knowing that even the air around here could have a huge impact on your body. Hearing the conductor's words, Ho Fangji guessed that he had thrown up enough. Finally honest this time. It was also less than 20 minutes later. It was accompanied by another tainted cry from the steel bastard centipede. Hearing this voice, the conductor smiled and saluted towards Ming and Ho Fangji. Gentlemen, your destination has arrived, and I sincerely wish you all the best of martial luck for the rest of your journey. Chapter 82, Genius Training Camp. The Wraith train stopped again. When Ming and Ho Fangji both got out of the car. Strangely enough, none of the stops were getting off this time. With the Wraith train on the move again. Who knows where the giant steel bully centipede will end up, or it will drive to. Meanwhile, not long after Ming and Ho Fangji both watched the Wraith train leave. The next moment, countless armed soldiers rushed over on magical beasts. Bipedal velociraptor. A special kind of magical beast of the arachnidae family. Even if it only had an orange-level bloodline, the endurance of its legs alone. It wouldn't be any worse than an ordinary yellow-ranked or even green-ranked magical beast. The price of a random head could reach 2 million gold coins. And right now, a group of soldiers in camouflage. Surprisingly, they were neatly riding uniform magical beasts. Stopping in front of the duo, they saw only an officer riding a bipedal raptor evolution of a 3-legged raptor. Slowly jumping off his raptor. Walking up to Ming, the other party actually possessed Shui-level strength. His eyes coldly scanned Ming and Ho Fangji. Especially when he saw the breathing mask on Ho Fangji. The disdain on his face was even more undisguised. Tickets. Hearing the words of the officer in front of them, Ming and Ho Fangji immediately took out the metal card. The moment they saw the card, the two officers nodded. Then, in the stunned gazes of Ming and Ho Fangji. Directly picking up Ming and Ho Fangji on the left and right. Throwing it onto the bipedal raptor, he saw a flick of the dragon's tail. The two then sat on the back of the lurching dragon. A violent shaking came, and the two of them barely managed to spit out their overnight meal. Good thing, bipedal raptors are fast. In just less than 5 minutes of work, the crowd arrived in front of a huge city wall. No, not the walls. Instead, it's castle. The huge castle, covering an area of at least 1,000 acres in size. If it was just an unusual castle, Lu Ming would not be so surprised. But judging by the glistening glitter on the castle, the ore used in the construction of this castle was actually the legendary Grade A energy metal. A high degree of defense, a magical metal capable of resisting even an invasion of king-level magical beasts. The entire castle is built of this energy metal. Not to mention carrying those supplies over. Even if it was built, it would be a vast project. Not to mention the surroundings of this castle. 121, 2121. All hands on deck. Begin 10-kilometer cross-country training immediately. Rumble. Countless soldiers and armored vehicles are everywhere. Huge magical beasts that kept their fighting forms every moment. How could Lu Ming and Ho Fangji not expect that the so-called genius training camp was actually a military camp? Seeing the scene in front of them, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji were staggered. Subconsciously, Lu Ming asked towards the officer leading them. Is this our training camp? You guys? Of course not, where you geniuses are going is inside the castle. Outside is the camp of our Ziwei military region, or all of our soldiers are the bodyguards of your geniuses. Even if there is an invasion of saint-level magical beasts, we can buy you at least half an hour to retreat. In a short period of time, outsiders will not be able to break through our defenses. Whoa! An entire military district with at least 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Beast military region was different, with roughly 3 regiments of Imperial Beastmaster soldiers. That's 3,000. All 3,000 were at least 2-star Imperial Beastmasters. This energy placed in any small country would be able to destroy them in a devastating manner. And that's just one of the Dragon Kingdom's garrisons. The people who serve it are actually just a bunch of prospective candidates? Here we are, you two come down. Just as Lu Ming was shocked at the tight defense of the Ziwei military region in front of him, the officer's voice rang out coldly. Only to see the duo on the dragon's back directly thrown to the ground by the huge tail. Then the soldiers responsible for transporting them left without looking back. Looking at the huge gate in front of them, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji glanced at each other. How do I get in? Knock on the door. After that, the two walked to this huge castle. Just as the two were about to knock on the door, suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice sounded. Please insert the access card into the groove of the gate and we'll have an automatic confirmation of your identity. After saying that, Lu Ming suddenly realized. A bright red dot actually appeared on Lu Ming, who was on the side. The red dot is something like... Instantly, Lu Ming looked up. A humanoid mechanical beast was seen holding a sniper rifle full of sci-fi, aiming dead center at Lu Ming and Ho Fangji. It would definitely pull the trigger without mercy once the two made any moves. With a flash of his eyes, the reverse cross surfaced in Lu Ming's eyes. Race, Alpha 371 Model Battle Robot. Grade, King Grade 9 stars. Bloodline, Indigo Grade. Talents, Artificial Intelligence, Superforce Computing, Multi-dimensional Combat Forms, Extreme Power, Precision Manipulation. Attributes, Mechanical. Weaknesses, Cunning, an artificially intelligent mechanical wraith that likes to tease others and has a bad personality. Skills, Quantum Drive, Precision Sniper, Temporary Drive, Second Characteristics, Camouflage, Combat Adaptation, Cluster Light, Space-Based Weapons, Auto-Tracking Missiles, Metrification. Evolutionary Routes known, none. Equipment, Miniature Nuclear Reactor. Sin value, 0. Looking at the mechanical wraith in front of him with a panel that could be considered luxurious. Instantly, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji raised their hands in unison. We're the good guys. We have tickets. Hearing Lu Ming and Ho Fangji's words, a humanized smile immediately appeared on the face of the Alpha 371 in front of him. It was clear that the sound emitted was an electronic tone, but I wondered if it was Lu Ming's illusion. He always felt like he heard a hint of mischief in the other man's voice. Take out your gate cards. Stick them in the gate card slots. A slot? Hearing each other's words, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji glanced at each other. Then sure enough, at the gate, I found 2 recessed card slots. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other. With Alpha 371 sniping, the door card was carefully slipped into the groove. Next. Shui. The groove was like a huge wind hole, and it actually directly spewed out a violent hurricane. In an instant, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji were blown out tens of meters away. Mousy. At that instant, the treasure-hunting mouse that heard the order instantly opened the Dharma heaven and earth. It took a hard grip on the ground to bring Lu Ming and Ho Fangji to a halt. Then, in the stunned gazes of Lu Ming and Ho Fangji, the door in front of him suddenly opened slowly. Inside, there was an annoyed sound. Who the hell is it? Didn't I tell you not to pick the nose of my battle pet? He's horribly itchy. Upon hearing this mellow voice, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. He didn't realize it until he came to the far end. This huge castle in front of me is actually not a castle. Rather, a huge magical beast. Race, Energon Fortress. Grade, King grade 9 stars. Bloodline, Purple grade. Talents, War Fortress, Absolute Defense, Immovable Mountain, Energy Stone Skin. Properties, Earth, Metal. Weakness, Inability to move, Speed is permanently 0. Skills, Hidden Space, Bronze Wall, Absolute Security, Architectural, Multi-dimensional Space, 2-dimensional Space, Damage Diversion. Equipment, Healing Spa, Multidimensional Training Camp, Shock Absorbers, Energy Core, Automated Tracking Weapons, Combat Pods, Weapon Storage, Second Space, Automated Repair Machines. Sin Value, 0. Chapter 83 Camp Insights. The Energy Stone Castle in front of us covers an area of 1,000 acres. It was actually a king-level magical beast. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji instantly widened their eyes. Then they both saw the castle gates slowly open before them. A man in a camouflage undershirt walks out face to face. With his shaggy hair, his face looked rigid and ancient. A broken section in the middle of his eyebrow framed his rigid face. At the moment, the other party was pulling out his ears with an expression of not waking up. Seeing Lu Ming and Ho Fangji at the door, the other party was obviously stunned. Are you two new here? Don't know how to knock? Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Ming and the two of them immediately looked at each other. It's that mechanical beast up there. Eh? Halfway through his words, Ho Fangji was suddenly shocked to realize the Alpha 371 that had just struck up a conversation with himself had actually disappeared. As for the young man, after hearing Ho Fangji's words, he just looked at the top of the city wall. Soon he realized what was going on. Alright, I understand your situation. What city are you students from? I'll register it, and you? Speaking of this, the man's brows suddenly furrowed as he looked at Ho Fangji. Not even a 2-star Imperial Beast Master and you dare to come to our training camp? You're here to seek death, aren't you? Another 2 stars. Hearing the man's words, Ho Fangji immediately clenched his fists. In 2 days at most, I'll be at 2 stars. Isn't that still crap? It's been half a month since the contract day and we still haven't risen to 2 stars. These cities are really something too. What do they take us for here? A garbage shelter? Hearing the man's unceremonious comment, Ho Fangji's face twisted for a moment. But since the opposite party was able to contract an Energy Stone Fortress, it proved that he was at least a 5-star Imperial Beast Master. It made him, who was still very upset, forcefully lower his own head. A man under the roof has to bow down. Seeing Ho Fangji's appearance, a cold smile flashed across the man's face. Still self-aware. But still trash. After saying that, ignoring Ho Fangji's face, he directly turned around and left. Follow me and I'll brief you on what's going on here. After hearing the man's words, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji exchanged glances. Immediately followed the man's lead. After entering the interior of the Energy Stone Fortress, Lu Ming realized the environment inside seemed to be much more enormous than what he had seen on the outside. Once upon a time, he had seen a similar environment within Su Dong's rock fortress. What looks like a modest fortress on the outside is something else on the inside. The Energy Stone Fortress, which is supposed to be an evolved version of the rock fortress. Not only does it cover 1,000 acres outside. Once you enter the interior you will realize that it is even more than 10,000 acres. At this moment, countless magical beasts stayed in the grasslands in the fortress, frolicking to their heart's content. Every now and then, it's a rare beast that you only see on the TV news. Not only that, Lu Ming even saw a nest of treasure-hunting rats.
It's just that the gang of treasure hunting rats look like all kinds of weird and wonderful. Exploding head, airplane head, hedgehog head. Even the color of the fur is different. Through his judgment pupil, Ming realized that the bloodline levels of the magical beasts here were all not weak. Yellow levels are all over the place, and green levels are as plentiful as dogs. The blue-level magical beasts that the crowds were fighting over outside were also seen quite a bit in the grasslands. Even indigo-grade and violet-grade magical beasts are not unheard of. Seeing this scene, the two people, Ming and Hofangji, were like earthlings from the countryside, filled with dismay. Unable to help it, Ming asked with some surprise. This teacher? Call me Instructor, my last name is Ishida, and you will call me Instructor Ishi for the rest of the camp. Yes. Instructor sure. Hearing Ishida's words, the two replied in unison. Then Ming pointed at the group of magical beasts in the distance across the street and couldn't help but say. Instructor sure, didn't the TV say that higher bloodline magical beasts are very rare? Why are there so many high bloodline magical beasts in our training camp? Oh. Hearing Ming's words, Ishida gave him a somewhat surprised look. Then nodded. Good eye, those are all high-level bloodline magical beasts, yes. Our training camp not only nurtures talents, but also takes care of a variety of scientific research work, such as weapons manufacturing, props development, and biological cultivation. Most of the magical beasts over there are products of the Institute's breeding. Some studies have shown that magical beasts have the same ability to learn, and by learning from powerful magical beasts are more likely to gain skills. Hearing Instructor Shi's words, Ming couldn't help but nod his head. Because just now he realized it. The magical beasts here carry a lot of skills. When his treasure hunter mouse was first born, it knew a mere 3 skills. But the treasure hunting rats here were carrying at least 5 skills on them. One of the exploding head treasure hunting rat bosses, wearing a pair of secret treasure sunglasses, looked like the leader of the rat pack. The skills on his body, even more than 7. Its bloodline level, which was even at the blue level, was exactly the same as Ming's mouse rat. Squeak. It seemed to sense the flavor of the swarm. The treasure hunter mouse couldn't help but burrow out of Ming's pocket. Looking at the pack not far away, its face showed doubt and nervousness. Seeing the little guy in this state, Ming couldn't help but rub its head affectionately. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the instructor and ask. Then, Instructor, can I put my own battle pet over there then? Whatever, but only outside of training time. As they were talking, Ishida led Ming and Hofangji to a gate opening. With both hands, the door was pushed right through him. When he entered, he saw a group of trainees, who were training with their battle pets. For example, a young girl with a full head of blonde hair was training in meditation with her monkey war pet. A burly man with a muscular body was lifting iron against each other with his fighting battle pet. Drip drip drip. A piercing alarm sounded. A green-haired girl was seen looking nervously at her mechanical battle pet, not understanding why it was sounding an alarm. Countless teenagers who were about the same age as Ming and the others. At this moment, all of them are on the training ground, constantly sweating. Looking at their appearance, Ming was stunned. The 24 teenage girls present. Surprisingly, all of them were 2-star Imperial Beast Masters. Chapter 84. The group of teenage girls in front of them were all wearing the camouflage uniforms of the training camp. Whether it was their own strength or their battle pets. All of them have reached the 2-star and soldier levels. To be able to reach that level in half a month's time. It meant that the group of people in front of them were all the seeds of the 2 top academies. At this moment, the group of trainees who were training saw Ming and Hofangji. Especially at the sight of Hofangji. Everyone showed a look of looking at a rare treasure. It seemed that he didn't expect that a 1-star Imperial Beast Master could actually participate in their genius training camp. Where did those 2 come from? How come there's a 1-star Imperial Beast Master? At a glance, it's a guy from a small place. A 1-star Imperial Beast Master is treated as a treasure. Those kind of people, it feels like they all go up to the Heavenly Stem and Earthly Branches Academy to bother. Forget it, I guess I'll be quitting in less than 2 days, just like the ones before me. There are quite a few 2-star Imperial Beast Masters who leave, TSK, not to mention him, a 1-star. A few of the cadets, for Hofangji, who was still wearing a breathing mask, had no mercy in their mouths. Hearing their words, Hofangji, who had always been regarded as the pride of heaven by those around him. There was a clenching of fists. Seeing his little gesture, Ishida, who was on the side, laughed. What? You're not convinced? What can you do if you're not convinced? Because they are geniuses. At our genius camp, talent is all that matters. If you have the guts, you'll break through to us quickly. I told you, we don't take trash at camp. In the face of the mockery of those around him, instead of blocking it, Ishida added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing his words, Hofangji let out a cold snort before looking at the entire room. Isn't it just breaking through to the second star? You guys wait, I'll break through soon. When the time comes, one of you will be counted as one of you, and all of you will become my little brothers. Yo! Hearing Hofangji's words, the few trainees present who were still training. At this moment, he also stopped moving his hands. Eyes flocked to Hofangji with contempt and teasing in their eyes. Unable to help it, Ming beside him subconsciously moved a little farther away from Hofangji. He could already envision what kind of bloody storm Hofangji would face after today. In response, Instructor, who was on the side, not only didn't stop it. Instead, he wore an expression of interest. Seeing that all the people around him had gathered, he immediately bellowed. Have you finished your training today? Those who haven't trained quickly. After 3 days, check your training results. Hearing Instructor's violent shout, the people who were just about to come forward to have a friendly conversation with Hofangji. Only then did he stop resentfully. Only when his eyes looked at Hofangji, a cold glint still flashed in his eyes. Who in this room isn't a genius already? Being picked on by a newcomer who is not as strong as he is. They're not that good-tempered. Instructor, on the other hand, led Ming and Hofangji towards the back of the training ground once again. After crossing the long training field. Soon, the two arrived in the middle of a warehouse in the back. Looking at Hofangji, whose face was still indignant before him, a smirk flashed across his face. A little bloodthirsty, but you kids should be careful. After becoming a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, you will definitely become a living target. This group of trainees had all come to the training camp after becoming 2-star Imperial Beast Masters, meaning that they had already become 2-star Imperial Beast Masters as early as the 13th or 14th day. The one with the most outstanding talent became a 2-star Imperial Beast Master on the 12th day. Do you think you guys can compare? 12 days? Hearing Instructor's words, Ming and Hofangji's faces, all of them subconsciously flashed a flash of shock. Just how talented is it to get such an achievement? Could it be that the other party's contract was not an indigo or even violet-ranked magical beast? After seeing the awe on the two men's faces, Ishida nodded, a small smile on his face. Now you know, right? People themselves are not worse than you, especially you. Hofangji, the information panel shows that you are the nephew of the home military commander, right? Temper to be quite similar to him. But tempers alone won't do it, so grab your clothes and start training this afternoon. Eh? Hearing Ishida's words, Hofangji couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help pursing his lips. Never in a million years would I have expected to be recognized straight away. At that moment, he clenched his fists, and a flash of stubbornness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to be introduced as so-and-so's nephew. He is who he is. Ming, who was on the side, rolled his eyes when he saw Hofangji's appearance. Young people, still, take too few beatings. For us adults is that a good thing? Come on, it's just not cool to have an army chief uncle, okay? You don't want to give it to me. I'd like to recognize a god uncle. It was only after Ishida threw the two men's training clothes at them that he said, from today onwards, all you have to do is to train and keep training. Breed your battle pets to be stronger. We have the best instructors in the Genius Training Camp. To live here, there is only one thing you need, and that is points. Points? Hearing Ishida's words, a flash of doubt flashed across the duo's faces. The uniforms given to you hold a boot camp badge, and you each have 50 points on you initially. For each level up, you get 100 points. Complete the tutor's lessons and the tutor will gift or deduct points based on your performance. Additionally, our camp encourages combat, and the winning trainee can loot 10 points from the other. You must accept your opponent's challenge at least 3 times a day, and after 3 times you may choose to decline. Hearing Shi Tian's words, Ming and Hofangji could not help but glance at each other. Then, Ming couldn't help but ask. So, mentor, what do all those points do?
All of the clothing, food, housing and transportation here require the use of points, as well as the rental of cultivation rooms, advanced training knowledge, individual lessons and tutorials from instructors, all of which require points. If you don't feel you need it, we have a points mall here. Secret treasures and spirit treasures that are scarce on the market, as well as all sorts of props, equipment, and even rare magical beast eggs, there's everything here. Upon hearing the instructor's words, a flash of brightness appeared on Lu Ming and Ho Fangji's faces. The mall within the genius training camp. Just thinking about it made them couldn't help but be excited. A smile flashed across Ishida's face at the sight of the two men's appearance. Alright, your rooms are in 204 and 205, I'll have the trainees arrange for you to be there when class ends at noon. The afternoon is free, you can choose your own, but remember to pick the ones you feel you need the most, and also to value your points, and when they are negative, just get out. Chapter 85 Course Selection. Upon hearing Instructor Shi's words, Lu Ming was immediately in awe. Sure enough, not just anyone could get into the genius camp. The cadets had just said that. There aren't just one or two people forced to leave training camp. If they can't hold on to their points, they will be discouraged straight away. Especially this Ho Fangji kid, who provoked the entire audience as soon as he came up. Guess he'll have his work cut out for him in the next few days. By the time the two men had put their training clothes back on, they were wearing their training camp medals. Led by Instructor Shi, Lu Ming went back to the cafeteria and supermarket here. What surprised Lu Ming was that there was actually a cafeteria here that was specially prepared for battle pets. Foods that can increase sinew and foods that can increase the elemental attributes of your battle pet. Anyway, there's all sorts of stuff in there. There aren't a lot of points to use. Lu Ming then saw a food that could enhance the dragon bloodline, and the price actually only cost 5 points. And this was exactly what the ice dragon python needed the most at the moment. As for your own food, the cafeteria side is actually completely free. That wasn't even the most surprising thing to him. Wait until he gets to the supermarket at the training camp. After seeing what's inside, his and Ho Fangji's eyes went straight. These are. Before his eyes, a wide variety of secret treasures and spiritual treasures were packed inside the display cabinet as if they didn't need money. Ordinary D-grade spirit treasures were actually able to be acquired with only 20 points. A blue-ranked magical beast egg also only cost 100 points. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly understood the importance of points in the genius training camp. At the same time, he immediately realized what a horror those remaining guys are. Everyone after seeing what's in the store and cafeteria. Both will certainly do whatever it takes to get points from others. This was because from Instructor Shi's rules for obtaining points, Lu Ming was able to tell. There is only one way to get points with the shortest cycle time. That is fighting. Trainees like him and Ho Fangji, who had just joined the training camp, would definitely be the targets of those older trainees. The thought of 24 pairs of eyes staring at him made Lu Ming feel a chill down his spine. At the sight of him, a sardonic smile flashed across Ishida's face. Found it? Smart guy. If you don't find a way to get stronger quickly, it will only take 2 days for you to be eaten without any crumbs left. This is the genius training camp, where talent is everything. The strongest will take all, and the weak will only be eliminated. Gulp. Lu Ming and Ho Fangji gulped in unison. Just then, Ishida suddenly glanced at his watch. Okay, that's enough of the introductions, my class is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. The rest of the day will be overtime for me, so I'll leave you to it. When he finished, he saw Ishida yawn. Hands on his head, he lazily left the supermarket. Only Lu Ming and Ho Fangji were left behind, staring blankly at the wide array of goods in front of them. 20 points for a piece of D-grade spirit treasure, 100 points for a C-grade spirit treasure, and 400 points for a B-grade spirit treasure? Good guy. Is it still a grade A epiphany fruit, 1000 points and you can buy it? These are great things that come with a price. Looking at these items in front of him, Ho Fangji's taste gulped wildly. As for Lu Ming, at the moment, all of his attention was drawn to a spiritual energy crystal. A piece of Imperial grade psychic energy crystals. The price is 650 points. Good. Did you find the last piece of the puzzle too? This genius training camp, he had really come to the right place. That afternoon, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji, who had been waiting for a long time. The two arrived at the training ground early. On Instructor Shi's side, he gave them each a tactical tablet. At noon, they were in the dormitory choosing the mentor they wanted to sign up for.
Instructors in charge of muscular conditioning, instructors of sinew conditioning, instructors of nerve toughness conditioning, instructors of repair and maintenance of mechanical battle pets, instructors of blood purification guidance, and so on.
Lu Ming was dazzled by the wide array of courses. Soon, though, he was among the many mentors. Saw a course he wanted to take.
Course, Metallic Conditioning. Tutor, Fong Yuan. Saw this course and it fits right in with its treasure hunting rats.
So at noon, he chose to enroll directly.
Didn't dare choose too many at once in case I couldn't cope. Because Lu Ming could still remember that Instructor sure had said.
Mentors don't just give points, they deduct points. One slip-up can result in points going negative.
Wait until you get to the training ground in the afternoon. Following the prompts on the tactical panel, Lu Ming arrived at the teaching area he was in.
The so-called teaching area is a huge open field. At this moment, Tutor Fong Yuan, dressed in a white lab coat, had been waiting here for a long time. Aside from Lu Ming, there were 2 other trainees who chose the metallic conditioning course along with him.
Seeing Lu Ming come over, a trace of surprise flashed across Tutor Fong's face. Another new student in our training camp? This student is nice and handsome, plus 5 points. Ding.
After saying that, a tone of increasing points appeared on Lu Ming's badge. Seeing this tip, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly startled.
Did this point turn out to be so easy to obtain? Or is it just that this mentor of his is nice?
Only Fong Yuan gently clapped his hands.
Next moment.
Squeak. The familiar sound of a rat's cry caused Lu Ming to faintly stare.
Looking at his clothes pockets, Lu Ming, however, realized.
Just made a squawking noise and it wasn't his own rat. Then the ground squirmed.
Squeak. Squeak.
The moment the ground breaks open. 5 treasure-seeking rats with different shapes and sizes were seen burrowing out of the ground.
Z?
Seeing this scene, Mouse couldn't help but look curiously across the room at the 5 killjoys of his kind.
Fong Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't help but show a touch of delight on his face after seeing Lu Ming's rat. So, Lu Ming-san, you also contracted a treasure-hunting mouse?
This treasure-hunting mouse of yours has been cultivated very well, both in terms of its fur
and its musculature.
Well, the metallic in your body is also very abundant. I can see that you love your treasure-hunting rats, plus 5 points.
Ding.
Instantly, a prompt came from Lu Ming's badge once again. Even the 2 students beside him who had come over to study couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Mentally, I marveled at this guy's good luck.
No mentor, you're spoiling him too much, aren't you? Just because he uses the treasure-hunting mouse too?
Seeing the words of the 2 trainees, Fong Yuan then smiled slightly. Chu Ning student, please don't think wrong. Oh, Lu Ming student is the first time, so it's normal to give some special favors. All of you the first time in class, our instructor did not all reward points?
It's not just a matter of how much.
Oh. Hearing Tutor Fong's words, Lu Ming's heart moved slightly and he obtained a piece of information.
Do mentors give points grants directly to newcomers if they see them? If one were to take all the instructor's classes, wouldn't one be rich? Chapter 86: The Gap with Genius. Okay class, the course is now officially underway.
I will deduct points from students who fail to meet the requirements. Upon hearing Tutor Fong's words, Lu Ming, who was still thinking about it, suddenly looked away. Immediately afterward, he saw the 5 treasure-hunting rats that he had just seen.
3 of them split out and headed their way. Obviously not a battle pet, but quite intimate with humans.
At first glance, it was an artificially bred magical beast.
Fong Yuan, on the other hand, took out a piece of amber-colored metal ore.
In front of Lu Ming and the others, he directly condensed his own spiritual energy. The moment Fong Yuan's spiritual energy wrapped with the piece of ore in front of him,
something magical happened.
Only his originally colorless spiritual energy was now tinted with a faint hint of gold. Holding this golden mass of spiritual energy in his hand, only Fong Yuan said, "In nature, there are ores with very special properties, like this piece of amber gall in my hand. It's a D-grade metallic energy ore. The next thing I'm going to teach you is how to pull the attributes out of the energy ore and transfer them into the body of your war pet. After inhaling this energy, metallic magical beasts will slowly increase their own metallicity, raising the upper limit of their storage of gold elements." After saying that, the mass of metallic energy directly struck into a dirty braided treasure-hunting mouse. The dirty braid treasure hunter mouse that was infused with metallic energy immediately had a soothing expression on its face. After Fang Yuan had injected all the energy into it. Only then did he smile and say to Lu Ming and the others. Just like this treasure hunting mouse in front of me, after being fed metallic by me for a long time, the concentration of metallic in its body has already reached its peak, and its bloodline has even broken through to the blue level. Next I'll have it demonstrate normal metal manipulation prowess. After saying that, Fang Yuan patted the exploding head treasure hunting mouse. Squeak! Instantly, a cloud of hot air violently erupted from the nose of that big brother treasure hunting mouse. Hands on his arms, a tugging look on his face. He was seen carrying it with one hand. The metal elements hidden under the ground were actually instantly extracted by it. Before the crowd had time to react, a huge metal tricorn that emitted a cold, chilling light appeared in front of Big Eye's eyes. Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. My god, this treasure hunting mouse is only 5 stars at the mortal level, right? With this power, it feels like the soldier grade may not even be able to defend against it. How much energy or did you feed it, Instructor Fang? This is too fierce. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw it. Breeding ordinary treasure hunting rats to the likeness of the one in front of you. The amount of money spent in between is definitely more than a sea of money. Seeing the expressions of the surrounding trainees, Fang Yuan just smiled. It's really nothing. Apart from the most basic energy or extraction and utilization method, there's also feeding the battle pets metal-rich pet food, as well as spiritual treasures. The treasure hunting mouse was a very special magical beast that was capable of storing spiritual treasures and secret treasures of various attributes, so it was very valuable to study. Within our base, we also have a specialized breeding base for treasure hunting rats, so students who are free can go and take a look. And my homework assignment for you today is to use the method I just taught you. Channel the energy contained in the energy ore to your treasure hunting rats. As long as they do more than 105 points of damage on the instrument by then, they pass. Oh. After saying that, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at the treasure hunting mouse in front of him. It's an airplane-headed treasure hunting mouse that looks cool looking. It's just that it's more than a size smaller compared to my own rats. By the looks of it, it should be a newly born treasure hunting mouse. The strength was only 1 star at the mortal level. A newly born treasure hunter mouse releases a skill that does only 100 points of damage. According to Mentor Fang's request, it was to raise the metallic energy in its body by at least 5%. Only Fang Yuan gently clapped his hands. The exploding head treasure hunting rat just now carried and instructed his minions to carry boxes and boxes of energy ores to Lu Ming and the others. This kind of metallic ore Lu Ming had seen before in the supermarket. 1 point is able to buy 50 kilograms. I didn't realize it actually worked. Immediately, he picked up a piece of energy ore. Following Fang Yuan's maneuver just now, he gathered the spiritual energy in his hands. Then, little by little, he infiltrated his spiritual energy inside the energy ore. Within his psychic vision, the layer of metallic elements wrapped in the energy ore was as if it was playing hide and seek with his own psychic energy. Trying to pull them all out is a very difficult thing to do. Hey! That was easy, huh? As he was thinking, Lu Ming suddenly realized. The student named Chu Yunyan just now had already condensed the cluster of gold elements from the ore in his hands. Then it was fed, bit by bit, into the body of the treasure hunting mouse. Squeak! Treasure hunting rats that were channeled by that metallic energy. A soothing smile immediately appeared on his face. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan's face immediately revealed a touch of happiness. Not bad, student Chu Yunyan. You're very talented in metallic affinity. In the future, you might be able to become an excellent metallic magical beast breeding master. Add 10 points. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lu Ming and another student immediately looked over. Envious looks appeared on their faces. Lu Ming actually knew that his talent was very ordinary. The reason why he was able to enter the genius training camp was only because of the help of the system. Right now, it's obvious when comparing it to a real genius. One's own speed could be described as a turtle's pace compared to theirs. He hadn't even extracted a tenth of the elements in the energy ore. The Chu Yunyan that had just been there had already begun the extraction of the next piece of energy ore. Just as Lu Ming continued his efforts to try and extract the metallic elements. Suddenly, he felt his extraction speed up quite a bit. This is detected that the host is in a special terrain, school. Title: Friends of the Schools in the process of launching. Right.
There are still titles for yourself. With the bonus of the title, one's extraction would undoubtedly be faster. Catching up with those geniuses is not a matter of minutes.
Soon, Lu Ming felt that his extraction speed had increased by 30%. The originally flexible metallic energy had also become much more docile to him.
Will be when he has completed one half of his extraction. Sensei. I'm done too.
Beside him, another talented cadet raised his right hand with the same excitement.
Lu Ming. What happened to the promised crush of genius? I've increased my efficiency by 30%, how come I'm still so useless?
At that moment, Lu Ming once again felt how bad his talent really was.
Compared to those real geniuses, he was really nothing. Even Fong Yuan couldn't help but sigh and shake his head when he saw it. Are you unfamiliar, Mr. Lu Ming?
In that case, you probably won't be able to draw a full 5 energy ores by the end of the course.
Then I'll have to deduct 10 points from you. Chapter 87 this is? Retarded?
By the time the lesson ended, Lu Ming's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. It took himself 40 minutes, and he only managed to pump out 3.5 pieces of energy ore.
The remaining 2, all of them completed the tasks set out by mentor Fong Yuan.
Even that guy named Chu Yunyan had extracted over 40 energy ores in one person. Not only did he receive 10 points, but he also received 20 points from the mentor Fong commendation. The students on the other side of the room also earned 10 points for a normal score. Only myself, who was deducted 10 points.
By the time the course ended, Fong Yuan even made a point of finding him Dao.
Student Lu Ming, I know you might not be too happy about this, but you can only be described as average when it comes to your talent for metallic cultivation, so I would suggest that you try another course afterward.
This class of mine is not for you. Hearing Tutor Fong's exhortation, Lu Ming could not help but sigh. Could he not understand what Fong Yuan meant?
In fact, he was very aware of just how bad he had just performed.
But there's not much talent except on that metallic breeding.
Lu Ming felt that he was probably very average in terms of talent in other courses as well. Worthy of being a genius training camp, it really is a place for geniuses. It was only the first class, and Lu Ming felt the deep malice towards ordinary people here. And next, Lu Ming chose a few more courses one after another. Without exception, all course grades, all of which were failing.
There are a total of 4 classes in the afternoon. The average trainee should get a big kick out of learning it.
But not only did Lu Ming not gain, even a cranky tutor. He was also docked an extra 5 points because of his irredeemable natural talent.
This made Lu Ming, who originally didn't have many points, even worse.
It looked like the path of getting points from the mentor's side was not going to work by itself.
Do you really want to live on your own with nothing to show for it?
Unable to help it, Lu Ming clenched his fists, and a flash of intense unwillingness flashed across his eyes. And this smear of resignation, when he saw Ho Fangji in the afternoon. It was even closer to condensing into substance. For seeing Ho Fangji again.
Lu Ming was surprised to find out. The kid had actually taken off his breathing mask. Misty grass. Lao Ho you are. Seeing Lu Ming's surprised look, a flash of smugness immediately flashed across Ho Fangji's face.
When I attended the water attribute cultivation course in the afternoon, the teacher said that I was gifted and all those energy ores were given to me, so I gave all of them to my family's lightning with a brain. Not only that, there was a mentor named Wen Shan, who added 20 points to my score, not to mention giving me a grade A energy or to input to lightning. It was a little difficult, but it was good to get it done, and then lightning advanced, and I followed suit.
Lu Ming.
Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming's heart was filled with mixed feelings. That tutor called Wen Shan, whom he also knew, was a tutor who taught courses on the water and ice attributes. When he took his class himself in the afternoon, he docked himself an extra 5 points for despising his talent. How come when it came to Ho Fangji's side, not only did he give him extra points, but he actually even gave Ho Fangji grade A energy ore? Lu Ming could remember that a kilogram of grade A energy ore on the market was 1,000,000 gold coins.
$1 million gift is said to be given away. Are all the instructors at Genius Camp this capricious?
Ho Fangji came here like a fish out of water. It was worthy of being a future 8-star Imperial Beast Master and the deputy head of the Heretic Judgment Institute.
This talent is really an extreme terror. Compare it to him.
Lu Ming couldn't help but have a bitter smile on his face.
Sometimes the gap between people is simply bigger than a dog.
Unable to help it, Lu Ming's face once again flashed with a flash of deep unwillingness.
Is there really no way to narrow the gap between yourself and those geniuses? Neither can the title? At night, the cadets return to their dormitories. Or give their battle pets extra training, or engage in meditation exercises.
Ishida, at this moment, was looking at the results of all the trainees for the day. Fang Xiaoxiao, a plus in 4 subjects combined. Xiao Sam Ho, a plus in 4 subjects combined.
Ho Fangji, a plus in 4 subjects combined? After seeing Ho Fangji's then gray out again. He's seen a lot of people like that.
I just don't know whether Lu Ming belongs to the smart batch or the dumb batch anymore.
Let's hope he knows better. Late at night, tossing and turning in bed, Lu Ming. Holding mouse with a slightly anxious expression. Unsure of what to do, he couldn't help but sigh.
Thinking about those remaining spirit treasures and secret treasures in his hands.
Was it really necessary to give Mouse a chance to devour and forcibly raise his level? Just as Lu Ming did not know exactly what to do. Suddenly, the clock struck 12 o'clock inside Camp Genius. Dang, dang, dang.
A huge, big, stupid bell that rang a full 12 times. Lu Ming was a little confused as to why this big dumb clock was placed inside the castle.
Does it mean it's just for decorative purposes?
However, soon, Lu Ming seemed to understand the purpose of this big dumb clock. Only the originally silent room was visible. Inside the surrounding dormitories, there was a sudden rustling sound. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming heard the sound of a window being pulled open. It made him stare in disbelief. Rising from his own bed, his eyes went to the window. Then, to his astonished gaze, above the sky, a figure jumped out of the window of his dormitory. It seems that Genius Camp after 12 o'clock is the time to officially show what it really looks like. Looking at those geniuses who kept leaving in the distance, a trace of consternation flashed across Lu Ming's face. Then he felt a knock on his room door. Ho Fangji's slightly excited voice came from outside.
Old Lu. Did you see the commotion outside? Should we go and take a look together? Chapter 88, Talent Reward.
When he opened the door to his room, he saw Ho Fangji standing in the doorway excitedly. Seeing Lu Ming open the door, he directly grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder.
Pointed outside. Did you just see that?
They all slipped out.
Something must have happened. Why don't we tag along for the ride?
This. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but scratch his head.
That's not very nice, is it? It's so late. What's wrong with being late?
It's not like the dorms here say you're not allowed to go out after 12 o'clock at night, so just come with me and check it out. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming, who was still troubled, simply put down the thoughts in his mind.
Nodding his head, he directly followed Ho Fangji and jumped downstairs from within the dormitory window.
In the next moment, Mouse and Lightning transformed into their battle forms at the same time. A cat and a mouse, in unison, chased after the group of people in the direction where they had just been. After following that group of people all the way, soon, Lu Ming arrived at their bearing. At the moment, the large lawn. A group of trainees, teamed up in twos, kept ordering their battle pets to fight. Looking at them, Lu Ming instantly understood what was going on.
This is what they are doing at a duel? Sure enough, the next moment, the place was full of skills.
Gorgeous skills that pitted the land around them. But even then, no instructor or mentor was seen coming over to stop it. It seems to have long been accustomed to the situation with his classmates. Around them, countless magical beasts began to gather over.
With a variety of feeds in hand, I watched while constantly hooting and hollering. This feeling. Rather like coming over to watch a movie. But in a few moments, the winner was already divided.
A young girl handed over her cadet badge with some reluctance. There was a loud clink. She had 10 points taken directly from her opponent. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Then, after the reluctant young girl glanced from side to side.
Soon enough, her gaze went to the two new arrivals, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji, who had just arrived today. At that moment, she hurriedly ran to the duo and shouted excitedly.
You two, fight me.
Hearing each other's words, Lu Ming and Ho Fangji glanced at each other.
It's fine to spar, but why don't you guys spar in the daytime instead of at night? Hearing Lu Ming's question, a smirk flashed across the face of the girl across the table. Blow your own whistle hard. Tick-tock.
In an instant, a giant robot like a car came straight at him.
If you want to know why, then beat me before you ask.
You've been intercepted by the mechanical Chancellor Flora, please survive Flora's attack as long as possible.
The level difference between the two sides is too great. Escape as soon as possible. Mission: Extreme Escape.
Evading Molly's pursuit, not limited to fleeing, faking death, surrendering.
Mission reward: Potential points 5, Talent Mechanical Cultivation Elementary. I can't believe they shipped it. Later? Mechanical law firm? Lu Ming remembered, wasn't the mechanical law firm an organization of the Dark Beast realm? So the went rogue later? Ding.
Just then, Lu Ming realized that his badge was ringing. It showed that he had automatically accepted Fluttershy's request for a sparring match. If you give up, you will be automatically considered a failure and 10 points will be deducted. At once, Lu Ming remembered what Instructor Sure had said this morning.
Each person must compulsorily accept 3 duel requests per day.
Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately patted Mouse Rat's head.
Go Mousy. Squeak. Go. Extreme Vanguard. Race: Speed Vanguard. Grade: Military Grade 1 star. Bloodline: Blue Grade.
Talents: Primary Armor, Quick Fist, Part Sufficiency, Solar Absorption.
Attributes: Mechanical, Fighting.
Weakness: Overload, 20% increase in combat power, 30% increase in energy consumption. Skills: Mechanical Iron Fist, Heatwave Sword, Ultra Long Range Strike, Lock-On, Cluster Missile, Beam Cannon, Self-Repairing.
Evolutionary route known: None. Equipment: Laser Cannons, Heatwave Weapons, Energy Shield Generators. Sin value: 0. A very well cultivated mechanical magical beast. And it's also a melee and ranged battle pet in one.
Most importantly, the other party had a frighteningly large number of secret treasures on his body, equipped with 3. The extreme speed vanguard of the opposite girl was a full 4 meters tall. The lanky figure hesitates, a mechanical samurai. It was seen drawing a mechanical katana from the sheath at its waist.
Whoosh! Red heat waves flashed from the mechanical katana. With a flick of a blade flower, the surrounding trees and turf instantly burned and withered.
Seeing the other party's appearance, Lu Ming's face however flashed a smile. If it was any other magical beast, he might still be in a bitter fight. But the speed vanguard such mechanical beasts well.
Up. Mousy. Use Metal Mastery. A skill upgraded from Metal Manipulation, Metal Mastery.
Only a flash of intense golden light emanated from Mouse's watch body. In an instant, the extreme speed vanguard, who was originally preparing to sprint, had his body instantly fly backwards into the sky. Only a flash of golden light was seen in Mouse's eyes. Click, click, click.
Extreme Vanguard's body was directly twisted into a twist by him. Damn!
How did it favor the treasure hunting rats? I've used up all the energy I managed to store this morning.
Seeing Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse skill, a touch of helplessness flashed across his face.
He saw that his battle pet was about to be twisted into a twist by Lu Ming's treasure hunting mouse. Finally, the other pursed his lips.
I concede. Ding.
Mission accomplished. You have defeated the 8-star Imperial Beastmaster Flora by crossing the line in an impossible manner.
Reward boost. Mission reward: Potential points 8, Talent Mechanical Cultivation Elementary 2. Host: Lu Ming. Title: Friends of the School. Grade: 2-star Grade 2. Stamina: 19.1. Sharpness: 20.3. Insight: 19.9. Spiritual Energy: 1822.
Spiritual Arts: Golden Mantle Denjiki Plus, Fire Gathering Denjiki Plus, Mirror Flower and Water Moon Beginner Plus, Spirit Melting Beginner Plus, Spirit Shaping Golden Body Beginner Plus, Locking Beginner Plus, Sentinel Space Beginner Plus. Talent: Mechanical Cultivation 2001000 Plus.
Potential points: 20.
Seeing this reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but widen.
Where is this cadet? It's clearly a moving treasure. If one can develop all these people aside.
When he thought of this, a flash of light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes.
Then all the talent of these geniuses will be his from now on. What a great day at the talent camp, you really didn't come for nothing.
Xu Ning, who was on the opposite side of the table, heard Lu Ming dare to call his name directly.
A flash of bearish anger appeared in his eyes. You punk who can't even finish the tutor's course. How dare you compare yourself to me? Hearing Chu Ning's angry roar, the crowd's gazes couldn't help but look toward Lu Ming.
Soon, a sneering smile appeared on all of their faces.
For Lu Ming's performance in class today. We have all heard about it before. Failing all 4 courses, not to mention, even made Mansan tutor storm out. With a talent like his, how dare he provoke geniuses like himself? Unable to help it, the faces of the surrounding trainees all showed sneers one by one. He's that Lu Ming, right? The one who made a fool of himself in tutor when Shan's class today? More than that.
He didn't pass any of the classes taught by Fong Yuan, Shen Mo, or Wang Dong. Oh, he's only going to be able to run wild for a few days, name it, and he'll have to get the hell out tomorrow. He's going to get all his points deducted by the instructors anyway, so why don't we just help him out? That's right, so many points, how wasteful to be deducted by the tutor. It's better to give us the best. I'll make good use of these points, just in time to get another spiritual treasure for my battle pet. Having said that, countless gazes from the surrounding area. Chi looked wistfully at Lu Ming. It felt as if they were looking into their own wallets. Just as the crowd was about to go up and trouble Lu Ming. However, he saw Chu Ning open his arms and directly stop the crowd. His eyes looked viciously at all of them, and a glint of severity flashed in his eyes.
No one is allowed to move. He's the one who provoked me.
I'll fight him first.
After speaking, Chu Ning took a deep breath. The gaze that looked at Lu Ming was furious and tyrannical, calling out. What's wrong with choosing me over so many others? Think I'm the best bully of them all? Get on it. Secret Silver Devil Lizard. Chappa chappa chappa. Hear the master's call.
A large lizard-like magical beast slid violently down Chu Ning's neck.
The moment it unfolded its battle form, this demonic lizard's body instantly transformed into the size of a crocodile.
Covered in a shiny silver sheen, it looked gorgeous and dangerous.
Race, Secret Silver Demon Lizard. Grade, Military Grade 2 Star. Bloodline, Blue Grade. Talents, Secret Silver Skin, Gold Elemental Mastery, Gold Swallowing. Attributes, Gold. Weakness, Ultra Limit Defense. When Secret Silver is broken, the defense automatically goes to 0.
Skills, Metal Claw Strike, Metal Sharp Teeth, Metal Mastery, Concentrated Defense, Devouring Reinforcement, Rapid Replenishment.
Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, Serrated Iron Teeth. Sin value, 0. As the same metallic magical beast, the Secret Silver Demon Lizard looked much more domineering than the Treasure Seeker Mouse.
Most importantly, its entire body was wrapped in secret silver metal, and it looked incredibly hard. Ordinary magical beasts of the same level wanted to break through that layer of defense. Even if he exerted all his strength, he would never be able to shake it. At this moment, the two battle pets were facing each other side by side. Soon, the auras of both sides reached their peak. At that moment, the gazes of the surrounding trainees could not help but look in unison. Even a young brunette girl, who opened the betting directly. Come. Let's all bet on who will win between that newcomer and Chu Ning. Hearing the young girl's words, the crowd couldn't help but gather together. Is there even a need to ask? That secret silver demon lizard of Chu Ning's has a defense that's even harder than that of an armor-type magical beast, and just breaking through its defense is a challenge.
A treasure-hunting mouse? Isn't that just an experimental item? Does that thing have combat power? Oh, it's not like it's the Fong Yuan tutor's end. I reckon it's just empty.
I bet 20 points that Chu Ning wins. Hee, also come with me for 20 points and bet on Chu Ning to win.
But in a few moments, everyone had finished placing their bets.
Anyone who dares Lu Ming to win is either a madman or a gambler who wants to win big with a small amount of money. Seeing that everyone was betting on Lu Ming to win, Ho Fangji's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. At that moment, he walked up to the young girl and grunted coldly.
How can I bet? I want to bet that old Lu wins. He's at 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. What are you betting? 50 points. I bet on old Lu to win. Ha! Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the crowd couldn't help but look away. Someone actually had the guts to bet on that new guy to win and give so many points at once. It's not a cutie, I'm afraid.
Even the maiden who opened the disc was stunned when she heard Ho Fangji's words.
Are you sure? If you lose the bet, I'm afraid you won't have enough points on you, right? How can you need so much consideration in life?
He's my future little brother, of course I'll trust him.
After saying that, Ho Fangji directly pulled out his badge.
Seeing that he was actually coming for real.
Everyone's faces suddenly showed a stunned disbelief.
But in the next second, the eyes of the crowd looking at Ho Fangji automatically took on a touch of mockery. I had thought that the young master, who was not versed in the world, was a dullard. Oh, I was planning to play with him for 2 more days, but now it seems that won't be necessary.
Throwing all your points in and following that loser to his death, are you?
I think he felt he couldn't stay a long time ago and deliberately gave himself an excuse to leave. TSK, just rolled out on the first day here. Are these two trying to set a new record for the genius training camp? Ho Fangji, on the other hand, didn't even look at the group. Straight away, I pulled out all my points. When Ho Fangji handed over the points, an evil smile immediately appeared on the young girl's face. Good. The purchase is finalized. Both of you please start the competition. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming just glanced at the young girl. Suddenly he opened his mouth. Wait a minute. Can I bet on myself? I'll keep 10 points and bet the rest on myself to win. Ha! Hearing Lu Ming's request, everyone was instantly shocked. Eyes flicked to Lu Ming, as if they couldn't believe that he was actually this crazy as well. 2 madmen in 1 battalion? Where did they come from? Who knows? It's pretty bold, I just don't know if it has any real skills. Look at Chunin, this guy is on the verge of red warmth. Hee, don't say this little handsome guy is quite interesting, I actually want to bet on that Lu Ming to win as well. As for the black-haired girl, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the smile at the corners of his mouth grew even wider. Without any hesitation, he directly took away Lu Ming's points. Then, a folding fan appeared in her hand at some point. It blocked the middle of the treasure-hunting mouse and the secret silver demon lizard, accompanied by the gentle lifting of the folding fan in the young girl's hand. The next moment, she let out a fierce cry of joy. So, the game begins. Roar! At once, the cadets watching around them. There were also magical beasts that let out a burst of cheers in unison for the treasure-hunting mouse as well as the secret silver demon lizard. Dueling begins. Chapter 90: Treasure Hunting Mouse vs. Secret Silver Demon Lizard. Secret Silver Demon Lizard. Go up and try a wave. Use Metal Mastery. Hearing Chuning's command, the body of the secret silver demon lizard violently flashed with a layer of silver light. In the next moment, countless silver-textured metals rose up from the ground. Towards the sides of the treasure hunter mouse's body it continuously surged out. Mouse. Dodge. Again use Metal Mastery. Looking at the metal pillar released by the opponent's battle pet was going to trap Mouse Rat. Lu Ming ordered immediately. Squeak. Hearing Lu Ming's order, the treasure hunter mouse similarly unleashed a golden metallic pillar. The moment the 2 strands of metal collided, boom! Countless pieces of broken metal suddenly exploded all around. Those surrounding magical beasts that were originally still watching the battle. Immediately after seeing these metal fragments, panic appeared on his face. Woo! Just then, a wall of light appeared out of nowhere. It directly blocked the attacks of the treasure-seeking mouse and the secret silver demon lizard. Only to see an old white ape that looked like an ape, but was attached to a flowery white beard, smilingly blocking the magical beasts. The wall of light that had just been there was the work of it. The opponent was holding a secret wooden stick in his hand. Gently, the invisible wall of light directly blocked in front of all the magical beasts. At once, the magical beasts that had just been in a mess. It was instantly quiet. At the same time, a mechanical-type magical beast quietly mixed into the group of magical beasts. There were countless more magical beast feeds in his hands at some point. After sending a circle towards the surrounding wraiths, it then very naturally blended into the pile of magical beasts. Looking at the white ape beside him, a humanized electronic expression appeared on its electronic face. Master White Ape, how is the boy this time? Woo. Hearing Alpha 371's question, Hakushu immediately communicated with Alpha 371. The 2 magical beasts were clearly different species, but they actually magically communicated together. Instantly, Alpha 371 nodded. Then quietly came to the brunette's heels. Soft, I'll place a bet on that new cadet to win. Upon hearing Alpha 371's words, a trace of consternation could not help but flash across the face of this black-haired girl. Mr. 371, are you sure he'll win? How can you see it's still Chu Shio winning, right? Regardless of this, I'm okay with betting 100 points, right? After saying that, Alpha 371 actually took out his badge. It was handed to the young girl. Seeing Alpha 371's insignia, Guasof's eyes immediately revealed a touch of contemplation. Then smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, teacher, the betting board has already started, so I can't participate in the betting anymore. Humph, shrewd little girl, really doesn't let anyone take advantage of her at all. Buzz. Hearing Guasof's words, Alpha 371 then left the competition site unwillingly and reluctantly. Only Guasof was left behind, staring curiously at Lu Ming and Chu Ning, who were fighting in the distance. It was clear that everyone didn't think highly of Lu Ming, even her. But Mr. Alpha 371 actually has a crush on Lu Ming. Or did Alpha 371 Sensei hear something from Hakusaro Sensei? As his eyes pondered, Guasof's gaze went to Master White Ape. The white ape that was not far away just now was seen, and was now smiling as it watched the battle between the treasure-hunting mouse and the secret silver demon lizard. Every now and then he nodded his head and stroked his beard, seemingly very satisfied. This caused Guasof's heart, which was still a bit uncertain, to suddenly set off waves of shock. Master White Ape actually really looked favorably on Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse. Doesn't the bloodline of the treasure hunter mouse only go up to the green level? Even if he had reached the blue rank, in the piece of combat, he shouldn't be a match for the secret silver demon lizard that was also at the blue rank. Or is Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse different? With the smoke on the ground dispersing. In the next moment, the secret silver demon lizard's huge body violently poked out of the smoke. Opening its bloody mouth, inside were rows of iron teeth made of secret silver. Looking across the room at the rat, it only takes a second for it to bite down on the heavy rat's rat head. It's the secret silver demon lizard now. Use metal sharp teeth. Hearing his master's command, the secret silver demon lizard's teeth instantly shone with a silver-colored light. Just moments before its huge teeth were about to bite the rat. Mouse. Dharma heaven and earth. Squeak. Boom. At that instant, the treasure-hunting mouse and the secret silver demon lizard were where they had just been. Once again, a gust of smoke erupted. Everyone's gazes looked with some curiosity at the smoke Dharma phase not far away. Wanted to know the outcome of the matchup just now. Only Chu Xiu clasped his arms with both hands, his eyes filled with calmness and confidence. Lu Ming, who was on the opposite side of the table, did the same with him, unable to see any excess feelings. Just as the people around them were curious. Squeak. The voice of a rat actually came from within the smoke. Then the crowd saw that Mouse's gigantic phallic form appeared behind it. The rat-headed humanoid phantom grabbed the bloody mouth of the opposite secret silver demon lizard. No matter how much the secret silver demon lizard struggled, Mouse Rat's phantom did not move at all. Seeing this scene, Chu Ning's eyes fiercely changed. Kid's got a little something, but... now what? Only Chu Ning's hands formed a seal, and a spirit art was released directly from between his hands. Spiritual Art Explosive Scale. Explosive scales, used on magical beasts that possess the scale class, it is able to instantly spread the scales of the battle pet's body twice as much. Both defense and attack. Metal power increased by 10%. The moment the spirit art was released towards the secret silver demon lizard. Pasha. In an instant, the secret silver demon lizard that had just been struggling to hold on. A silver light erupted violently from his eyes. The hard scales on its body. It has more than doubled in size quickly. The scales, which were originally still a bit rough, were now like a secret silver dagger growing on its body. Almost instantly, it pierced through the palm of the golden body Dharma phase. Secret silver demon lizard. Use Death Tumble. Hearing Chu Ning's order. The body of the secret silver demon lizard immediately rotated 360 degrees towards the air. Violently rotating, like a martial artist with a sword, he drew a graceful sword arc in the air. In an instant, the golden body phantom's arm was severed by the other party's secret skill cut. The rat, underneath him, also let out a mournful wail. Seeing this scene, the surrounding trainees couldn't help but nod their heads and holler. To be able to breed a defensive-type battle pet to be so aggressive, this Chu Ning is still something. Unsurprisingly, this one is Chu Ning's win. Hey, bear with me, make a small profit of 5 points tonight. Damn it, I shouldn't have bet on that Lu Ming to win on the cheap, the points are all wasted. Geez, if we lose this, these two will have to all off tonight, right? That little cutie over there, need me to buy you a ticket back? Hearing the unbridled jeers of the people around him, Ho Fanji immediately clenched his fists. looking at the treasure-hunting mouse that was struggling to survive the battle with the secret silver demon lizard. Ho Fangji snorted coldly at once. Don't underestimate that guy. I know for a fact that he's definitely more than that. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Chu Ning's face however revealed a cold smile. Still not dying, are you? Then I'll show you the true gap between you mortals and geniuses. Secret silver demon lizard, stop playing around. Make the secret skill dance of the sword of death. After saying that, violent fluctuations of spiritual energy coalesced from Chu Ning's hands. A complex spirit art was cast once again in his hands. Spiritual art sword armor. Sword armor, when unleashed on a battle pet, boosts the defense and attack power of its scales by 30%, and when hit by an enemy, it will take 10% of the attack's backlash, with a chance of a bleeding state. This was precisely the primordial spirit art that Chu Ning had comprehended after training day and night with his secret silver demon lizard. It could also be said to be the exclusive spiritual art of the secret silver demon lizard. The moment the mystic silver demon lizard was hit by the sword armor, the aura of its body steeply increased by a large margin. The eyes also turned a red color filled with the desire to kill. The body, as well as its scales, had even steeply thickened at least 3 times. The huge body, like a spiked bucket, swiftly stabbed towards the opposite treasure-hunting mouse. In the face of the secret silver demon lizard's attack, at this moment, Mouse Rat was as if he was half frozen. Frozen place. It was a long time before it reacted and took a defensive stance. Just late. The body of the secret silver demon lizard in the sky violently bloomed with countless silver spikes. In an instant, the rat giver was pinned underneath him. It's over. The crowd that saw the scene immediately had an expression on their faces that said it all. Just as they were about to ask for the winning points towards Guisoft, who knew that Guisoft picked up her folding fan and directly hit one person's hand. Opened her folding fan, revealing her smiling, intent eyes. Pointed across the battlefield. Guys, is the fight over? I think you guys need to see more. Chapter 91, Combat Genius. Hearing Guisoft's words, the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look towards the battlefield. Then, the men couldn't help but let out a cut. Being hit by that kind of attack, even a soldier-level advanced magical beast would lose its fighting ability, right? So what if it doesn't attack? Didn't attack. This. Hearing Guisoft's words, the bodies of the few people who had just been not very concerned suddenly stiffened. Then, his eyes looked towards the battlefield there in surprise. At the moment, the smoke cleared. The secret silver demon lizard returned to its original size. Because of the continuous attacks it had just made, it was also panting at this moment. Wait until it slowly climbs up and out of its original position. Underneath it, it was actually empty. How? Seeing this scene, Chu Ning, who had just been calm and collected, instantly widened his eyes. I clearly saw the hit only. Why is it okay? Skill? Or is it a spiritual art? Nope. Where's that treasure-hunting mouse? Squeak. Along with Chu Ning's words had just fallen. The next moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting mouse came from behind the secret silver demon lizard. Not good. Hearing this voice, Chu Ning's heart immediately rang with alarm bells. However, his excellent fighting skills still allowed him to make a judgment at the first opportunity. Secret silver demon lizard. Use focused defense. Hear the master's command. The body of the secret silver demon lizard instantly curled up into a sphere like a rat woman. Spiritual arts sword armor. Along with that, Chu Ning used up the last ounce of spirit arts in his body. At that moment, his secret silver demon lizard was like a real secret silver mine, crawling and crouching on the ground without moving. Only Rat's body slammed down on the body of the secret silver demon lizard. Looking at the huge secret silver mine on this head, his face was filled with doubt. Lu Ming, on the other hand, just let out a cold laugh and looked across at Chu Ning. Admit defeat, Chu Ning. There shouldn't be any need for me to say more about what the end of a single-minded defense is, right? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Chu Ning's face couldn't help but flash with a touch of coldness. But soon, he let out a cold snort. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Do you think my secret silver demon lizard would be so weak? You might as well break through its defense first. Secret silver demon lizard. Use quick replenish during defense. Quickly regain your strength and fight again. Hearing Chu Ning's words,
The surrounding cadets couldn't help but let out another sigh.
It's this move again, I lost to this move last time. That secret silver demon lizard's bastard shell is just too hard, and the most crucial thing is that it has actually acquired
a divine skill as rapid replenishment, it's simply not too rascal.
Silly, right? Thinking that you've beaten the other side, in fact, this is only the beginning of the ordeal. If you can't break the defense of the other side's secret silver demon lizard, it's still unknown who will win or lose this match.
But how did that treasure-seeking mouse dodge the attack? I haven't figured it out even after thinking about it for half a day.
Let alone you, I haven't thought it through, or does he have stealth-type skills? Looking at the treasure-hunting rats that were constantly launching attacks on the secret silver demon lizard. The faces of the crowd all showed gazes of watching a good show. One must know that the secret silver demon lizard was originally a magical beast known for its defense. If you can't break through its defense, then everything is empty talk. Looking at the huge armor in front of him, Mouse couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Squeak! Upon hearing Mouse's words, Lu Ming's face, however, unconsciously revealed a smirk. Don't think that just because it's all metallic, I can't do anything with you.
Mouse. Use the 5 elements spiritual art fire.
Squeak!
Hearing Lu Ming's order.
Immediately, a roaring flame erupted violently from the rat's mouth. The countless treasure-seeking rats around them who were watching the battle. After seeing that Lu Ming's rat was actually able to spit out fiery flames, all of them were wide-eyed with adoration.
Omega. Even the cadets around them.
After seeing that Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse could actually use a fire attribute skill, there were also wide-eyed stares.
Nice guy.
Did I just read that right?
That was a fire attribute skill? That treasure-seeking mouse is not ordinary.
Is it a specially cultivated battle pet? Looks like this one has a good talent for cultivation.
Eh?
If you cultivate talent, why are your grades so bad in all subjects?
Biased?
Biased in all subjects?
Isn't that simply being a scum?
Just as the crowd was whispering, the flame skill had hit the scales of the secret silver demon lizard. Only, in the face of the treasure hunter mouse's flames, the other party was motionless. Seeing this scene, Chu Yunyan then breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The secret silver on the secret silver demon lizard is not a simple ore. The melting point is 3 times that of ordinary iron ore. The melting point is even more than 5,000 degrees.
Your ordinary flames won't be able to affect it.
Upon hearing Chu Yunyan's words, Lu Ming instantly glanced at him with an odd gaze. Personally expose the weaknesses of your own battle favorites.
You're a good man, brother. Mouse. 5 elements spiritual art water.
Squeak! At once, a column of water erupted from the rat's mouth.
The moment it sprayed on the secret silver demon lizard,
the stream of water was instantly vaporized into steam by the high temperature of the secret silver that burned and rolled as it was. Seeing this scene, Chu Yunyan's face could not help but reveal a cold smile once again.
What? Fire attack didn't work, so you changed to water attack? Did you come to fight, or to scrub?
In the face of Chu Yunyan's provocation, Lu Ming's face remained unchanged. And Death gave another order to Mouse.
Mouse. That's it. Alternate flames and jets of water.
Squeak! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Mouse immediately and firmly completed Lu Ming's order. Pillars of water and fire were continuously
towards the secret silver demon lizard over and over again.
Seeing this scene, Chu Yunyan merely let out a cold laugh. Oh, it's just useless. But the next moment, Ferron, who had just been defeated by Lu Ming on the side, seemed to think of something.
The face suddenly changed. I know. Know what?
Hearing Flora's words, the crowd couldn't help but look. Fluttershy, on the other hand, pointed at the secret silver demon lizard across the room and said with some uncertainty.
Though the treasure hunter mouse's attack may not seem to be there, the alternation of hot and cold, did you guys think of anything?
Thought of what?
Without waiting for the crowd to ask again, Fleur directly analyzed it. Heat, which can cause the vibrations between metal atoms to intensify and the metal to expand. Cooling, which reduces the distance between metal atoms, and the constant violent movement of the atoms, can fatigue the metal.
Just as in the process of weapon building, the step of quenching aims to make the metal hard and brittle, this time if it attacks. Speaking of which, the gazes of the crowd all looked across the room at the secret silver demon lizard.
Although Flora didn't explain any further, everyone already understood what he meant.
At that moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. His eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Just a simple fight and he's already thinking that much? This guy. Combat talent is not to be missed. It's a bit of a cultivation dish, but that's a pretty good head. I'm afraid Chu Ning is going to suffer this time. Sheesh. Genius idea. Why didn't I think of that? Shu. Keep your voices down. You guys are helping Chu Ning cheat, aren't you? Is it because you don't want to see your points lose? Hey! You want to lose? Hearing Furon's analysis, Chu Ning, who had just been filled with calmness, suddenly changed his face. Not good. Secret Silver Demon Lizard, get up and attack quickly. Upon hearing his master's command, the secret silver vein, which had just remained motionless, violently emitted a violent tremor. Just at the moment when the other party was about to resume his actions, a flash of sternness immediately appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. How can I give you a chance? Mouse rat. Use mana heaven. Hammer him for me. At the same time, complex spirit arts likewise blossomed in Lu Ming's hands. Spiritual art, spirit shaping golden body. In an instant, Mouse, who had been continuously casting spirit arts, instantly stopped his movements. A huge golden body phantom emerged from his back. The moment the opposite secret silver demon lizard was about to recover. Only the discovery of the treasure hunter Mouse clasped his hands together in a closed embrace as a hammer. At the secret silver demon lizard that was about to recover underneath, it was a hard hammer. Chapter 92, Magical Beast Skill Instructor, Martial Arts Transmission Master. Boom! Violent hammering sounds resounded through the grounds. The crowd subconsciously covered their ears. Pasha pasha. The secret silver demon lizard that was hammered immediately let out a miserable cry. As for the treasure hunting mouse, after hammering down this strike, it immediately exploded back towards the rear. Only to see the large secret silver demon lizard in the distance, violently awakening from its static state. The secret silver all over his body looked undamaged in the slightest. Eyes flashed with bearish anger, letting out a roar at the distant treasure hunter mouse. At that moment, Chu Ning, who was still nervous, violently clenched his fists. Very good, secret silver demon lizard. Keep me on it. Use the metal sharp teeth. Bite through its defenses. Pasha pasha. Hear the master's command. The secret silver demon lizard violently stood up from the ground. Just at the moment it was about to launch an attack towards the treasure hunter mouse. Click. The crisp ringing sound spread throughout the entire battlefield in an instant. The voice is. Subconsciously, the gazes of the crowd looked towards the secret silver demon lizard. It was seen on the secret silver demon lizard that had just been battle hardened. A tiny crack suddenly appeared. Click. A fragment of secret silver fell from the secret silver demon lizard. Seeing this scene, Chu Ning immediately gritted his teeth. It's just a crumb. Secret silver demon lizard. Click, 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 click. What Chu Ning didn't expect was, with the piece of debris that just fell, the secret silver on the secret silver demon lizard was like dominoes. They have blown up one after another. In just a few moments, he turned from the secret silver demon lizard that had just flaunted its power to a naked, pink-skinned lizard. At once, the surrounding magical beasts that saw this scene were first stunned. Then the entire interior of the camp violently erupted in violent laughter. Squeak! Chirp! Woohoo, woohoo! The cadets who saw this scene. At this moment, they all couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Everyone did not expect that the punch from the treasure hunter mouse just now would be so exaggerated. My God! Did you guys see that? It's not like I don't have eyes, of course I saw it. The secret silver mines on that secret silver demon lizard have all been crippled. Chu Ning is completely cold this time. Without a week's time I'm afraid he won't be able to recover. Gee, then won't his points be at our disposal for the next week? Blame it on his bad luck. Why don't you just surrender earlier? Those trainees who were originally still on Chu Ning's side, after seeing the misery of the secret silver demon lizard, immediately went from being a supporter to a defector. The eyes greedily looked at Chu Ning as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Within the genius training camp, there is no friendship, only points, only benefits. As for Chu Ning, after seeing his secret silver demon lizard shattered, His entire body was directly frozen in place in a state of disorientation. That is, until Guasoft stepped forward and took Lu Ming's hand and raised it high.
The winner of this match is Mr. Lu Ming. Ding.
Mission accomplished, you've crossed the line and defeated 8-star Imperial Beastmaster Chu Ning in an impossible feat.
Mission reward, potential points 8, talent metallic cultivation elementary 2. Instantly, there was a wail around the arena. A few roars of excitement were occasionally mixed in.
Obviously, those guys who had bet on Lu Ming to win had earned a considerable amount of points. Even the eyes that looked at Lu Ming became much kinder. I can't imagine that this newcomer who came back is quite fierce, actually able to defeat even Chu Ning. Maybe he's average in other talents, but that's not a commanding talent.
Hey, small profit tonight, late night snack on me later. Speaking of which, those two maniacs, they just put all their points on the line, didn't they? Good lord, that's at least 20 points earned, right?
After saying that, several people looked at Lu Ming and Ho Fangji with some envy in their gazes. As for Ho Fangji, at the moment he was gloating over the fact that he had made a large sum of money.
Hey, what did I say?
I knew Lu Ming would win for sure.
The surrounding trainees, watching the end of the battle on this side.
Immediately, everyone dispersed altogether. Flora, on the side, was originally planning to sneak away. As a result, she was just about to turn around and leave when a gentle laugh came from behind her.
This student, are you forgetting something? Hearing Lu Ming's gentle voice, Furong violently shivered. It was only a bit reluctant to say. I know. I'm just telling you the rules.
The reason why everyone is out at this hour is besides spontaneous fighting to finish today's combat mission. And most importantly, to win 3 battles in a row.
3 in a row?
Hearing Furong's words, Lu Ming's face couldn't help but flash with a flash of surprise.
Is there any special reward for winning 3 games in a row? Why haven't I heard about it? Seeing Lu Ming's puzzled expression, Jasmine waved her hand, a touch of smugness flashing across her face. Of course you don't know, because it's an unwritten rule in the camp.
Every night battle, those who win 3 games in a row will be able to arrange for their battle pet to go to the White Ape Master to learn a skill. Master White Ape is awesome, he can skill in any attribute.
Oh? Master White Ape?
Hearing Jasmine's words, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly stunned.
Look in the direction of Jasmine's finger. That's when he realized. Not far away was a white-furred, white-bearded, ape-like magical beast with a goatee.
Was humanely stroking his beard, his gaze constantly scanning the battle favors fighting on the battlefield. Through his judgment pupil, the other party's information was immediately imprinted in front of his eyes.
Race, Master of Transmission. Grade, Handsome 9 stars. Bloodline, Purple grade. Talent Quick Comprehension, Transmission of Martial Arts, Giftedness, Transcendent Wisdom. Attributes, none.
Weakness, Conformity, can only be taught to magical beasts of a lower level than yourself. Skills, Wisdom Transcendence, Transmission of the Essence, Dang Dang, Enlightenment, Ichabod, Monkeyish Fist, Flaming Fist, Freezing Fist, Lightning Fist.
Evolutionary routes known, none. Equipment, Transmission Cane. Sin value, 0.
Looking at the martial arts transmission master in front of him, Lu Ming's mouth instantly grew into an O shape.
The opponent was actually a magical beast with a purple level bloodline, and the opponent's skill bar.
Lu Ming saw at least over 400 skills. This master of transmission of martial arts is really bunker.
No wonder so many trainees are drawn to combat.
It turned out to be a skill tutor for battle pets. Genius training camp, it really is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. A random magical beast might be a big brother that one couldn't afford to mess with.
Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Furong couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Recognize it, right? That's a rare transmission master. It's a pity, if only my battle pet was a bit stronger.
Speaking of this, Furong couldn't help but look towards Chu Ning, who had just been defeated, and nudged towards the other party's side.
Have you seen Chu Ning's secret silver demon lizard?
The rapid replenishment of his secret silver demon lizard was learned from the side of the martial transmission master.
Transmuting masters can automatically complement the shortcomings of our battle pets just by watching them fight each other. When the time comes, the skill that best suits them will be taught, and could there be a better skill tutor?
After listening to Furong's explanation, Lu Ming came to a realization.
I see, if that's the case. The matter of people coming over to duel in the middle of the night made sense.
At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes burned as he looked at the few remaining trainees.
It's kinda a double whammy tonight. Not only have you discovered a way to acquire the gift, the Wraith Mentor, who helps battle pets gain skills, was also discovered. Next, just beat one more cadet. Treasure hunting rats will also be given the opportunity to learn skills. Unable to help it, Lu Ming's gaze looked around. Who should he challenge next? Chapter 93 Night of the Ice Dragon Python. The battle is over. Lu Ming wins. With ease, Lu Ming completed the last round of challenges. As for the person he challenged, ding! Mission accomplished, you've crossed the line and defeated 8-star Imperial Beast Master Hofangji with an impossible feat. Mission reward, potential points 8, talent Ancient God Lineage Cultivation Beginner 2. Seeing this reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but skim his lips. Ugh! Useless talent. The Ancient God Lineage Magical Beasts, Lu Ming had already checked before. Can't say there aren't any, I guess, but they're definitely a rarity. It usually only appears on the Beast Planet. Once Blue Star appears, he is also instantly tracked down and killed by the Heresy Verdict. Unless there were special circumstances, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to meet this type of magical beast. I was expecting the old ho to give himself some kind of good talent. The result? Don't want it. Watching his Red Xian beast being defeated by the treasure-seeking mouse. A flash of heartache flashed across Ho Fangji's face. Good you Lu Ming, thanks to the fact that I just bet on you to win, you actually betrayed me. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming just rolled his eyes. Come on, you're going to lose anyway, why don't you just give me the points? Instead of cheapening others, it's better to cheapen your own people, isn't it? Seems like. Is right 2-0? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji's face could not help but show a touch of eccentricity. It always felt as if something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. At the same time, the surrounding trainees ended their battles one after another. A total of 3 cadets completed the trifecta. Immediately, the 3 of them left their battle pets behind. After yawning, he headed in the direction of his dormitory. Another group of people hooked up and headed towards the cafeteria's location. It's a big night, so I guess it's time to go for a late-night snack. Lu Ming, on the other hand, yawned afterward. Straight back to the dorms. Silently, he ran his meditative thoughts, raising his psychic energy. At this moment, inside the artificial grassland, the treasure seeker mouse was holding the ice spirit Xian python on its head, striding behind the white ape master. Every now and then, other treasure hunting rats would approach its side around it. Then keep nosing it and sucking on its ass. There is no shortage of female treasure-seeking rats among them. Non-stop winking at Mouse. Look at Mouse with a jolt. Please. I'm just a half-month-old. These ants please don't think ill of me. In a moment, however, a large group of treasure seekers gathered beside the treasure seekers. All kinds of hairstyles are available. Some of them were also due to devouring spiritual treasures of different attributes. Little yellow hairs, little blue hairs, little purple hairs and little red hairs appeared. A variety of killer scavenger hunt rats, focused on the rat's heels. Looking at the powerful mouse rat in front of him, he only saw a group of treasure hunting mice standing in front of mouse rat. Squeak! Instantly, all the treasure hunting rats stood in a row. A 90-degree bow in front of Mouse. Z? A flash of doubt flashed across Mouse's face at the sight of this odd bunch of treasure hunting rats. But before it could resist, it was flanked by a group of treasure hunting rats and left the place. Seeing their big brother being taken away, a flash of panic immediately appeared on Little Snake's face. Just as it wanted to rush forward to find Mouse, a walking stick, however, stopped in front of the Little Snake. Only to see the kindly-faced white ape master smilingly stroking the Little Snake's head. At the Little Snake's surprised gaze, behind Master White Ape's back, a wing like a dragon's wing suddenly coalesced. Only this pair of dragon wings gently swayed. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the magical beasts, Master White Ape actually flew straight up. After flying in a circle around the Little Snake, the White Ape Master would then land. A smile on his kindly crease-filled face as he looked at the Little Snake in front of him. Only the White Ape Master let out an ape whistle. At once, the Little Snake immediately twinkled its big eyes and nodded excitedly. The other magical beasts in the surroundings couldn't help but have envious expressions on their faces when they saw it. After all, this is flying. Only the smile on Master White Ape's face grew even wider.
Picking up his passing cane, he flicked it towards the top of the little snake's head. At that instant, there was a flash of clarity in the ice-vibrant dragon python's mind. A figure that was domineering in its strangeness appeared steeply in its mind. Anon. Only the figure in his mind snapped his eyes wide open. In the vertical pupils of the metal was a look of disdain for all beings. Rising slowly, it snapped open its own wings. Instantly, a sonic boom came from the sky. When the 10,000 beasts saw that figure, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to have the slightest stray thought of daring to resist. Hiss. In a matter of moments, only the ice spirit dragon python's mind was violently struck by an aura. Brush. A pair of dragon wings fiercely coalesced behind its back. Compared to Master White Ape's wings, this pair of its wings were actually bigger. With a forceful flap, a fierce wind spread out from around his dragon wings. Whoosh! The little snake rushed straight up into the sky. Seeing this scene, the envy in the eyes of the surrounding magical beasts increased. Woo, woo, woo! But soon, the call of Master White Ape came. Everyone immediately slumped down again honestly and waited for Master White Ape's guidance. It was also at the same time that Master White Ape was patiently passing on his skills. In the sky, the little snake had taken flight. Just as he was about to fly higher. Who knew that in the next second, its wings suddenly became dull? Before it could figure out the situation, it only saw that the originally huge dragon wings suddenly became less than a tenth of its size. At that moment, the little snake's entire snake was directly confused. Don't understand what's going on. If Lu Ming had been there, he would have known that this was precisely the result of little snake's incomplete dragon bloodline weakness. The skill was full of instability, which was what caused the serpent's wings to suddenly and dramatically shrink. Because of the small wing plunge. No matter how hard the little snake flapped its wings, nor could they fly upward the slightest bit more. Even. Hissing. In an instant, the small snake that flew in mid-air directly fell towards the ground in a gliding position. Bang! The ground was smashed into a deep, huge crater by its hard dragon scales. Hiss! Flicking his tail, he stroked his groggy head. Crystalline tears squeezed out of the little snake's eyes. Just moments before it was about to cry out. Suddenly, countless scarlet eyes emerged from the darkness. Hiss! In an instant, the little snake's head snapped up. Somewhat cringingly, he wrapped himself into a mound of ice cream. Just as it was overwhelmed. Only the owner of these eyes slowly approached. Surprisingly, the magical beasts in the neighborhood strongholds. A group of magical beasts, coming to the little snake, suddenly sniffled. It's like smelling something good. In the next moment, the pair of demonic beasts, in unison, leaned towards the little snake. With everyone's help, the little snake was taken directly into his stronghold. Look at the little snake's injured body. A hamster wraith somewhat reluctantly took out an acorn with a strange shimmering luster from within its own tree hole. Then, as if offering a treasure, he put it beside the little snake. Seeing this acorn, the little snake subconsciously gulped. Then, in the encouraging gazes of the surrounding wraiths, swallow the acorn in front of you in one gulp. In the next moment, the aura on its body increased steeply. Mortal grade. 6 stars. Obviously, this acorn with a strange luster is not something mundane, but a spiritual treasure. Early in the morning, when Lu Ming awoke from his meditative state, he had only just stretched, and then realized with dismay. His own psychic energy level had actually broken through again. After a night's cultivation, he had actually reached the 2-star third level directly. Then his gaze went back to Lu Ming. And, being stared at by him, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown a little. What Ho Fangji had to say was exactly what he was thinking. Other than that, what else is there? Seeing that Lu Ming was in deep thought, there was no disappointment on Ishida's face. Instead, it prompted. If your battle pets are spread out too far when they fight against a magical beast, what should you do if a magical beast wants to attack you at this time? Or, what do you do when the wraiths on the other side prioritize you as a target? Upon hearing Instructor Shi's prompt, Lu Ming instantly revealed an expression of sudden realization. Then he affirmed directly. Self-preservation. Exactly. It's the ability to defend yourself. A mature Imperial Beastmaster learns to protect himself. If you all die, it's all over. And today, I will teach all of you to defend yourselves. After saying that, Ishida's spiritual energy coalesced in his hands.
Spiritual art's temporary contract.
Only to see that a spirit art struck the head of a mechanical demon beast beside him. Barely encountering any struggle, he completed a temporary contract with the magical beast in front of him. In the next moment, the magical beast mechanical dog ran intimately to Ishida's feet,
spitting his mechanical tongue out at it. Only Ishida leaned down and stroked its steel belly with equal intimacy.
Once he had jerked the other man off, Ishida then stated faintly,
"See? With this temporary contract, you'll be able to establish a brief contractual link with a magical beast. Do any of you want to try it?"
There was a moment of silence when they heard Ishida's words.
Just then, Ming, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but raise his hand curiously. "Instructor, sure, I don't understand one thing."
At once, Ishida's eyes lit up. The face was still the same uninviting face.
"You say? This kind of temporary contract surely can't be contracted by any magical beast, right?"
And the magical beast you just temporarily contracted is obviously a magical beast artificially bred by the training camp.
If it was a magical beast in the wild, it shouldn't be so easy to complete the contract, right? Will it affect the Imperial Beast Master if the contract fails? Good question. Add 5 points. Hearing Ming's question, Ishida not only did not get angry.
Instead, he smiled and raised Ming's badge by 5 points. Looking at the curious gazes of the crowd, he immediately said, "The main object of the temporary contract is not for you to use it on wild magical beasts, but on artificially bred magical beasts.
Like this mechanical repair dog underneath me." Having said that,
the mechanical cultivation dog in front of him steeply erupted with a powerful burst of psychic energy.
To the astonishment of the crowd,
the body of the mechanical repair dog suddenly folded.
Eventually, it became a double-barreled shotgun about 1,000 millimeters long.
Stroking the silver-white double-barreled shotgun in front of him, a smirk flashed across Ishida's face.
Cadets with mechanical magic beasts shouldn't be strangers, right? For those of you who don't know how to use it, let me guide you. Inject your psychic energy into the gun like I did.
After saying that, spiritual energy was injected.
Ishida aims directly at the far side of the range and throws out a shot. Bang! The bullet instantly hit the distant rubber gun target.
A wisp of blue smoke was left behind at the 10-ring position in
the center. Whoa!
Seeing this scene, a flash of excitement flashed across the faces of many of the boys.
Sure enough, guns are the #1 way to get a guy's attention, no matter the time period.
When Instructor Sure finished his demonstration, he directly lifted his temporary contract with mechanical repair dog. Immediately, the double-barreled shotgun in his hand shifted, reverted back to his previous mechanical dog look. Then, he saw Ishida smiling at everyone. "Come and try it, practice shooting with a mechanical repair dog today. In addition to this, we have developed various other gun-type mechanical wizards within our training camp. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns and everything in between, and when you go to war in the future, the army will give you a partner as well. Of course, I personally suggest that you guys can breed an exclusive mechanical magical beast yourselves."
It was too late for everyone to hear the latter. The crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, just wanted to pick a mechanic to fix the dog right away. Quite a few people had already learned the spiritual art of temporary contracts.
One could only see countless spirit arts striking out from their hands. When Ming saw the mechanical repair dogs turn into a shotgun,
he couldn't help but show a touch of curiosity on his face as well. Pick up the temporary contract skill book and learn it.
In a few moments, however, he had mastered this new spirit art. Temporary contract. You can make a temporary contract with a magical beast that is 1 rank below you. The smaller the resistance of the other party, the greater the chance of success of the contract. The contract fails, the Imperial Beastmaster will fall into a state of 3 hours of withering. Seeing the effect of the temporary contract, Ming couldn't help but nod his head.
Pretty much what one would expect.
The good thing is, the artificial magical beasts in the training camp are naturally close to people. Quite simply, he contracted a mechanical repair dog himself. Looking at the double-barreled
shotgun in his hand, Ming's face couldn't help but show a flash of excitement as well.
He also remembered that Fatty's favorite thing was touching guns. If he were to know that he could also touch a gun within the genius training camp, I don't know how envious he would be. As for Ho Fangji on the side, it should not be the first time he touched a gun.
After learning the temporary contract, he looked at the double-barreled shotgun in his hand and couldn't help but skim. This is all the instructor has? That's a subpar gun, isn't it? The mortal level demonic beast change's gun's firing speed was too slow, and the bullets fired couldn't even kill a mortal level demonic beast. Besides, can't we build our own guns? What's the need for a mechanical beast? I've heard that the researchers at the mechanical department have developed super weapons through ancient relics. Wouldn't it be even better to use those super weapons? There's no level limit yet. Why do we need to put the cart before the horse to use mechanical magical beasts? Chapter 95 Instructor's Test plus one more chapter. Ha! Hearing Ho Fangji's theory, Ishida's face couldn't help but show a flash of surprise. You kid, you know quite a lot, but have you ever thought of a question? That's the kind of situation you're talking about. Maybe it only applies to Blue Star? What does that mean? At once, the gazes of the people around them all looked at one another. Apparently, there were also quite a few people who had just heard Ho Fangji's unique insight and were intrigued by it. Ishida, on the other hand, grinned. Explained while petting the mechanical repair dog. Let's take for example this side of the Zwei region where we are. The rules here allow for the use of technology, but what about other regions? Do you think technology can be used as well? Various regions have different rules, such as the prohibition of the appearance of flames in some places, the prohibition of light in others, and the prohibition of all sounds in some territories. Not being allowed to use technology is arguably the most common rule. Cadet Ho was right about the superweapon Blue Star, but that was all just for self-preservation. So how do you think we're going to defend ourselves in a territory where we can't use superweapons? After listening to Instructor Shi's explanation, many have understood what he meant. That's right, the Wraith. Only firearms turned into mechanical magical beasts could be used in those special regions. This was also the reason why the researcher insisted on breeding those special mechanical magical beasts. After listening to Instructor Ishida's explanation, the crowd nodded in understanding. And Ho Fangji, too, said no more. Instead, he silently took the double-barreled shotgun he was holding and gesticulated. Seeing that the crowd finally recognized the importance of the mechanical magical beasts, Ishida nodded in satisfaction. Then added, "Tell you what, since it's a training exercise, you can't have no rewards at all, and you can't have no punishments at all. 10 rounds per person, and the one with the highest score gets 20 points. Last place, 20 points deducted." In an instant, the crowd that had just been filled with excitement immediately turned bitter. When practice turned into a test, everyone became cautious. As for Lu Ming, the moment he heard Instructor Shi's speech, there was also a sudden system alert in his head. After your tireless efforts, you have finally arrived at the legendary training camp. Looking around at the young men and women who have just reached adulthood, at 38 years of age you seem out of place here, and the gold medal instructor, Ishida, advises you not to get along with the crowd when you're older, and in order to prove your potential, take the first place in his class. Mission, gold medal instructor's test. Took first place in Ishida's course. Mission reward, potential points 3, D-grade spiritual art aiming, D-grade spiritual treasure super parts. Seeing this quest prompt, Lu Ming's eyes also lit up immediately. The mission rewards are good. At once, his whole body was filled with energy. Only Ishida picked up the tactics panel and addressed all the trainees present. After everyone has test-fired 10 rounds, the test will begin. 10 rounds in all, 10 points off any guy who scores less than 80 on a 50-meter target. Hearing Instructor Shi's words, everyone's expressions instantly became grave. 80 points, that's no less than 8 points per round of bullets. Definitely a very difficult test for them as beginners just touching a gun. And the also discovered a very egghead problem. That's report instructor. What do we do without a scope? Exactly. Double-barreled shotguns and whatnot don't have standard scopes at all. It greatly increases the difficulty of the assessment for the trainees. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's question, Ishida, however, revealed a disdainful sneer. Pointing to his head, he said with some disdain, "Think with your walnut-sized brains, will you? What are you? Sharpshooters? Whatever you use, pass the test for me." Hearing Instructor Shi's amount. It's normal. It's hard enough to hit the target with the first shot. It was accompanied by him shooting out 10 rounds one after the other. The score on the gun target also appeared in front of him. 0 rounds in the 10th ring, 2 rounds in the 9th ring, 2 rounds in the 8th ring, 4 rounds in the 7th ring, 1 round in the 6th ring and 1 round in the 2nd ring. The total score only adds up to 70. After 10 rounds, Lu Ming didn't feel his hand strengthened. It's normal, it's not like he's a gifted gun owner. A normal soldier goes from touching a gun to becoming a king of guns. It takes countless bullets to feed. Cadets with only 10 rounds may have just gotten a handful of rounds before they had to stop shooting. It's comforting to know that there are few people around who have the same problem as Lu Ming. There were a large number of participants who scored 60 or 70 points. To Hofangji, who scored a high score of 91 straight away on the training ground. It drew frequent sideways glances from those around him. Seeing the eyes of the people around him, Hofangji couldn't help but smile smugly. I didn't expect it, did I? I've been touching guns since middle school, and I won't brag to you guys, I usually shoot 95 without a problem. Alright. Who doesn't know how to brag? You think you can win for sure, don't you? Go to the side. Who knows, in the face of Hofangji's accomplishments. Ishida didn't give him any good looks at all. This made the old Ho not help but feel a little aggravated. Wait until everyone is fully trained. Only a whistle was heard from Instructor. Everyone stop training. The guys whose names have been reported, come up here with me for testing. The first. Just you at brat, just kept blowing. If you can't hit 95, deduct 10 points. Ah. Hearing Instructor's words, Hofangji's entire body was immediately shattered by thunder. Then he saw Hofangji trembling as he stepped forward. Grabbed a double-barreled shotgun and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. With the end of the 10 rounds. On the big screen, it actually showed a high super score of 96. At once, Hofangji, who was still hanging onto his heart, immediately let out an excited roar. Ho ho ho! See that? I got 96 points. Who else? Looking at Hofangji's face full of excitement. The surrounding people couldn't help but show a look of envy in their eyes. Unsurprisingly, the first place is feared to have already appeared. Just as Hofangji flaunted his power. Lu Ming, however, noticed. There were a few trainees who were looking at Hofangji, who was as flamboyant as a monkey, with odd faces. A disdainful sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth. Just as Lu Ming felt puzzled. Beside her, Flora suddenly muttered up in a small voice. Haven't you understood the instructor yet? Silly batch. Hearing Flora's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Surprised, they looked at each other, while their mouths repeatedly chewed on what Fleur had just said. She just said. What does the instructor mean? Chapter 96, The Battle for First. What does the instructor mean? Hearing Fleur's little mutter. A flash of surprise flashed across Lu Ming's face. But soon, a flash of light came into his head. Instantly, he looked at the match again with a different feeling. Just now the instructor seemed to be saying, by hook or by crook, the assessment will be completed. It is impossible for an instructor to declare an impossible task. So there must be some deciding factor that he hasn't considered. What is it? What other deciding factors could a Beastmaster have? Of course it's dependent on your own psychic energy and also your psychic skills. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's gaze couldn't help but look towards the target range. Only a few cadets with great shooting talent were seen shooting non-stop. But no matter what kind of scores they scored, they couldn't see any smiles on Instructor's face. It was just as Lu Ming had guessed. What Instructor really wanted to see was not whether or not they had a talent for shooting. Rather, they want to see if they can use their psychic abilities and spiritual arts wisely. At once, a smile flashed across Lu Ming's face. Clenching his fists, he had discovered the key to victory. Meanwhile, Instructor looked at the results of his tactical panel. Directly on the tactical panel of Hofangji's group, the label of unqualified was placed. After a cold snort, he was going to see. How many more dumbasses are in this group of self-righteous geniuses? Zhuang. You come. Yes. Hearing Instructor's order, the trainee named Zhuang immediately nodded his head. With his own temporarily contracted mechanical repair dog, the double-barreled shotgun was aimed directly at the distant target. Though Cham's chances of touching a gun before then were few and far between. But at this moment, his face shone with unrivaled confidence. Spiritual art sight sharing. In an instant, the muzzle of the gun in front of him morphed into his eyes. The gun target in the distance, which was only the size of a palm, also became instantly clear.
Shooting, which should be very difficult, became a child's game straight out of his mind.
Bang, bang, bang.
There was no hesitation.
Zhuang pulled the trigger continuously.
Wait until all 10 rounds of 10 have been fired.
The results on the big electronic screen instantly shocked everyone. Misty grass. How many? 100 points? Good boy. Surname Zhan Yukana. You actually scored a perfect score? What's the secret? Teach me? Right. Didn't you just say you've never touched a gun? Good boy, still lying.
Hofangji, who was on the side, saw that someone's score actually surpassed his own.
An expression of disbelief appeared on his face.
It was the few trainees who had just guessed what Instructor sure was thinking, as Lu Ming had done.
At this moment, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at Zhuang.
The relief that had been on his face gradually became grave.
There is only one so-called first place. How can you share your profits with someone?
The faces of the crowd also became tense for a while, thinking about what way to win next. Only to see Ishida pick up his tactical panel and give Zhuang a pass, with satisfaction. Then he clicked on the next trainee's picture again.
Flora. Get in the ring.
Hearing Instructor sure name himself.
Furong beside Lu Ming immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Stepping firmly toward the front ahead.
Just as he picked up his double-barreled shotgun and prepared to shoot. Suddenly, Fleur paused. Then firmly towards the Instructor.
Instructor.
I'm applying for the 150-meter shotgun target.
What? Hearing Flora's request, everyone present was instantly shocked. The 50-meter target alone is shocking enough. Not to mention a 150-meter gun target? Is this Flora afraid of going crazy? No way, Precious, are you for real? You're really fighting for first place. This guy's battle pet is mechanical, so he should have touched firearms a long time ago, right? But with the range of a double-barreled shotgun, can it be 150 meters? There are so many uncertainties in the middle: customs, gravity, ballistics, etc., all need to be considered, so be careful you don't even get 80 points. In the face of the crowd's cynicism, Instructor sure only gave Furong a deep look. Without much ado, the target was adjusted directly to a 150-meter target. Seeing the gun target in the distance, the crowd suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. If we're talking about a gun target 50 meters away, it's only as big as the palm of a person's hand. A gun target 150 meters away is reduced to the size of a section of a small thumb. But anyone with a little bit of nearsightedness has been blurred out of sight. And Flora, to actually take on such a high challenge. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart upon seeing it. Molly, on the other hand, just took a deep breath before picking up the double-barreled shotgun in her hands. Spirit magic unleashed. Spiritual arts mechanical prosthetic eyes. Spiritual arts composure. Spiritual arts firepower. 3 spirit arts flashed on the double-barreled shotgun in her hand. In the next moment, Flora violently pulled the trigger in her hand. Boom! With the bonus of spiritual arts. The sound of the bullets fired by the mechanical repair dogs all became violent. A puff of smoke cleared and bullet after bullet was fired toward the opposite gun target. Looking at it from a distance, the crowd could only see sparks constantly rising from the top of the gun target. As for how many scores Flora actually shot, all can only be left to the judgment of fate. Wait until Flora clears the bullets from her hands. Her gaze was likewise a little tense as she stared at the big screen. In a flash, there was a scroll on the big screen. 10, 10, 10, 10. Total score, 100. Ha! Seeing this achievement, everyone's faces showed an expression of disbelief. My God! Is this the talent of a mechanical imperial beast master? Strong. It's really too strong. So fierce, who dare to believe? Nah. I'll throw it. Nice guy. The first place has been decided this time. That's a 150-meter gun target. I'm struggling with just 50 meters. Gee, how else is this going to compare? Furlong scores and locks up first place in the inning outright. After seeing this achievement, it was difficult for the crowd to even think of catching up. 150 meters to hit the target in bullseye all the way through. Still using a double-barreled shotgun. Even if a real gun king came, he wouldn't dare to play like that.
After that, the congregation's examination went into a senior citizen retirement rhythm. Knowing that they would not be defeated, everyone fortunately gave up the idea of competing for first place. Plus, a lot of people, after seeing how Zhuang and Fuyan shot, already understood what Instructor sure meant. Everyone in the back of the room is kind of in the middle of the pack. Until Lu Ming. Here. Hearing Instructor Shi's order, Lu Ming, who finished last, walked slowly toward the range. Looking at the score shot by Flora on the 150-meter gun target in the distance. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes. In front of everyone's incredulous eyes, an even bolder decision was made. Instructor Shi, I'm applying to change my gun target to a 200-meter gun target. Chapter 97A Bet with the Instructor. Are you sure? Hearing Lu Ming's reply. Even if he was as calm as Ishida, a flash of inexplicable surprise flashed across his face. Then he thought back to his poor performance last night when he checked Lu Ming's grades. Unable to help it, Ishida narrowed his eyes and his aura became colder and colder. I can adjust the 200-meter gun target for you, but I will deduct 50 points from you if you don't reach 80. Hiss. Hearing Instructor Shi's words, the cadets who had just been whispering, instantly too shocked to speak. One by one, they looked cautiously at Instructor Shi and then at Lu Ming. Finally, someone couldn't resist. 50 points. So if he doesn't pass the test, won't he get the hell out? Nope, won't roll. You forget that kid got 30 points last night. Good lord, how did this guy provoke Instructor Shi? Being targeted like this? You still don't know Instructor Shi? He dislikes guys who don't think they know what they're doing the most. TSK tisk, it's a bad game. He must have been thinking that he couldn't pass anyway, so he might as well just play a big game. Who knew he'd hit Instructor Shi's minefield, huh? Insouciant guy, that's 50 points nah. How nice to give it to me. In the face of disdain and flirtation from those around me. Lu Ming, on the other hand, quietly looked at Instructor Shi. Not only did fear and anxiety not appear on his face, even with everyone watching, he actually laughing. So Instructor, corresponding to that, if I get first place, will I be given 50 points? Jing. Hearing Lu Ming's reply, everyone stared in disbelief. It seemed that he hadn't expected that Lu Ming would actually make conditions with Instructor Shi. Even Ishida himself, after hearing Lu Ming's words, was infuriated by him. Yes, then prove it to me. Do you have the qualifications to get the reward or not? So can we get started? Can. Activate the 200-meter gun target. With a cold grunt, Ishida launched straight into the 200-meter gun target. This time, people really can't even see the gun targets. All that could be seen was an extra black dot in the distance. You can't see it clearly even if you squint. Many of the trainees had to use spiritual arts that could enhance their vision before they could even be bothered to see. But even that was distractingly confusing. In response, Lu Ming smiled calmly. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he actually directly lifted the temporary contract on his body. What are you doing? Seeing Lu Ming release the contract with the mechanical repair dog in his hand, Ishida couldn't help but frown. Lu Ming, on the other hand, smiled. I want a different mechanic to fix the dog. There's nothing in the rules that says it's not allowed, is there? Without further ado, Ishida directly released a cold snort of disdain. In his heart, he had already labeled Lu Ming as a poor student, completely. Poor stationery is plentiful, says people like him. Hands on his arms, Ishida simply stopped asking questions. Just quietly watching Lu Ming perform. The surrounding trainees, after seeing Lu Ming's actions, also had their mouths raised. There was a sneer and contempt on his face. It's that time of year, and you're still pretending? Must be feeling out of it and trying to stall for time. Tisk, TSK, what are you pretending to be when? Skills, electronic warfare, short frequency. There were at least 20 to 30 mechanical repair dogs in front of them. Waiting until Lu Ming had read all of the mechanical cultivation dog attributes in front of him. Finally, his eyes locked on a mechanical repair dog. Race, mechanical dog repair. Skills, precision, lock on. This mechanical repair dog in front of him had skills that were literally tailored for sniping. Immediately, Lu Ming smiled and walked up to the cultivation dog in front of him. Gently jerk its doggy head. Will you be my partner? Woof. Hearing Lu Ming's words, this mechanical repair dog immediately wagged its tail happily, with a temporary contract established with it. In the next moment, the mechanical repair dog transformed into a double-barreled shotgun. It looked similar to the double-barreled shotguns that everyone was holding earlier. This made the people around them instantly more disdainful. Sure enough, this guy is just playing it cool. Gee, I thought it would be different, but didn't you still get a mechanical repair dog? It can't be a talent that can tell different magical beasts, can it? If I had that talent, I'd eat this mechanical repair dog. The dog is so cute, why did you eat him? Is the time to discuss this? It occurs to me that the maximum range of that double-barreled shotgun seems to be only 150 meters, how is he going to hit the target later? So, won't this guy get a 0? Tisk. Ishida, who was on the side, looked at Lu Ming with the same coldness. The electronic pen in his hand was ready to label Lu Ming as unqualified. Only Lu Ming was seen holding a double-barreled shotgun in his hand. Eyes locked on the distant gun target. There are only black dots on the gun targets. Even if he had more than 20 points of insight, he still wasn't quite sure yet. But it's okay, he's got company. Mechanical repair dog. Help me. Upon hearing Lu Ming's call, the double-barreled shotgun transformed by the mechanical repair dog in his hand shook slightly. Immediately, the two skills were fed back to Lu Ming. Skill lock. Skill precision. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was likewise not idle. Unleashed his own spirit magic directly at the mechanical repair dog. Spiritual art golden mantle. Spiritual art spirit shaping golden body. Spirit magic lockdown. The two spirit arts hit the mechanical cultivation dog directly. The last spirit art then hit the top of the distant gun target. Locked by a spiritual art and a skill at the same time. In an instant, the gun target that just moments ago had a single point. It became clear in Lu Ming's eyes. Stroking the double-barreled shotgun in his hand. At this moment, Lu Ming was confident. Go ahead, mechanical fixer dog. Come and give everyone a little shock.